Chapter 1, Have I Crossed Over? In the Daxing dynasty, at the Qingyu pavilion of the Gongding Wangfu. You venomous woman, you merely stained your garment, yet you resorted to poison to harm her. Chu Qing, the prince of Gongding, stormed into the Qingyu pavilion, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Qiao Xi. The sequence of events transpired too swiftly for Qiao Xi to react. A buzzing sound filled her ears, followed by a searing pain. Yet, she scarcely had the luxury to dwell on her discomfort. Kneeling on the ground, she covered her face and wept, "Your Highness, please see clearly. I have not left the palace these past few days. How could I have poisoned Miss Bai? There must be some misunderstanding. Do you dare to argue? I never anticipated your audacity. Guards, seize this wretch and inflict 30 strikes. Chu Qing appeared oblivious to Qiao Xi's response, his fury unabated as he issued commands to his attendants. The princess has indeed remained within the palace. It's impossible for her to have poisoned Miss Bai. If she receives 30 strikes, she may not survive. I beseech your highness to spare her. Shu Mu, upon hearing Chu Qing's order for the punishment, hastily knelt and pleaded with him, but Chu Qing dismissed her with a kick, sending her sprawling backwards, her forehead striking the edge of aved. Shu Mu, are you alright? In shock at Chu Qing's actions, Qiao Xi stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. At that moment, she remained unaware of her transgressions. Someone, quickly drag her away. Chu Qing ignored Qiao Xi entirely and reiterated his command. Staring blankly at him, an agonizing pain surged within her. She never imagined that the man she had loved would treat her with such disdain, blinded by his devotion to Bai Shiyu. How fervently must she love him to thaw this icy heart? In lieu of enduring such torment, death seemed a preferable option. Perhaps then Chu Qing would remember her. With that thought, Qiao Xi let out a soft sigh, realizing her own foolishness. Even at such a moment, she still harbored hope for Chu Qing. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she approached the table without hesitation, grasped a pair of scissors, and plunged them into her chest. As she collapsed, a maid screamed, "Quickly, someone! The princess has attempted suicide." What a misfortune! What nonsense is this foolish girl causing at such an hour? Let her die if she wishes. Why must she do so in the palace? Why not return to the Qiao family? On such a cold night, I must run errands for her. Hearing the commotion, Mama Li approached reluctantly, muttering as she walked. Mind your words, Mama Li. If the prince hears you, it will not end well. The maid who had shouted warned her cautiously. What do you fear? The prince has never favored her, and now, even less so. Does anyone truly believe she can rise again to accuse me? By her appearance, she appears lifeless. We might as well drag her out and bury her. Do dispose of her. Mama Li disregarded the maid's caution and ordered that Qiao Xi's body be removed. Damn it, that hurts, Qiao Xi cursed weakly, opening her eyes to find herself surrounded by individuals clad in traditional attire, leaving her utterly bewildered. What was happening? She had been a neurosurgeon who had just attended to a patient suffering from severe hydrocephalus, yet the condition was so dire that, after 8 hours of surgery, the operation had ended in failure. Upon exiting the operating room, she hurried to explain the situation to the patient's family, only to have them lose control upon hearing of the unsuccessful procedure. In a moment of distraction, one of them stabbed her in the heart, leading to her demise. Before she could comprehend the circumstances, she found herself in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, memories not belonging to her began to flood her mind, and after considerable time, she grasped her current predicament. The original Qiao Xi was the legitimate daughter of Qiao Zhao, a renowned physician of the Daxing dynasty. Yet, despite being born into a family of medicine, she had no knowledge of the healing arts. Her biological mother had passed away when she was young, and her so-called father had never cared for her well-being. She bore the title of a legitimate daughter in the Qiao family, yet lived a life inferior to that of a servant. In stark contrast, her half-sister, Qiao Luo, thrived and garnered attention wherever she went. However, the emperor unexpectedly decreed that she be wed to Chu Qing as his princess. To her dismay, upon entering the palace, Chu Qing had never cast a glance in her direction, instead devoting his affections to that Bai family's illegitimate daughter. When that green tea girl fell ill for reasons unknown, Chu Qing unjustly placed the blame upon her, leading Qiao Xi to despair and contemplate suicide, only to find herself inexplicably transported to this new reality. Chapter 1, Have I Crossed Over? In the Daxing dynasty, within the Qingyu pavilion of the Gongding prince's residence. You venomous woman. You merely sullied your garments, yet you resorted to poison to harm her. Chu Qing, the prince, stormed into the Qingyu pavilion, raising his hand to strike Qiao Xi with a resounding slap. The events unfolded with such swiftness that Qiao Xi could scarcely react. A buzzing filled her ears as a searing pain radiated from her cheek, yet, she had no time to dwell on her pain. Kneeling on the floor, she covered her face with her hands, crying out, "Your Highness, please see clearly. I have not left the palace these past few days. How could I have poisoned Miss Bai? There must be some misunderstanding. Do you dare to quibble? I never imagined you would be so obstinate. Guards! Drag this wretched woman away and administer 30 strokes." Chuqing seemed oblivious to Qiao Xi's pleas, his fury unabated as he commanded his attendants. "The princess has truly not left the estate. It is impossible for her to have poisoned Miss Bai. If she receives those 30 lashes, she may not survive. I implore your highness to spare her." Su Mu, witnessing Chuqing's intent to punish Qiao Xi, hastily knelt and begged for mercy. But Chuqing ignored her entirely, kicking her aside with contempt. Su Mu fell heavily, her forehead striking the edge of abed. Su Mu, are you alright? Seeing Chuqing's actions, Qiao Xi stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at him, her shock unmasked. Even now, she could not comprehend what wrong she had committed. "Come quickly, drag her away." Chuqing disregarded Qiao Xi entirely and issued another command. Qiao Xi stared blankly at him, her heart aching profoundly. She never anticipated that the man she had loved would treat her with such ruthless disregard. How fervently must she strive to thaw the icy heart of Chuqing? Rather than endure this torment, perhaps it would be better to perish. Perhaps then Chuqing would remember her. With this thought, Qiao Xi let out a soft sigh, realizing her own folly. How could she still harbor fantasies about Chuqing at such a moment? Steeling herself, she approached the table without hesitation, seizing a pair of scissors and plunging them into her chest. As she collapsed, a maid screamed, "Quick, someone! The princess has attempted suicide. This is truly unfortunate. What nonsense is this fool causing at such a late hour? If she is to die, let her do so elsewhere, not in the prince's residence. Why must I be burdened with her affairs in this frigid weather?" Hearing the commotion, Mama Li approached reluctantly, muttering to herself, "Mama Li, be cautious. If the prince hears you, it would not bode well." The maid who had shouted earlier warned her carefully. "What do you fear? The prince has never favored her in life. Do you think he would now? Can she rise from the dead to report me? Given her state, she seems to be beyond saving. Let us simply take her out and bury her. Drag her away." Mama Li dismissed the maid's concerns, commanding that Qiao Xi's lifeless body be removed without a second thought. "Damn it, that hurts." With a faint voice, Qiao Xi cursed before opening her eyes to find herself surrounded by individuals clad in ancient garments, leaving her utterly astonished. What is happening? She had been a neurosurgeon, attending to a patient with severe hydrocephalus. Tragically, despite 8 hours of surgery, the operation had ended in failure. Upon exiting the operating room, she hurried to explain the situation to the patient's family, only for them to lose control upon hearing the news, fatally stabbing her in the heart. In the chaos, before she could grasp the enormity of her circumstances, she found herself in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, a torrent of memories not belonging to her flooded her mind, and it took considerable time for Qiao Xi to comprehend her current predicament. The original Qiao Xi was the legitimate daughter of Qiao Zhao, the renowned physician of the Daxing dynasty. Yet, despite her lineage, she knew nothing of the healing arts. Her mother had passed away when she was very young, and her so-called father had never cared for her well-being. In the Qiao family, she bore the title of a legitimate daughter but lived a life inferior to that of a servant. In stark contrast, her half-sister, Qiao Luo, thrived with great prominence, drawing attention wherever she went. Then, unexpectedly, the emperor decreed that she be bestowed upon Chuqing as his princess. However, upon entering the prince's residence, she found that Chuqing had never even glanced in her direction, instead spending his days enamored with that by family's illegitimate daughter. Now, for reasons unknown, that green tea had been poisoned, and Chuqing had laid the blame squarely on her. Despairing, Qiao Xi had contemplated suicide, only to find herself inexplicably transported to this new realm. Chapter 2, Finding a Way to Heal the Wounds. A resurrection. The servants who were carrying Qiao Xi's lifeless body screamed in terror upon hearing her voice, dropping the stretcher and scattering in all directions. "You are the one who has risen from the dead. Have you never seen a living person before?" Qiao Xi, already in pain from her injuries and now having been jostled, was incensed enough to retort. Seeing Qiao Xi sit up, Granny Li pointed at her, trembling as she stammered. Are you human or a ghost? How can you suddenly come back to life? If I were a ghost, you would be my first meal." Qiao Xi shot back coldly, turning to glare at Granny Li. The old woman had often bullied the original owner, initially withholding food from her and her maid. and later audaciously demanding that the original owner pay for sustenance with her own silver. The original owner, being meek, had complied to avoid hunger. However, after receiving the silver, Granny Lee did not treat Qiao Xi any better, rather, she exploited her vulnerability and grew increasingly tyrannical, even relocating her maidservant. It was evident that without Chu Chi's indulgence, Granny Lee and her ilk would not have dared to mistreat Qiao Xi. Now that she had taken over Qiao Xi's body, these people would no longer have the audacity to bully her. She would reclaim all the grievances inflicted upon the original owner. Although Granny Lee appeared unperturbed by Qiao Xi, in that moment, she seemed to perceive a hint of murderous intent in Qiao Xi's eyes. Granny Lee was shaken to her core, fearing Qiao Xi might utter something shocking. She swiftly donned a smile, saying, "Old servant was merely jesting with the princess, please do not take offense. It brings me great joy that the princess has awakened. I shall inform the prince at once, and I am certain he will be delighted to hear of your recovery." Now, Qiao Xi seemed like a different person, however. Granny Lee, having been present all along, detected nothing amiss. Therefore, she devised a plan to summon Chu Qi, hoping he would discern what was happening with Qiao Xi. How could Granny Lee's memory be so poor? Hadn't the prince just stated that he wished to remain uninformed about her affairs? Did she intend to summon him to take her life? Qiao Xi's expression changed. She understood how deeply Chu Qi loathed the original owner. She was not the love-stricken fool the original owner had been, she would not invite trouble upon herself. Having just crossed over, still bearing injuries, her foremost need was rest. Not to engage with that cold-faced prince. Does the princess not wish to see the prince at all now that she has awakened? As soon as Qiao Xi's words fell, Granny Lee regarded her with an incredulous gaze. Normally, Qiao Xi yearned to see the prince as soon as possible. How could she reject him today? Was it because she had already experienced death once, leading her to embrace a new perspective, rendering her indifferent to the prince? That shouldn't be the case. What did Granny Lee mean by that? I had wished to see the prince every day since marrying into the royal household for over a year. But now, it was the prince who did not wish to see me. If I pressed the matter, it would only become bothersome. Here is what we will do, you shall inform the prince that whenever he wishes to see me, he can send word. If it coincides with my desire to see him, I shall go, if not, I shall wait until I am ready to meet him. I am tired, Granny Lee. You may leave for now, I will call for you if needed. The original owner's frail body had suffered greatly, and after enduring a beating, Qiao Xi could easily envision her back now a bloody mess. She needed to find a way to heal her wounds before confronting Bai Shiyu, that scheming vixen. She could not endure this great injustice thrust upon her. Very well, I shall take my leave. Granny Lee, uncertain of Qiao Xi's intentions, dared not provoke her further, suppressing her anger as she retreated with her maidservants. Chapter 3, Medical Space Miss, I shall fetch someone to tend to your wounds. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's voice, Sumu laboriously crawled over, tears streaming down her face as she beheld the injuries on Qiao Xi's back, unable to fathom the extent of the prince's cruelty. Are you hurt? Through the memories of the original owner, Qiao Xi recalled that this person was Sumu, who had grown up alongside her. Just moments ago, when that scoundrel Chu Qi threatened to strike her, it was Sumu who pleaded on her behalf, even enduring a kick from the rogue. In this royal residence, only Sumu held genuine affection for her. I'm fine, just took a tumble. Sumu was momentarily taken aback by Qiao Xi's inquiry, then responded. Her mistress had always been preoccupied with the prince, seldom showing concern for their well-being, thus, this sudden display of care was genuinely touching. Please rest for a while, Mississippi. I will go find a doctor for you. As Sumu spoke, she assisted Qiao Xi onto the bed. After ensuring Qiao Xi was settled, Sumu hurriedly exited the room. Alas, Qiao Xi had not the chance to voice her thoughts before the door closed behind her. Yet, it was evident that Sumu truly cared for her. It was only now that Qiao Xi accepted the reality of her transmigration, though the circumstances were quite absurd. Upon her arrival, she bore numerous injuries and found herself in the position of an unloved princess. In the modern world, such wounds would be trivial to her. With an abundance of healing supplies in her laboratory, recovery would be swift. Yet, here in ancient times, she lacked medicine. As an overlooked princess, she would likely be disregarded, making her injuries difficult to treat. With a resigned sigh, Qiao Xi resolved to search her quarters for any medicinal supplies. Considering that the original owner hailed from a family of apothecaries, Perhaps there might be something to treat her wounds? However, after a thorough search, she found nothing. The medicine cabinet was empty, devoid even of suitable bandages. She longed for her laboratory, and upon that thought, the familiar sight of her laboratory supplies and equipment materialized before her. What is happening? Could it be that my laboratory has also crossed over with me? Startled by her own conjecture, Qiao Xi compelled herself to remain calm and began to observe her surroundings. The laboratory appeared just as it had before her departure, with her newly designed mini-launcher on the table, alongside calming agents. Instinctively, she reached for the sedatives, contemplating their use against Qiao Xi should he provoke her again. However, to her dismay, the medicine remained unmoved, forcing her to relinquish the idea. As she turned her head, she noticed a remedy on the shelf that could aid in wound healing. With renewed determination, Qiao Xi attempted to retrieve the medicine once more, and this time she succeeded. Could it be that she could only access the necessary remedies when the need for healing arose? The pain from her injuries began to throb, and she decided against pondering further. She took antiseptic and bandages from the shelf, preparing to search for fever-reducing medication when the sound of a door opening startled her, causing the laboratory to vanish instantly. It seemed this miraculous space could be manipulated according to her will. It's all my fault for being useless. Unable to summon a doctor for you. Sumu entered Qingyu Pavilion in tears. It was not surprising that no one in this household, who all sought to climb the social ladder, could procure a physician. Qiao Xi had known from the outset that the likelihood of Sumu finding a doctor was nearly zero. Yet it mattered not, with her medical space at her disposal. She could tend to her own ailments, whether or not a doctor was present was of little consequence. But what shall we do about your injuries? I cannot bear the thought of you suffering. As Qiao Xi's words faded, Sumu wept even more profusely, distraught at the prospect of her mistress facing dire consequences from her injuries. Do not cry, I shall be fine. Qiao Xi busied herself with the remedies she had retrieved from the space, fabricating a tale. These are medicines for treating wounds, given to me secretly by my mother before she passed. She forbade me from disclosing it to anyone, which is why I kept it to myself while at the Qiao family. Only when I married did I bring them with me. I may lack medical knowledge, but thankfully, I can read. The effects of the medicines are written down, so I know how to use them. Oh, and please, keep this matter to yourself. Such precious resources must be reserved for our own use and not squandered on others. Eventually, the existence of this medical space could not remain concealed from Sumu indefinitely. It would be prudent to explain it now, while they were alone. Rest assured, I will keep this a secret. Sumu recognized that Qiao Xi had indeed changed. Her mistress had become more assertive and astute. Since the failed suicide attempt, it seemed Qiao Xi had accumulated many secrets. Frankly, Sumu found it increasingly difficult to discern her mistress's true nature. Nevertheless, she trusted that Qiao Xi would not harm her, she would simply follow Qiao Xi's instructions. Come. Apply the medicine for me. At Huayu Hall, my lord, given the severity of the princess's injuries, should we not send someone to check on her? Bai Yan cautiously inquired, glancing at the silent Qiao Xi seated in the hall. A flicker of disdain ignited in Qiao Xi's eyes as he dismissed Bai Yan with a glance, declaring, it would be best if that venomous woman were to perish. Bai Yan hesitated, weighing his words carefully before speaking again. If the emperor inquires about her death, how shall we explain it? After all, she is the princess. He understood that Qiao Xi was currently irate over the incident involving the poisoning of the second Miss Bai, yet he felt compelled to consider the prince's future. Indeed, Qiao Xi was quite vexing, yet her status could not be overlooked. Should the emperor question the cause of her demise, it would be difficult to provide a satisfactory answer. Qiao Xi recognized that Bai Yan's inquiries stemmed from concern for his welfare, but he was far from foolish. Upon his return to Huayu Hall, he had already devised a plan. Upon seeing the divorce decree, Bai Yan initially froze before reaching out to accept it. It appeared that the prince intended to marry the second Miss Bai, for otherwise, the timing of this decree would be too coincidental. Chapter 4, uncharacteristic of her style in the Qingyu Pavilion, Bai Yan requested an audience with the princess. Upon arrival, he introduced himself without any greetings towards Qiao Xi. Miss. This. Sumu paused, glancing at Qiao Xi. No rush, let him wait until I finish my medicine. Qiao Xi paid little mind to Bai Yan. She was surprised that Qi would send someone to her Qingyu pavilion while Sumu was attending to her wounds. "Princess, how much longer will you take?" After waiting at the door for what felt like an eternity, Bai Yan grew somewhat impatient, sensing something was amiss with Qiao Xi. Typically, upon hearing Bai Yan's voice, she would eagerly rush to open the door, for she harbored affections for the prince and often sought news about him through Bai Yan. Yet today, despite his prolonged wait, Qiao Xi did not even bother to open the door. Not wanting to speculate on her motives, he simply urged her to hurry, fearing the prince's wrath if he delayed any further. "What is it that you need?" Upon hearing Bai Yan's prompt, Qiao Xi smirked internally, observing that Sumu was nearly finished, and then signaled for Sumu to let him in. She had not anticipated Bai Yan, as Qi's subordinate, to be so impatient after only a few minutes of waiting. "The prince has sent me to deliver a divorce decree, requesting you to vacate the royal residence at your earliest convenience." Upon seeing Qiao Xi, Bai Yan did not offer a bow but directly stated his purpose, adding nothing more. "I understand. Tell Qi that I will leave once my injuries have healed." The news of her impending divorce brought Qiao Xi unbridled joy. She would no longer have to endure Qi's presence. However, she maintained a facade of calmness, replying with measured words. "What is it? You haven't forgotten that I was just recently given 30 lashes by Qi, have you? Do you expect me to leave immediately?" Noticing Bai Yan hesitate, Qiao Xi shot him an annoyed glare and retorted. "That is not what I meant. It is late, you should rest early, princess." Bai Yan had never been confronted so directly, especially by Qiao Xi, and was momentarily at a loss for words. After hastily delivering his message, he departed in a hurry. "Humph." Watching Bai Yan's retreating figure, Qiao Xi scoffed derisively before instructing Sumu to close the door. Concern etched on her face. Sumu turned to Qiao Xi and exclaimed, "Miss, that is a divorce decree. How can you accept it? If this gets out, how will you live in the future?" Qiao Xi looked at Sumu's worried expression and felt a sudden urge to laugh. She could not understand what the girl was so troubled about, and suppressing her amusement, she replied, "What does it matter? I would welcome the news of Qi's divorce. This is splendid, I need not even voice my desire to leave. And the decree has been handed to me. It spares me from further trouble. Without Qi, do you think I cannot survive? I have hands and feet. How could I possibly perish? Do not fret, I am perfectly fine." Hearing Qiao Xi's words only deepened Sumu's concern. She believed Qiao Xi must have been driven mad by anger to speak this way and anxiously inquired, "But, Miss, did you not once adore the prince? You said that was in the past, did you not? Although I am still uncertain how that wretched Bai Shiyu came to be poisoned. Qi's indiscriminate punishment has shattered any love I held for him. Those 30 lashes obliterated my affection. I now realize that one cannot force a relationship. From this day forth, I shall live for myself. Rest assured, even if we leave the Gongding Wangfu, we shall not starve. Your mistress is not so fragile." Qiao Xi understood that Sumu was genuinely worried for her and patiently explained her reasoning, even offering comfort. Sumu, initially wanting to say more, caught sight of Qiao Xi's resolute expression and fell silent, recognizing that her mistress had truly made up her mind. At Huayu Hall, Bai Yan returned after delivering the divorce decree to Qiao Xi. Aware that he had lingered too long at Qingyu Pavilion, he hurried back to Huayu Hall to report to Qi. "Why were you gone for so long? Did that woman cause a scene upon receiving the divorce decree?" Qi immediately questioned Bai Yan upon his arrival, convinced that Qiao Xi must have made a fuss, which explained Bai Yan's tardiness. Replying to the prince, "No. Not at all." Bai Yan hesitated before responding to Qi's inquiry. After hearing Bai Yan's answer, Qi turned to face him, disbelief evident in his gaze. "Not at all?" Even Bai Yan, the one who delivered the decree, found the events at Qingyu Pavilion to be surreal. In Xingjing, who did not know of the Qiao family's foolish daughter, Qiao Xi, who was infatuated with the prince? She had employed every means possible to secure her marriage to him. Yet, upon receiving the divorce decree, she remained astonishingly composed, not shedding a tear or causing an uproar, even daring to negotiate terms, stating that she would leave once her wounds had healed. This was all too peculiar, utterly contrary to Qiao Xi's usual demeanor. What did she say? Noticing Bai Yan's silence, Qi pressed him for more information. The princess said she would leave once her injuries have healed, and nothing else. Bai Yan relayed Qiao Xi's words verbatim. Unsure how to proceed. Humph. She certainly lacks decorum. I shall grant her 3 days for recovery. After that, she must move out, no matter what. Upon hearing Bai Yan's report, Chu Qi regarded Qiao Xi's response as a desperate act. He did not believe she would remain in the royal residence after receiving the decree. Forget her. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall visit the Bai residence to check on Qiyu. I am rather concerned about her. Chu Qi, initially surprised by Bai Yan's account of Qiao Xi, chose not to delve further into the topic. Understood. Bai Yan did not grasp Chu Qi's intention but refrained from asking. Simply acknowledging the prince's words. The following day, at Qingyu Pavilion, what time is it, and you are still asleep? Hurry and wash yesterday's clothes. Qiao Xi, lost in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by a loud voice. Are you out of your mind? I am the princess, how dare you order me to wash clothes? Awakened abruptly, Qiao Xi's mood soured, and her temper flared as she retorted without even looking at the speaker. After all, the news of her divorce had not yet spread. And these people were unaware of her situation. She could assert her status as the princess for now. Moreover, even if they discovered the truth, what of it? As long as she remained in the royal residence, the title of princess belonged to her. Who would dare contest it? Although she was injured and had alleviated her symptoms with the medicine she had brought from the lab, her body still ached. She had anticipated being ignored in the royal residence, thinking no one would bother her, only to be roused so early. Have you lost your mind? How dare you talk back to me? I command you to wash the clothes, so go do it without any more nonsense. If you do not, beware of my wrath. Lady Li had believed she had been seeing things when she first encountered Qiao Xi's fierce glare. She thought Qiao Xi would not exhibit such backbone, yet here she was. Early in the morning, confronting her. I had thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be Nurse Li. If my memory serves me right. These garments are your responsibility to wash, are they not? How audacious of you to expect me to do your work. Qiao Xi could no longer endure it. With a swift motion, she sprang from the bed, donned her shoes and socks, and stood before Nurse Li, expressing her impatience with a sharp remark. Chapter 5, Punishing Li Mama. What is this? Your surname is Qiao, and you reside in the Gongding Wangfu, so washing these clothes is your duty. Who doesn't know that you are not favored in the Wangfu? Why put on airs with me? Li Mama dismissed Qiao Xi coldly. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up and wash your clothes. Otherwise, you might miss breakfast. Li Mama had no regard for Qiao Xi, and as soon as she saw her rise from the bed, she shoved her towards the laundry. Sumu, bring me a pair of scissors. Qiao Xi, still weak, did not wish to engage in futile conversation with Li Mama. After Li Mama finished speaking, she called out to Sumu. Li Mama, puzzled by Qiao Xi's intentions, inquired, why do you need scissors to wash clothes? Does this princess need to report to you before I act? Qiao Xi retorted dismissively, unwilling to entertain Li Mama's condescension. Qiao Xi, do you have any idea who you are speaking to? How dare you talk to me like that? Someone, slap her. Having spent her days close to Chu Qi, Li Mama was accustomed to being treated with respect. However, after multiple provocations from Qiao Xi that morning, she could no longer tolerate the affront and called for someone to discipline her. Try touching me. If I don't subdue you today, I want to be called Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi was truly exasperated. It seemed that in this ancient world, violence was the first resort. Even the servants in the Wangfu behaved in such a manner. Unable to endure any longer, her temper flared at the thought of Li Mama hitting her. Ignoring her fragile state, she stood her ground. Seeing the defiance in Qiao Xi, Li Mama was taken aback. This woman, who once never dared to resist, was now challenging her at every turn. Did surviving death embolden her? If that were the case, how could Li Mama maintain her standing in the Wangfu? With so many eyes upon them, she could not afford to back down. You are truly stubborn. He Xiang, why are you not going to slap her yet? Determined not to lose face, Li Mama resolved to escalate the situation. The more Qiao Xi stood firm, the more Li Mama felt compelled to confront her. Servant, I dare not. When the maid named He Xiang was called upon, she trembled in fear. After all, Qiao Xi was a princess, and she could not bring herself to strike a member of the royal family. You are utterly useless. Frustrated by He Xiang's hesitation, Li Mama slapped her across the face. If you wish to discipline a maid, do so elsewhere. Standing here, do you intend to perform for me? Qiao Xi regarded Li Mama with the bemusement one might reserve for a jester. She was still quite fatigued and had no desire to witness more of Li Mama's theatrics. So she instructed her to take her maid away. You. Li Mama, stammering in anger, found herself at a loss for words, awkwardly standing there, pointing at Qiao Xi and repeating you over and over. What of you? I have endured your bullying for far too long, do I not have the right to speak? I never expected your temper to be so fragile. It was merely a jest, yet you are left speechless. Qiao Xi paid no mind to Li Mama's feelings. And the sight of her flustered state only amused her further. After all the torment she had suffered at their hands, it was finally her turn to reclaim her dignity. At that moment, Li Mama truly grasped that Qiao Xi had changed. She was no longer the docile figure she once was. The very nature of her demeanor today made that abundantly clear. Realizing this, Li Mama decided against further confrontation. Survival was paramount. And she could no longer afford to cling to her pride. Old servant has some matters to attend to, I shall not trouble the princess any longer. Ah. But Li Mama, do not be in such a hurry. I still have matters to resolve. Once I am finished, you may leave at your leisure. Upon hearing Li Mama's words, Qiao Xi recognized her capitulation. However, such a golden opportunity was not to be squandered. She understood all too well that if she did not thoroughly deal with Li Mama today, she would undoubtedly return to seek trouble in a few days. It was far better to eliminate the threat entirely. Wangfei, do you have any further commands? Assuming she could evade Qiao Xi by fabricating an excuse, Li Mama was caught off guard when Qiao Xi called her back just as she was about to leave. Now, Li Mama dared not ignore her as she had before. And with resignation, she turned to face Qiao Xi, smiling nervously. Miss, I have brought the scissors. As fate would have it, just as Li Mama finished speaking, Sumu appeared with the scissors and handed them to Qiao Xi. Wangfei, I was wrong, I should not have bullied you. Please spare my life. And I shall never dare to do so again. Seeing Qiao Xi holding the scissors, Li Mama was so frightened that she sank to her knees. Just the day before, Qiao Xi had attempted to take her own life with scissors. If she sought retribution now, it would spell disaster for Li Mama, who was not ready to meet her end. A wicked smile graced Qiao Xi's lips as she spoke. Li Mama, what troubles you? I am merely wielding a pair of scissors. Why do you plead for mercy? Have you come to your senses, realizing how poorly you have treated me? It was my folly not to recognize your worth, and I should not have provoked your ire. Please show mercy. To Li Mama. Qiao Xi's smile felt like a death sentence. She dared not lift her head, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing, pleading for forgiveness. Sumu. Bring over that pile of clothes Li Mama mentioned. Ignoring Li Mama's pleas, Qiao Xi turned to Sumu and issued her command. Understood. Truth be told, Sumu was uncertain of Qiao Xi's intentions, but she resolved not to interfere with her plans and simply followed her instructions. Miss, what do you intend to do with these clothes? About 15 minutes later, Sumu returned with the clothes, setting down the wooden basin while inquiring about Qiao Xi's plans. You will find out shortly. Qiao Xi did not disclose her intentions directly, opting instead for a more roundabout approach. Seeing Sumu bring in the clothes, Li Mama assumed Qiao Xi intended for her to wash them and immediately feigned eagerness. I shall wash these clothes right away, so you need not trouble yourself, Wangfei. I never asked Li Mama to wash them, do not misunderstand. As Qiao Xi bent to pick up a garment, she finally addressed Li Mama. This. Li Mama was utterly at a loss for how to respond to Qiao Xi's words, ultimately choosing silence. Chapter 6, The arrival of the prince. Just as Mama Li was bending her head, contemplating a way to extricate herself from the situation, a jarring sound pierced her ears. When she lifted her gaze, she found herself frozen in place, utterly astonished, speechless in her shock. She never anticipated that Qiao Xi would take it upon herself to cut the garments strewn across the floor. While she stood there in disbelief, Qiao Xi continued her relentless task, snipping away at the clothes drawn from the basin. Your Highness, please, no more cutting. These are the princess garments. Mama Li, regaining her senses, paled in fright, bowing her head repeatedly before Qiao Xi as she spoke. What of His Highness's clothes? The fact that they have gone unwashed from yesterday until now only proves that your prince has an abundance of clothing. If he does not require these, I shall gladly assist him by disposing of them. Upon hearing Mama Li mention that the garments belonged to Qi, Qiao Xi's fervor intensified. Her disdain for the scoundrel was palpable. Since he had delivered himself to her doorstep, she felt no remorse in being less than courteous. It is all my fault. These garments should have been washed by the servants. I, the old servant, presumptuously brought them to the princess. She pleaded, please, your highness, do not continue to cut them. I shall never again act on my own accord. Seeing no indication that Qiao Xi intended to cease her actions, Mama Li grew increasingly frantic, her bows becoming more forceful. In a short span, her forehead became bruised and swollen. Observing this scene, Sumu was rendered speechless. Her mistress had truly undergone a transformation. Disregarding all propriety and creating chaos within the prince's residence. May I retire to rest now? Qiao Xi, unfazed by Mama Li's persistent bowing, finally halted her cutting only after finishing the entire basin of clothing. She then declared her intention to sleep. Your highness, please feel free, do as you please. For no one shall impede your will. Only when Qiao Xi announced that she had completed the cutting did Mama Li cease her bows. Yet her heart remained heavy with dread. If this news reached Qi, her fate would undoubtedly worsen. Sumu, let us depart. Qiao Xi cast the scissors onto the floor, called for Sumu, and turned to leave. Once they reached the side chamber, Sumu cautiously inquired, Miss, do you still find it possible to sleep now? You foolish girl. I have been awake for quite some time, why would I sleep now? Take this opportunity, while we are undisturbed, to help me with my medicine. Qiao Xi sat down, poured herself a cup of tea, and only after drinking it did she respond to Sumu's question. Though she was prone to drowsiness, once awake, she found it impossible to return to slumber. Her earlier statement had merely been for Mama Li's benefit. Oh, understood. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Sumu quickly complied. Huayu Hall. My lord. Trouble is afoot. Less than half an hour had passed since Qi and Bai Yan returned from the Bai residence when a servant rushed in, shouting towards him. How dare you behave so rudely? Bai Yan reprimanded upon hearing the commotion. You are in the princess residence, such outbursts are wholly inappropriate. I am at fault, I beg for your forgiveness, Lord Bai. The servant, chastised by Bai Yan, promptly corrected himself, refraining from raising his voice any further. Very well, rise. What brings you to seek the prince? Bai Yan had no intention of being overly harsh with the servant, he merely wished to maintain decorum in front of Qi. Noting the servant's acknowledgement of his mistake, he refrained from further admonition. In response to your inquiry, it is about the princess, She has cut all of the princess garments in Qingyu Pavilion. The servant, recalling his purpose, hurriedly relayed the news to Qi and Bai Yan. My lord, this. Upon hearing the servant's words, Bai Yan momentarily froze, then cast a complex look at Qi. He believed Qiao Xi must have lost her sanity, otherwise, how could she have dared to cut the princess' clothing? Humph. Who would have thought this woman has grown clever, realizing that flattering me serves no purpose, and has sought other means to capture my attention. If she wishes to create such a commotion, let us go and see for ourselves. Qi, momentarily taken aback by the servant's announcement, quickly regained his composure. He understood that Qiao Xi's antics posed little threat to him. Since she reveled in theatrics, he would indulge her whims and observe her intentions. He was curious to uncover her motives. After you, my lord. Following Qi's words, Bai Yan stepped aside to allow him passage, but within, he felt an unsettling foreboding. Last night, Qiao Xi had appeared untroubled when accepting the divorce decree, a demeanor that seemed far from feigned. Yet, now that she had consented to leave the prince's residence, why would she orchestrate such a spectacle? Enough of this, I shall discover Qiao Xi's intentions upon reaching Qingyu Pavilion. Bai Yan, unaccustomed to engaging with women, could not fathom her motives, and with a resigned shake of his head, he hastened to follow Qi. Qingyu Pavilion. Miss, the prince has arrived. Just as Qiao Xi reclined on the concubine couch, resting her eyes after changing her dressings, Sumu rushed in, panic-stricken. What does he want? Have I not already received the divorce decree? Upon hearing Sumu's words, Qiao Xi sprang upright, astonished. She desired nothing more than to distance herself from Qi, ideally avoiding him for several days. Yet, to her dismay, he sought her out less than half a day later. The mere thought of it overwhelmed her. She truly wished to avoid the trouble of confronting him. However, it was too late to retreat. Qi had arrived, and she possessed no authority to refuse him. Regardless of her wishes, she must face him, for he was the prince. Very well, this residence belongs to him, he may go where he pleases. If he wishes to visit, so be it. After coming to terms with the situation, Qiao Xi disregarded whether Sumu would respond to her statement, asserting her resignation. Shall we not go out to greet the prince? Sumu cautiously probed, sensing Qiao Xi's concession. Absolutely not. He is perfectly capable of finding Qingyu Pavilion on his own. Why should I go out to welcome him? Let him come in of his own accord. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Qiao Xi resolutely dismissed the idea. She was no longer the same Qiao Xi, she would not indulge Qi's bad habits. If he truly had matters to discuss, he ought to enter and ask her directly, rather than imposing his princely airs in an attempt to compel her to greet him. Such notions were utterly absurd. The servant understands. Only after Qiao Xi had spoken did Sumu acquiesce. Her mistress showed no fear of Qi, and thus, neither did she. Having witnessed Qi's covert schemes against her mistress for some time, Sumu felt it was high time to curtail his arrogance. Chapter 7, Her Unexpected Resistant Qiao Xi. Come out at once. Originally, Qi stood outside the Qingyu Pavilion, anticipating a joyous welcome from Qiao Xi. However, to his dismay, he spent an entire incense stick's worth of time waiting without catching a glimpse of her. As a noble prince, he had never been treated with such disdain. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, leading him to storm into the Qingyu Pavilion. Upon entering, he could no longer contain his fury and began to berate Qiao Xi. Are you insane? Qiao Xi, who had been languidly reclining on the favored concubine's couch, was startled by Qi's sudden outburst, nearly tumbling off her seat. Although she had been aware of his impending arrival, she did not expect him to make such a commotion. Having already harbored grievances against Qiao Xi preferred to avoid conflict. But his loud summons unleashed her pent-up anger, prompting her to retort sharply. This. Though Sumu had recognized that Qiao Xi no longer held affection for Qi, she was taken aback by Qiao Xi's audacious response. Observing her defiance, Sumu felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. She feared Qi might retaliate and order punishment upon Qiao Xi, so she hastily composed herself and explained, Your Highness, please calm your anger. My lady is injured and unable to move, hence her absence in greeting you. Qi paid no heed to Sumu's words. After scrutinizing Qiao Xi for a prolonged moment, he abruptly grasped her chin and demanded, How did your injury heal? Your Highness is mistaken. My injury has not healed, I'm merely recuperating here, Qiao Xi replied, startled by his sudden action. She had not anticipated his approach, and after a muffled groan of pain, she responded. You dare deceive me. Qi dismissed Qiao Xi's claim, clearly noticing that her condition had markedly improved since the previous day. It was inconceivable for someone who had just received 30 lashes to recover so swiftly. As far as he knew, Qiao Xi possessed no medical skills. And there had been no reports of servants seeking a physician, raising questions about the true nature of her recovery. Have you been drinking? What have I said to deceive you? Qiao Xi realized that Qi had begun to suspect her, otherwise, he would not have inquired about her injury. Yet, it mattered little, she was Qiao Xi, and as long as she remained steadfast in her assertions, no one could touch her. You. Qi fell momentarily silent. Indeed, Qiao Xi had not uttered a single word regarding her injury, so there was no basis for his accusation. With that thought, he swallowed back the words he intended to say. I am unwell and cannot entertain you, Your Highness. It would be best if you took your leave. Having spent at least 15 minutes in the Qingyu Pavilion without addressing any significant matters, Qiao Xi's patience wore thin, leading her to issue an outright dismissal. Upon hearing her words, Qi believed he had misheard. Was this woman not the one who longed for his presence in the Qingyu Pavilion? What game was she playing now? Convinced that Qiao Xi had taken leave of her senses, he gritted his teeth and retorted, You have some nerve. This entire estate belongs to me, when did it become your place to make decisions? If you do not wish to see me, why linger in the Qingyu Pavilion? Qiao Xi rolled her eyes internally at Qi's words, thinking him somewhat dim-witted. Beyond his temper, he seemed incapable of anything else. Do not divert the subject. Tell me how your injury healed. Qi refused to waste further time and reiterated his inquiry regarding her recovery. Qiao Xi scoffed at him, saying, Whether my injury is healed or not, and how it was treated, is none of your concern. Slap. As soon as her words fell, she felt the sting of a slap across her face, taking a moment to process the sudden violence. Infuriated by the unprovoked attack, she retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at the man beside her. Although her injury flared with pain from the movement, she gritted her teeth, her frustration mounting. For she had not managed to strike Qiao Xi. Seeking death. As Qiao Xi witnessed her audacity, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated Qiao Xi would dare to strike him. With unbridled fury in his eyes, he swiftly seized her foot and squeezed with force. Ah! Qiao Xi cried out in agony, feeling as though her foot might snap under his grip, rolling on the ground in pain. Listen closely, Qiao Xi. Regardless of what madness you are enacting, from this day forth, you are to remain obediently within the Qingyu Pavilion. Should you dare to step outside this courtyard, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Qiao Xi paid no mind to Qiao Xi, writhing in pain on the floor. As he delivered this stern warning from his elevated position, Qiao Xi's face turned pale as she held back her anguish, gazing at Qiao Xi with bloodshot and tear-filled eyes. She spat, "If you have the courage, kill me. Otherwise, once I recover, I will certainly take your life." Qiao Xi dismissed her threats as mere desperate flailing. He approached her leisurely, looking down at her with a mocking expression. "Even now, you persist in your defiance? Qiao Xi, do you regret signing the divorce decree and are now attempting to play games with me? How foolish you are. I must have been blind to have once held you in esteem. I have no need for schemes. Had I not been injured, I would have vacated this wretched estate long ago." Though her body ached unbearably, Qiao Xi did not relent in her verbal assault on Qiao Xi. She managed to utter those words before losing consciousness. In the 2 days since her arrival, Qiao Xi had not enjoyed a single meal or a good night's rest and had endured inexplicable beatings and slaps. Truthfully, her endurance until now was nothing short of remarkable. Upon seeing Qiao Xi faint, Bai Yan exchanged a troubled glance with Qiao Xi before speaking. "Your Highness, should we not summon a physician for the princess? Will her ailment not heal on its own? Leave her be. Once the 3-day deadline passes, she is to be expelled immediately." Without even glancing at Qiao Xi, Qiao Xi coldly replied to Bai Yan. "But, what if she dies in the estate? Are you not concerned the emperor will summon you for questioning?" Although Bai Yan harbored a deep disdain for Qiao Xi, he was mindful that news of her dismissal had yet to spread. He wished to protect Qiao Xi's reputation from any damage caused by Qiao Xi, hence his inquiry. "I have my own methods of resolution. Keep watch over her. Do not allow her to act recklessly." Without turning back, Qiao Xi concluded his remarks to Bai Yan and exited the Qingyu Pavilion. Understood. Bai Yan cast a sympathetic glance at Qiao Xi before hastily pursuing Qiao Xi. Chapter 8, The Emergence of Green Tea. "Miss, are you alright?" After a considerable time, Sumu finally reacted as Qiao Xi had been gone for a while. She assumed that Qiao Xi had come to Qingyu Pavilion to inquire about her clothing. But she was taken aback when he suddenly clashed with Qiao Xi. Seeing Qiao Xi's pained expression, Sumu hurried over to assist her, questioning the extent of her injuries as she helped her up. "It's just a minor injury, I'm fine, so there's no need to worry," Qiao Xi reassured her. Although her ankle throbbed with pain, she was grateful for her healing space which allowed her to mend her wounds. Moreover, she was reluctant to cause Sumu further distress. So she comforted her with those words. "Let me help you sit down." Now that Sumu was aware of her mistress's medical skills, she trusted that if Qiao Xi claimed to be fine, she indeed was. Thus, she assisted Qiao Xi to a chair for her to treat herself comfortably. "All right." Qiao Xi was not one to hesitate. Given her current condition, she could hardly walk, so she readily agreed. "I'm a bit thirsty, could you fetch me some hot water?" As soon as she settled into the chair, she found an excuse to send Sumu away. For she could not risk entering her healing space in front of her maid, fearing it would frighten the girl. "Please wait, I'll go right away." Sumu immediately complied and left. Once Sumu was gone, Qiao Xi could no longer contain herself. She quickly entered her healing space to search for medicine, as her entire body ached to the point of unbearable pain. First, she retrieved an ice pack from the refrigerator and applied it to her swollen ankle. Then, she took out a pain-relieving spray from the medicine cabinet and applied it several times, massaging the area for a while until the excruciating pain subsided. "Qiao Xi, just wait. As long as I am in this royal residence, you shall not have a moment's peace." I will make sure to avenge today's grievances. Her anger boiled over as she silently cursed Qiao Xi for a good half-hour. Miss, the hot water is ready, please drink it. Just as she was still simmering with rage, Su Mu's voice rang out in her ears. Okay. After venting her frustrations about Qiao Xi, now feeling quite thirsty, reached out to accept the water from Su Mu. Su Mu, how could you be so careless? Did you not see Miss Bai arriving? Why haven't you hurried out to greet her? Before Qiao Xi could take a sip, an irate maid's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Su Mu visibly trembled and quickly ran out. This servant greets Miss Bai. You may rise. I heard that your mistress was injured. So I specifically came to check on her, a gentle voice followed. It took Qiao Xi a moment to recall who this person was, Bai Shiyu, the beloved of Qiao Xi. But what was she doing here? From the original owner's memories, their relationship did not seem to be particularly amicable. It was likely she had come to revel in Qiao Xi's misfortune, and it certainly would not bode well. Since that was the case, Qiao Xi decided to let her enjoy the spectacle. With this thought, Qiao Xi disregarded her reservations, donned her shoes, and stepped outside to the stairway, addressing Bai Shiyu directly. Has the antidote for your poison been found so quickly? You aren't injured? Bai Shiyu's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Qiao Xi standing before her, appearing entirely unharmed. Bai Shiyu had come to see Qiao Xi's humiliation after hearing rumors that she had been beaten by Qiao Xi and was bedridden. She was taken aback to find Qiao Xi standing before her, looking perfectly fine. Qiao Xi smirked internally before smiling at Bai Shiyu. The prince is quite concerned for me and sent the finest imperial physician to treat my injuries. Is it possible that such significant news was not conveyed to Miss Bai? Qiao Xi, don't be delusional. How could the prince possibly have feelings for someone like you? You are probably in excruciating pain right now, pretending to be fine. As soon as Qiao Xi finished speaking, a maid standing behind Bai Shiyu mocked her derisively. Qiao Xi turned her gaze past Bai Shiyu to see it was her sister. Bai Shirhan. Shirhan, mind your words. Regardless of the situation, she is still a princess. Bai Shiyu feigned anger, although she was secretly pleased, unable to show it in front of others. Oh. So you do acknowledge that I am a princess? Then why did you not pay your respects upon seeing me? Qiao Xi seized the opportunity to turn Bai Shiyu's words back on her, curious to see if she could handle the implications of her own statements. Bai Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Qiao Xi known for her reticence? In the past, when she had disparaged Qiao Xi, the latter had never retaliated. What was happening today? Not only Bai Shiyu, but even Bai Shirhan found Qiao Xi's newfound boldness astonishing. Had she suddenly changed her temperament? What is this? Are you unable to even stand by your own words? Seeing Bai Shiyu's reaction, Qiao Xi smirked inwardly. It seemed Bai Shiyu was not as clever as she appeared. Unable to respond effectively. It was a mystery to Qiao Xi why Qiao Xi was enamored with her. Qiao Xi. Who do you think you are to demand my sister show you respect? With Bai Shiyu stunned into silence, Bai Shirhan could no longer contain herself and began to scold Qiao Xi. Slap. Qiao Xi ignored Bai Shirhan's tirade and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to her face. You dare strike me? Bai Shirhan was taken aback, covering her face in disbelief as she stared at Qiao Xi. I struck you, indeed. You failed to pay respects to the princess and even insulted me. If I do not teach you a lesson, others might think me an easy target. As she spoke, Qiao Xi cast a few pointed glances toward Bai Shiyu, hoping she would take the hint. Do not flatter yourself. What princess? Everyone knows the prince despises you the most. Why are you putting on such a show? Despite having received a slap, Bai Shirhan's mockery did not cease. Did your parents not teach you the decorum expected in the royal residence? If not, allow me to assist you in recalling it. Bai Shirhan, undeterred, commanded. Seize her and give her 20 lashes as punishment. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with coldness as she issued her own command against Bai Shiyu. Chapter 9, Bai Shirhan's plea for mercy. How dare you? If the prince finds out, he certainly will not spare you. Bai Shirhan believed Qiao Xi was merely attempting to intimidate her, for Qiao Xi harbored affections for her elder sister. And she felt assured that Qiao Xi would not dare to act decisively. Do you see if I dare? Qiao Xi, having endured a day of grievances at the hands of Qiao Xi, found herself in a position to exact some retribution upon Bai Shirhan. After uttering her words, She waited in vain for the servants to respond. A cold huff escaped her lips, perhaps it was time to deal with the servants of the Wangfu as well. I have yet to witness a princess who cannot even command her own servants. You truly have opened my eyes. Observing the absence of any attendants, Bai Shihan regained her confidence. She was well aware of Qiao Xi's circumstances within the Wangfu and felt no fear towards her. Shut your mouth. Speak again, and I shall smash your face. Qiao Xi's temper flared as Bai Shihan continued to provoke her. With her hand raised, she prepared to strike Bai Shihan. Fearing another blow, Bai Shihan quickly fell silent at the sight of Qiao Xi's stance. Are you all dead? Why do you not hurry over here? Once Bai Shihan ceased her chatter, Qiao Xi began to call for the servants. Greetings, my lady. A few attendants hurried over at the sound of Qiao Xi's voice, bowing respectfully. Did you hear what I just said? Qiao Xi, disinterested in lengthy exchanges, preferred to get straight to the point. We did not quite hear, my lady. Amongst the 4 or 5 kneeling individuals, only one dared to respond. You did not hear? Then I shall repeat myself. Bai Shihan has insulted the princess, and I order you to take her away and administer 20 lashes. Upon learning that Qiao Xi intended for them to strike Bai Shihan, the servants froze in place, speechless. Who in this household was unaware of the prince's affection for Bai Shiyu? Bai Shihan was her sister, who would dare lay a hand on her, thereby opposing the prince? What? My words carry no weight? Should you fail to act, I shall bestow those 20 lashes upon you. As the servants remained unmoving, Qiao Xi's patience wore thin, and she issued a stern command. We obey. The servants, perceiving that Qiao Xi was not jesting, hurriedly complied. It was true that the prince favored Bai Shiyu. Yet if they openly defied Qiao Xi's command, their future in the Wangfu would be grim. After all, Bai Shiyu had yet to marry into the Wangfu. It was wiser to heed Qiao Xi's orders. Receiving lashes was preferable to inflicting them upon another. And they were not foolish enough to offend Qiao Xi over a mere Bai Shihan. Seeing the servants approach, Bai Shihan panicked and shouted. My father is the Minister of Revenue, how dare you touch me? Do you believe I cannot have you killed by my father? Those words were best saved for when you can return to the Bai household alive. Seize her. Qiao Xi had resolved to teach Bai Shiyu and her ilk a proper lesson, dismissing Bai Shihan's pleas as irrelevant. Shihan did not mean it. Please spare her, my lady. She will not dare to behave this way again. Bai Shiyu, realizing Qiao Xi's sternness, hastily interjected. Surprised by Qiao Xi's newfound assertiveness and her ability to leverage her status as princess. Whether she recognized her fault was for her to admit. Your plea on her behalf is meaningless. Qiao Xi regarded Bai Shiyu with a cold scoff before speaking. This woman is rather amusing. She instigated the entire affair but has chosen to watch from the sidelines. Now that the situation has spiraled out of control, she suddenly wishes to play the role of a savior. Bai Shiyu, feigning concern for Bai Shihan, urged. Shihan, quickly apologize to the princess. Admit your fault. Perhaps she will soften and forgive you. You. Bai Shihan stared at Bai Shiyu in disbelief, as if seeing a stranger. What did this mean? It was her sister who had incited the quarrel with Qiao Xi, yet now she was being urged to apologize. Shihan, if you wish to avoid punishment, admit your error swiftly, it is merely an apology. The princess is magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Bai Shiyu persisted, seemingly oblivious to Bai Shihan's expression, as she continued to urge her sister to concede. Princess, I understand my mistake. I shall never again fail to pay my respects in your presence. Please forgive me this once, as I am but a child and did not understand. Bai Shihan, fuming, realized she had no time to argue with Bai Shiyu. If she did not speak, those 20 lashes would soon be her fate. Rather than endure punishment, she chose to lower her head and apologize. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. She vowed that she would not let this matter rest easily. Upon returning to the Bai household, she would inform her father and see whether Qiao Xi would continue to act so arrogantly. Remember your words, should you act so again? I shall not show you mercy. Qiao Xi's ultimate aim was not Bai Shihan, she had no desire to waste time on her, so she readily forgave her. The young lady expressed gratitude on behalf of her sister, thanking the princess for her leniency. Do not be hasty in your gratitude, we have yet to resolve our affairs. Qiao Xi, thoroughly annoyed by Bai Shiyu's insincerity, swiftly interrupted her. The real spectacle was still to come. What do you mean by that? Initially believing that Qiao Xi's forgiveness of Bai Shihan signaled the end of the matter, Bai Shiyu was taken aback by this unexpected remark. Having hardly spoken to Qiao Xi that day, she wondered what unresolved business there could be. What do I mean? I wish to ask you, what esteemed status do you possess that exempts you from paying your respects to me? Qiao Xi did not answer Bai Shiyu's question but instead pressed her for an explanation. Bai Shiyu, who had always been the one to interrogate Qiao Xi, found herself at a loss for words under Qiao Xi's relentless questioning. Chapter 10, Bai Shiyu faces adversity. What? Did you not hear the words of this princess? Why are you not paying your respects? Seeing Bai Shiyu standing motionless, Qiao Xi urged her again. Bai Shiyu's expression shifted slightly, and she cast an uneasy glance at Bai Shihan, who pretended not to notice and turned her face away. Having recently suffered a setback, she had no intention of standing up for Bai Shiyu at this moment. Today, I have truly witnessed the rules of the Bai family. Sumu, emboldened by witnessing Qiao Xi discipline both Mama Li and Bai Shihan, seized the opportunity to mock Bai Shiyu for her reluctance to bow. The master is speaking. Who are you, a mere servant, to interject? A foolish princess raises equally foolish maids. Today, I'll take pity on you and teach this ignorant wretch a lesson. Bai Shiyu dismissed Sumu entirely, and without hesitation, she raised her hand to slap Sumu across the face. Startled, Sumu barely had time to react before Bai Shiyu's hand connected with her cheek. Observing Sumu being struck, Qiao Xi stepped forward swiftly, grasping Bai Shiyu's hand that was poised to withdraw. What do you think you are doing? How dare you lay a hand on those beside me? Bai Shiyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated Qiao Xi's speed. Frowning, she struggled against Qiao Xi's grip, only to find her strength formidable. Despite her best efforts, she could not break free. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and help me. In desperation, Bai Shiyu called out to Bai Shihan behind her. Bai Shihan glanced at Qiao Xi and replied, no matter what, Qiao Xi is now a princess. While the prince may favor you, you should not belittle her like this. With a look of scorn, Bai Shiyu retorted, what princess? If it weren't for her pitiable state, the prince would have long since cast her aside. How could such a foolish person possibly deserve the title of princess? You, a base-born girl, dare to speak such words against our princess. Upon hearing Bai Shiyu's remarks, Sumu's face turned a shade of green, and without a moment's thought, she raised her hand and slapped Bai Shiyu again. How dare you strike me? Bai Shiyu fumed, attempting to wriggle free from Qiao Xi's grasp, but to her dismay, Qiao Xi's hold remained unyielding. Qiao Xi smirked, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she addressed Sumu. Does that slap satisfy your ire? Bai Shiyu had frequently conspired against Qiao Xi's maid. And now, witnessing the perfect opportunity, Sumu resolutely shook her head. Not at all. I would gladly tear her mouth apart so the prince can see her true ugly nature. Raising an eyebrow, Qiao Xi encouraged, then continue to strike her until you are satisfied. Let us see who dares to intervene. With that, she cast a pointed glance at the nearby servants. The servants, initially poised to report to Chu Qi, halted in their tracks upon hearing Qiao Xi's words. Unwilling to provoke such a formidable princess, Bai Shiyu's face drained of color as she glared at Qiao Xi. How dare you? I am the second young lady of the Bai family, and you allow a lowly maid to strike me. Qiao Xi, who gave you the audacity to treat me this way? Are you not afraid the prince will take your life? Be silent. Do you truly think I fear Chu Qi? I simply chose not to engage with you previously, but your provocations have grown unbearable. You have repeatedly incited Chu Qi against me. This princess is not as easily bullied as you think. Today, I will take this opportunity to teach you a lesson and show you my might. Sumu, strike her. Qiao Xi did not allow Bai Shiyu a chance to retort, directly commanding her. Slap. Infuriated, Sumu raised her hand once more, delivering a fierce blow to Bai Shiyu's face, one far more forceful than the last. Blood trickled from the corner of Bai Shiyu's mouth. Qiao Xi, are you mad? You allow a servant so low as to be dirt to strike me repeatedly? You dare to humiliate me. If you have the guts, let go of me, and I will smash your face. At that moment, Bai Shiyu's true nature emerged, her teeth clenched as she glared at Sumu, the insults growing increasingly vile. Bai Shirhan had never witnessed such a sight of Bai Shiyu and looked on anxiously. Second sister, Qiao Xi is still a princess. Perhaps you should soften your stance and stop this. Qiao Xi paid no mind to the two sisters, glancing at the injured Bai Shiyu before turning to Sumu. So. How does that feel? Satisfied? Sumu shook her right hand, grinning at Qiao Xi. Very much so. Good. Qiao Xi's eyes flickered. And with a simple word, she released Bai Shiyu's wrist. Relieved, Bai Shiyu retaliated with a slap aimed at Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi, you wretched girl, die. However. Before her hand could reach its destination, an elderly but sprightly man burst in from outside, the housekeeper of the Wang family. Upon seeing Bai Shiyu, he immediately announced, Miss Bai. The prince has arrived. Hearing the housekeeper's words, Bai Shiyu instantly donned a pitiful expression. Prince, you have finally come. Before she could finish, her body began to sway backward. Alarmed, Chu-Chi rushed over from a distance, quickly catching Bai Shiyu before she could fall. His gaze turned menacing as he glared at Qiao Xi. What have you done to Bai Shiyu, you wicked woman? Casting a cold glance at him, Qiao Xi replied. She insulted me first and struck my maid afterward. I merely taught her a small lesson. Do not listen to the princess's lies. I did not do any of those things, nor did I strike Sumu. Bai Shiyu proclaimed, then threw herself into Chu-Chi's embrace, bursting into tears. Do not fear, my dear. I will certainly seek justice for you. Chu-Chi comforted, reaching to wipe her tears. Upon noticing the finger marks on Bai Shiyu's face, Chu-Chi's expression shifted ominously as he fixed a fierce glare on Qiao Xi. Bring me my whip. Hearing his command, Qiao Xi immediately retorted. She was the one who instigated this, yet you twist the truth. Chu-Chi, are you blind? You only know how to protect her. With anger boiling in his eyes, Chu-Chi shot back, how dare you speak to me like that? And why should I not? You fail to discern character, treating a venomous person as a treasure. Neglecting to protect your wife while only causing her harm. You are unworthy of being human. Qiao Xi found herself at a loss for words. As a prince, he displayed not a shred of judgment, he believed every word Bai Shiyu uttered. Chapter 11, Is she excessive? As Chu-Chi was about to retort against Qiao Xi, a servant entered with his whip, interrupting his intent. Upon receiving the whip, Chu-Chi raised it and swung it, producing a sound that sliced through the air, startling Qiao Xi. However, she felt no pain. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the whip had only struck the ground, leaving a deep mark, showcasing his formidable internal strength. Had that whip truly connected with her, it could have taken her life. Bai Shiyu, observing from the side, felt an uncontrollable thrill and pride. She was certain that Chu-Chi harbored feelings for her, it was merely unfortunate that the whip did not land on Qiao Xi. Sumu, terrified, knelt down, pleading. Please spare my young lady, your highness. It is all the servant's fault, it was I who struck Miss Bai, and my lady had no part in it. If you must punish someone, let it be me. Sumu, rise. There is no need to plead for him. Even if I perish, I will not beg for mercy. Qiao Xi found an unexpected courage as she coldly stared at Chu-Chi, a mocking smile gracing her lips. What is so amusing? Chu-Chi could no longer tolerate Qiao Xi's demeanor and inquired. Qiao Xi shot him a disdainful glance. I laugh at my own blindness for having ever admired a person like you. Had I known you were so easily swayed, I would never have consented to marry into the esteemed Wangfu. I am ashamed of my own foolishness. Is that so? Chu-Chi stepped closer, one hand gripping the whip, the other pinching Qiao Xi's face, forcing her to meet his gaze. Despite the painful grip, Qiao Xi refused to yield. Her eyes brimming with defiance, if you wish to kill me, then do so. What is the point of this pointless chatter? Enraged by her words, Chu-Chi tightened his grip, his eyes blazing with fury. Do you truly wish for death? If I say I do not want to die, will you spare me? Should you truly spare me, how will you justify that to your beloved? Qiao Xi felt a pang of indignation for the original owner of this body. She could not fathom what qualities such a man possessed that the original could love him for so long, it was sheer foolishness. A man like him. She would rather die than endure. You have harmed Shiyu. I will not let you off lightly. Chu-Chi declared coldly, suddenly raising the whip and striking it across Qiao Xi's back. After provoking him repeatedly today, he deemed it necessary to teach her a lesson, otherwise she would never learn. Still recovering from previous injuries, Qiao Xi collapsed as blood spilled from her mouth upon receiving the blow. Sumu rushed forward. Embracing her, "I beg you, your highness, spare the princess. Her body cannot endure this. If you seek to vent your anger, then strike me instead. Step aside. Or I will strike you too." Qi threatened, preparing to lash out again. Sumu, boldly extending her hand to intercept the whip, was flung aside by Qi's powerful swing, knocking over an oil lamp in the process. In that moment of darkness, Qiao Xi swiftly retrieved a silver needle from her sleeve and plunged it into Qi's arm. He grunted in pain, swatting her away with such force that she collided with the bedpost. "Princess!" Hearing the commotion, Sumu scrambled to her feet, frantic and weeping as she searched for the fallen oil lamp, terrified of what might happen if Qiao Xi were to be killed. Qi's expression darkened profoundly as he glanced at the silver needle embedded in his arm, perplexedly looking at Qiao Xi. "Vile woman, what have you done to me?" "Nothing of great import. I merely wished for you to be a bit quieter." Seizing the moment while Qi was weakened, Qiao Xi easily freed herself from his grasp and sat up to answer his question. Bai Shiyu, fearful of harming Qi, hesitated to remove the needle, and reluctantly assisted him to a nearby chair. Even now, Qi could not comprehend how Qiao Xi's injuries had been treated. After sitting, he squinted at her. "Are you truly Qiao Xi?" At his words, Qiao Xi remained unperturbed, gazing at him with indifference. "Of course I am Qiao Xi, the one who would do anything for you. However, I no longer harbor any feelings for you. Since you cannot even spare me a glance, what do I have to lose? I intend for you to experience the suffering I endured, otherwise, I would be failing myself." Hearing this, Qi was momentarily taken aback. He could not discern the truth in her words, but he recognized that Qiao Xi no longer loved him. The once bright-eyed girl who lit up at his presence was now filled with nothing but coldness and bitterness. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed such a transformation could occur. Anyone can utter harsh words. "In the Wangfu, your life and death are at my command. I order you to apologize to Shiyu now, or I will kill you this instant." Despite his astonishment, Qi did not forget his cherished Bai Shiyu and insisted that Qiao Xi apologize to her. "Apologize to her? Only if I am dead." The mere mention of Bai Shiyu's name ignited Qiao Xi's fury. Qi, in his foolishness, was absurdly demanding an apology. Such a notion was laughable. "Someone, seize Qiao Xi. She is behaving erratically and injuring others in the Wangfu. Punish her with 20 lashes. Should there be a next time, I will not be lenient." Unexpectedly, as soon as Qi finished speaking, he began to lose control and topple, narrowly being caught by Bai Yan before he hit the ground. At that moment, the servants, having heard Qi's command, entered, ready to subdue Qiao Xi for punishment. "I am the princess. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Take one more step, and I shall make you regret it," Qiao Xi declared fiercely. The original owner may have been weak, but that did not mean Qiao Xi, would follow suit. As a modern individual, she understood the importance of taking action. She would not allow herself to be victimized. These people were merely dogs under Qi's command. She had no fear of them and would strike as she pleased. Bai Shiyu, seeing Qi faint, seized Qiao Xi's wrist and commanded sternly, "Qiao Xi, do not go too far. Quickly bring the prince the antidote. What are you to demand anything from me? Do not forget, had it not been for you, the prince would not have needed this needle at all." With that, Qiao Xi forcefully pushed Bai Shiyu away and turned to leave with Sumu. Chapter 12, Seeking Qiao Xi for Antidote. Stop. You there, halt. No matter how Bai Shiyu shouted behind Qiao Xi did not look back, proceeding straight to her chamber. First, let us assist the prince back, she thought. Ignoring her, Bai Shiyu, lacking any medical knowledge, reluctantly instructed Bai Yan to carry Qi to Huayu Hall. Understood. Bai Yan concurred, believing it more prudent to first return Qi before seeking a physician. In the chamber, Sumu inquired softly, "Miss, why do you constantly oppose the prince? Are you not afraid that upon returning to the Qiao family, the prince may swiftly wed Miss Bayer?" Although she held no affection for Qi, Sumu felt compelled to consider her mistress's future. After all, the news of his divorce had yet to spread. Perhaps Qi might relent and change his mind. "What nonsense are you spouting? I do not love him." Whoever he wishes to marry is of no concern to me. Why should I squander my time and energy to curry favor with him? Qiao Xi replied, somewhat exasperated. She had long explained her stance on Qi to Sumu. How could the girl still question her? Did she truly intend to endure a lifetime of torment alongside a man like Qi? Absolutely not. She would rather face the scorn of society as a divorced woman than become entangled with someone like him. In the past, while Qiao Xi had been weak and easily bullied, she still possessed a semblance of kindness. Yet, what use was kindness if it rendered her powerless against oppression? Such benevolence would merely be a source of ridicule in the eyes of others, and she refused to live her life in such a manner. Mississippi. You may have irrevocably offended the prince and the minister's residence this time. What will you do if they seek revenge? Sumu asked anxiously. Let them come. Am I to fear them as a princess? Do not worry, night has fallen, we should rest. Qiao Xi was unaware of when the minister would arrive, nor whether Qi could be cured. Even if he were to come seeking trouble, she felt no fear. If she could poison Qi once, she could do so again, and again. Very well. Hearing Qiao Xi's words, Sumu momentarily set aside her worries, preparing to rest. In Huayu Hall, Your Highness. Your Highness. After bringing Qi back, Bai Yan hurriedly summoned Dr. Zhao from the palace. Upon removing the silver needles from Qi arm, Dr. Zhao conducted an examination but reported that he had never encountered such symptoms. We shall wait half an hour more. If the prince does not awaken, I shall consider other remedies. 2 hours had already passed, and there were still no signs of Qi regaining consciousness. This left Bai Yan frantic, kneeling at Qi's bedside and calling out to him. It must be that wretched Qiao Xi's doing. I will confront her and demand she antidote the prince. Seeing Qi lying unresponsive, Bai Shiyu could no longer restrain herself, declaring her intent to settle the score with Qiao Xi and compel her to cure the prince. The prince requires Miss Bai's presence. It would be more appropriate for you to stay and care for him. Let me handle the matter with Qiao Xi. Bai Yan interjected urgently, fearing for Bai Shiyu's safety now that Qiao Xi had changed so drastically. If the prince awoke to find Bai Shiyu had sought out Qiao Xi, he would undoubtedly be enraged. It was safer for him to go. Very well, I shall remain to care for the prince. I appreciate your willingness to run an errand. Bai Yan. Having just suffered a setback at Qiao Xi's hands, Bai Shiyu was hesitant to confront her again without a plan. This declaration was merely for Bai Yan's ears, ensuring that when Qi awakened, there would be a witness to her genuine intentions for the prince. Understood. Bai Yan did not argue further, acknowledging her words before departing. At Qingyu Pavilion, crash. The lamps within had all been extinguished. Thinking of her prince suffering while Qiao Xi slumbered peacefully, Bai Yan, incensed, kicked open the door to the hall. Which lunatic is awake at this hour, disturbing my dreams? Startled from her slumber by the sudden noise, Qiao Xi hastily donned her outer robe and unleashed a torrent of curses at the intruder. What have you done to the prince? Bai Yan, unfazed, drew his sword, its tip aimed menacingly at her throat, as though poised to strike. What have you done to the prince? If you kill me, your prince shall not survive the morrow. Qiao Xi was unafraid of Bai Yan. She pushed against the blade, disliking the sensation of being threatened. Bai Yan's eyes narrowed, his voice sharp. What have you done to the prince? Before you left, I merely wished for him to rest quietly. Return to your post. I assure you, I will return a whole and unharmed prince by morning. However, if you continue to pressure me, I cannot guarantee what I might do. If it comes to it, we shall all perish together. I am indifferent to the outcome. Feeling fatigued, Qiao Xi refused to waste further time explaining herself. After conveying her message, she turned and retreated to her chamber. Bai Yan, astonished, pondered her words before calling out to her retreating figure, you must understand that if anything happens to the prince, I will ensure you and the entire pharmacist's residence pay the price. Then why not kill me now? As she reached the door, Qiao Xi responded nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. You. Bai Yan was taken aback by her audacity, realizing she had reached a point of recklessness. Though he felt the weight of Qi's life in her hands, he dared not act rashly. With a huff, he departed from Qingyu Pavilion. Sumu, startled by Bai Yan's actions, rushed to Qiao Xi. Miss, are you not afraid he may truly harm you? He would not dare. For the sake of his prince, He would not easily dispose of me. If that were the case, Qi would be better off dead. As she spoke, Qiao Xi approached her bed, having prepared herself for any eventuality. Miss, what is going on? Sumu was baffled by Qiao Xi's behavior yet could not contain her curiosity. It is nothing. That needle was not the crux of the matter. I took advantage of Qi's inattention to poison him, that is why he remains in a deep slumber. Now. It is well past the hour, we should rest. With that, Qiao Xi lay down, disregarding Sumu's further inquiries. Chapter 13, The Intent to Kill Qiao Xi the following morning, by Yan. Upon waking in Huayu Hall, Qi felt a slight dizziness, but he paid it no mind. After recalling the events of the previous day, his expression darkened as he prepared to confront Qiao Xi. However, the moment he stood up, he discovered he was utterly powerless. Collapsing to the ground with a thud. Anger and shock flooded his mind as he pondered why he felt so weak. It was evident he was in a most embarrassing predicament, yet he could not remain still in such a state, so he called for help. In response to his call, Bai Yan rushed in at great speed. Upon seeing Qi's face pressed against the ground, he was taken aback, quickly moving to assist him onto the imperial concubine's couch. Go to Qingyu Pavilion and kill that wretched Qiao Xi. Qi felt utterly humiliated, and as soon as he was seated, he shouted at Bai Yan to proceed to Qingyu Pavilion. How is this? Does what I say no longer hold weight? Seeing Bai Yan standing motionless, Qi's anger intensified, and he glared at Bai Yan, demanding an explanation. It would be a pity for Qiao Xi to die, but Dr. Zhao visited the palace yesterday and mentioned he had never encountered symptoms like yours. I fear that if we kill Qiao Xi, there will be no one to cure you. Bai Yan hesitated to voice his concern, but the sight of Qi's fury compelled him to speak. I refuse to believe that in this world, amidst so many, no one can decipher the poison that wretched woman has inflicted upon me. Go and eliminate her. Qi, nearly spitting blood from his rage, could not fathom that Qiao Xi possessed the ability to administer such poison, continuing to demand Bai Yan carry out his orders. Bai Yan replied awkwardly, Your Highness, please reconsider. Dr. Zhao urged us to find a way to obtain the antidote from Qiao Xi swiftly, warning that this poison, if it lingers within you, will cause significant harm to your health. Wretched woman. Enraged, Qi smashed a nearby cup, however, due to his weakness, it merely rolled a few times before settling on the ground, unbroken. He bellowed, Lu Huan. Upon Lu Huan's arrival, he exclaimed, Your Highness, you must not let your anger consume you. Gradually calming down, Qi spoke in a low voice, Bring that wretched Qiao Xi to me, I have questions for her. Understood. Noting his lord's distress, Lu Huan promptly left to fulfill the command. Qingyu Pavilion. Miss, are you not worried that the prince might come looking for you? It's already morning, and we have no idea if he has awakened. Sumu expressed her concern while assisting Qiao Xi with her morning wash. Qiao Xi scoffed, Fear not, Qi is currently preoccupied with his own ailments. He won't have time to seek me out. Given the prince's rigorous training, could it be that the medicine you administered is ineffective? What if he comes charging in to kill you? After hearing Qiao Xi's words, Sumu grew increasingly anxious. Qiao Xi replied, If I lacked absolute confidence, I would not have poisoned him. Spare me your needless worries. She wished to avoid further explanations to Sumu and abruptly ended the conversation. As Sumu pondered how to respond, Lu Huan suddenly entered, stating, The prince has summoned you. Qiao Xi furrowed her brows, searching through the original owner's memories before recalling that the man before her was Qi's personal shadow guard, Lu Huan. I'm too busy, I shall not go. Although Lu Huan spoke far more courteously than Bai Yan, his stern demeanor left Qiao Xi feeling less than pleased. Moreover, given that Qi had just been poisoned by her, he was likely fuming, and she had no intention of provoking him, so she promptly refused. The prince requests your presence at Huayu Hall. Lu Huan frowned and reiterated. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow and smirked, I've already stated that I will not go. Lu Huan, growing increasingly impatient, glared at Qiao Xi and warned, If you persist in your defiance, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, he lunged at her with his sword. Qiao Xi deftly evaded, thinking to herself, So eager, are we? Indeed, one can see the reflection of their master in their servants. You would do well to comply. Lu Huan, taken aback by her swift evasion, regained his composure and struck again. However, Qiao Xi seemed to anticipate his intentions. and before he could act, she swiftly produced a few silver needles from her sleeve, immobilizing him in an instant. Since you are so insistent on me meeting your esteemed prince, I shall reluctantly make the trip to Huayu Hall. I shall entertain you upon my return, she said, patting Lu Huan's face before turning and strutting off toward Qiao Xi, eager to witness his humiliation, seizing the opportunity that had presented itself. In the main hall of Huayu Hall, Qiao Xi sat regally in the principal seat, his eyes filled with malice, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yet, his feeble legs betrayed his weakness. Do you not bow before me? Upon seeing Qiao Xi, Qiao Xi could hardly contain his desire to kill her. But as he required her antidote, he suppressed his fury, merely taunting her. Qiao Xi replied with a smile, why should I bow to you? The many servants in your palace do not bow to me, and now you come to demand it? Are you jesting, Qiao Xi? Hearing this, Qiao Xi's expression shifted slightly. And Bai Yan behind him exchanged an awkward glance with Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi paid them no heed and waved her hand dismissively, speak plainly, I shan't waste time here. Provide me with the antidote. Qiao Xi sneered, have you lost your senses? You are the one seeking my assistance. You cannot expect me to comply simply because you bark orders. Do not harbor such delusions. At her words, Qiao Xi's simmering anger reignited, and he glared at her, stating, do not refuse my hospitality. My request for the antidote is a sign of respect. You need not respect me, better to seek another for the antidote. I have matters to attend to at Qingyu Pavilion and shall take my leave. With the initiative now in Qiao Xi's hands, she felt no need to hold back. Ah. If you are willing to provide me with the antidote, name your conditions, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Qiao Xi, wishing to eliminate Qiao Xi yet bound by necessity, reluctantly suppressed his anger, attempting to negotiate for the antidote. 200 taels of gold. Originally, she had aimed merely to subdue Qiao Xi's arrogance and secure a few peaceful days. To her surprise, Qiao Xi, fearing for his health, was now willing to negotiate for the antidote. Qiao Xi, aware of the considerable value of gold in modern times, surmised that it must be equally precious in this less technologically advanced era. Additionally, with the deadline approaching, she needed funds for her and Su Mu's departure from the palace to seek their fortune. Thus, she boldly stated her demand. One would be a fool not to seize such a lucrative opportunity. Chapter 14, Deception and Warfare. Have you lost your mind? Bai Yan exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he heard the sum of gold that Qiao Xi had audaciously requested from Prince Qiao Xi. This woman must be utterly deranged, daring to demand 200 taels of gold outright. Did she possess any understanding of the magnitude of 200 taels? In ancient times, 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, roughly translating to 2,000 RMB in contemporary currency. The 200 taels she sought from Qiao Xi amounted to an astonishing 400,000 yuan in modern terms. No wonder Bai Yan was so astounded. Do you believe your prince's life is more valuable than gold? Weigh your options. Of course, the prince's life is invaluable, Bai Yan replied without a second thought, aligning with Qiao Xi's sentiment. What more is there to discuss? Fetch the money. Time was of the essence for Qiao Xi, who was preoccupied with strategizing how to utilize this substantial sum effectively, speaking in a most direct manner. You. Bai Yan was left speechless, frustratedly waving his hand before departing to procure the gold. Throughout this exchange, Qiao Xi remained silent, his keen gaze fixed on Qiao Xi as if he were unfamiliar with the woman before him. The former Qiao Xi had been dim-witted and timid, lacking any medical knowledge. What had caused such a transformation? How had she managed to cure herself and learn to wield poison overnight? This is the gold you requested. Once you cure the prince of his affliction, it is yours. Bai Yan sincerely cared for Qiao Xi, and within a mere 10 minutes, he returned to Huayu Hall with the 200 taels of gold that Qiao Xi had demanded. Wow! Upon hearing Bai Yan's voice, Qiao Xi instinctively looked in his direction, and her eyes widened in disbelief. It was her first encounter with such a vast amount of gold, and no wonder she was taken aback. Stop staring, and hurry to cure the prince. Bai Yan was exasperated by Qiao Xi's reaction. She bore the unmistakable look of someone dazzled by wealth. Reminiscent of the foolish Qiao Xi from before, perhaps he had overestimated her change. Clearing her throat, Qiao Xi reluctantly tore her gaze away from the gold in Bai Yan's hands and offered a teacup to Qiao Xi. Drink this. Qiao Xi lifted his gaze, skepticism etched on his face. Is it really that simple? Will you drink or not? Qiao Xi was consumed by thoughts of the 200 taels of gold. Lacking the patience to explain further, she simply wished for him to consume the antidote and allow her to depart with the money. Chu Qi, feeling weak and drained, had neither the strength nor the energy to argue. Reluctantly, he accepted the teacup from her. As he drank the antidote, Qiao Xi turned to seize the gold from Bai Yan's grasp, only for Bai Yan to retreat a step, leaving her empty-handed. You poisoned our prince. It is a miracle he hasn't taken your life already, and you still dare to covet his money. Bai Yan, having fought alongside Chu Qi in numerous battles, understood the principle of deception in warfare all too well. He could not allow Qiao Xi to easily profit from this situation. At this juncture, Qiao Xi comprehended the implications but remained unfazed. With a nonchalant toss of her hands, she tilted her head and smiled at Bai Yan. What do you think, will your prince survive until tomorrow? Bai Yan stared at her in disbelief, finally managing to utter, poisonous woman. Do you truly believe me foolish? You are not the only one familiar with the art of deception. If you are wise, hand over the gold, and I will ensure your prince's safety. My lord, this. Bai Yan was at a loss, ultimately turning to seek Chu Qi's counsel. Give it to her. Even Chu Qi was taken aback by Qiao Xi's cunning, and he reluctantly acquiesced. Had you acted thus from the outset, your lord would have suffered far less, Qiao Xi remarked cheerfully as she accepted the gold before departing. My lord, how do you feel? Once Qiao Xi had left, Bai Yan anxiously inquired about Chu Qi's condition, fearing that Qiao Xi might have administered another poison. For now, I feel no ill effects, you may rest assured, Chu Qi confirmed, genuinely feeling no discomfort. He surmised that Qiao Xi's primary motive was to reclaim the 200 taels of gold, prompting her to speak so boldly to Bai Yan. It's merely money. I am certain the prince does not hold it in high regard. Why not give it to her? My lord has hardly eaten today. I shall procure some food for you, Bai Yan suggested, believing that once Chu Qi regained his strength, he would feel hunger. Chu Qi nodded in silent agreement. At Qingyu Pavilion. Su Mu, come out. We have money. Upon returning to Qingyu Pavilion, Qiao Xi joyfully called for Su Mu. The young girl had yet to truly enjoy any luxuries while in her company, but now that Qiao Xi had acquired wealth, it was time for Su Mu to indulge as well. Miss, where did you obtain such a fortune? Su Mu rushed out of the room, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the gold-laden tray in Qiao Xi's hands. I cured Prince Chu Qi's poison, he bestowed this upon me. Qiao Xi was straightforward, revealing the truth to Su Mu. Impossible. The prince did not hold you accountable for poisoning him, yet he rewards you with gold? Such a large sum? Su Mu was incredulous, bombarding Qiao Xi with questions. Qiao Xi dismissed her concerns. His physician could not cure the poison. He feared for his life, which is why he summoned me to provide the antidote. But once he fully recovers, he will surely come after you for retribution. What shall we do then? Su Mu's worry deepened at Qiao Xi's words. What are you afraid of? By the time he fully recovers, we will have left the palace. If he seeks trouble, I shall simply eliminate him. Surviving in this foreign world was no simple task. Though Qiao Xi was unaware of what lay beyond the palace walls, she understood the importance of preparation. Chu Qi was the first person she would need to be wary of after their departure, and should it come to that, she would not hesitate to end his life. But he is a prince. Enough. Do not dwell on that now, we have money. We can buy whatever we desire. Come, let me take you shopping for clothes. Having finally acquired 200 taels of gold, Qiao Xi was determined not to be bogged down by concerns, swiftly interrupting Su Mu's anxieties and insisting on a shopping spree. In truth, it was not only Su Mu who needed new garments, Qiao Xi herself required a transformation. All her previous belongings had been seized by that wretched Li Mama. Before she dealt with Li Mama, she intended to revamp her own appearance. Chapter 15, Money Can Make Ghosts Turn the Mill in the Carriage, Su Mu. Do you know where the finest tailor shop in the capital is? Qiao Xi had come to a profound understanding of the saying money can make ghosts turn the mill. Those servants in the Wang residence who had previously disregarded her suddenly became obedient upon learning she possessed 200 taels of gold. Consequently, Qiao Xi effortlessly procured a carriage. My lady, the garments there are extraordinarily expensive. Although we have money now, we shouldn't spend it recklessly. We can simply purchase a few pieces. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's inquiry, Sumu immediately grew anxious. She had heard others mention the Hanyan Pavilion, where even a single hairpin was sold for 50 taels, let alone the finished garments. Do not be anxious, we can go take a look first, whether we buy or not is yet to be determined. Sensing Sumu's concern about finances, Qiao Xi reassured her with the suggestion to merely browse. Oh, very well. I shall take you there, my lady. Sumu sighed in relief and then proceeded to lead Qiao Xi to the Hanyan Pavilion. Here we are, my lady. The carriage traveled swiftly. And it wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of the Hanyan Pavilion, where Sumu pointed out the sign. Let us enter. After Qiao Xi alighted from the carriage and glanced at the grand entrance, she stepped inside. Wow, my lady, the clothes here are exquisite. Initially worried that Qiao Xi might squander money, Sumu found herself entranced by the beautiful garments as they entered the pavilion. The layout of Hanyan Pavilion was meticulously designed, vibrant garments were displayed at the back, while the more subdued colors adorned the front, creating a splendid sense of hierarchy. The arrangement of the clothing seemed to have been carefully considered, with short tops placed high for easy viewing, and long skirts positioned below for customers to admire the styles. One must commend the proprietor for being astute in business. Not only had they employed numerous elegantly proportioned maidens, but they also dressed them in the shop's attire, offering a more immediate impression of the clothing. No wonder the shop prospered so greatly. My lady, look. This garment's color suits you perfectly. When Sumu spotted an ice blue, gold-threaded, white-patterned dress, she felt it was ideal for Qiao Xi and called her over. Not far from Sumu, Qiao Xi turned her head to glance and agreed that the dress indeed seemed fitting. I'll go try it on. However, just as Qiao Xi reached for the dress, it unexpectedly vanished from her sight. This. Sumu was astonished. How could someone be so brazen as to snatch clothing in broad daylight? Logically, those who could afford to shop at Hanyan Pavilion would not belong to lowly stations, making the actions of the maidservant utterly uncouth. What are you staring at? The clothes here are available for everyone to try on. I have it, so naturally. I shall try it first. To their surprise, the woman who had seized the garment spoke first, her tone laced with disdain. Whose daughter is this? How audacious. Indeed, it was that maid who first claimed the dress. How could she simply take it? In my view, she is not merely arrogant, she is utterly uncultured. There were already numerous patrons within Hanyan Pavilion, but Qiao Xi, dressed plainly, had gone unnoticed upon her entrance. However, the commotion between Sumu and the woman drew many curious glances, some even engaging in hushed discussions. Sumu, unfazed by the onlookers, argued. That dress was clearly taken by me first. If anyone should try it on, it is my lady. You claim it was yours first? Then why do you stand empty-handed now? The woman exhibited no sense of shame, instead, she looked at Sumu with a haughty expression. You. How can you be so rude? What kind of lady behaves like you? It's utterly disgraceful. Sumu was not one to back down easily and continued to argue with the woman. Slap. Just as Sumu was halfway through her retort, the woman stepped forward and struck her across the face. You. The woman's audacity was staggering, and Sumu was taken aback, momentarily stunned. The woman glared provocatively at Sumu. Keep talking. Why have you gone silent? Just look at yourself, how dare you meddle in my affairs? Seeing Sumu struck, Qiao Xi's eyes narrowed coldly, and she swiftly kicked the woman. Are you all right, my lady? The maidservant beside the woman hurried over to assist her after witnessing Qiao Xi's attack. Once the woman regained her footing, she viciously commanded her attendant, seize her. With that order, the menacing attendants surged toward Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi glared at them, step closer, and I shall take your life. To her surprise, the attendants halted at her words. They had just witnessed their lady being struck. This woman seemed formidable, and they feared for their lives. Useless fools. The woman cursed at her paralyzed followers before charging at Qiao Xi herself. Qiao Xi swiftly seized her arm and twisted it behind her back, causing the woman to scream in pain. You wretched girl, release me. She realized she had underestimated Qiao Xi, never anticipating encountering someone so formidable today. Do you dare to challenge me? Speak another word, and you shall regret it. Qiao Xi sneered, increasing the pressure on the woman's arm, nearly dislocating it. Ah. The pain intensified, and the woman finally ceased her insults, fearful that Qiao Xi might break her arm. "Does your face still ache?" Once the woman was silent, Qiao Xi turned to Sumu. Having subdued the woman, Sumu wished to avoid escalating the situation further, saying, "I am fine, my lady, do not worry. Apologize to her on your knees." The woman, hearing this, bared her teeth in anger. "My father is the Prime Minister. Who is she to command me to kneel and apologize? This is a mere fantasy." As her words fell, the atmosphere grew tense. It turned out she was the daughter of the Prime Minister, which explained her arrogance. "Do you wish to court disaster?" Responding to her, Qiao Xi delivered a sharp slap across the woman's face. Chapter 16, the troublemaker Qiao Xi. Wang Yao initially intended to leverage her status to intimidate Qiao Xi. Yet she was taken aback when Qiao Xi remained utterly unfazed. The pain radiating from her arm compelled her to humbly bow her head to Qiao Xi in a desperate bid for survival. With a grim expression, Wang Yao stammered, "No. That's not it. Can't I just apologize? Mississippi. She is the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, we should leave." Upon hearing Wang Yao's words, Sumu hurriedly reached out to pull Qiao Xi away, urging her to depart swiftly. Qiao Xi, disliking Sumu's cowardly demeanor, stood her ground and retorted, "Why should I leave? She was the one who struck first, shouldn't she be the one to apologize? Miss, I advise you to reconsider. The Minister of Personnel is not someone we can afford to offend." "Let us go," Sumu insisted, clearly frightened. "Now that you are scared, let me go quickly, or you shall face dire consequences." Wang Yao, noticing Sumu's fear, momentarily forgot her own predicament and felt a surge of confidence. As the princess consort of the Duke of Gongding, would I fear a mere Minister of Personnel? Qiao Xi's assertion held truth. Having dared to poison the cold-faced Prince Chu Qi, how could she possibly fear someone of lesser rank? However, before she could finish her thought, Wang Yao scoffed. "Are you daft with fear? Who doesn't he know that Qiao Xi is treated worse than the servants at the Duke's residence? The prince has never even looked at her. You think that can intimidate me?" The onlookers surrounding Qiao Xi found the situation equally amusing. Was she truly so foolish as to use her title as a means of intimidation against a member of the Wang family? It seemed she had truly lost her mind. Everyone knew the prince had never regarded her as anything of consequence, and she had not even set foot outside the Duke's residence in over a year. Indeed, an insignificant person such as she could hardly afford to shop at Hanyan Pavilion. Having offended the minister's daughter, she likely wouldn't survive the day. Listening to the surrounding gossip, Qiao Xi felt a wave of frustration. The original owner's reputation for weakness was notorious in the capital. She wondered what sin she had committed to find herself in such a predicament. Bang! Qiao Xi, disdainful of explaining herself to these people, refused to waste time listening to their chatter. She kicked up a stick from the ground, caught it deftly in her hand, and hurled it towards the plaque of Hanyan Pavilion. After a series of swift motions, silence enveloped the area. "If you wish to apologize, do it quickly. I have no time to waste here," Qiao Xi urged Wang Yao. "I shouldn't have taken your clothes, nor should I have struck your maid. I beg for Miss Su's magnanimity, please forgive me." Wang Yao seethed with resentment, yet found herself at a disadvantage. Compelled to comply with whatever Qiao Xi demanded. "I have already apologized, let us leave, Mississippi." Sumu felt an overwhelming awkwardness, after all. She was merely a maid. What right did she have to demand an apology from the minister's daughter? Seeing that Wang Yao had apologized, she hastily urged Qiao Xi to leave. "Why the rush? I haven't finished browsing this shop." Qiao Xi genuinely admired the garments at Hanyan Pavilion and wanted to purchase a few more items before departing, thus she declined Sumu's insistence. Mississippi. Sumu was increasingly anxious. Matters at the Duke's residence were still unresolved, and now they had entangled themselves with the Minister of Personnel. Did her mistress not feel any fear? "Are you still trying on those clothes?" Seemingly oblivious to Sumu's anxiety, Qiao Xi placed the ice blue, gold-threaded, white-patterned skirt in front of Wang Yao and inquired. Having just been struck, Wang Yao dared not accept anything from Qiao Xi. Trembling, she replied, "No, no. I want to try it on. If the princess consort likes it, please take it." Qiao Xi cast Wang Yao a disdainful glance, paid for her items, and left Hanyan Pavilion. What a spectacle! She had barely stepped out of the residence before causing trouble. After Qiao Xi's departure, Lu Huan and Bai Yan, who had been secretly following her, finally appeared. Let her deal with her own mess, it has nothing to do with our prince. We are merely here to observe. Lu Huan remarked, not anticipating that Qiao Xi would have the audacity to confront him, feeling insulted and eager to see her humiliated. You are right. If she dares to create trouble, she should possess the ability to resolve it. The Minister of Personnel is not easily trifled with, she will get what she deserves. Bai Yan, recalling Qiao Xi's earlier threats against his prince, felt a sense of displeasure. Let us not concern ourselves with her. The prince is waiting for us at the residence. We should leave. Lu Huan and Bai Yan, fueled by their disdain for Qiao Xi, departed Hanyan Pavilion. Wary of the consequences of too rash an action, especially regarding the prince's health. At the Duke of Gongding's residence, the prince inquired. What trouble has that vixen stirred up now? In response to the prince's query, Bai Yan reported, Miss Qiao Xi, accompanied by her maid, caused a ruckus at Hanyan Pavilion and clashed with the minister's daughter, Wang Yao. Lu Huan tended to summarize succinctly, encapsulating Qiao Xi's actions since leaving the residence in just a few sentences. Upon hearing this, Chu Qi scoffed, she truly cannot remain idle for a moment. With the 3-day deadline fast approaching, I shall see if she possesses the capability to handle the Minister of Personnel when she leaves the residence tomorrow. There is no need for concern, my prince, soon she shall no longer be associated with our residence. If she does not perish at the hands of the minister, I will ensure she is brought back for punishment. Bai Yan's animosity towards Qiao Xi was evident. He would not dare to voice such threats in front of the prince unless he was utterly infuriated. At Qingyu Pavilion, Qiao Xi instructed Su Mu. Please summon old Madame Li, I have matters to discuss with her. After leaving Hanyan Pavilion, Qiao Xi and Su Mu dined at the finest restaurant in the capital before returning to the residence. She had previously mentioned seeking revenge against old Madame Li, and now seemed the opportune moment to carry out her intentions. Understood. Su Mu was puzzled. Old Madame Li had not dared to show her face at Qingyu Pavilion for several days. Why was Qiao Xi seeking her out now? However, she refrained from questioning and went to the side room. The door was unlocked, merely ajar. Upon arriving at the side room, Su Mu overheard old Madame Li in a fit of rage. Rather than intrude, she waited outside, hoping to glean the details of the situation. It turned out that the one being scolded was He Xiang. Today, He Xiang had been attending to old Madame Li's foot bath. In her eagerness, she brought the foot water without testing the temperature, it was too hot. Without inquiry, old Madame Li plunged her foot into the basin. And the moment her foot made contact with the water, she leaped up in shock, kicking over the basin and starting to berate He Xiang. Chapter 17, Where has the dowry gone? Are you trying to scald me? The maid, He Xiang, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she explained to old Madame Li, I made a mistake in my haste to prepare hot water for you, forgetting to check the temperature. I apologize for scalding you, and I promise to be more careful in the future. Old Madame Li, initially not overly angry, suddenly recalled that He Xiang had previously refused her request to discipline Qiao Xi. Feeling that He Xiang was defying her authority, she became more agitated, scolding her harshly and even striking her several times. At that moment, Su Mu entered, witnessing the scene unfold. Memories of her own mistreatment by old Madame Li and Qiao Xi flooded back, and unable to bear He Xiang's suffering, she called out to old Madame Li, Hey! Oh! It's you, Su Mu. What brings you here? Old Madame Li, still fuming from her experiences with Qiao Xi, responded with a sarcastic tone. My young mistress wishes to speak with you, old Madame Li, may I inquire if you have the time? Su Mu remained unfazed by old Madame Li's demeanor, focusing solely on delivering her mistress's message. Given Qiao Xi's recent behavior in the palace, Su Mu believed that old Madame Li would not dare refuse her summons. Wait a moment, I'll come after I finish up, old Madame Li replied curtly, knowing she could not afford to provoke Qiao Xi further. Afterward, she ignored Su Mu, who patiently stood by, observing old Madame Li's flurry of activity. In the Qingyu Pavilion, Su Mu announced, Mistress, old Madame Li has arrived. After waiting a while in the side room, she had brought old Madame Li to the pavilion. Old servant pays her respects to the princess. Despite her considerable dissatisfaction, old Madame Li was aware of Qiao Xi's current status and dared not offend her, thus greeting her with courtesy. Oh, old Madame Li. This is your first time paying respects to me, isn't it? Qiao Xi reclined on the imperial couch, her head supported by her hand, teasingly addressing old Madame Li. I was foolish before, I hope the princess can forgive me. I shall serve you diligently from now on. Old Madame Li nearly bowed her head to the ground, hurriedly prostrating herself upon hearing Qiao Xi's words. That is good to hear. I have a few inquiries for you, old Madame Li. Would you be willing to provide me with answers? Of course, princess. Please feel free to ask, I will not conceal anything from you. Seeing that Qiao Xi was not as domineering as before, old Madame Li felt a slight relief. Qiao Xi smiled warmly at old Madame Li and inquired. I recall bringing a substantial dowry when I first arrived at the palace, yet now it seems to have vanished. Do you know where it has gone? Old Madame Li stood in shock, unable to comprehend that Qiao Xi summoned her to inquire about the dowry's whereabouts. She had thought Qiao Xi had long since let go of past grievances. Why are you silent? Qiao Xi's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on old Madame Li. Your Highness, with all due respect, a significant portion of your dowry has been pawned. And a small part has been given as rewards to the servants in the manor. Other than that, there is nothing else, old Madame Li replied, her voice trembling. The phrase people die for wealth, just as birds perish for food perfectly describes old Madame Li. Even after being reprimanded by Qiao Xi, her resolve regarding money remained steadfast. Seeing old Madame Li's unrepentant demeanor, Qiao Xi decided against feigning kindness any longer and confronted her directly. I should have brought 2,000 taels of silver to the palace, along with various jewels. These ought to sustain me for over a decade. Yet, I have only been in the palace for a year. Where have all my belongings gone? Speak plainly, where are my silver and jewels? Your Highness, you have always been generous to us, and the rewards you have given were plentiful. That is why the money has been spent so quickly, old Madame Li replied, believing Qiao Xi had forgotten about the silver. Having already squandered much of the silver she acquired from Qiao Xi, and having pawned the jewelry, she knew that if Qiao Xi demanded repayment, she could not possibly produce such an amount. Furthermore, a large sum had been given to Qiao Xi of the Liuli Pavilion, a fact she dared not mention to either Shen or Qiao Xi. With a swift motion, Qiao Xi struck old Madame Li. Your Highness, what are you doing? Old Madame Li was taken aback, having thought her explanations flawless, only to be met with Qiao Xi's wrath. Speak the truth, what have you done with my dowry? Qiao Xi pressed her, ignoring old Madame Li's protests. I cannot recall clearly. Old Madame Li stammered, unable to utter Qiao Xi's name, opting instead to endure the confrontation. Qiao Xi narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing within them as she stared intently at old Madame Li. You cannot remember? Let me help you recall. With that, she struck again. Old Madame Li had shown no mercy when she bullied the former owner of Qiao Xi's body. There had been no hint of compassion. In fact, when Qiao Xi had just arrived, old Madame Li had even urged her to die. Now that an opportunity had arisen, Qiao Xi would not let it slip away easily. Please, Your Highness, stop. I remember now. I remember. Old Madame Li cried out, bowing her head and begging for mercy. Speak. I confess. I sent your silver and dowry to Miss Shen at the Liuli Pavilion. Qiao Xi had no recollection of this person and demanded. Who is she? She is the most favored by the prince, aside from Bai Yan and Lu Huan. The prince has entrusted the Liuli Pavilion to her. And I merely sought to remain in the palace by currying favor with her using your belongings. Old Madame Li trembled as she revealed Qiao Xi's background. So, you used my possessions to flatter a mistress of the prince? Qiao Xi's anger flared, and she kicked old Madame Li in the stomach. What sort of nonsense is this? What kind of mind could conceive such a scheme? Chapter 18, Settling Accounts with Qiao. Old servant knows her mistake. I beseech the princess for mercy. I shall promptly return the silver I took from the princess. Li Mama, trembling with fear, quickly begged for forgiveness, promising to return the silver she had previously taken from Qiao Xi. If I do not see the silver by noon tomorrow, beware of your life. With that final ultimatum, Qiao Xi dismissed her. Yes, I understand. After uttering those words, Li Mama hurriedly scurried out of Qingyu Pavilion. Su Mu, prepare my attire. I must go out. As soon as Li Mama left, Qiao Xi called for Su Mu. Night is long and dreams are many. Qiao Xi disliked procrastination and decided to seek out Qiao at Liuli Pavilion. Ah? It's already the hour of high, miss, what do you intend to do at this late hour? Sumu looked perplexed, posing this question. Of course. I'm going to Liuli Pavilion to demand my dowry back from that wretched Xinjiahe. But she is the princess person. Are you not afraid of the prince's wrath? Is it truly wise to go? Moreover, this matter has lingered for quite some time. Even if you confront Miss Shin, you may not retrieve what is rightfully yours. It's too late, you ought not to venture out. What if you encounter danger? We have enough money. Do not let your anger over trivial matters consume you. As soon as Qiao Xi finished speaking, Sumu rattled off a multitude of reasons, primarily expressing her desire to deter Qiao Xi from confronting Xinjiahe. She had heard Li Mama's words. With Chu Qi entrusting the management of Liuli Pavilion to Xinjiahe, Sumu feared Qiao Xi would suffer misfortune. She is merely a woman who relies on men. Why should I fear her? If she dares to take what is mine, she must be prepared to face the consequences. Enough of this chatter, prepare my attire. Qiao Xi was resolute, she was determined to visit Liuli Pavilion and confront Xinjiahe. Yes. Seeing Qiao Xi's determination, Sumu dared not voice her objections and hurriedly began to prepare her attire. Miss, are you truly going to Liuli Pavilion to find Miss Shin? Not long after. Having completed Qiao Xi's makeup, Sumu watched as Qiao Xi prepared to depart, unable to restrain herself from asking once more. Is there any doubt? It's getting late, you should rest. I shall return shortly. With those words, Qiao Xi left Qingyu Pavilion without looking back. After exiting the estate of the Duke of Gongding, Qiao Xi inquired along the way and eventually located Liuli Pavilion. Standing before its doors, she inhaled deeply, then strode in with confidence. Where is Xinjiahe? Bring her out to meet me. Upon pushing open the door, Qiao Xi shouted. The patrons inside Liuli Pavilion, who had been selecting items, turned their heads in unison at the commotion. Is this woman not a bit too bold? Who does she think she is? Does she not know that Liuli Pavilion is owned by Prince Chu Qi? How dare she cause a ruckus here? What are you? Xinjiahe is not someone you can simply demand to see. As the commotion escalated, the guards of Liuli Pavilion swiftly surrounded Qiao Xi. Enough of your nonsense. I have come to settle accounts with that wretched Xinjiahe, summon her at once. Otherwise, I shall dismantle this Liuli Pavilion. Qiao Xi's gaze gleamed with intensity. Humph. You may be young, but your bravado is rather excessive. Begone, or do not blame me for being unkind. The guard dismissed her without a second thought, beginning to usher her out. Ouch. As the guard's words fell, Qiao Xi retaliated with a swift kick. Seeing one of her subordinates attacked, the matron of Liuli Pavilion, Yu Lan, emerged, twisting her body and demanding, who gave you the audacity to cause trouble here? If you wish to live, leave at once. Qiao Xi smirked, lifting her chin in contempt as she regarded Yu Lan. I refuse to leave, what can you do to me? Seize this audacious girl. Yu Lan frowned, having never encountered someone so eager for trouble. With a command, she ordered the guards to capture Qiao Xi. Come at me if you dare. Qiao Xi coldly scoffed, raising her hand to reveal a silver needle clenched within, aiming it directly at Yu Lan. She understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Clink. The silver needle did not strike Yu Lan but was deftly swatted aside by another. May I inquire how my Liuli Pavilion has offended you, young lady? Xinjiahe emerged slowly from behind the gauzy curtain, holding the needle between her fingers. Qiao Xi scrutinized the woman before her, and after a moment, she inquired. You are Xinjiahe? Xinjiahe's brow furrowed, her eyes flashing with brilliance as she replied with a charming smile, I have never met you, when did I offend you? The servants in your household are untrustworthy, having stolen my belongings and claimed to give them to you. I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Xinjiahe paused, recalling the items Li Mama had delivered to her, and looked at Qiao Xi with surprise. You are Qiao Xi? Not entirely foolish. I am the legitimate princess of Chu Qi. If you are wise, you will return what belongs to me at once. As her words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers were incredulous. The infamous weak and foolish princess had caused a commotion within her own husband's Liuli Pavilion. Could she truly be the rumored inept princess? She did not appear so. Everyone in the capital knew that Liuli Pavilion belonged to the third prince. Who would have thought that his own consort would come here to stir trouble? What if she did come? Xinjiahe had been favored by the prince for quite some time, Qiao Xi's confrontation was nothing short of self-humiliation. Do you believe the prince will side with Xinjiahe or that inept princess? Though the murmurs around them were hushed, every word reached the ears of both Qiao Xi and Xinjiahe. Most patrons of Liuli Pavilion were well aware of Xinjiahe's relationship with Chu Qi, naturally leaning towards her. Qiao Xi, however, was unfazed by their opinions. Her purpose for coming to Liuli Pavilion was clear: to reclaim her dowry. What if I choose not to comply with the princess's wishes? Xinjiahe regarded Qiao Xi with arrogance, a smug expression on her face. Her rule had always been to keep what came into her possession, no matter whose it was. Once it was in her hands, it would never return. You are truly unashamed. I have never encountered someone so brazen. Qiao Xi's anger ignited at Xinjiahe's words. She despised others touching her belongings and found Xinjiahe's audacity intolerable. It seemed that only by teaching her a lesson would she understand her own limitations. Today, whether she lived or died, she would confront Xinjiahe. If you do not return my belongings, I shall destroy your Liuli Pavilion. With that, Qiao Xi overturned a nearby table and hurled it towards Xinjiahe. You. Xinjiahe had not anticipated Qiao Xi's sudden aggression, and fury flared in her eyes. Chapter 19, What does it amount to? Who do you think you are? Daring to take my things, do you wish to court death? Qiao Xi retorted fiercely, showing no leniency towards Xinjiahe. Observing the fury in Qiao Xi's eyes, Xinjiahe suddenly composed herself and smugly declared, those items were bestowed upon me by the prince. I did not steal them, so why should I refrain from taking them? He awarded you? What gives him the right to grant my possessions to you? The mere mention of Chu Qi ignited Qiao Xi's fury. Then you ought to inquire with the prince, Xinjiahe replied, her demeanor nonchalant as she regarded Qiao Xi with a mocking smile. Am I able to question him? Those items are part of my dowry. What authority does he possess to dispose of them? I have come here today to retrieve what is rightfully mine, yet you refuse to return it. Who gave you the audacity, Chu Qi? Xinjiahe smirked disdainfully. You are correct, it is the prince who has emboldened me. What can you do about it? Clenching her fists, Qiao Xi suppressed her rising anger and stared daggers at Xinjiahe, contemplating her next move. Having managed the Liuli Pavilion for several years, it was clear that Xinjiahe had some degree of prowess. The very fact that Xinjiahe could brazenly provoke her in front of so many witnesses indicated the depth of their relationship. Or else she would not dare to be so brazen. Moreover, they were in the Liuli Pavilion, a place swarming with Xinjiahe's supporters, making a direct confrontation a risky endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Xi raised her gaze and smiled. Well then, since I am here, I cannot leave empty-handed. Tell me, how can I obtain those items? With an ink wash fan in hand, Xinjiahe pretended to fan herself as she settled onto a nearby couch. If only the princess had been more sensible from the start, we would not have reached this impasse. To be frank, I have taken quite a liking to your jewelry, and I fear I cannot return it to you. How about this? I will offer you a price for those ornaments, and you may take the silver with you. With that, Xinjiahe tossed a banknote for 500 taels to the ground, where it fluttered and landed at Qiao Xi's feet. Qiao Xi's eyes blazed with an uncontrollable fury as she glared at the note, akin to an enraged lion. How dare you? I thought that by being patient and negotiating with you, you would have the sense to return my belongings. Instead, you overreach, assuming I fear you? You wish to see how long I can endure? I would rather destroy everything than submit to you. With this thought, Qiao Xi swiftly pivoted, kicking a nearby stool towards Xinjiahe while deftly launching 3 silver needles in her direction. Seeing Qiao Xi's swift movements, Xinjiahe leapt onto the couch to evade the stool, but she could not escape the silver needles. Ah! She had underestimated the situation. The needles struck true, sealing her acupoints and rendering her immobile. Struggling, Xinjiahe managed to ask, with so many witnesses present, do you intend to murder me to silence me? Do you think you are worthy of my hand in such matters? If I were to kill you, I would not fear soiling my hands. If you are wise, you will quickly instruct your lackeys to return my possessions. Perhaps in my good graces, I might release you from your paralysis. You. Xinjiahe frowned at Qiao Xi's words. You have 1 incense stick's time to deliberate, otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is unparalleled. I would not dare confront you without certainty of my victory, so your time is limited, make your decision. Qiao Xi shot a disdainful glance at Xinjiahe, her voice laced with mockery. Feeling her body stiffening and her mind growing foggy, Xinjiahe was never one to cower before death. However, today, Qiao Xi had cornered her into a precarious position. Everyone in the Liuli Pavilion knew her allegiance to Chu Qi. If she were to concede to Qiao Xi now, she would be the subject of mockery. Thus, she could not afford to show weakness. No. Xinjiahe resolutely refused. Qiao Xi was taken aback. This mistress possessed a backbone? It seemed that without imparting a lesson, she would never learn the true nature of consequences. Stop. As Qiao Xi raised her hand to strike Xinjiahe, a voice called out from outside. Turning instinctively towards the sound, Qiao Xi froze upon seeing Chu Qi's face. He had been poisoned. Should he not be recuperating in the palace? Why was he here at the Liuli Pavilion? Before Qiao Xi could gather her thoughts, Bai Yan stormed into the pavilion with a group of guards, swiftly clearing out the guests. Ignoring Qiao Xi entirely, Chu Qi approached Xinjiahe and placed a hand on her back, forcibly expelling the silver needles. Xinjiahe collapsed into his embrace. Qiao Xi was momentarily stunned, staring at Chu Qi in disbelief. She had meticulously calculated the force and angle of her needles, ensuring precision, yet he had effortlessly removed them with a mere touch. Previously, she had dismissed him as merely a hot-headed prince, but she now realized his capabilities were far more profound than she had anticipated. I was unaware you possessed such skills with silver needles, Chu Qi remarked, turning to speak with Xinjiahe once he saw her regain her composure. There are many things you do not know, she replied, a hint of triumph in her tone as she cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Xi. Not worth mentioning? Qiao Xi could hardly contain her fury. This wretched woman dared to belittle her? How could anyone endure such affront? Chapter 20, Inversion of Truth. You wretched woman. How dare you dismiss my silver needles as insignificant? If you have the audacity, come and fight me. If I don't beat you to the point that even your father wouldn't recognize you, I shall not be called Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi rolled up her sleeves and pointed an accusing finger at Xinjiahe. What has provoked the princess' ire? I assure you, I mean no harm. I merely wish to alleviate the prince's concerns. For the sake of his grace, I shall overlook the previous matters. To Qiao Xi's astonishment, Xinjiahe pretended to be innocent in front of Chu Qi, making it seem as though Qiao Xi was nothing but a shrew. Enraged by Xinjiahe's words, Qiao Xi erupted, "What are you pretending for? What do you mean by not wanting to stoop to my level? Had I known you were such a creature, I would have slain you on the spot and set ablaze this wretched Liuli Pavilion." The more furious Qiao Xi became, the more pleased Xinjiahe felt. This was the reaction she sought. Who doesn't favor a gentle and charming woman in this world? Qiao Xi, fierce and lacking in intellect. Was no wonder that Chu Qi never regarded her with any seriousness. As Qiao Xi continued her tirade, Chu Qi felt exasperated, realizing he could not converse with her. He turned to Xinjiahe and inquired, "What brings her to the Liuli Pavilion?" In response to the prince's inquiry, Li Mama mentioned that she and I get along well. Lacking children of my own, I gifted her some jewelry and silver, claiming it was all my savings. I insisted she accept it. Xinjiahe elaborated. I felt it would be unkind to refuse an elderly woman like Li Mama, so I reluctantly accepted the gifts. However, today, the princess accuses me of taking those ornaments from her, insisting I return them. I truly do not believe Li Mama is capable of deceit. Which is why I did not return them to the princess, not anticipating she would cause such a scene at the Liuli Pavilion. What you say is utter nonsense. Before Chu Qi could respond, Qiao Xi interrupted, casting a helpless glance at her, pondering if she had lost her sanity. How could one from a noble lineage speak so coarsely? It was utterly bewildering. Qiao Xi paid no heed to Chu Qi's thoughts and confronted Xinjiahe directly. Your tongue is certainly not in vain. By your words, am I to understand that I have wronged you? Pray tell, where has my dowry vanished to? Xinjiahe chuckled. The princess possesses a keen sense of humor. Naturally, you should inquire with your personal maid about your dowry. How would I know? Huh. Upon hearing Xinjiahe's words, Qiao Xi was so incensed that she laughed in disbelief. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered anyone so shameless, distorting the truth and then accusing her of theft. Truly remarkable. Compared to Xinjiahe, Bai Shiyu's tricks were utterly trivial. She wasn't even worthy of carrying Xinjiahe's shoes. Qiao Xi's patience waned completely, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Xinjiahe. Do not overestimate your worth. Those ornaments are my dowry, brought from my family when I wedded Chu Qi. You. Who cannot even be called a concubine, dare to covet what belongs to me? Return my belongings at once. Shinjiahe refused, impossible. Since those items have entered the Liuli pavilion, they shall never leave, that is the rule of the pavilion. This wretched rule is one I cannot abide. Today, I shall take back what is rightfully mine. Qiao Xi's temper flared, her desire to shred Shinjiahe's tongue grew stronger. Eager to see if she would dare speak further nonsense. Whether deemed a shrew or a fierce woman, if Shinjiahe was not dealt with, she would remain ignorant of her own peril. Suppressing her rage, Qiao Xi approached Chu Qi with a smile, taking advantage of Shinjiahe's unguarded moment. And prepared to slap her across the face. I shall strike you down, shameless wretch. Yet, before her hand could land, Chu Qi grasped her wrist. Have you had your fill of chaos? He questioned in a low voice. Qiao Xi frowned deeply. Which of your eyes sees me causing chaos? Are you truly blind? Ignoring Qiao Xi, Chu Qi commanded, the Liuli pavilion is not a place for you, return home at once. We shall settle this matter later. Indeed. I advise you to heed the prince's words and remain in the estate, lest you embarrass yourself further. Shinjiahe reveled in Chu Qi's reprimand of Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi shot Shinjiahe a deadly glare before turning back to Chu Qi. Return to the prince's estate? You wish to settle accounts, do you not? Then let us address this matter now. Pray tell, where shall we begin? With that, she defiantly lounged on a nearby chair, crossing her legs. White Yen. Escort her back to the estate. Chu Qi had debts to settle with Qiao Xi, but not here, not in front of Shinjiahe, so he instructed White Yen accordingly. Understood. White Yen found Qiao Xi's behavior shameful and complied with Chu Qi's command, gesturing for her to follow. Fuming, Qiao Xi resolved to avenge this grievance. There was no way she could continue like this. As she contemplated her next steps, she lowered her head and feigned calmness. But just as everyone thought she was ready to concede, she charged at Shinjiahe without warning, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Wretched woman! How dare you take what belongs to me? You must truly be tired of living. I shall end you, you shameless creature, for distorting the truth, for stealing from others. For coveting another's husband, die. With that, she kicked Shinjiahe, sending her sprawling to the ground, and mounted her, raining blows upon her while snatching the hairpin from her head. Shinjiahe was utterly unprepared for Qiao Xi's sudden attack. By the time she reacted, she was already at a disadvantage, screaming and struggling to fend off the onslaught. Chu Qi stood in shock for a moment, and when he finally moved to separate them, Shinjiahe's face was already swollen, her hair disheveled, presenting a pitiful sight. Release me! You scoundrel, Chu Qi, let me go. I will not cease until I have vanquished her. Chu Qi grasped Qiao Xi, lifting her off Shinjiahe. Yet she continued to resist, kicking and shouting in his arms. Enough. No matter how much Qiao Xi squirmed, Chu Qi remained unyielding, simply instructing her to cease her antics. I will cause a ruckus until that wretched woman returns my belongings. I shall leave immediately. Qiao Xi insisted, brandishing the hairpin she had taken from Shinjiahe before Chu Qi's eyes. Seeing Qiao Xi's face, flushed with anger, Chu Qi found her unexpectedly endearing. And his fury diminished considerably. With patience, he said to her, return home first. I shall not depart. Unless she returns what is mine today, I refuse to leave. Qiao Xi stood her ground. Chapter 21, to have Qiao Xi attend to his meal in Daqing, no one had ever dared to defy Chu Qi. Qiao Xi was the first. He found her utterly prickly. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Seeing Qiao Xi's resolve, Chu Qi grew incensed and barked at her. No. Either make that hussy return my belongings, or hold your tongue. As my husband, you not only fail to assist me but also dare to berate me in front of that wench, Shinjiahe. Why should I heed you? Release me. Once I retrieve my possessions, I shall depart immediately, not lingering here for even a second, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Shinjiahe. If you know what's good for you, return my things, otherwise, I'll harass you daily, ensuring you can't open your doors for business. I'm penniless now, possessing nothing. Let's see who can outlast whom. Incensed by Chu Qi's outburst, Qiao Xi retorted without reservation and then began to clamor at Shinjiahe. You are insufferable. At this moment, Shinjiahe was utterly disheveled. Propped up by a maid, her hair a mess, she glared at Qiao Xi in fury. For decades, she had managed the glazed pavilion for Chu Qi, always the one to bring others to heel, never expecting to be reviled by this fool, Qiao Xi. She vowed to avenge this affront. Inufferable? So what? Come, let's fight. Though held in Chu Chi's arms, Qiao Xi's spirit remained undiminished. Gazing at Qiao Xi in Chu Chi's embrace, jealousy seethed within Shen Jiahe. How could this be? Did Chu Chi not despise Qiao Xi? Why was he still holding her? No, she must make Chu Chi realize that she was the best, that someone as coarse as Qiao Xi was unworthy of him. Shen Jiahe taunted Qiao Xi, "What kind of woman are you, resorting to violence at every turn?" "You motherf," Qiao Xi was about to curse Shen Jiahe when Chu Chi suddenly intervened, striking her unconscious with a palm. "I shall take her back first. You tidy up the glazed pavilion and reopen it when you find the time." Unsure of what to say to Shen Jiahe, Chu Chi uttered these words and turned to leave. After knocking Qiao Xi unconscious, Chu Chi carried her back to the azure jade pavilion. In the dim light, Chu Chi stood before Qiao Xi's bed, studying her features, listening to her breathing, and unconsciously sat on the edge of the bed. She was indeed Qiao Xi, but her temperament had undergone a sudden, drastic change. Chu Chi couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Qiao Xi truly was. Was her previous meekness all an act? But it didn't seem so. "Shen Jiahe, hurry and return my things." Just as Chu Chi was lost in thought, Qiao Xi suddenly turned over, kicking Chu Chi and muttering in her sleep. It seemed that recovering her possessions had become an obsession, even in her dreams. This woman was truly courting death. Seeing Qiao Xi's foot on his leg, Chu Chi muttered a curse and stood up with a look of disdain before leaving the azure jade pavilion. "Your Highness, what exactly is going on with Qiao Xi?" Seeing Chu Chi close the door to the azure jade pavilion, Bai Yan leaned in and whispered. "I'm not entirely sure myself. I'll question her thoroughly when she awakens tomorrow." Chu Chi had no way to explain Qiao Xi's transformation, so he replied to Bai Yan in this manner. "Understood." Hearing Chu Chi's words, Bai Yan remained silent. He realized that Qiao Xi had changed significantly and decided to await the prince's investigation. The next day, at noon, in the Splendor Feather Hall. "Greetings, Your Highness." Bai Shiyu had timed her arrival perfectly, coming to the palace as soon as Chu Chi finished his morning duties. "Rise." Seeing Bai Shiyu, Chu Chi's face immediately lit up with a smile. "Are you feeling better?" Chu Chi inquired about her condition after Bai Shiyu was seated. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, I am much improved." Hearing Chu Chi ask about her health, Bai Shiyu was overjoyed. She had deliberately come to the palace today to remind Chu Chi about Qiao Xi's assault, hoping he would punish Qiao Xi in his anger. That's good. In the future, try to avoid the azure jade pavilion, lest Qiao Xi's madness causes you harm. Hearing Bai Shiyu say she was better, Chu Chi cautioned her. After yesterday's events, he knew that Qiao Xi was a spoiled and unreasonable person, and he said this to prevent any conflict between Bai Shiyu and her. Bai Shiyu smiled and looked up at Chu Chi, saying, "I shall remember Your Highness's words." Chu Chi gave a soft acknowledging Bai Shiyu. "It's noon already, Your Highness. Shall we dine? These dishes are specially prepared for you in the palace. Please, taste them and see if they suit your palate." Bai Shiyu spoke while instructing the maids to set the table, not giving Chu Chi a chance to refuse. After speaking, she handed him the chopsticks. "You are thoughtful." Chu Chi reached out to take the chopsticks and casually picked at a dish, but paused just as he was about to put it in his mouth. "Bai Yan." As if remembering something, Chu Chi dropped the food back onto the plate, put down the chopsticks, and called out to Bai Yan. "What are your orders, Your Highness?" Bai Yan hurried into the room and asked Chu Chi. Chu Chi frowned and asked with displeasure, "Where is Qiao Xi? As the princess consort, why has she not come to attend to my meal?" "Ah?" Hearing Chu Chi's words, Bai Yan was stunned. What was the prince up to? He had already written a letter of divorce for Qiao Xi. Why was he suddenly asking her to attend to his meal? Chu Chi did not get angry but said to Bai Yan, "As long as she is in the palace, she must abide by the palace rules. Go and summon her." Oh, this subordinate shall go and fetch her." Agreeing to Chu Chi's words, Bai Yan turned and left. Azure Jade Pavilion. "Miss. When did you return yesterday? How is it that you've only just awakened?" Sumu carried in the wash basin after entering the Azure Jade Pavilion and asked Qiao Xi, puzzled. Reminded by Sumu, Qiao Xi remembered. Yesterday, she was about to confront Shen Jiahe when that bastard Chu Chi suddenly intervened. striking her unconscious with a palm. Her neck was still throbbing faintly. Never mind that. Do you know where Qiao Xi is now? Unable to answer Sumu, Qiao Xi skipped the topic and asked her a question instead. Miss, why do you always call the prince by his name? It's not appropriate. At this hour. His Highness should be in the Splendor Feather Hall. Good. Bring me my clothes, I'm going to find him. After Sumu answered, Qiao Xi immediately responded. Yesterday's matter was not over, and she was going to confront Qiao Xi about it. Chapter 22, Taking Advantage. Miss, Bai Yan has arrived. As Sumu turned around to retrieve her garments, she was taken aback to find Bai Yan standing there. What does he want? Qiao Xi retorted. I do not know. Mississippi. Would you like me to invite him in? Sumu replied after addressing Qiao Xi's question. Ignore him. You carry on with your tasks, Qiao Xi said. Her desire to engage with anyone associated with Qiao Xi completely extinguished. Understood. After acknowledging Qiao Xi's words, Sumu exited without initiating conversation with Bai Yan. The prince requests your presence at Huayu Hall for dinner, Bai Yan stated bluntly as he stood at the entrance of Qingyu Pavilion. Dream on. Whoever wants to go can go, I certainly will not. Upon hearing Bai Yan's words, Qiao Xi erupted in anger, slamming her palms on the table. Bai Yan did not yield to Qiao Xi's temper, responding, as the princess, it is your duty to attend to the prince's needs. You have no right to refuse. Bai Yan, honestly, do you have a problem with your memory? When have you seen a discarded consort serving meals to anyone? Need I remind you? It was you who personally delivered the divorce decree? Qiao Xi retorted coldly, her scorn palpable. You, Bai Yan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He had been so preoccupied with appeasing his prince earlier that he had overlooked this matter. What do you mean by you? Am I wrong? Go back and inform that beast. Qiao Xi, that I will leave this wretched prince's residence by dawn tomorrow. Whoever wishes to serve him can do so. With a sweeping gesture, Qiao Xi commanded Bai Yan to leave her Qingyu pavilion. As long as you are in the prince's residence, you must obey his orders. Enough with the chatter. Come with me. Bai Yan, unwilling to continue arguing with Qiao Xi, thought it best to escort her to Huayu Hall first. Fine, I'll go. Who's afraid? After contemplating for a moment, Qiao Xi ultimately decided to accompany Bai Yan to Huayu Hall, as she initially intended to confront Qiao Xi. However, she was not going to serve him, she was going to settle the score. Otherwise, had it not been for Qiao Xi's meddling, she would have long reclaimed her money and dowry from that wretched Xin Jiahe. Serving him dinner, is it? Very well, I shall go. Once I arrive at Huayu Hall, let's see if he can still eat. Hurry up. Observing Qiao Xi's capitulation, Bai Yan scoffed derisively before turning to lead the way. He presumed Qiao Xi was intimidated into acquiescence. After all, this prince's residence belonged to the Chu family, and Qiao Xi had no authority to act recklessly. Qiao Xi paid no heed to Bai Yan, changing her garments before finally stepping out of Qingyu Pavilion. At Huayu Hall, Qiao Xi entered and called out. Isn't Bai Xiyu already serving the prince here? Why have you summoned me? Is it that you cannot directly tell Bai Xiyu that her services are no longer required? She did not bow to Qiao Xi, instead seating herself at a distance from both Bai Xiyu and Qiao Xi. Upon seeing Qiao Xi's arrival, Steward Zhao hastily signaled for the servants to set the table. As soon as the tableware was arranged, Qiao Xi unceremoniously picked up a piece of meat and popped it into her mouth. Truly, it is the prince, even the meals differ from mine as the princess. This dish is quite delectable. Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi could no longer contain himself, slamming the table as he shouted. Feigning confusion, Qiao Xi glanced at Qiao Xi and asked. What do you want? Can't you see I'm eating? According to the rules of the residence, you should come over and serve this prince. Oh, your highness, you surely jest. If I were to roll over, wouldn't the food just fall to the ground? Are you certain you wish to consume food that has touched the floor? Qiao Xi shot an incredulous glance at Qiao Xi, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Frowning, Qiao Xi glared at her, displeased. Come here. You have hands of your own. Why must I serve you? You are so demanding every day. If you wish to eat, then eat, if not, leave me to my meal. As she spoke, Qiao Xi stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth. You. Qiao Xi seethed, struggling to suppress his urge to flip the table, glaring at Qiao Xi with fury. Your Highness. Do not be angry, my sister is merely jesting with you. Your Highness, please try this chicken soup, I specially prepared it for you this morning. Bai Shiyu interjected with a forced smile, attempting to placate Chu Qi while inwardly cursing Qiao Xi's foolishness, knowing her actions would only further alienate the prince. Chu Qi glanced at Bai Shiyu and replied, Shiyu, you have worked hard. Please enjoy the soup first. After speaking, he directed a furious glare at the oblivious Qiao Xi, who was reveling in her meal, dropping his chopsticks in frustration. Qiao Xi, come over here and serve me some pork tenderloin. Is it necessary to go through such trouble for a meal? You serve me the dishes, and I will ladle out the soup. If you are so preoccupied with this, you might as well eat your own food. Qiao Xi remained unmoved, returning Chu Qi's glare and muttering under her breath. Impudent. Chu Qi's fury peaked at her words, and he hurled his chopsticks to the ground. Startled by Chu Qi's outburst, Qiao Xi inadvertently dropped the chicken leg from her hand. With a look of exasperation, she picked up a rib from her plate and placed it onto Chu Qi's. Are you satisfied now? Noticing her dismissive gesture, Chu Qi raised an eyebrow. That piece is too large, select another. Qiao Xi was at a loss for words. Why was this ridiculous prince so demanding? After all this commotion, she could hardly enjoy her meal. Had she not been so hungry, she would have slapped Chu Qi across the face long ago. Never mind. Eating is paramount, eating is paramount. Repeating this mantra to herself, Qiao Xi swallowed her irritation and transferred a piece of tenderloin from Chu Qi's plate to her own, then selected another piece for him. Hurry and eat. Feed me. What? Upon hearing Chu Qi's command, Qiao Xi stood up in exasperation. My patience has limits, Chu Qi, do not push your luck. Seeing Qiao Xi's fury, Chu Qi retorted angrily. Do not test my boundaries. Huh. I never knew you had limits. Come, let me know what your limits are. Do you see me challenging them? If you do not wish to eat properly, then do not eat at all. With that, Qiao Xi abruptly overturned the table. Ah. Bai Shiyu, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, feigned shock at the sight of the table being flipped. Why are you screaming? The table did not fall on you. Qiao Xi snapped, refusing to even glance at Bai Shiyu. Chapter 23, Sister, change your tactics. Your Highness. I merely did not anticipate that the princess would have such a temper, which startled me. Bai Shiyu explained innocently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at Chu Qi. What are you doing, Qiao Xi? Chu Qi, unable to bear seeing Bai Shiyu wronged, quickly pulled her into his embrace and admonished Qiao Xi. What am I doing? Did you not say you did not want to eat? Well now, no one will eat. Qiao Xi retorted impatiently, do you have any other matters? If not, I shall take my leave. Witnessing the fiery exchange between Chu Qi and Qiao Xi, Bai Shiyu's eyes sparkled with cunning. She looked up at Chu Qi and said, it is all my fault for being overly alarmed, which led to the princess's displeasure. I recognize my mistake, Your Highness, please do not be angry. Do not call me sister, I have no sister like you. Qiao Xi, feeling repulsed by Bai Shiyu's feigned innocence, waved her hand dismissively, urging her to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Bai Shiyu collapsed. Chu Qi, quick as lightning, caught her before she fell to the ground. With a tear-streaked face, Bai Shiyu wiped her tears and said to Chu Qi, it was my own instability. It has nothing to do with the princess. Your Highness, please do not blame her. Qiao Xi interjected with sarcasm, I must ask. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? You've used this one twice already, is it not tiresome? Why did you push her? Chu Qi reprimanded Qiao Xi, who seemed oblivious to her wrongdoing and continued to mock Bai Shiyu. I pushed her? Today, I shall show you how it is truly done. Qiao Xi, unwilling to explain herself to Chu Qi, yanked Bai Shiyu from his embrace and, with a resounding thud, pushed her to the ground. Bai Shiyu barely had time to react before she found herself on the floor, nearly tumbling over. After pushing Bai Shiyu down, Qiao Xi smiled at Chu Qi and said, did you see that? This is how one truly pushes someone. Your Highness, you must stand up for me. I was merely trying to assist the princess. And instead, she retaliated by pushing me to the ground. Bai Shiyu, steeling herself, decided not to get up and began to cry on the floor. The ground is cold, you must get up. Chu Qi, feeling that Qiao Xi had gone too far, quickly reached down to help Bai Shiyu up. Turning to face Qiao Xi, whose expression remained impassive, he found it somewhat amusing yet felt it inappropriate to laugh, so he suppressed it. Your Highness, I. Bai Shiyu took a moment to compose herself, forcing back her tears to call out to Chu Qi. Lu Huan. Take Shiyu to the side hall and fetch a doctor to examine her. Chu Qi genuinely wanted to express his anger but did not wish for Bai Shiyu to perceive him as cruel, so he summoned Lu Huan. Your Highness. I will not leave. Bai Shiyu, fearing that Chu Qi might turn against her, stood her ground and refused to go. In an exceptionally gentle tone, Chu Qi reassured Bai Shiyu, you should go to the side hall and have a doctor check on you. Once I have dealt with matters here, I shall come to find you. All right. Hearing Chu Qi's promise, Bai Shiyu reluctantly released his garment. Qiao Xi. What exactly do you intend to do? Once Bai Shiyu departed, Chu Qi immediately changed his demeanor. Qiao Xi. Had she misheard? Was it not Chu Qi who insisted she come to serve him? And now he was blaming her? It seemed that with Bai Shiyu gone, Chu Qi was prepared to settle the score with her. However, if anyone were to settle the score, it should be her with him. What do you mean? Of course, I am here to settle the score. Qiao Xi exclaimed. Yesterday at Liuli Pavilion, you knocked me unconscious, and I have yet to settle that score with you. If it were not for your interference, I would have long retrieved my dowry. How had she never realized how sensitive he could be? Bai Shiyu and Xinjiahe were not enough for him. Yet he still had time to meddle in her affairs. Did that wretched woman mention when she would return my dowry? Mentioning Liuli Pavilion ignited Qiao Xi's fury. It was precisely because of Chu Qi's foolishness that she had failed to reclaim her dowry. If he wished to protect Bai Shiyu, fine, she could accept that. If he wished to shield Xinjiahe, that was also acceptable. But he had no right to knock her out when she was unprepared, ruining her carefully laid plans. How could Qiao Xi not be enraged? Is Liuli Pavilion a place where you can just cause a scene? Chu Qi, not wishing to endure Qiao Xi's accusations any longer, interrupted her tirade. Whether I can cause a scene or not, I have already done so. What is it? Do you intend to have me imprisoned? You. Qiao Xi's relentless questioning left Chu Qi at a loss for words. Stop with the you. Where is my dowry? Qiao Xi was truly fixated on her dowry, persistently pressing Chu Qi for answers. It has not been retrieved. After knocking Qiao Xi unconscious yesterday, Chu Qi had returned her to Qingyu Pavilion without even discussing the dowry with Xinjiahe. He was exhausted by her incessant questions and casually remarked. What? Have you lost your mind? Those are my mother's possessions. Even if you divorce me, those items should still rightfully belong to me. What do you mean by saying you haven't retrieved them? Is it my affection for you that has clouded your judgment? By what right do you presume to dispose of my belongings? You knew I went to Liuli Pavilion specifically to ask Xinjiahe for my items. You knocked me out without my consent. At the very least, you should take responsibility and return my belongings. I truly cannot fathom how you became a prince, lacking even this simple understanding. No, I shall go to Liuli Pavilion right now. That wretched Xinjiahe dares to seize my belongings. She truly has no regard for her life. To Chu Qi's surprise, upon hearing his words, Qiao Xi erupted in anger, standing beside him and unleashing her tirade. Impudence. Chu Qi had not anticipated that Qiao Xi could be so eloquent, especially as her words seemed to attack him directly. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally reprimanded her. What are you shouting about? Am I mistaken? Tell me, are you behaving like a human being? Even if you do not like me, I am your wife. Regardless, you should not allow the servants in your household to bully me, should you? The only thing I have left in this matter is the dowry my mother left for me, yet you permit your mistress to take it. If you will not help me, at the very least, I can ask her myself, right? But to my surprise, you went to Liuli Pavilion and even aided her in withholding my belongings. To be honest, were it not for the fact that you are a prince and harming you would implicate the Qiao family, you would have been in dire straits long ago. As Qiao Xi spoke with increasing fervor, she even pretended to shed a few tears. Her intent was clear, to evoke guilt in Chu Qi, compelling him to confront Xinjiahe about her dowry. She had no other motive. Tomorrow, she would leave the royal residence, and if she did not reclaim her dowry today, she feared she would never be able to enter Liuli Pavilion again. Chapter 24, A change of heart faster than a turn of the page. I do not comprehend why the emperor has betrothed me to you. However, you must understand that long before I became your wife, I had already developed feelings for you. Yet, I never anticipated that you would regard me with such disdain, even assisting outsiders in seizing what I had brought from my family home. Oh, how cruel your heart is. Qiao Xi wept profusely, her tears flowing freely, leaving Qiao Xi momentarily stunned. He had always believed that Qiao Xi had covertly sought the emperor's favor for their union. He never realized that, like him, she too had been ensnared by others' machinations. Was his previous treatment of her perhaps excessively harsh? This thought flitted through his mind briefly, almost too fleeting to register. Silence. Seeing that the woman before him showed no signs of stopping her lament, he snapped at her in irritation. Yet, Qiao Xi seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to weep unabated. Most men are averse to witnessing a woman in tears, yet for women, tears serve as a potent weapon. Even if they fail to sway their hearts, men often relent out of exasperation, making it all too easy for them to acquiesce to the requests posed. This was precisely Qiao Xi's strategy, hence, she disregarded Qiao Xi's reprimands and persisted in her sorrowful cries. Why is your heart so unyielding? I genuinely care for you. As she sobbed, she leaned against Qiao Xi, ultimately clutching the hem of his garment, smearing her tears and snot upon his attire. Get away. Observing this scene, Qiao Xi felt an overwhelming urge to kick her away, but to his surprise, Qiao Xi clung tightly to his robe, inciting his ire. Have mercy on me, my lord. Please retrieve my dowry, otherwise, I shall have no face to meet my mother in death. Qiao Xi marveled at her own audacity. To reclaim her belongings, she could brazenly utter such words about love, her composure unwavering. At that moment, Qiao Xi's expression darkened to a shade of coal, his patience wearing thin. Enough. He bellowed, seizing Qiao Xi and lifting her effortlessly. This woman was becoming increasingly adept at playing the emotional card. Alas, he harbored no feelings for her. You failed to guard your possessions, now you seek my intervention? I assure you, that is out of the question. Someone, take her back to Qingyu Pavilion. Qiao Xi had no intention of stepping in on behalf of a woman. Thus he unequivocally rejected Qiao Xi's plea. Humph. Men are indeed unreliable. You refuse to assist me, do you? Then I shall cause a ruckus at Liuli Pavilion until you relent. We shall see who falters first, you or I. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Qiao Xi ceased her tears, her expression immediately turning cold. With a swift motion, she pushed him back and departed, leaving behind a sharp retort. Stop. Hearing her insult, Qiao Xi lost his composure and barked at her. Yet, Qiao Xi paid him no mind, striding out of Huayu Hall without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Qiao Xi's face darkened with anger, but he chose not to pursue her further. With a flick of his sleeve, he exited Huayu Hall as well. At the entrance of the Gongding Wangfu. Where is Qiao Xi? I demand to see her. A few days prior, Wang Xian had been dispatched by the emperor for an inspection and had only just returned to the capital. However, upon his arrival, he learned that his beloved daughter had been assaulted. After visiting Wang Yao, he was incensed and immediately made his way to the Gongding Wangfu. Standing at the gates and shouting, "How fortunate to have Minister Wang visiting our humble abode." Upon hearing the commotion, Steward Yao hurried outside and, upon recognizing Wang Xian, greeted him with a smile. I wish to see Qiao Xi. Wang Xian bypassed any pleasantries with Steward Yao, reiterating his request. Minister Wang, surely you jest. Ordinarily, court officials are not permitted to meet with the princess consort directly. Might I inquire as to the nature of your urgent business? Given Wang Xian's evident fury, Steward Yao sensed the gravity of the situation but dared not allow Wang Xian entry, hence his cautious words. I care not, I shall see Qiao Xi today. Summon her at once. Wang Xian disregarded Steward Yao's concerns, insisting once more. Steward Yao looked conflicted as he faced Wang Xian. I truly lack the authority to grant such a request. Qiao Xi struck my daughter, and I seek retribution. If you do not bring her forth to see me today, I shall petition the emperor and ensure your house is disgraced. Wang Xian accused, convinced that Steward Yao was colluding with Qiao Xi to obstruct his entry. Upon hearing Wang Xian's threat, Steward Yao sighed helplessly and instructed a nearby servant, go inform the lord that the Minister of State has arrived. Little did Steward Yao know when Qiao Xi had stirred trouble, but fearing Wang Xian's threat to report to the emperor, he felt compelled to alert Qiao Xi. Such a significant matter could not be concealed from Qiao Xi, hence he did not directly summon Qiao Xi. At Qingyu Pavilion. Miss, there's trouble. Wang Yao's father has come. As Sumu returned from the garden with Qiao Xi's garments, she overheard several maids discussing a man named Wang calling out at the Wangfu gates, seeking her. Convinced it was likely Wang Yao's father, she hurried to the Wangfu entrance for a glance before rushing back to Qingyu Pavilion to inform Qiao Xi. Let him come. I am not afraid of him. Having just returned from her encounter with Qiao Xi lay languidly on the favored couch, contemplating a return to Liuli Pavilion to reclaim her dowry when Sumu burst in. Mississippi. He is the Minister of State. What if the Lord sacrifices you to protect himself? Sumu was nearly in a panic, but Qiao Xi remained unfazed. The Minister of State, you say? Just in time. I have some pent-up frustration to unleash, let me confront him. With that, Qiao Xi stood, ready for battle. Miss, do not go. We cannot afford to antagonize the Minister of State. Why not plead with the Lord to devise a plan to send him away? Sumu, quick to act, grasped Qiao Xi's arm and suggested. Why should I seek his help when I can handle this myself? Qiao Xi retorted sharply, turning to glare at Sumu. Miss, heed my advice, the Minister of State is a direct communicator with the Emperor, while you are merely a princess consort. You cannot contend with him. It is better to let the Lord intervene. Sumu implored earnestly. Bah! I have always relished a challenge, do not hinder me. I shall confront him. Qiao Xi disregarded Sumu's counsel entirely, shaking off her grip and resolutely marching forward. Chapter 25, Is she truly cultured and composed? Mississippi. Sumu was utterly taken aback by Qiao Xi's resolute demeanor. By the time she came to her senses, Qiao Xi had already reached the entrance of Qingyu Pavilion. With no other choice, she called out to Qiao Xi while hastily pursuing her. In Huayu Hall, a trembling young servant sent by butler Yao knelt before Qiao Xi, relaying the urgent message, My lord, the Minister of the Interior is demanding to see the princess. He insists that if he cannot meet her today, he will go to the palace to file a complaint. Qiao Xi had just concluded his tasks and was preparing to visit Bai Shiyu when he was caught off guard by Wang Xian's disturbance at the Wang residence. However, he felt no obligation to intervene in the matter, recognizing it as Qiao Xi's own doing. This woman had grown increasingly audacious. Why could she not simply remain at the Wang residence in peace? Today she quarreled with one person, and tomorrow with another. If she did not receive a lesson, she would never learn to behave. If he wished to file a complaint, let him do so. Qiao Xi had struck his daughter, and it was Qiao Xi who would face the consequences, not him. Qiao Xi had no intention of defending Qiao Xi and left with that thought. The young servant was taken aback, unable to comprehend that his lord would respond in such a manner. Ever since Qiao Xi had awakened, she had been a source of continuous trouble, and now she had attracted the ire of the Minister of the Interior. She deserved it. If she had the audacity to create chaos, she must also possess the capability to resolve it. The Lord was right, he should not interfere in her affairs. Bai Yan believed Qiao Xi's stance was justified and praised him as they left Huayu Hall. By the way, my lord, where are we headed? Bai Yan, following closely behind, suddenly realized they were not heading toward the side hall and quickly inquired. Initially, Qiao Xi had no intention of involving himself in Qiao Xi's troubles. Yet, as he exited Huayu Hall, he found himself inexplicably drawn toward Qiao Terrace. Only when Bai Yan questioned him did he come to this realization. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I wish to observe how that woman intends to resolve her predicament with the Minister of the Interior and join in the spectacle. To be honest, I too am curious to see if she can persuade the minister to leave today. Let us hasten our steps. Bai Yan exclaimed with delight, thrilled that his lord shared his sentiments, indicating that Qiao Xi had indeed become a figure of ridicule that many wished to witness. Let us proceed, Qiao Xi said, clearing his throat awkwardly before speaking. Yao, have you resolved to deny me entry today? Over 3/4 of an hour had passed, and Wang Xian remained at the entrance, pleading with butler Yao to allow him entry into the Wang residence. Butler Yao, with a helpless smile, bowed and replied, My lord has yet to issue a command. I cannot dare to admit you without his permission. I am merely a steward of the Wang residence and cannot make decisions unilaterally. I implore you to show some understanding. Even Butler Yao felt a twinge of impatience waiting for the young servant's return. Logically, he should have been back by now, yet there was still no sign of him. If this continued, Wang Xian might force his way in, and such an outcome would certainly tarnish the lord's reputation. I will grant you one more incense stick's worth of time. If no one emerges to meet me, I shall enter by force, and do not say I lacked courtesy. Despite his high status, Wang Xian was not without reason, thus, he expressed his grievances to Butler Yao. Ah. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. At his words, Butler Yao quickly expressed his gratitude and signaled the guards behind him to hasten their report. Am I correct in assuming you are Wang Xian? Just as Butler Yao managed to calm Wang Xian's temper, Qiao Xi boldly stepped out of the door, speaking as she walked. It is truly difficult to summon the princess. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. As soon as Qiao Xi finished speaking, Wang Xian addressed her, accurately identifying her as the princess. Ha! You possess remarkable insight, my lord, I am impressed, Qiao Xi replied, somewhat taken aback by Wang Xian's ability to discern her identity. A testament to his years of experience in the officialdom. Seize her. Wang Xian ignored Qiao Xi and issued orders to his subordinates. Qiao Xi shot him a disdainful glance. Retorting, what is wrong with you, old man? You are a court official, yet you lack the most basic decorum. Not only do you fail to salute the princess, but you also command my arrest. You struck my daughter and expect me to bow to you. What a dream. Wang Xian, a figure of considerable authority, was enraged by her words and raised his whip to strike her. Fortunately, Qiao Xi reacted swiftly, stepping back just in time to evade the blow. She laughed instead of getting angry, saying, seeing you, I finally understand the saying like father, like son, at your age, your temper is still so volatile. No wonder Wang Yao is just like you, quick to resort to threats like seize her. In my opinion, you should not have sought me out today. It was your daughter who erred first, she not only stole my clothes but also laid hands on my personal maid. I chose to let it pass. Yet she dared to mock me, calling me foolish. Shouldn't someone like her be punished for such insolence? As an official, you must be well versed in the laws of Daxing. Pray tell, how should one be punished for insulting the royal family? Utter nonsense. My daughter is the epitome of culture and propriety. It is impossible for her to commit such acts. You must be slandering her. Among all his children, Wang Xian favored Wang Yao the most. For she was not only knowledgeable but also skilled in various arts. Thus, he could not believe Qiao Xi's accusations and immediately refuted her claims. What a fine example of propriety. Go to the street and ask any passerby for their opinion on the minister's daughter. If I utter a single falsehood today, you may dispose of me as you wish. Qiao Xi, unwilling to engage in this futile argument with Wang Xian, turned to leave. Although she had traversed time, she retained some impression of Wang Yao. While she was unaware of her standing within the Wang family, the original owner had encountered Wang Yao on several occasions and had not failed to grasp her domineering and savage nature. It was precisely due to this that Qiao Xi spoke so boldly to Wang Xian. What difference did it make that the Minister of the Interior held a high position? Was he not equally responsible for failing to properly raise his daughter? Chapter 26, He truly has no choice. Stop. Wang Xian suddenly bellowed as Qiao Xi prepared to enter the Wang residence. What do you want? Hearing Wang Xian's voice, Qiao Xi halted and turned her head, her expression rife with impatience. My daughter has indeed erred, but you ought not to humiliate her so brazenly in public. What you are doing now? How will she face others in the future? You must give me an explanation. Wang Xian, initially furious, had rushed to the residence of the Duke of Gongding. He felt that if Qiao Xi could dismiss him with a few words, it would be a blow to his pride. Thus he fabricated a reason to prevent her from entering. Have you lost your mind? I am the princess, I can discipline whomever I please. And it is not your place to interfere. Qiao Xi tilted her head, letting out a cold laugh before retorting. Does being a princess exempt you from the laws of Daxing? Spare me your useless arguments, there is nothing that can impede my intentions. Recognizing that Wang Xian was merely seeking trouble, she tossed him a dismissive remark and continued on her way. Qiao Xi, you. Wang Xian was left speechless, his anger boiling as he watched her disregard him completely. Wang Deren, look. Qiao Xi was unfazed, she could easily cast Wang Xian aside at the gates. But Steward Yao was not as bold. Observing Wang Xian awkwardly lingering at the entrance, he mustered the courage to approach him. He truly wished to avoid this confrontation. Yet he had no choice. Wang Xian's presence would surely arouse suspicion among the onlookers, and if it tarnished the Duke's reputation, it would be disastrous. I demand to see the Duke of Gongding. As soon as Steward Yao approached, Wang Xian hastily voiced his demand. Since Qiao Xi was the princess of the Duke's residence, if she did not take the initiative to resolve this matter, someone from the household had to step forward, which prompted Wang Xian's request to see Chu Qi. To be honest, my lord, the Duke is entirely unaware of this incident. If you approach him directly, it may not be appropriate. Once Wang Xian finished speaking, Steward Yao immediately regretted coming to him, but given the situation, he could only concoct an excuse in hopes of dissuading Wang Xian. Then go and speak with him now. Wang Xian seized the opportunity, unwilling to let it slip away. He was determined to see Chu Qi today, no matter the cost. Old servant. Steward Zhao looked at Wang Xian with a troubled expression, making no move. Where is Qiao Xi? As soon as he crossed the threshold, Bai Yan anxiously inquired of the nearby guards. He had expected to find Qiao Xi throwing a fit at the entrance, but aside from Wang Xian, there was no one else to be seen. In response to Lord Bai, the princess has already returned to the residence. Alas, it seems we have arrived too late. Upon hearing the guard's reply, Bai Yan feigned regret. This woman truly dared to offend anyone. She had struck Wang Xian's daughter and yet left her standing there. Chu Qi had initially come to see if Qiao Xi needed his assistance, but upon arriving, he found that she had already departed, leaving him feeling somewhat disappointed as he began to mock her. Unaware of Chu Qi's thoughts, Bai Yan asked, "Shall we return to the residence then?" Just as Chu Qi was about to speak, he was interrupted by Wang Xian's shout. Ah! Hearing the commotion, Bai Yan shook his head in resignation. Why does Lord Wang not enter the residence? Having spotted Chu Qi and called out to him, Wang Xian had no choice but to feign cordiality. I implore the Duke to take my side. Wang Xian did not address Chu Qi's inquiry. Instead, he demanded that he advocate for him. Feigning ignorance. Chu Qi inquired, what is the meaning of this, Wang Duren? Shouldn't a court official with grievances seek an audience with the emperor? Why would you ask me to intervene? Wang Xian feigned concern for Chu Qi, stating, the matter I wish to discuss pertains to you, my lord. If you could assist me in resolving this issue, we need not disturb His Majesty. Oh? I did not expect you to consider my position so thoroughly. In that case, I shall not decline. Please, tell me what this matter is that requires my intervention. Chu Qi pretended to be surprised, as though he had made a significant decision. Yesterday, my daughter left the residence and encountered the princess at the cold smoke pavilion. She accidentally bumped into her, and perhaps due to the princess's foul mood, a quarrel ensued, culminating in the princess commanding her maids to strike my daughter. Upon hearing of this, I reprimanded her for provoking the princess. However, she eventually revealed the truth. The fault did not lie with her. Regardless of one's position, we must uphold reason, mustn't we? Thus, I sought to verify the matter with the princess at the Wang residence, but upon expressing my thoughts, she dismissed the incident entirely and scolded me before departing. Fortunately, I encountered you, my lord, otherwise, this matter could have escalated to the emperor, which would be quite embarrassing. I humbly request your justice regarding this situation. Wang Xian assumed Chu Qi was genuinely unaware of the events at the cold smoke pavilion, embellishing the story as he recounted it to him. I see, but you are aware, Wang Duran, that my princess acts solely according to her own will, disregarding others. I fear I may not be able to assist you in this matter. After Wang Xian's narration, Chu Qi wore a troubled expression as he spoke. Are you implying that you will not intervene? If that is the case, there is no further discussion. I shall proceed to the palace to seek an audience with the emperor to handle this matter. As soon as Chu Qi finished speaking, Wang Xian immediately grasped his intention, and his demeanor shifted. Lord Wang, you mustn't say such things. What I stated was indeed the truth. Qiao Xi has her own methods and operates independently. I truly cannot interfere. If necessary, we shall proceed as you suggest. Rest assured, regardless of how my father decides this matter, I shall not oppose it. Chu Qi appeared to be at a loss regarding Qiao Xi, fully acquiescing to Wang Xian's statements. Wang Xian was taken aback by Chu Qi's swift agreement. momentarily at a loss for words, standing frozen in place. Qiao Xi's behavior is erratic and shows complete disregard for the laws of daxing. Like you. I too hope she receives due punishment. If you fear to persuade my father, I am willing to accompany you to the palace to support your case. Chu Qi's words grew increasingly outrageous, even suggesting he would testify on Wang Xian's behalf. Thank you for your trust, my lord. However, I have just recalled that there are matters at hand within the residence that require my attention. Once I have resolved these issues, I shall consider the matter of going to the palace. I shall not trouble you further, my lord. Farewell. Wang Xian felt that he must have failed to check the almanac before leaving home that day, otherwise, he would not have encountered such absurdity. He had initially intended to create a ruckus at the Duke's residence, but instead, he found himself outmaneuvered by this couple. Thus, he decided it was best to retreat for now. Chapter 27. Everyone knows that Qiao Xi has been divorced. In the Qingyu pavilion, Qiao Xi inquired, Sumu, how are we doing with our belongings? Upon her return to the Qingyu pavilion, she immediately instructed Sumu to pack her luggage. Now, an hour had passed. And feeling somewhat bored, she decided to ask Sumu about the progress. After all, she was set to leave the next day. So it was only natural to prepare ahead of time. The maid has almost finished packing, Sumu replied. Though she was puzzled as to why Qiao Xi wanted to begin so early in the afternoon. Good. Qiao Xi had no desire to linger in that place. She was eager to leave at once. However, she did not want to let Chu Qi live too comfortably, as she was preparing a grand farewell gift for him. Which was why she stayed until now. Miss, are we truly returning to the Marquis's residence tomorrow? Sumu asked nervously while continuing to tidy up. Although no one in the royal residence dared to bully Qiao Xi in recent days, the members of the Qiao family were no pushovers either. If she returned as she was, it was likely she would face the same bullying as before. Thus, Sumu was reluctant for Qiao Xi to leave the royal residence. Especially since she would be returning as a discarded consort, which would surely invite ridicule. Yet, worrying was futile. Once Qiao Xi made a decision, no one could alter it. Where else should I go? I have been divorced by Chu Qi. Isn't it only natural that I return to my family? Qiao Xi answered without a second thought. However, if you return to the Marquis's residence as a discarded consort, the second miss and the madam will certainly mock you. The master would also feel ashamed. What if he were to strike you? Sumu, seeing that Qiao Xi was not joking, grew anxious. Qiao Xi dismissed the Qiao family's opinions, stating, they can laugh if they wish, I cannot control their mouths. Enough, don't worry, nothing will happen. Mississippi. I'm hungry. Go to the kitchen and fetch something to eat. Sumu wanted to say more, but Qiao Xi abruptly interrupted her. Oh, all right, I shall go at once. Though Sumu was reluctant for Qiao Xi to return to the Marquis's residence, her concern for Qiao Xi took precedence. Upon hearing that Qiao Xi was hungry, she hurriedly made her way outside. Now, everyone in the royal residence was aware of Qiao Xi's capabilities. She had caused a scene at the Liuli pavilion and dealt with by Shiyu and Granny Li. Anyone with sense understood that Qiao Xi was not to be trifled with anymore, thus, no one dared to treat her with the same disregard as before. Therefore, it was no trouble for Sumu to fetch food from the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity while Sumu was away from the Qingyu pavilion, Qiao Xi changed into a servant's attire and stealthily slipped out of the Gongding Wangfu. In no time, she arrived at the entrance of the Liuli pavilion. However, today she was not there to cause a ruckus, rather. She took advantage of the lack of attention to hang the divorce decree from Chu Qi on the plaque of the Liuli pavilion before returning to the royal residence. Upon her return, Qiao Xi noticed that Sumu was nowhere to be found, which brought her a sense of relief. Before the hour of Shen arrived, the news of Qiao Xi's divorce had already spread throughout the capital. And the source of the information was highly credible. The divorce decree hanging at the entrance of the Liuli pavilion served as the best proof. Qiao Xi was aware that the Liuli pavilion was managed by Chu Qi and that its patrons were either wealthy or of noble status. She had done this intentionally, hoping to expedite the dissemination of the news. Sumu had a point. If she had directly taken her belongings back to the Qiao family, people would undoubtedly criticize her for abandoning her duties as a consort in the royal residence to return home. Now that she had publicly displayed the divorce decree, returning to the Qiao family the next day would seem entirely reasonable. After all, she had genuinely been divorced. rather than choosing to stay at her family home without intention of returning. "Miss, this is terrible." Su Mu, unable to fathom how quickly the news had spread, rushed back from the kitchen empty-handed after just half an hour. "What is it?" Qiao Xi remained calm, reclining on the favored couch with a book, in stark contrast to Su Mu's frantic demeanor. "I don't know which foolish servant let the word slip, but now the entire royal residence is abuzz with gossip about your divorce. What should we do? If you return to the Marquis's residence tomorrow, the Marquis will surely beat you." Su Mu leaned against the door of the Qingyu pavilion, gasping for breath as she spoke. "Take a moment to drink some water and calm down." Seemingly ignoring Su Mu's distress, Qiao Xi poured her a glass of water and pulled her to sit beside her. "Oh dear, miss. At such a time, how can you remain so nonchalant? I am nearly in a state of panic. How can I think about drinking water?" Su Mu was genuinely anxious, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Qiao Xi smiled at Su Mu and then spoke, "There is no need for you to fret. I was the one who hung the divorce decree myself." "Ah?" Su Mu gasped in shock, unable to comprehend why Qiao Xi would take such a drastic step. "What's wrong? Did you not just say that it would be inappropriate for me to return to the Qiao family in this manner? Now that everyone knows I have been divorced by Qi, does it not seem entirely reasonable for a discarded consort to return home? Thus, my return to the Qiao family appears justified." Observing Su Mu's anxious expression, Qiao Xi felt a sudden urge to tease her and offered what she believed to be a reasonable explanation. "No, miss. That was not my intention at all. My point was for you to plead with the prince, to soften his heart, and perhaps persuade him to retract the divorce decree. If that were the case, you would not have to return to the Qiao family, would you? After all, you are the consort, the second miss, and others would not dare to insult you. How could you misunderstand my words so gravely?" Su Mu was on the verge of tears, desperately trying to clarify her intentions. All right, I was merely teasing you. The news of my divorce did not spill from the servants. I was the one who publicly displayed the decree at the Liuli pavilion, which is how it spread." Seeing Su Mu earnestly explaining herself, a warm sensation filled Qiao Xi's heart. Having inexplicably crossed into this unfamiliar world, surrounded by individuals often driven by ulterior motives, it was Su Mu who had made her feel a warmth she had never experienced before. Reluctant to continue teasing her, Qiao Xi decided to share the truth. "Miss, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Su Mu was taken aback, left speechless. She could not fathom why Qiao Xi would take such a risk, digging such a deep hole for herself. "I have my own plans, you need not worry. However, I cannot divulge everything to you just yet. I will not allow Qi to have his way so easily, just wait and see." Qiao Xi merely stated that she had her own intentions and that Su Mu should not be concerned, withholding further details to protect her from potential risks. Chapter 28, Has she unveiled a new scheme? Your Highness. It is unclear which reckless soul dared to display the divorce decree you penned for Qiao Xi at the entrance of Liuli Pavilion. Now the entire capital is abuzz with this news, Bai Yan reported to Qi, his words laced with hesitance. Who else but Qiao Xi could have acquired my divorce decree? Surely, it was that woman who hung it there herself. Even before vacating the Wangfu, she has already spread the word. Truly a cunning tactic. Without much contemplation, Qi deduced the mastermind behind the incident. What on earth does this foolish woman intend to achieve? She incessantly causes trouble for me. As soon as Qi finished speaking, Bai Yan, with a hint of indignation, uttered a few words about Qiao Xi. It is merely because she is reluctant to leave the Wangfu, yet after impulsively accepting the divorce, she now seeks to make life difficult for you. Does she believe that by escalating the situation, you would rescind your decree? Such a naive dream. Should the emperor inquire about this matter, how shall you handle it, Your Highness? Bai Yan's heart was reluctant for Qi to genuinely retract the divorce decree due to public gossip. Yet he feared that Qi might face the emperor's wrath because of this incident, prompting his question. Handle it as it should be. Even if Qiao Xi had not displayed the decree today, once she vacates the Wangfu tomorrow, the news would inevitably spread. It is better this way. To make the decree public. Since everyone is already aware of her repudiation, her departure from the Wangfu will appear reasonable, sparing me the trouble of explaining myself or facing baseless suspicions. In a way, she has done me a favor. Qi explained casually, as if the matter were of little consequence. Bai Yan felt that the current situation was unfavorable for Qiao Xi, but upon seeing his indifferent demeanor, he refrained from further comment. After all, Qiao Xi was the master, and he was merely a subordinate, accustomed to obedience. Even if he voiced his thoughts, it was uncertain whether Qiao Xi would heed them, he might even perceive it as insubordination. Thus, it was better to remain silent. In the imperial palace. In the imperial study. Old Minister Qiao Zhao pays his respects to your majesty. Upon learning of Qiao Xi's repudiation by Qiao Xi, Qiao Zhao rushed to the palace without hesitation, kneeling before the emperor, prepared to seek justice for his daughter. Rise. What urgent matter brings you to me at this hour? The emperor inquired, surprised by Qiao Zhao's sudden appearance, as he typically reviewed memorials alone at this time. Your Majesty, I beseech you to uphold justice for this old minister. After lunch, a servant from my household rushed in with the news that my daughter had been divorced by the Prince of Gongding, and that the decree is now displayed at Liuli Pavilion. I am at a loss as to what my daughter could have done to warrant such a decision from Prince Zhu. My daughter has been married to the prince for merely a year, and now she faces abandonment. Once this news spreads, how will she ever hold her head high? How can I face the court again? Shall I become a subject of ridicule for eternity? I implore your majesty to grant me justice. Qiao Zhao, feigning sorrow, lamented before the emperor, articulating many concerns for Qiao Xi. Yet, his true intention was to exert pressure on the emperor, hoping to compel Qiao Xi to retract his decree. His second daughter, Qiao Luo, was of marrying age, and he feared that Qiao Xi's repudiation might adversely affect Qiao Luo's prospects. After all, he had never regarded Qiao Xi highly, his true affection lay with Qiao Luo. How do you propose we handle this matter, my dear minister? The emperor, fully aware that Qiao Zhao's true concern rested with his second daughter, refrained from directly engaging with Qiao Zhao's grievances. Instead, he posed a counter-question, prompting Qiao Zhao to offer a solution. This matter is a private affair of your majesty's household, I dare not interfere. I leave it to your majesty's discretion. Qiao Zhao, taken aback by the emperor's response, quickly tossed the question back to him. He was not foolish enough to offer suggestions, preferring to wait for the emperor to outline his intentions before negotiating. Your words are rather peculiar. You rushed here upon hearing of your daughter's repudiation, seeking my intervention. I, considering your lifelong loyalty to the realm, did not wish to dishearten you. Hence sought your counsel. Yet, you assert that I should decide entirely? Should I, in an attempt to compensate for my perceived oversight, decree that the Prince of Gongding marry your second daughter as a concubine, would you be agreeable? If you refuse, it would be tantamount to defying imperial orders. The emperor was not a man to be trifled with. Qiao Yi, even in his youth, had garnered the favor of the late emperor due to his keen insight and adept handling of affairs, coupled with his exceptional military prowess. He was among the foremost princes in both skill and capability. With such attributes, it was nearly impossible for him to avoid the throne. Especially after years of holding high office where he developed a sharp perspective. He could easily discern Qiao Zhao's true intentions, otherwise he would not have made such a statement. Hearing this, Qiao Zhao fell silent, his forehead pressing deeply into the ground, fearful that the emperor might truly issue such a decree. Qiao Zhao understood that the fifth prince, Zhu, held a great affection for Qiao Luo. And given that Zhu's mother was the empress, marrying Qiao Luo would undoubtedly elevate the Qiao family's status. The hopes of the Qiao family rested entirely on Qiao Luo. However, if Qiao Luo were to marry Qiao Xi, she would only attain the status of a concubine. A trade-off he would never entertain. Thus, he remained silent, kneeling on the ground. Is it that my offer has not met your satisfaction? Why are you silent? Qiao Yi, growing impatient, pressed for a response. Your Majesty, I beseech your understanding. My eldest daughter has just been repudiated by the Prince of Gongding. And it would be ludicrous for me to immediately arrange for my second daughter to marry into the Wangfu. My colleagues would surely mock me. Furthermore, even if Qiao Luo were to marry into the Wangfu, it is uncertain whether the prince would even take notice of her. Should that be the case, he might well cast her aside too. At that point, I would have no face left to stand before the court. To speak candidly, Your Majesty, I do not believe Qiao Luo is suited for the Prince of Gongding. Thus, I dare to implore Your Majesty to reconsider the decree. Chapter 29, Timely Arrival. Enough, enough, I am aware of your deep affection for your second daughter, my earlier remark was merely a jest. Qiao Mian. Go to the Gongding prince's residence and summon Qiao Xi to the palace. He must provide me with an explanation for today's events. Qiao Yi, not wishing to hear Qiao Zhao's incessant prattle, interrupted him directly, issuing instructions to Qiao Mian at his side. The old servant complied. After acknowledging Qiao Yi's command, Qiao Mian bowed and exited the imperial study. Observing Qiao Mian's departure, Qiao Yi addressed Qiao Zhao, saying, Qiao Mian has gone to the Gongding princess residence. You may wait here. Yes. Since Qiao Yi had issued the order, Qiao Zhao had ceased his complaints and simply responded with a word. At the Gongding princess residence, Huayu Hall. Where has that venomous woman Qiao Xi gone? Why have I not seen her at the residence? Qiao Xi had been at the residence for 2 hours, yet he had not encountered Qiao Xi. He dispatched someone to the Qingyu pavilion to inquire. But the servants reported that they had not seen her. At this moment, he was exceedingly agitated and began to curse loudly within Huayu Hall. It seemed she left the residence immediately after hanging the divorce decree. His subordinates had searched everywhere but found no trace of her. Upon learning that Qiao Xi had hung the divorce decree, Bai Yan had already sent someone to find her, but to no avail, thus he returned to the residence. Your Highness, do you think she has returned to the Qiao family? Bai Yan, genuinely at a loss regarding Qiao Xi's whereabouts, tentatively asked Qiao Xi. That foolish woman has never been favored in the Qiao family, and with half a day remaining until the agreed departure date. She would not be foolish enough to return early and invite ridicule. Then Your Highness, before Bai Yan could finish his sentence, the voice of Steward Yao suddenly echoed from outside. What business does Steward Yao have at this hour? Hearing the commotion, Bai Yan looked at Qiao Xi with a puzzled expression and inquired. Perhaps something urgent has arisen, let him in. Qiao Xi, feeling overwhelmed, patiently instructed Bai Yan to open the door. Your Highness. As soon as Bai Yan opened the door, Steward Yao rushed to Qiao Xi's side. What is it? Qiao Xi did not engage in pleasantries with Steward Yao, directly asking him. Eunuch Qiao has arrived, insisting that Your Highness must enter the palace at once. Steward Yao wasted no time and got straight to the point. Now? Upon hearing Steward Yao's words, Qiao Xi instinctively furrowed his brow. His arrival is indeed timely. Yes. Eunuch Qiao has been sent with the Emperor's decree, requesting Your Highness to accompany him to the palace. He is currently waiting in the front hall. The Emperor summoning the prince at this juncture must pertain to the divorce decree. Entering the palace now is likely not a good omen. It would be wise for Your Highness to find an excuse to send Eunuch Qiao away. Bai Yan interjected hastily. You may evade for a moment. But not for a lifetime. Very well, I shall go to the palace. It is better to see what my father intends. Qiao Xi had no intention of avoiding the situation, thus he disregarded Bai Yan's suggestion. What about Qiao Xi? Knowing he could not persuade Qiao Xi, Bai Yan refrained from saying more. Let us set her aside for now. After I handle my affairs, I shall have ample time to settle accounts with her. Qiao Xi waved his hand, concluding his statement, and signaled for Steward Yao to lead the way as he prepared to enter the palace. Understood. Bai Yan replied, watching Qiao Qi's retreating figure. Not long after, Steward Yao escorted Qiao Xi to the front hall. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon seeing Qiao Xi, Qiao Mian approached with a smile. Thank you for your patience, Eunuch Qiao. Despite his inner turmoil, Qiao Xi, aware of Qiao Mian's position beside the Emperor, dared not show any displeasure. An old servant can wait indefinitely, the key is not to keep the Emperor waiting. Qiao Mian was adept at speaking, directly addressing the crux of the matter. Your words ring true, let us depart at once. Hearing Qiao Mian's words, Qiao Xi inwardly cursed, old fox. Yet he maintained a cheerful facade. After you, Your Highness. Qiao Qi's polite invitation was unexpectedly accepted by Qiao Mian. With a resigned nod, Qiao Xi turned and walked towards the residence's entrance. Having anticipated Qiao Mian's intent, Steward Yao had already arranged for a carriage, which was now waiting at the gate. After both Qiao Xi and Qiao Mian boarded the carriage, it sped swiftly to the palace. In the imperial study. I pay my respects to father. As soon as Qiao Xi saw Qiao Yi, he hurriedly bowed. Humph. You are truly my good son. Qiao Yi did not acknowledge Qiao Qi's greeting, instead launching into a scathing remark. Why does father speak thus? Has the sun done something to displease you? Qi, feeling apprehensive, could only feign ignorance. Qi narrowed his eyes, angrily tossing the divorce decree before Qi. Do you genuinely not understand what you have done? Qi. You better explain this divorce decree to me. With a darkened expression, Qi knelt on the ground. Upon seeing the decree, he felt an urge to eliminate Qiao Xi immediately, yet before the emperor, he dared not act out and hastily replied, in response to my father. This decree was indeed penned by me. 3 days ago, I instructed Bai Yan to deliver it to Qiao Xi. I am unaware of how it ended up in your hands. Could it be that Qiao Xi had a sudden change of heart, unwilling to part with me, and thus reported to you? The matter of the divorce is one I can resolve myself. It is imperative that you maintain your health, father. So it is best not to become enraged. Upon hearing Qi's words, the emperor was incensed. Are you suggesting that I should not interfere in your family affairs? I would not dare. You would not dare? You can independently decide to divorce. What else is there that you would not dare? This divorce decree was retrieved from the plaque outside Liuli Pavilion upon my command. Do you dare claim ignorance? It appeared the emperor was genuinely furious. Qi had barely spoken when he was met with a barrage of retorts. Father, please see clearly. It was Qiao Xi who claimed she could no longer continue with me, prompting me to write this decree. Moreover, she herself stated that she would voluntarily vacate the residence by tomorrow, thus the matter of the divorce was not my unilateral decision. Qi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to explain to Qi, genuinely puzzled by Qiao Xi's foolishness. Do you think I am senile? Who in the capital does not know that Qiao Xi is infatuated with you? The notion that she would agree to your divorce is preposterous. The emperor would not entertain Qi's words, rebuffing him at every turn. Every word I speak is the truth. If father does not believe me, you may summon Qiao Xi for questioning. This matter is truly not my fault. Qi, generally averse to explanations, found himself compelled to clarify the entire situation to the emperor. Qi, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze upon Qi. Since you are aware of my purpose in summoning you, why did you not bring Qiao Xi to the palace directly from the residence? Why mention it now? Qi was at a loss for words, wishing he had never brought it up. He currently had no idea where Qiao Xi was. How could he possibly bring her to the palace? Chapter 30, the discussion. Speak your mind. What is there to hesitate about? Seeing Qi's reluctance to speak, Qi frowned and shot him a glare before reprimanding him. I acknowledge my mistake, Qi quickly replied upon hearing Qi's admonishment. Not wishing to beat around the bush any longer, Qi directly inquired, in light of such a significant incident, why have I not seen Qiao Xi? Where has she gone? I do not know. Since the incident began, I have not laid eyes on her. However, father, please rest assured. I have already dispatched additional personnel to search for her before entering the palace. Qi was even more anxious than Qi. He earnestly wished to question Qiao Xi and discern what thoughts occupied her mind. Rest assured? With such a grave matter at hand, how can you expect me to feel at ease? Upon hearing Qi's admission of ignorance regarding Qiao Xi's whereabouts, Qi's anger flared once more. He had never known Qiao Xi to be so composed, enduring until now without showing herself. The noble lord speaks so lightly, dismissing the emperor with a mere statement of ignorance regarding my daughter's location. What great transgression has my daughter committed that you would consider discarding her? She has been married to the noble lord for less than a year. Are you already weary of her? To publicly display the divorce notice at the entrance of the Liuli Pavilion, making it known throughout the capital, what an affront to my Yao family. Does the noble lord believe my family is without support? Before Qi could even begin to explain to Qiao Zhao interjected, raising her voice. I cannot ascertain whether your family is lacking support, but it is indeed surprising that you suddenly show concern for Qiao Xi at this moment. Why did you not exhibit such care for your daughter before? I do not wish to know your ulterior motives, but I advise you not to harbor any misguided thoughts regarding me. My decisions are not to be trifled with. Qi dared not retort against Qi. Yet dealing with Qiao Zhao was considerably easier given his status. Thus, as soon as Qiao Zhao finished her words, he responded with a few pointed remarks, laced with implicit threats. You. Having her thoughts exposed, Qiao Zhao could only stand awkwardly in place. Impudence. While I am present, you have no right to speak. Feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, Qi scolded Qi for putting Qiao Zhao in such a difficult position. I have been disrespectful, but even if I offend the emperor, I must complete my statements. The matter of the divorce notice was previously agreed upon with Qiao Xi. At that time, she did not object to my decision to divorce, nor did she create a scene in the matter. I took her silence as consent. As for why the divorce notice suddenly appeared at the Liuli Pavilion, I truly do not know. I implore the emperor for some time to investigate this matter thoroughly. Chu Qi felt it was somewhat wasteful to watch Qiao Zhao put on a show, and despite the risk of incurring the emperor's wrath, he insisted on expressing his thoughts. Are you planning to concoct an excuse to leave the palace and disregard this matter? If so, it would imply that my family has accepted your decision to divorce. Where shall I place my dignity? Qiao Zhao was resolute in her demand for an explanation from Chu Qi before the emperor, daring to challenge him repeatedly. Humph. Do you think I am the sort to seek excuses over trivial matters? If I say I will search for Qiao Xi, then I shall. Do not presume that I am unwilling. I, too, have my reservations. Why should I bear the burden of this divorce notice alone? If you do not trust me, remain in the palace and await my return with Qiao Xi for a confrontation to determine the true culprit in this matter. Upon hearing Qiao Zhao's words, Chu Qi's temper flared. Disregarding Chu Ye's potential thoughts, he retorted directly. Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me justice, considering my dedication to the nation. My daughter cannot be treated in such a manner. Seeing Chu Qi become agitated, Qiao Zhao, the cunning fox, ignored his plea, turning to feign distress. Clutching her chest and addressing Chu Yi with a pained expression. The emperor cast a concerned glance at Qiao Zhao, fearing she might faint from anger. He then turned to Chu Qi, bellowing, Chu Qi, you truly possess remarkable skills. I give you 3 days to resolve the matter of the divorce notice, otherwise, even the Empress Dowager will be unable to save you. I understand. Chu Qi, his mood sour, responded darkly to Chu Ye's command, shooting an exasperated glare at Qiao Zhao before departing. This father-daughter duo was quite the spectacle. One vanished without a trace, while the other feigned weakness before the emperor. At the Liuli Pavilion. Shen, come out quickly. I am here to find you again. Qiao Xi arrived at the Liuli Pavilion with a sense of mischief. Having just hung the divorce notice there, she turned around, bringing Sumu along to ask Shen Jiahe for something. Isn't this the same Qiao Xi who was just divorced by the prince today? How could she still have the audacity to seek out Miss Shen at this hour? Indeed. I underestimated her before. Who knew she could stir up such trouble? What underestimation? It's merely shamelessness, typically. A young lady from a respectable family would hide at home after being divorced, unlike her, who deliberately seeks the spotlight. Exactly. It's no wonder the noble lord does not favor her. She possesses only a pretty face and no wit whatsoever. As soon as Qiao Xi uttered a single phrase, those around her began to murmur and discuss her animatedly. I will go wherever I please. What business is it of yours? If you disapprove of me, perhaps you should gouge out your eyes. Originally, Qiao Xi had no intention of engaging with these people. Her purpose at the Liuli Pavilion did not concern them. However, as their chatter grew more fervent, her patience dwindled, and she retorted without hesitation. You. The onlookers, hearing Qiao Xi's words directed at them, stood awkwardly, uncertain of how to respond. Oh, you've been discarded by the noble lord, yet your tongue remains sharp. Now that the news has spread, you still have the audacity to show your face. If I were you, I would have jumped into the river by now. Shen Jiahe, a smile on her lips, slowly emerged from the crowd. Please, do go ahead, no one is stopping you. However, before you die, return my dowry to me. Qiao Xi was unconcerned with Shen Jiahe's thoughts, she only sought her dowry. Therefore, as soon as Shen Jiahe finished speaking, Qiao Xi seized the opportunity to respond. Do you think that's possible? I made it abundantly clear the last time you came, no matter how much you plead, I will not return those items. Shen Jiahe, who had never feared Qiao Xi, now found herself emboldened by the latter's diminished status following her divorce. She had no intention of treating Qiao Xi kindly and spoke quite curtly. With a frosty demeanor, Qiao Xi fixed her icy gaze on Shen Jiahe. She was no longer the inept fool she once was. If Shen Jiahe continued to provoke her, it would be too lenient of her not to retaliate. Slap. A resounding slap echoed, leaving everyone stunned in place. Chapter 31, Life is of utmost importance you. How dare you hit me? Shen Jiahe exclaimed, clutching her face in pain while furiously pointing at Qiao Xi. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Xi retorted, "What's wrong with hitting you? You hoard other people's belongings without a shred of shame, truly believing yourself to be superior? I am not one to be trifled with. Return what belongs to me at once." "I refuse. I took these items from the prince's residence. As a discarded concubine. What right do you have to demand anything from me?" Jiahe insisted, unwilling to return Qiao Xi's belongings, knowing that doing so would ruin her reputation in the Lily Pavilion. "Ah, I truly witness what it means to be shameless and invincible. You won't return my belongings. Will you? Just watch, I shall demolish your precious Lily Pavilion." As her words fell, Qiao Xi swiftly kicked a nearby stool, sending it crashing into the doorframe. "You have no right to be so brazen in my establishment. Someone, seize her." Jiahe commanded, and a throng of thugs armed with clubs surged forward. Qiao Xi regarded them with disdain, smirking, "Anyone unafraid of death, step forward. I might grant you mercy if you beg for it now." Jiahe believed Qiao Xi was merely putting on a brave face, thinking it absurd for an ignorant fool to challenge her well-trained henchmen. "Enough talk, just fight," Jiahe demanded, eager to see Qiao Xi grovel. Yet, Qiao Xi ignored her, delivering a swift kick to one of the men before weaving through the group with remarkable speed, quickly overpowering them. "Who would have thought you possessed such skill?" Jiahe scoffed, feeling a pang of humiliation as she watched her thugs fall. With a cold snort, she brandished a silver needle, her gaze sharp and vengeful. This needle was meant for Qiao Xi's demise. Jiahe reasoned that since Qiao Xi had already been discarded by Qi, no one would care if she were to be eliminated. It would serve as retribution for her. "Seeking death, are we?" Qiao Xi dismissed Jiahe entirely, merely sidestepping the silver needle with ease. The weapon was child's play to her, Jiahe's skills were insufficient to pose a threat. Seizing the moment, Qiao Xi flicked her hand, releasing a cloud of white powder upon Jiahe. "You vile creature, what have you done to me?" Jiahe seethed with fury. "Just a little poison, no need to panic, Miss Xin. If you do not return my dowry, within 3 days, you shall rot away and perish." Jiahe, who had intended to curse Qiao Xi, suddenly felt an unbearable itch take hold of her. Despite her attempts to scratch it, the more she did, the worse it became. If this continued, she would be driven mad before the poison even took effect. Gritting her teeth, she growled, "You fool, give me the antidote at once." "How amusing. You expect me to provide you with an antidote while you remain silent on the matter of my dowry? Do you truly think I would jest with you? I have made myself abundantly clear, return my dowry, and I shall grant you the antidote, otherwise, we shall speak no further." Throughout their exchange, Qiao Xi maintained a composed demeanor, exuding tranquility. At this moment, Jiahe's patience reached its limit. Gazing at Qiao Xi's smug smile, she felt as though she were staring at a demon risen from the depths of hell. "Very well, as long as you provide the antidote, I shall agree to any terms." When faced with the imminent threat to her life, Jiahe discarded her pride, realizing that survival took precedence over all else. She would seek vengeance later, for now, she must find a way to endure. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and retrieve the items for the princess," Jiahe commanded, no longer concerned about her dignity. "Yes, yes." Her servants hastily obeyed, rushing to fetch the items from Jiahe's quarters. In the Gongding prince's residence, Huayu Hall, Qi was preparing to leave when Bai Yan returned, breathless. "My lord, trouble has arisen. Qiao Xi has caused a scene at the Lily Pavilion and poisoned Miss Xin." Upon hearing this, Qi's expression turned ashen, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. "What happened?" Bai Yan, not daring to hesitate, recounted the events at lightning speed. Qi's anger escalated with every word, veins bulging on his forehead, radiating a palpable aura of violence. "Cursed Qiao Xi, you have truly embroiled me in a great mess. How dare you go to the Lily Pavilion? It seems you wish for your own doom." "To the Lily Pavilion?" "Yes." Bai Yan swiftly complied, following Qi from Huayu Hall. He thought to himself that a woman like Qiao Xi deserved 100 deaths for the trouble she continuously caused the prince. At the Lily Pavilion, Jiahe felt the itch intensifying again, unable to bear it any longer. She scratched at her skin, drawing blood in the process. "Those servants are utterly incompetent. It shouldn't take this long to retrieve such trivial items. They are making me suffer," she thought, frustration boiling within her. Once the items were finally procured, she hurriedly presented them to Qiao Xi. Sumu, check to see if anything is missing or damaged. We cannot leave without ensuring everything is in order. We cannot afford to be caught off guard later. Qiao Xi feigned disinterest in hastily providing the antidote and instructed Sumu to inspect the items for any damage. My lady, rest assured, I cherish these items dearly, and there will be no damage. However, I implore you to grant me the antidote first. At this rate, I might not have a single unblemished piece of skin left. Xinjiahe pleaded, nearly frantic with urgency. Qiao Xi, growing impatient with the incessant prompting, shot a glare at Xinjiahe and replied, why the rush? I know my own concoction well, a moment's delay will not cost you your life. Xinjiahe, feeling utterly wretched, could hardly contain her desperation. Had it not been for Qiao Xi's poison, she would have stormed forward to slap her several times. However, her life was now in Qiao Xi's hands, rendering her protests futile. She could only endure in silence. Chapter 32, Who will cure the poison for an enemy? Qiao Xi. Just as Qiao Xi awaited Xinjiahe's pleas for mercy, a voice filled with fury echoed from outside, the voice of Chu Qi. Ah, the prince has arrived. Upon seeing Chu Qi, Qiao Xi displayed no fear whatsoever, greeting him with a smile as if she had been waiting for him for an eternity. You madwoman. Return with me at once. Chu Qi ignored Qiao Xi's words, issuing a command for her to accompany him back to the royal residence. Return where? Qiao Xi remained rooted in place, countering his question. To the royal residence, of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qi answered her. Qiao Xi let out a cold laugh, gazing at Chu Qi, and said, Your Highness certainly has a sense of humor. I have already been divorced by you. What purpose would it serve for me to return to the royal residence? Have you perhaps changed your mind? Indeed, I do regret it, regret not having eliminated you sooner. Allowing you to linger on for so long. Chu Qi paused, taken aback, and after a moment, he spoke again, eager to resolve the divorce matter swiftly to appease the emperor. His impatience nearly led him into Qiao Xi's trap. I have only been out for half an hour. And yet the prince has come looking for me. It seems you are quite concerned about me. With Chu Qi's arrival, the play she had orchestrated became even more intriguing. And it was no wonder Qiao Xi remained unfazed, engaging in a battle of wits with him. Bai Yan, take her back to the residence. Chu Qi, intent on swiftly bringing Qiao Xi back, commanded Bai Yan without noticing Xinjiahe's peculiar demeanor. Miss Shen, you have seen for yourself that it is not my unwillingness to cure your poison, but the prince's urgency to take me back. Given this, I shall take my leave for now. I will visit the Liuli Pavilion again tomorrow. Bai Yan, having received his orders, approached Qiao Xi, who turned to cast a feigned distressed glance at Xinjiahe before uttering those words. Cure what poison? Upon hearing Qiao Xi's remark, Chu Qi instinctively questioned her. I am leaving now. If the prince wishes to know what has transpired, he can inquire directly with Miss Shen. Qiao Xi, now compliant, prepared to follow Bai Yan. Stop. Xinjiahe, on the brink of despair, could not allow Qiao Xi to leave just as she was about to receive the antidote. Ignoring Chu Qi's question, she called out to Qiao Xi's retreating figure. Ah. Miss Shen displays remarkable audacity, daring to openly defy the prince's command. Qiao Xi feigned surprise as she looked at Xinjiahe. I. Xinjiahe flushed at Qiao Xi's words, standing awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to Chu Qi. What is the matter with you? Only then did Chu Qi notice something amiss with Xinjiahe, setting aside his earlier irritation as he inquired with concern. The princess had come to ask me about my dowry. When I did not comply, she poisoned me, which is why I am in this state. I merely wished for her to leave the antidote, I had no intention of opposing the prince. Struggling against her discomfort, Xinjiahe replied. Understanding the situation, Chu Qi pointed a commanding finger at Qiao Xi. Give her the antidote. Ha! The prince speaks so lightly, do you think I will simply cure her upon your command? I refuse. I intend to return to the royal residence. Qiao Xi internally chuckled, thinking how Chu Qi had an inflated sense of his own importance. Suppressing his anger, Chu Qi stated firmly, the poison you administered must be remedied by you. Are you out of your mind? I poisoned her to kill her. Do you know anyone who would cure their enemy? Enough with the nonsense, quickly provide her with the antidote. Qi recognized Qiao Xi's deliberate evasion and decided to cut through the pleasantries. He stepped closer and seized her arm. If you do not release me, Xinjiahe will truly perish. Qiao Xi, fully aware of her lack of strength compared to Qi, cried out in frustration. At her words, a fierce flame ignited in Qi's eyes as he gritted his teeth, demanding, hand over the antidote now. Obtaining the antidote is not impossible. Let Xinjiahe apologize to me and kneel, calling me auntie, and I shall grant her the antidote. Otherwise, she may await her demise in the Liuli Pavilion. Had Qi not arrived, it is likely that Qiao Xi would have administered the antidote after securing her dowry. However, with Qi's intervention, she was determined to retaliate against Xinjiahe. Qiao Xi, do not go too far. With that, Qi outright rejected her. Qiao Xi scoffed, then replied, suit yourself. After all, it is not my life at stake. I will consider an apology, but nothing else. Although Xinjiahe remained silent, Qi glanced back at her. Observing her battered state, he was compelled to attempt negotiating with Qiao Xi once more. Please, clarify the situation. You are the one begging me, not the other way around. If you do not comply with my demands, you will never possess the antidote. Qiao Xi was indifferent to Xinjiahe's plight. Having seized an opportunity to manipulate Qi, she was determined to make the most of it. Ah. Miss Shen's face appears to be rotting. Just as Qiao Xi finished speaking, Yan Miao, one of Xinjiahe's maids, suddenly exclaimed. Xinjiahe, already enduring immense pain, was horrified upon hearing Yan Miao's words. Looking at Qi with a pitiful expression. Prince, I feel so unwell, am I to die? Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake. I will never again dare to take the princess's belongings without permission. I implore you, please cure my poison. Xinjiahe knelt before Qiao Xi, pleading for mercy. Though in her heart, she vowed to kill Qiao Xi once she was cured. She has already admitted her fault, please, grant her the antidote. Just as Xinjiahe finished speaking and before Qiao Xi could respond, Qi hastily interjected, glaring fiercely at Qiao Xi. Deeply displeased by Xinjiahe's reference to Qiao Xi as princess. However, upon reflection, he realized that Xinjiahe's life was in Qiao Xi's hands. And her submission was likely due to her predicament, so he did not dwell on it. How can the prince have such a poor memory? Miss Shen has yet to kneel before me. Qiao Xi, sipping tea from a nearby cup, smiled at Qi. Upon hearing this, both Qi and Xinjiahe's expressions darkened. They never anticipated Qiao Xi would be so resolute, she would not provide the antidote until Xinjiahe knelt. Who would have thought that Miss Shen would place her pride above her life, what spirit? If that is the case, I shall cease wasting my time and truly take my leave. Every word Qiao Xi uttered was a piercing mockery to Xinjiahe and Qi. Yet they could not retort, to do so would seal Xinjiahe's fate. Chapter 33, Addicted to Acting? Princess, please stay. Just as Qiao Xi turned, Xinjiahe called out to her, and with a resounding thud, she knelt on the ground. Qi looked at Xinjiahe with a heart full of concern. Then turned his sharp gaze towards Qiao Xi, demanding, are you satisfied now? What does the prince mean by that? Qiao Xi feigned ignorance, replying. Isn't it only natural for me to reclaim what she has taken from me? Enough with the nonsense. Quickly, administer the antidote to Jiahe. Qi, distressed for Xinjiahe, did not want her to remain kneeling in front of so many people. He commanded Qiao Xi, then turned back to Xinjiahe with a tender gaze, Jiahe. You have been wronged. Xinjiahe's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she replied to Qi, Your Highness, please don't say that. I am not wronged. For your sake, I am willing to do anything. Is Miss Shen confused? This is your affair, how can you involve His Highness? It is you who is poisoned. Not him. Seeing that Qi disregarded Qiao Xi entirely, Su Mu, feeling displeased, muttered under her breath. Having suppressed his anger for too long, Qi thought. If he could not move Qiao Xi, could he not deal with a mere maid? Upon hearing Su Mu's words, he fixed her with a piercing look and ordered those nearby, What are you? You have no right to speak here. Someone, take her out and beat her. Let us see who dares to touch her. As some approached Su Mu, Qiao Xi's commanding voice halted them in their tracks. Qiao Xi, do not overstep. Qi's face darkened to an extreme, as if he could kill Qiao Xi with his gaze. Su Mu is mine, if you lay a finger on her, I shall immediately take Xinjiahe's life. Test me if you dare. Qiao Xi, unfazed by Qi's mood, resolved to protect Sumu at all costs. Your Highness. Please do not quarrel with the princess. It is all my fault, I should not have taken the princess's belongings out of greed. I beg for your forgiveness. I shall never dare again, I realize my mistake. Xinjiahe, feigning humility, even shed a few theatrical tears. Are you done? Are you addicted to acting? Qiao Xi found Xinjiahe's performance utterly tedious, dismissively waving her hand before turning to leave. Please forgive me, I swear I will never do this again. As Qiao Xi seemed serious, Xinjiahe dropped the pretense and earnestly pleaded. Qi gazed at the kneeling Xinjiahe, wishing he could eliminate Qiao Xi at that moment. After all, Xinjiahe had fought alongside him for many years, no one had ever dared to treat her this way. If you truly care for Miss Xin, you could apologize on her behalf. Qiao Xi found Qi's suggestion repulsive, sneering at him before tossing the antidote to Xinjiahe and departing from the Liuli pavilion. Once Qiao Xi left, Xinjiahe promptly stood and looked at Qi with a pitiful expression. Your Highness, after the antidote. You should rest for a few days. Once you have recovered, you may reopen. Qi did not linger in conversation with Xinjiahe, leaving her with a parting remark as he hurried away. He had unresolved matters with Qiao Xi. In Huayu Hall. Has Qiao Xi returned? Qi stormed back to the Wangfu from the Liuli pavilion, immediately inquiring with Steward Yao about Qiao Xi's whereabouts. Replying to the prince. The princess has indeed returned and is currently in the Qingyu pavilion. Steward Yao, unaware of the reason behind Qi's fury, merely answered his question. Bai Yan. Go fetch her. Upon hearing that Qiao Xi was in the Wangfu, Qi issued a direct command. Understood. Bai Yan, aware of the cause of Qi's ire, wasted no time and hurried to the Qingyu pavilion. You truly have an audacity unlike any other, returning to the Wangfu. Upon seeing Qiao Xi, Bai Yan wasted no time in scoffing at her. Where I go is none of your concern. Speak your business or leave. Qiao Xi did not spare Bai Yan a glance, retorting sharply. You. Bai Yan was taken aback by her shamelessness. Qiao Xi had become the laughingstock of the capital. Yet she remained so brazen. Is that dog of a prince sending you to find me regarding the divorce? Qiao Xi, finding Bai Yan's silence too slow, directly posed her question. You dare to refer to our lord as that? How audacious. Your reaction confirms my guess. Let us go. We wouldn't want that dog of a prince to wait too long and start snapping at people. With that, Qiao Xi turned and left the Qingyu pavilion, heading toward Huayu Hall, indifferent to Bai Yan's response. Do you regret divorcing me? Have you come to repent? Upon arriving at Huayu Hall, Qiao Xi spotted Qi and preemptively spoke before he could utter a word. Are you tired of living? Qi glared at Qiao Xi with a look of seething rage, as if he wished to tear her apart. Speak plainly, will you? Don't waste our time. Qiao Xi, having experienced the excesses of ancient decorum and idle chatter, was determined not to squander time on meaningless exchanges, stating her intent clearly. Do you not owe me an explanation regarding the divorce? After such a prolonged ordeal, Qi was somewhat fatigued and, for once, refrained from threatening Qiao Xi with words, instead posing her a question. Have you got it all wrong? You were the one who divorced me, why am I the one left to explain? What is there to explain? Why I suddenly stopped loving you? Why I didn't beg you to keep me? Don't be ridiculous. Yes. I did hang the divorce decree at the entrance of the Liuli pavilion, but what difference does it make whether I did or not? Tomorrow, once I leave the Wangfu, the news would spread regardless. Since the outcome is the same, what harm is there in letting others know I have been divorced sooner? You divorced me, which means I am free. I am neither your princess nor your maid, I can do as I please without your interference. On what grounds do you question me? Qi was taken aback, he had expected a single retort, yet Qiao Xi unleashed a torrent of words that left him momentarily stunned. He had never realized she could be so articulate. Moreover, he found himself inexplicably agreeing with her logic, indeed, they had no ties now, and neither could dictate to the other. However, as a prince, even if he internally acknowledged her reasoning, he would never admit it aloud. He even perceived Qiao Xi's assertiveness as a blatant challenge to his authority. Chapter 34, The first entrance to the palace. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Do you genuinely believe that I have any desire to meddle in your affairs? Were it not for the impact this matter has on me, I would not utter a single word to you. As soon as your father received the news of my intention to divorce, he rushed to the palace to make a scene. It is a pity that you and your father do not take to the stage. One plays the role of the red-faced villain, while the other portrays the white-faced hero, yet here you are, pretending to be innocent. Your father is clearly intent on preventing my divorce, otherwise he would not have escalated this issue to the emperor. Now that Father Emperor wishes to summon us both to the palace, I am eager to see how you intend to explain this situation. Do you not wish to leave the royal residence? Then swiftly devise a plan to thwart your father. Do not let this effort be in vain. Qi assumed that all the commotion instigated by Qiao Xi was prearranged with Qiao Zhao, and thus, after she finished speaking, he showed her no mercy and directly mocked her. What? The previously self-assured Qiao Xi stood frozen in place upon hearing Qi's words. She had contemplated many scenarios prior to submitting the divorce papers, yet she completely overlooked her seemingly useless father. She truly did not anticipate Qiao Zhao would act in such a manner. In the past, when she was with the Qiao family, Qiao Zhao had never shown any affection towards her, yet upon hearing of her impending divorce, he hastily donned a fade of concern and rushed to the emperor to weep and complain. Qiao Xi was thoroughly irritated by such insincere individuals, especially since her plans had been disrupted by Qiao Zhao. With palpable impatience, she said to Qi, I have already stated that we are to enter the palace. Why are you still lingering? Observing that Qiao Xi was no longer her previous boisterous self, Qi smiled at her and remarked, so now you feel urgency? Whatever happened to your earlier arrogance? Qiao Xi glared at Qi and retorted, are you leaving or not? There is still ample time before we reach the palace gates. Why the rush? Having witnessed Qiao Xi's previously composed demeanor now shift to one of urgency, Qi found himself intrigued. You refuse to leave, do you? Then let us dawdle. Once we enter the palace, should the emperor inquire why I consented to your divorce, I shall declare it was due to your impotence. And we shall see who truly brings shame. Initially flustered at the news of Qiao Zhao causing a ruckus in the palace, Qiao Xi had regained her composure and formulated a strategy. It was apparent that Qi was deliberately attempting to vex her. Qiao Xi remained unperturbed, a sly smile gracing her lips as she addressed Qi. Qiao Xi. Hearing her name, Qi erupted in anger. Qiao Xi disdainfully regarded him and replied, am I not standing right here? Why shout so loudly? Bai Yan, prepare the carriage. Qi, wishing to avoid further banter with Qiao Xi, promptly changed the subject and called for Bai Yan. The carriage had already been readied, and Bai Yan responded swiftly, Your Highness. Please. After escorting Qiao Xi to Huayu Hall, Bai Yan hurried off to prepare the carriage, and upon hearing Qi speak, he promptly replied. Humph. Qi snorted coldly and stepped out of Huayu Hall before Qiao Xi. The Imperial Palace. This was Qiao Xi's first entry into the palace since her arrival in this world, and her unfamiliarity with the surroundings led her to quietly follow Qi. A stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. As she walked, she marveled at the grandeur of the emperor's abode. The golden glazed tiles of the palace sparkled magnificently under the sun, and the two dragons adorning the eaves seemed to come alive, ready to soar into the sky. Under the guidance of two palace attendants, they soon arrived at the emperor's study. Your humble son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Your humble daughter Qiao Xi pays her respects to your majesty. Upon entering, Qiao Xi immediately spotted Qi seated upon the dragon throne and imitated Qi's gesture of respect. You are Qiao Xi? Qi did not rush to allow Qiao Xi to rise, instead inquiring after her bow. To your majesty, I am indeed Qiao Xi. Uncertain of Qi's intent, Qiao Xi met his gaze before responding. You possess great audacity to gaze directly upon his majesty. Seeing Qiao Xi staring fixedly at Qiyi, Qiao Mian could not help but reprimand her. It matters not, Qiyi waved a hand, dismissing Qiao Mian's admonition. I have heard it is you who consented to the divorce after discussions with Prince Gongding. Without unnecessary preamble, Qiyi directly questioned Qiao Xi. In response to your majesty. That is not the case. The divorce decree was prepared by the prince and delivered directly to my residence, Qingyu Pavilion, without any consultation with me. Had I been part of the discussion, it would have been a separation agreement, not a divorce decree. Upon hearing Qi's question, Qiao Xi internally scorned Qi for his fabrications, believing he thought her oblivious. She understood the distinction between a divorce decree and a separation agreement. Qiao Xi. Cease your nonsense. Hearing Qiao Xi's response, Qi grew agitated, momentarily disregarding his surroundings as he rebutted her. Before addressing His Majesty, consider your words carefully, Prince. How dare you claim this divorce decree was not delivered to Qingyu Pavilion by Bai Yan when I was gravely injured? Oh, by the way. While we're on this subject, perhaps the prince should clarify to His Majesty why I, as the Princess of Gongding, suffered injuries within my own residence? You wretched Qiao Xi, you have been waiting for this moment, have you? Initially believing that bringing Qiao Xi to clarify the divorce decree to the emperor would suffice. Qi did not anticipate her to mention her injuries at this juncture. Shower, do not fear, your father is here. Whatever grievances you hold, you may voice them. And His Majesty will support us. Your father shall seek justice for you. Standing to the side, Qiao Zhao seized the opportunity, hastily interjecting before Qiao Xi could speak. Feigning genuine concern. Minister Qiao is correct, you may express any grievances you have. Chu Yi, wishing to resolve the matter of the divorce decree, found himself compelled to respond to Qiao Zhao's comments, thus continuing the dialogue. Your humble daughter expresses her gratitude to your majesty. The second Miss Bai from the Bai family was inexplicably poisoned not long ago, and the prince, believing I was responsible, stormed into Qingyu Pavilion, delivering 30 lashes and departing. I was left injured and feverish, with no one in the residence to summon a physician for me. By divine intervention, I managed to survive. Just as I regained the ability to stand, the prince dispatched a divorce decree, ordering me to vacate the premises within 3 days. Had it not been for the servants mistakenly taking the decree as a prescription and bringing it outside the residence, who knows how long the prince would have concealed this from His Majesty. Qiao Xi spared no courtesy, and as Qi finished speaking, she began her account, growing increasingly aggrieved until tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 35, She is absolutely deliberate. Silence. Before Qiao Xi could finish her words, as she wiped her tears, Qi could no longer contain himself and began to shout in the presence of the emperor. Impudence! It is not your place to speak while I am here. The emperor's reprimand followed immediately after Qi's declaration. With the emperor's admonition, Qi dared not utter another word. He stood there with a dark expression, glaring resentfully at Qiao Xi. Why does the prince look at me like that? Have I said something wrong? Feeling the intensity of Qi's gaze, Qiao Xi tilted her head and asked him in confusion. This woman is undoubtedly deliberate. In front of the emperor, she only speaks of her grievances, yet conveniently omits the incident of her uproar in the Wangfu. She certainly knows how to play the part. If I had known Qiao Xi was such a skilled actress, I should have dealt with her properly back at the Wangfu. If she had been rendered speechless, she would have had no means to slander me before the emperor. Alas! It is too late for such thoughts now. I have already brought Qiao Xi here, and judging by Chu Ye's expression, he must be quite incensed. Qi clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his anger as he spoke. You are not at fault, the fault lies with this prince. Had I known you could twist the truth so easily, I should have divorced you sooner. Twist the truth? Have you ever truly inquired of Bai Shiyu why she was poisoned? I have already informed you that during those days, I never set foot outside. Why do you refuse to listen? You are foolish, deceived by Bai Shiyu. I merely stated the truth before His Majesty. What is there for you to resent? You regret not divorcing me sooner? I regret it too. I regret being blind enough to marry you in the first place. Qiao Xi was aware that Qi feared another reprimand from the emperor, which is why he was trying to control his temper. However, she was unafraid and intended to take this opportunity to chastise Qi before the emperor. Qiao Xi, that is enough. Qi, unable to outmatch Qiao Xi in argument, raised his voice once more. Your Majesty, every word I have spoken is the truth. If your Majesty doubts it, you may dispatch someone to the Wangfu for verification. I implore your Majesty to stand for me and seek justice. Though I may lack talent, I do not deserve to be treated this way. It is well known that Prince Qi has a legitimate wife, yet he has never lacked in the company of courtesans. He even chastised his lawful wife due to the words of those concubines. I would rather not be involved in such a marriage. I beseech the emperor to consent to annul my engagement to Qi. Yet Qiao Xi paid no heed to Qi, directing her accusations towards the emperor once more. This. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Chu Ye's expression shifted dramatically. Had Qiao Xi come here to jest? Qi understood Qiao Xi's affections for Qi, otherwise, he would not have arranged their marriage. Yet now, Qiao Xi was demanding the annulment of her engagement, leading Qu Yi to feel that she was mocking the dignity of the imperial family. It was only natural for him to be angered. As the emperor, the ruler of a nation, such capriciousness would raise eyebrows among the other ministers. How would the common people perceive him? He could not possibly alter the imperial decree based on Qiao Xi's words. That would be akin to slapping his own face. My daughter. The whole capital knows how deeply you admire the prince, the love you profess is profound. Such words about annulling the engagement should not be uttered lightly. I understand you are currently in a fit of anger, but you must not make rash decisions. It would be best to wait a few days until your emotions have settled, and then I shall accompany you to seek the emperor's counsel. If you still wish to annul the engagement, we shall let his majesty decide. Not only Qu Yi, but even Qiao Zhao believed Qiao Xi had lost her mind to speak such words. Did she truly think the emperor could change his decree at will? Having served in the court for many years, Qiao Zhao was somewhat aware of Qu Yi's temperament. Had he remained silent a moment longer, the Qiao family would have faced dire consequences. The punishment of Qiao Xi alone would be minor. If the Qiao family were implicated, it would be a grave matter. Thus, Qiao Zhao had to intervene, citing Qiao Xi's unstable emotions as a reason to halt her remarks. Humph. With such words, you think to sway father into changing his mind? Perhaps you should take a good look at your own capabilities. Qu Qi, with a heart as clear as a mirror, naturally understood Qu Yi's dilemma. Observing that Qu Yi remained silent for a long time after Qiao Zhao's words, he began to mock Qiao Xi. After Qu Qi's derision, Qiao Xi unexpectedly refrained from retaliating and instead quietly observed the expressions of those around her. She knew that the more silent one became, the angrier they grew. Observing the emperor's reaction, it was evident he was indeed furious. Yet, Qiao Xi was unaware of the cause of Qu Yi's anger, so she hesitated to interject. After a lengthy silence, Qiao Xi finally could not restrain herself and boldly spoke, I wish to make a wager with your majesty. A wager? What sort of wager? Curiosity piqued, Qu Yi's anger subsided as he sought to know what Qiao Xi intended to wager. I wager that I can cure your majesty's thirst. If the emperor regains his health, he must agree to annul my engagement. Qiao Xi did not leave any suspense, directly stating her wager after Qu Yi inquired. How preposterous. You, a good-for-nothing, dare to make such grand claims? You truly are courting death. Qu Qi, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, swiftly mocked Qiao Xi. Be silent. You know nothing yet dare to prattle on, take care not to injure your own tongue. As Qiao Xi spoke, she observed the emperor and noticed a fleeting glimmer of delight in his eyes. She instantly realized she had struck a chord, which emboldened her to confront Qu Qi. I had no idea that the daughter of Qiao Xi possessed such medical knowledge. Just as Qiao Xi finished her retort, Qu Yi spoke, though his words conveyed skepticism. He had heard from others that Qiao Zhao, a renowned physician, had a daughter who knew nothing of the art. So it was understandable for Qu Yi to doubt Qiao Xi's abilities. My daughter is speaking nonsense. I hope your majesty does not take her words seriously. Qiao Zhao believed Qiao Xi had lost her sanity today, repeatedly challenging Qu Qi before the emperor and even daring to claim knowledge of medicine. Qiao Zhao thought such behavior stemmed from Qiao Xi's despair after being divorced by Qu Qi, prompting her to act recklessly. However, while Qiao Xi's recklessness was her own choice, she could not drag the entire Qiao family into her folly. To dare to deceive the emperor with claims of medical expertise was perilous. Fearing the emperor's wrath, Qiao Zhao quickly interjected to stop Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi, do not speak nonsense, close your mouth. After finishing her words to the emperor, Qiao Zhao hurriedly reminded Qiao Xi in a hushed tone. I am not speaking nonsense. If you do not believe me, ask His Majesty yourself. Qiao Xi held no favorable impression of Qiao Zhao and did not offer him a pleasant countenance, directly refusing his suggestion. Qu Yi, as the ruler of the nation, was not someone Qiao Zhao could directly question. Clearing his throat, he spoke, Your Majesty is not someone you can challenge. I wonder how you will respond. Perhaps you should explain yourself? Chapter 36, Negotiating Terms. Am I obliged to explain myself to you? Qiao Xi thought to exploit Qu Yi's illness to negotiate terms. Having no desire to converse with Qu Qi. After Qu Qi finished speaking, she retorted without hesitation. You. Qu Qi could no longer count how many times Qiao Xi had sharp-tongued him today. Yet, in the presence of the emperor, He dared not treat her as he would in the royal residence, for fear of giving the emperor any reason to reprimand him. Such a scolding could not only lead to his own disgrace but might also implicate Bai Shiyu, should the emperor mistakenly believe she was the instigator. What evidence do you possess to prove that I am unwell? Qiao was entirely indifferent to the matters between Qiao Xi and Chu Qi. His sole concern was whether Qiao Xi could indeed remedy his ailment. Thus, he ignored Chu Qi and asked Qiao Xi once more. Qiao Xi bowed to Chu Yi and replied, "From my observations, your majesty consumes a cup of tea almost every half-incense time, a classic symptom of diabetes. Being a chronic condition, it necessitates a disciplined lifestyle. Given the demands of your position, it is challenging to maintain a regular routine, which exacerbates your condition. Moreover, as emperor, your diet is likely far from bland, and an excessive intake of rich foods is detrimental to your health." Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Ji gazed at her intently, scrutinizing her with newfound seriousness. Previously, he had regarded her as somewhat foolish, solely devoted to Chu Qi and a source of amusement in the capital. Yet today, her keen observations had led her to accurately identify his affliction, speaking directly to the heart of the matter, truly unexpected. The once disdainful Chu Qi felt increasingly embarrassed as Qiao Xi spoke. He had not anticipated her perceptiveness and the logical nature of her statements. Even more astonished was Qiao Zhao, for the entire Qiao family knew Qiao Xi lacked medical knowledge. How had she come to articulate the emperor's condition so precisely? And when had she acquired such skills? Even your father cannot guarantee a complete cure for my ailment. Do you truly possess such confidence? Chu Yi was acutely aware of his health's precariousness. Qiao Zhao had only indicated that the illness could be managed, not cured, which contributed to his agitation upon hearing Qiao Xi's assertions. If she could indeed heal him, he would no longer need to fret about his health, prompting him to urgently inquire of Qiao Xi. "Rest assured, your majesty. If you adhere to my prescribed regimen, I guarantee your health will be restored to its former state, without any lingering effects." Sensing hope regarding her annulment of engagement to Chu Qi, Qiao Xi eagerly assured Chu Yi. Diabetes, akin to contemporary knowledge, seemed to afflict the emperor. Likely type 1 due to insufficient insulin production, leading to metabolic disruptions and elevated blood sugar levels. With insulin injections, he could manage his condition. In the context of ancient medicine, this might be deemed a difficult ailment, yet with her medical space, Qiao Xi found it trivial. Beyond insulin, it was imperative for Chu Yi to modify his dietary habits, minimizing high-sugar foods to stabilize his blood sugar levels. "Should you indeed cure my illness, I shall not only issue a decree to annul our engagement but also compel Chu Qi to convert the divorce document into a separation decree, thus not hindering your future marriage prospects." It was evident that Chu Yi was significantly burdened by his illness, otherwise he would not have proposed such enticing terms to Qiao Xi. "Father." Chu Qi was entirely unaware of Chu Ye's diabetes, and upon hearing his words, he immediately called out to him. "Thank you, your majesty, for considering my daughter's welfare. Once I conclude my current affairs, I shall promptly enter the palace to attend to your health." Qiao Xi, however, offered no opportunity for Chu Qi to interject, hastily expressing her gratitude to Chu Yi before he could finish. At that moment, her heart raced with excitement. She had merely sought the emperor's consent to annul her engagement to Chu Qi. Yet Chu Yi not only agreed but also assured that Chu Qi would revise the divorce document. How audacious, Qiao Xi! What matter could supersede the emperor's health? Why do you not attend to him immediately? As soon as she finished speaking, Qiao Mian reprimanded her sternly. "Your majesty, I assure you, I do have pressing matters to attend to. Tomorrow marks the day I am to vacate the royal residence as agreed with the prince, and I cannot break my word. I guarantee that once I am settled, I shall enter the palace without delay to treat your illness." After being scolded by Qiao Mian, Qiao Xi remained unperturbed, responding with utmost respect and feigning an air of grievance. "Vacate? Until I consent to the annulment of the engagement, you are to remain as the crown princess. Should anyone disagree, let them come directly to me." Without casting a glance at Chu Qi, Chu Yi made his declaration. "Thank you, your majesty. Since I am not required to relocate, I shall enter the palace tomorrow to attend to your health." After expressing her gratitude and bowing, Qiao Xi discreetly stepped aside. Noticing that Qiao Xi offered no chance for him to speak, Chu Qi glared at her with a sullen face, realizing he had underestimated her. He had assumed that by bringing Qiao Xi to the palace and explaining the circumstances to Chu Yi, the emperor would acquiesce to his desire for divorce. Instead, Qiao Xi's few words had completely disrupted his plans. Moreover, his father had decided to change the divorce document without consulting him. What madness was this? Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Chu Yi, initially intending to converse with Qiao Zhao, inadvertently caught sight of Chu Qi's hostile glare directed at Qiao Xi, prompting him to raise his voice. I would not dare. Chu Qi, taken aback by the emperor's sudden attention, quickly regained his composure. You had best not. After casting a warning glance at Chu Qi, Chu Yi turned his attention to Qiao Zhao. I trust my actions meet with your approval, my dear minister? Your Majesty is indeed wise. Qiao Zhao, uncertain of the unfolding events, dared not refuse the emperor's inquiry, responding ambiguously. In that case, you may both take your leave. As the matter had lingered for some time, and seeing no objections from Qiao Zhao or Chu Qi, Chu Yi issued his command. I take my leave. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, both Qiao Zhao and Chu Qi had no reason to remain in the imperial study, bowing respectfully before exiting. Chapter 37, The unassuming eldest daughter of the Qiao family. Your Majesty, do you truly believe that Qiao Xi can cure your ailment? After observing that Chu Qi and the others had exited, Qiao Mian finally posed the question to Chu Yi. Her words are both reasonable and substantiated. And I see in her demeanor a resolute confidence. If she did not possess genuine assurance in her ability to heal me, she would not dare to act so boldly. Moreover, her courage has yet to reach the level of deceiving or trifling with me. There is no need for excessive concern, simply wait. For she is to enter the palace tomorrow to treat me. At that time, you may observe her closely. Chu Yi, this emperor, was not without discernment. He had meticulously studied Qiao Xi's actions and expressions. Had he not perceived her unwavering confidence, he would not have promised Qiao Xi to facilitate the alteration of the divorce decree for Chu Qi. What does your Majesty imply? It seems the rumors are erroneous. Qiao Xi's capabilities undoubtedly extend beyond our observations. The eldest daughter of the Qiao family is no ordinary person. Then why did your Majesty consent to the third princess divorce? Qiao Mian questioned, bewildered. I did not compel Qiao Xi to vacate the princess residence. Whether the divorce decree can indeed be executed remains uncertain. Chu Yi refrained from directly addressing Qiao Mian's inquiry, instead offering this remark. Your Majesty is wise. Having served Chu Yi for no less than 15 years, Qiao Mian could discern some of his intentions, and upon hearing these words, he swiftly grasped the underlying meaning. I am weary. Your servant shall assist your Majesty to rest, Qiao Mian replied, extending his hand. In the carriage, Qiao Xi, have you lost your mind? Why did you not inform me sooner of such a significant matter as the prince's divorce? Do you still regard me as your father? Upon exiting the palace, Qiao Zhao, with a sullen expression, pulled Qiao Xi into his carriage and immediately began to scold her. Do you genuinely care for me? Or are you merely reluctant to relinquish your title of father-in-law? Qiao Xi, fully aware of how Qiao Zhao treated the original owner, felt no affection for him. In response to Qiao Zhao's accusations, she retorted incisively. Is this how you ought to treat your elder? I regret having raised you. Where has your upbringing vanished? Qiao Zhao had never anticipated that the typically timid Qiao Xi would confront him so boldly, his face flushing with indignation. Have you forgotten your own behavior? I recall that during my childhood, you hardly treated me well. Even when you understood that my marriage to Chu Qi would lead to misfortune, you did not oppose it. You merely watched as I leapt into the flames. Your current reproaches stem solely from the fact that Chu Qi has abruptly divorced me. You have yet to savor the glory of being the father-in-law of a prince. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your intentions? Now that you acknowledge me as your daughter, where were you all this time? Qiao Xi recognized that Qiao Zhao's concern was insincere. His treatment of the original owner demonstrated that he was unworthy of respect and certainly not a good father. Given that Qiao Zhao was not her biological father, she felt no obligation to hold back her words as she directly confronted him. You. Since becoming a marquis, no one had dared to speak to Qiao Zhao in such a manner. He had never expected Qiao Xi to be the first. He trembled with rage, pointing a shaky finger at her, yet found himself at a loss for words. Father, let me be frank, even if Chu Qi does not issue a divorce decree, I will find a way to sever ties with him. After all, you have never truly regarded me. It would be simpler if you pretended I do not exist. The hopes of the Qiao family lie solely with Qiao Luo. Do not harbor resentment toward me, instead, invest your efforts in nurturing her. This shall be the last time I address you as father. Regardless of whether I find myself destitute or prosperous, it shall have no bearing on you. I will not return to the Qiao family seeking your support. I have expressed all I wished to say. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I must prepare to enter the palace tomorrow to attend to His Majesty's health. After articulating her thoughts, Qiao Xi bowed to him and exited the carriage. Sir, this. The driver, observing Qiao Xi's departing figure, exchanged a bewildered glance with Qiao Zhao, unsure of how to proceed. Let us return to the estate. Though Qiao Zhao was incensed, he could not vent his frustration upon the innocent driver. With a resigned sigh, he instructed the driver to head back. Yes. Aware of Qiao Zhao's agitation, the driver dared not speak further and quietly drove the carriage. At the Gongding princess residence. What did His Majesty say upon entering the palace? Did he consent to your divorce? Upon exiting the palace, Chu Qi returned to the princess residence. Where Bai Yan awaited him at the entrance, hastily approaching him with a question. No. Chu Qi replied, his mood plummeting, offering only these two words. Bai Yan, taken aback by Chu Qi's response, stood frozen in astonishment. Once he regained his composure, he pressed further, no? Did His Majesty not know from the start that the prince harbored no affection for Qiao Xi? Why would he not see such a favorable opportunity to acquiesce? Are you aware of the emperor's affliction with diabetes? Chu Qi refrained from answering Bai Yan directly, instead posing a question. Hasn't His Majesty always been in good health? I have not heard any physician report of his illness. Although Chu Qi did not answer directly, Bai Yan's words provided him with clarity. Indeed. As the sovereign of a nation, the emperor's health is paramount to the survival of the entire Dexing. Therefore, aside from the palace physicians, no one else would know the true state of his health. For if news of his illness were to leak, the stability of Dexing would be jeopardized. Yet today, Qiao Xi accompanied me into the palace, discovering the emperor's condition, and she assured him that she could cure him, vowing that her medicine would bring relief. The emperor even promised that if she was successful in healing him, he would not only annul my betrothal to Qiao Xi but would also allow me to change the divorce decree to a separation decree. As he spoke of this, Chu Qi felt a mix of frustration and anger. Not only had Qiao Xi disrupted his plans, but he also felt humiliated at the prospect of signing a separation decree with that foolish woman. However, he found himself powerless, for these were the emperor's own words. And the emperor's commands were as binding as law. He had no standing or leverage to challenge the emperor's decree. What? As soon as Chu Qi finished speaking, Bai Yan gasped in disbelief, finding the situation utterly preposterous. He could not fathom what capabilities Qiao Xi possessed to audaciously offer her services as a physician to the emperor. Moreover, why did the emperor consider a woman of an external family instead of his own son in such matters? Chapter 38, stealthily returning to the royal residence. The emperor has already reached an agreement with Qiao Xi, rendering any further discussion futile, for the time being. This matter shall remain as it is. It is worth noting that Chu Qi witnessed the entire incident unfold, and thus, his astonishment is no less than that of Bai Yan. However, he is yet to devise a solution and must temporarily set the matter aside. Your Highness, why did you not return with Qiao Xi? At this moment, Bai Yan's emotions were incredibly complex. Upon raising his gaze and not spotting Qiao Xi, he could not restrain himself from inquiring of Chu Qi. As soon as they exited the palace, Qiao Zhao took her away. She is likely already at the Qiao residence now. Chu Qi was not in the right frame of mind to ponder over the situation. Upon hearing Bai Yan's question, he replied with indifference. Why did you not stop him? Why allow Qiao Zhao to take Qiao Xi back? Bai Yan retorted immediately after hearing Chu Qi's words. Given the troubles Qiao Xi has caused, it would be expected for Chu Qi to bring her back at this crucial moment to account for her actions. How could he let her return at such a critical juncture? I perceive that Qiao Zhao has no intention of allowing Qiao Xi to annul the engagement, else he would not have caused such a ruckus in the palace. If he wishes to take Qiao Xi away, so be it. There are those eager to deal with her. Why should I intervene? Chu Qi's powers of observation were keen, and he understood well the nature of Qiao Zhao towards Qiao Xi. Just by observing Qiao Zhao's demeanor in the palace today, it was evident that Qiao Xi would not have a pleasant time upon returning home. Witnessing her suffer was somewhat gratifying. Your Highness speaks with reason. Bai Yan found no fault in Chu Qi's words and thus echoed his sentiment. At Qingyu Pavilion. Su Mu, please fetch me a cup of water. Qiao Xi evaded the guards of the royal residence, taking a detour back to Qingyu Pavilion. Upon entering, she instructed Su Mu to pour her some water. Initially preoccupied with tidying the room, Su Mu, upon hearing Qiao Xi's voice, looked astonished and asked, Miss, did you not return to the Marquis's residence with the master? What brings you back so suddenly? I turned back halfway. Returning would only subject me to the remarks of the household, which I am too weary to endure, Qiao Xi candidly explained. Does the prince know of your return? Su Mu, aware that Qiao Xi's life at the Qiao residence was far from pleasant, felt her decision to stay away was wise and refrained from further comment. Qiao Xi chuckled at Su Mu's words, You silly girl, what time is it? Do you think I would dare let Chu Qi know? With the news of the divorce, he would likely wish to take my life. Why would I willingly offer myself as a sacrifice? It is I who have not considered thoroughly. Su Mu scratched her head in embarrassment and offered this remark. I am quite fatigued after all this time, I wish to rest for a while. You need not tidy up, attend to other matters. Tomorrow, Qiao Xi must prepare for treating Chu Yi. So she sought to excuse Su Mu to facilitate her own access to her medical space. The maid will wait outside, should you require anything, just call for me. As soon as Su Mu exited, Qiao Xi hurriedly closed her eyes, focusing her mind until her medical space materialized in her consciousness. Whether through subcutaneous injection or an insulin pump, these methods are essential for a type 1 diabetes patient, as dietary and exercise management alone is insufficient for treatment. Thus, upon entering her space, Qiao Xi's first task was to locate insulin. Fortunately, her space was well stocked with medications, allowing her to find insulin easily, along with a mini syringe. With the insulin secured, the situation became much more manageable. Future treatments would necessitate Chu Ye's cooperation. It was imperative to regulate his diet, encouraging him to consume fiber-rich foods, low-sugar options, and low cholesterol items. A balanced diet with smaller, more frequent meals would greatly aid in controlling his blood sugar. Most importantly, Chu Yi must steer clear of high-sugar foods, such as pastries made from lotus seeds, lilies, and other sugary fruits. Speaking of which, she nearly forgot to retrieve a blood glucose meter, enabling Chu Yi to conduct tests whenever necessary. Qiao Xi could promptly adjust the treatment plan, ensuring that as long as Chu Ye's blood sugar remained stable, his symptoms would show significant improvement. You truly have no fear, daring to return to the royal residence. After gathering her necessities, Qiao Xi prepared to recline on her bed for a moment's respite. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she heard Chu Qi's voice from outside the door. Chapter 39 Why don't you take on the responsibility of healing him? You would do well to remain here and contemplate how to cure the emperor's ailment. Should you fail to restore his health, I shall not hesitate to take your life. The chilling intensity in Chu Qi's gaze conveyed a stark warning. With such eloquence, perhaps you should attempt the healing yourself? Qiao Xi retorted, unimpressed by his arrogance, for she, like many physicians, found it exasperating when the uninformed offered unsolicited advice. Chu Qi's expression darkened to an extreme. His eyes narrowed as he glared at Qiao Xi, seething, If you truly wish for death, you need only to express it to me, and I shall oblige. Then do it now. Qiao Xi replied with a provocative demeanor, her challenge hanging in the air. As soon as your father recovers, I assure you, I shall not allow you to live another moment. Disappointed by the fruitlessness of his visit to Qingyu Pavilion, Chu Qi dismissed himself with those words. Please. Take your time leaving, Qiao Xi sneered, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang after he departed. Once Chu Qi was gone, Su Mu rushed into Qingyu Pavilion, her face etched with concern. Miss, what you said to the prince earlier, surely it cannot be true. You do not possess the means to cure the emperor? Why, then, did you boast so boldly within the palace? What shall we do now? To fail to deliver on one's claims before the emperor is tantamount to treason. We are doomed. What nonsense are you conjuring? I merely wished to avoid a lengthy discourse with Chu Qi and spoke in passing to placate him. Do you truly believe I would dare to utter such things if I were not confident? After all, we are speaking of the emperor. Seeing Su Mu's distress, Qiao Xi adopted a serious tone, eager to alleviate the girl's fears, fearing she might spiral into despair over trivialities. Oh, that is a relief. You had me terrified with your words. Sumu sighed deeply, shaken from the earlier fright. With a gentle gaze, Qiao Xi inquired, "You are no longer worried, I trust?" "Not at all, not at all. Observing you attend to your own injuries reassures me of your exceptional capabilities." Sumu chuckled, her spirits lifted. "Indeed. It is well past the hour, you should retire for the night." As a physician, Qiao Xi understood the perils of sleeplessness. She glanced at the night sky and urged Sumu to rest. "And you, miss, should also retire early. I shall take my leave." With a respectful bow, Sumu exited Qingyu Pavilion. At the Bai residence. "Miss, have you heard? The entire capital is abuzz with rumors that Qiao Xi has been cast aside by the prince." Bai Shiyu's maid, Qiao Er, burst into the room, her excitement palpable. "Is it true? I always knew the prince disdained that fool Qiao Xi. At last, the divorce has come. Such splendid news." A victorious smile spread across Bai Shiyu's face upon hearing the news. "Absolutely. I just returned from outside, and the populace is discussing this matter fervently. Quick. Let us visit the prince's residence." After confirming the truth of the matter, Bai Shiyu set aside her tasks, eager to seek out Chu Qi. Yet, she resolved to first witness the spectacle of Qiao Xi's humiliation at Qingyu Pavilion. "But, Mississippi. It is already late. Perhaps we should rest and visit the prince in the morning?" Qiao Er hesitated, voicing her concern. "What of it being late? The prince has countless matters to attend to. He is surely still awake. We can simply knock upon arrival without any delay." Bai Shiyu bristled at being interrupted. "What if father finds out and chastises us?" Qiao Er pressed, still reluctant. "Why are you so chatty? By now, father is already asleep. If you remain silent, he shall never know of our late-night excursion." Bai Shiyu snapped, her impatience boiling over. "Miss, I am only worried about your welfare." Qiao Er replied, feeling unjustly scolded for her concern. "I am capable of handling my own affairs. You need not fret so. Just do as I instruct." Despite Qiao Er's explanations, Bai Shiyu seemed deaf to her words. Reprimanding her once more. "I understand. I shall accompany you to the prince's residence." With no choice left, Qiao Er followed Bai Shiyu. At the prince's residence, Chu Qi treated Bai Shiyu with unusual kindness, allowing her to enter the residence at such a late hour without hesitation. How shameless is Qiao Xi to linger here after being dismissed by the prince. Upon entering, Bai Shiyu made a beeline for Qingyu Pavilion without even encountering Chu Qi. Perhaps she has yet to gather her belongings. Qiao Er, still flustered from Bai Shiyu's earlier outburst, hesitated to speak but knew she must respond. "I believe she is deliberately overstaying her welcome. What possessions could a simpleton like her possibly have?" Bai Shiyu continued her tirade, her indignation unceasing. "Indeed, Mississippi. I doubt she will remain here much longer. The moment dawn breaks, the prince shall surely order her departure." Knowing that agreeing with Bai Shiyu would keep her from further scolding, Qiao Er sought to comfort her. "That is certain, it is common knowledge that the prince despises her. Or he would not have issued the divorce decree." Eager to witness Qiao Xi's downfall, Bai Shiyu rushed to Qingyu Pavilion, her impatience palpable. As they approached the door, Bai Shiyu, fueled by anger, kicked it open. "How dare you remain here, despite being cast aside by the prince?" The closer she got to Qingyu Pavilion, the more her fury ignited. She felt entitled to reside in the prince's residence, believing that had it not been for Qiao Xi, she would have already wed Chu Qi and possibly had children by now. Upon reaching the entrance, she kicked the door open with force. "What madness is this? Who permitted you to enter?" A groggy Qiao Xi, startled awake, retaliated without even opening her eyes, suspecting that Chu Qi was behind this intrusion. Chapter 40, Healing Scars. "Forgetting Peignyu, a discarded consort, what pretense is this?" Bai Shiyu dismissed Qiao Xi's irritation with scorn. "You truly have healed your scars and forgotten the pain, haven't you?" After adjusting her attire, Qiao Xi rose from the bed and immediately critiqued Bai Shiyu's audacity. Her words were not unfounded, after all. Bai Shiyu had recently been dealt with by herself. Had it not been for Chu Qi's intervention, Qiao Xi might have eliminated her entirely. Yet, here stood this woman, brazenly confronting her at Qingyu Pavilion. Bai Shiyu paid no heed to Qiao Xi's jabs and retorted, "How dare you speak to me? The prince has issued a decree of divorce, why haven't you vacated the royal residence? Do you cling so desperately to the title of princess? What does my living arrangements have to do with you? If you're eager to marry Qi, go tell him directly. Pressuring me to leave the royal residence is nothing but a foolish endeavor. I declare here and now, I shall not leave. I intend to reside in the palace for eternity. The notion of making space for you is nothing short of a daydream. Qiao Xi shot a glare at Bai Shiyu before firing back. You. Bai Shiyu was at a loss for words after Qiao Xi's barrage. She had not anticipated Qiao Xi's brazen defiance, leaving her awkwardly rooted in place. What's the matter? Did I strike a nerve? Perhaps you should kneel and plead with me to persuade Qi to marry you sooner? Qiao Xi sneered at Bai Shiyu's shocked expression, pressing her further. Bai Shiyu, caught off guard, fell silent. Her late-night visit to Qingyu Pavilion was solely to hasten Qiao Xi's departure, thus allowing her to assume the role of princess. It was evident to all that Qi held no affection for Qiao Xi, yet this woman obstinately clung to the title. Why should that be? The prince loves me. Not you. Had you not interfered, I would have already married him. After a lengthy exchange, Bai Shiyu could no longer contain her feelings and blurted out her truth. Qiao Xi rolled her eyes at Bai Shiyu's proclamation, retorting, "It was not I who compelled Qi to wed me. If you have grievances, confront him directly. What use is it to vent at me? You may not be aware, but aside from you, Qi has another favored one, Xinjiahe, who resides at Liulage. Instead of idling here, go seek her out. I am weary and wish to rest, do not disturb my slumber." With that, Qiao Xi pushed Bai Shiyu out the door and slammed it shut with a resounding bang. Miss, this. After witnessing the fierce quarrel, Qiao Xi's maid, Qiao, hesitated to speak, but upon being pushed out, she called out to Bai Shiyu. Having absorbed Qiao Xi's words, Bai Shiyu's expression darkened. Her face a picture of anguish as she stood outside without a chance to inquire further. Where is the prince? She asked, suppressing her fury. He should be in the study at this hour. I believe so, Qiao replied tentatively, unsure of Qi's activities. Very well, let us return to the residence. Bai Shiyu's mind was a tempest of confusion, she had no desire to seek out Qi any longer. Yes. With that, Qiao hastened to follow Bai Shiyu. In the study. Your Highness, what troubles you? Bai Yan, aware that Qi preferred silence when angered, inquired cautiously. It is that fool, Qiao Xi. I went to Qingyu Pavilion seeking her, only to be cast out. Clearly, she has faced insufficient punishment. The mere thought of Qiao Xi caused Qi's head to throb. His tone reflecting his displeasure. Bai Yan countered, is it because of her claim to treat the emperor's ailment today? How could the emperor possibly trust her and allow her to enter the palace? Should she fail to cure the emperor, I shall have her executed. Qi, burdened with pent-up fury, spoke without hesitation. Bai Yan expressed concern, that may not be wise. What if Qiao Zhao stirs trouble at our residence because of this? Qi, unfazed, retorted, do I fear him? As the prince, you naturally have no fear of someone like Qiao Zhao. I merely find him troublesome and wish for you not to waste time on him. Given the uncertainty of the situation, Qi deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. Let us set this aside for now, we shall see how things unfold when Qiao Xi enters the palace tomorrow. Agreed. Knock, knock. Before Bai Yan could finish, a knock echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Bai Yan inquired before Qi could respond. Old servant Yao Yu has urgent business to discuss with the prince. Yao, the steward, was astute enough to announce his presence. Come in. Upon hearing Qi's command, Yao pushed the door open and entered the study. What brings you here at such a late hour? Without waiting for Yao to bow, Qi questioned him directly. Replying to the prince, I came to inquire about Miss Bai Er, to see if she requires anything. Yao, unaware that Bai Shiyu had gone directly to Qingyu Pavilion, assumed she was with Qi. Bai Er? Qi instinctively inquired. Has Miss Bai not sought the prince? Yao, gathering from Qi's tone, deduced that Bai Shiyu had not visited him since her arrival at the royal residence. I have been in the study for an hour and have not seen her. Yao, realizing the implications of Bai Shiyu's purpose for coming to the palace, feigned surprise and stood still. Perhaps she has encountered some trouble, causing her delay. Bai Yan, go find her. Noticing Yao's reaction, Qi pieced together the situation, unwilling to entertain negative thoughts regarding Bai Shiyu. With the entire capital aware of Qiao Xi's divorce, it was likely that Bai Shiyu had come merely to taunt her. Nevertheless, Chuchi felt no sympathy for Qiao Xi, she had brought this upon herself. Now that Qiao Xi had changed, her demeanor was entirely different. Chuchi worried that Bai Shiyu might suffer, thus instructing Bai Yan to seek her out. I shall go at once. With this, Bai Yan exited the study. With no further matters, I shall take my leave. At this moment, Yao sought to distance himself from Chuchi, aware that should the prince's temper flare, he would be the one to suffer. Very well. Chuchi acknowledged with a brief nod, lapsing into silence thereafter. Chapter 41, a near miss. The subordinate searched high and low but found no trace of Miss Bai Er. Perhaps she had already returned to the Bai residence. Bai Yan quickly scoured the Wangfu but saw no sign of Bai Shiyu, so he returned to report to Chuchi. I am aware, Chuchi replied coolly to Bai Yan. It is late, you should also rest early. Bai Yan dared not speculate on Chuchi's thoughts and suggested that he take his leave. Chuchi remained silent, merely gesturing for Bai Yan to withdraw. The following day at Qingyu Pavilion. Miss, wake up. There are visitors from the palace. Early in the morning, Qiao Mian arrived at Qingyu Pavilion with 2 attendants in search of Qiao Xi. Upon seeing this, Sumu hurried to rouse Qiao Xi. Why so early? Qiao Xi murmured, blinking in confusion. Miss, you are to attend to the emperor's health. Hurry up. Sumu, fearing Qiao Xi's sleepy mumblings would be overheard by Qiao Mian, urged her to rise without delay. All right, I understand. I shall prepare immediately. Sumu's reminder jolted Qiao Xi awake. She quickly threw off her covers and leapt out of bed. The emperor's health was of paramount importance to the nation, and she must not delay in attending to him. As Qiao Xi began to dress, Sumu turned to fetch water for her face. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Master Qiao. After a time, Qiao Xi finally finished her preparations. Upon opening the door, she saw Qiao Mian waiting in the hall and quickly approached him to offer her greetings. May I inquire if the Wangfei is ready? Qiao Mian responded not with an answer but with a question of his own. Yes. I shall accompany you to the palace now. After saying this, Qiao Xi exchanged a few words with Sumu before departing Qingyu Pavilion with Qiao Mian. They moved swiftly, reaching the entrance of the Wangfu in mere minutes. Please, Wangfei. Upon reaching the carriage, Qiao Mian gestured for Qiao Xi to board. I did not sleep well last night. I shall rest a moment in the carriage. Please call for me upon our arrival at the palace. Qiao Xi spoke candidly, finding a corner seat in the carriage. Qiao Mian merely smiled, offering no further comment. The 2 young eunuchs trailing behind Qiao Mian exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting discontent at Qiao Xi's boldness in speaking so freely to Qiao Mian. Unperturbed, Qiao Xi closed her eyes. Though she was confident in her ability to heal Chu Yi, he was still the emperor, and prudence was advisable. Had Bai Shiyu not caused a ruckus the previous night at Qingyu Pavilion, she would not have needed to rest in the carriage. The carriage sped along, stopping only at the palace gates. Wangfei, we have arrived, Qiao Mian called out. Awaking with a yawn, Qiao Xi replied, I am unfamiliar with the palace. I will need your guidance, Master Qiao. Nodding in acknowledgement as Qiao Xi disembarked, Qiao Mian led the way. Why are there so many people in the palace today? As they progressed, Qiao Xi noticed the crowd increasing, roughly double that of her previous visit. Knowing you are here to attend to the emperor, His Majesty has summoned the physicians from the Taiyuan hospital to observe your methods, Qiao Mian explained. With so many people around, security cannot be lax. Ah, I see. Qiao Xi responded, her thoughts turning inward. It seemed the dramas were not misleading, every emperor harbored suspicions. While the official reason for the physician's presence was to learn from her, the underlying motive was likely to ensure she did not monopolize the emperor's health. Regardless, it mattered little, the tools she required for diagnosis were not available to the physicians, thus rendering any attempt at imitation futile. The phrase once you enter the palace, it is as deep as the sea rang true, as a discarded Wangfei. She had not expected to be so closely scrutinized by the emperor. Had she not traversed to this realm, she would never have imagined that her medical skills could lead to such peril. Why do you not pay your respects to His Majesty? As she pondered these matters, she unwittingly approached the main hall. Noticing her delay in saluting the emperor, Qiao Mian reminded her. Your daughter-in-law, Qiao Xi, pays her respects to the emperor. realizing her oversight. Qiao Xi quickly knelt before Qu Yi. Rise. After permitting her to stand, Qu Yi added, these are the physicians from Taiyuan Hospital. I have invited them here today to witness how you treat me. After Qu Yi's words, the faces of the gathered physicians darkened, yet none dared to speak. Having served for so many years without being able to cure the emperor's ailments, they felt humiliated. The emperor's seemingly disparaging remarks were, in fact, a generous reprieve. Typically, failure to heal the emperor would warrant severe punishment. Without further ado, I shall begin treating His Majesty, Qiao Xi stated, not engaging with Qu Yi's preceding comments. Very well. Qu Yi, observing Qiao Xi's earnestness, acquiesced, though he found her somewhat naive. Has your Majesty had breakfast today? Qiao Xi inquired directly. No. What does my meal have to do with your diagnosis? It was the first time someone had posed such a question prior to a medical examination. And Qu Yi was baffled. Before treating your Majesty, I must first check your blood sugar levels. Unfortunately, I forgot to advise you not to eat this morning in my haste yesterday. Thankfully, you have not yet dined, so we can proceed with the test, otherwise we would need to wait until tomorrow, Qiao Xi replied, internally chastising herself for her oversight. Had Qu Yi already eaten, the blood sugar levels would be skewed, risking an incorrect prescription with dire consequences. More critically, had she entered the palace only to leave empty-handed, Qu Yi would surely feel manipulated, potentially endangering her life. Chapter 42, Accompanying the Emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger. What is blood sugar? When Qu Yi first encountered this term, he found it quite novel and, without a second thought, inquired of Qiao Xi. In response to his father's query, she explained that the glucose present in the blood is referred to as blood sugar. In fact, what the daughter-in-law intended to measure was the blood sugar level. Under normal circumstances, our blood sugar levels should range between 3.9 to 6.1 millimoles per liter. However, if the fasting plasma glucose exceeds 7.0 millimoles per liter, it may indicate diabetes. The daughter-in-law needed to conduct a test first to ascertain the condition of the emperor, assuring him that she would diligently attend to his treatment. The medical field is replete with specialized terminology, and Qiao Xi, pressed for time, could not explain each term to Qu Yi individually. After providing a brief explanation of blood sugar, she confidently asserted that she would cure his ailment, thereby preempting further inquiries. Qu Yi, though unable to fully grasp the complexity of the matter, felt it inappropriate to press Qiao Xi for clarification as the emperor. Thus, he graciously accepted her words. Kindly ask the eunuch to bring a basin of water. His Majesty needs to cleanse his hands before the blood sugar test. Before retrieving the blood sugar meter, Qiao Xi instructed Qiao Mian to prepare the water, thus optimizing their time. She adjusted the code while Qu Yi washed his hands, ensuring efficiency. Prior to testing blood sugar, it is essential to thoroughly cleanse one's hands, insert the test strip into the device, puncture the thumb with a small needle, and apply pressure to extract a drop of blood, which is then placed on the test strip for analysis. Having heard an array of unfamiliar terms from Qiao Xi, Qiao Mian began to genuinely believe in her medical prowess and ceased to voice any objections. He promptly directed a young eunuch to fetch water. What shall we do next? Qu Yi inquired after washing his hands, intrigued by the peculiar procedure he had never witnessed before. Qiao Xi, pleased with his cooperation, found the emperor surprisingly agreeable. To test blood sugar, His Majesty needs to prick his finger and squeeze a drop of blood onto this. However, before she could elaborate, Qiao Mian admonished her sharply. How dare you? What do you mean? Qiao Xi responded in confusion. How can we measure blood sugar without blood? She was baffled by Qiao Mian's outburst. How could His Majesty's health be compromised? Do not think that just because you utter a few incomprehensible phrases, you can act recklessly. Qiao Mian perceived Qiao Xi as feigning ignorance, questioning how the esteemed Wang Fei could be unaware of the emperor's delicate condition. His respect for her evaporated in an instant, replaced by disdain. Good heavens, we cannot test blood sugar with water, can we? Qiao Xi was left speechless, struggling to comprehend the illogical reasoning of those around her. What do you imply? Qiao Mian retorted, confused. If I do not know where His Majesty's blood sugar levels stand, how can I prescribe a remedy? Should I rely on mere conjecture? At that moment, Qiao Xi realized the truth of the saying. The emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch, for while Qiao remained silent, Qiao Mian incessantly interrogated her to the point of exasperation. Enough. If this prolongs the treatment for His Majesty, how will you atone for it? Unable to reason with Qiao Mian any longer, she interrupted him. Qiao Mian, having served in the palace for many years, had never encountered anyone daring enough to contradict him. Taken aback by her interruption, he stood momentarily stunned. Enough. I trust Qiao Xi. If she claims she can cure my ailment, let her proceed unhindered. Qiao Mian, you may withdraw. Just as Qiao Mian and Qiao Xi were on the brink of another dispute, Qiao finally spoke up. During their exchange, Qiao observed Qiao Xi's confident demeanor and actions, which convinced him of her capabilities. Very well, he declared. With the emperor's affirmation, Qiao Mian dared not object further and discreetly stepped aside. Qiao Xi took a step forward and addressed Qiao. I must first disinfect the finger from which you will have your blood drawn. Please extend your hand, Your Majesty. In Qiao's understanding, disinfection involved grinding realgar into a fine powder to apply to the area in need of cleansing. He considered Qiao Xi's approach to be quite prudent and thus complied without further comment. Swiftly, Qiao Xi retrieved an alcohol swab from the cloth pouch she had prepared earlier, wiped it across Qiao's fingertip, and lowered his arm. Allowing the arm to hang aids blood flow, she seized the opportunity to produce the blood collection needle and, before Qiao could react, deftly punctured his fingertip. To facilitate blood flow, she pressed on the base of his finger, and upon seeing blood emerge, she placed the drop onto the test strip's designated area, subsequently inserting the strip into the blood sugar meter. The results of the blood sugar test would appear within seconds. Please send someone to fetch a few sheets of Xian paper, Qiao Xi instructed Qiao Mian to ensure a clear record of Qiao's blood sugar levels and monitoring time. What do you require Xian paper for? Qiao Mian's first response was not to comply but to query her purpose. To document the results. Do you think one test suffices? Qiao Xi retorted, exasperated by his incessant inquiries. People of ancient times tended to be somewhat obstinate, they always sought clarity before taking action, which was a considerable waste of time. Oh, I shall fetch it immediately. Qiao Mian, now wary of offending Qiao Xi, hurried to procure the paper after realizing her intent. Phew. At this moment, Qiao Xi finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. Working in the presence of the emperor necessitated a strong psychological fortitude, although Qiao had remained silent. She could still feel the weight of his authority. The items you requested are ready, Wang Fei. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Mian had gathered everything Qiao Xi needed. Thank you. Upon hearing Qiao Mian's voice, Qiao Xi turned to see he had brought a tray. Along with the paper she required, it also contained a brush and inkstone. Such meticulousness was commendable, explaining why he had served the emperor for so many years. Chapter 43, questioned by the imperial physician as Qiao Xi observed the numbers on the blood glucose meter, she deftly recorded them with a brush, discovering that Qiao's blood sugar level was 7.4 millimoles per liter. Coupled with her prior observations of his frequent thirst, she became increasingly convinced that he was afflicted with type 1 diabetes. To this day, diabetes remains an incurable, lifelong metabolic disorder. Thus, once the type of diabetes is established, patients must adopt pharmaceutical interventions for management. Typically, individuals with type 1 diabetes experience significant impairment or loss of pancreatic function, necessitating insulin injections to regulate their blood sugar levels. The most suitable injection sites for insulin are primarily the abdomen, outer thigh, and outer upper arm, with varying absorption rates dependent on the location. The abdomen facilitates the fastest absorption, followed by the upper arm. Short-acting insulin should be administered in the abdomen, while intermediate and long-acting insulins may be injected into the thigh or upper arm. Given that Qiao's condition required long-term insulin injections, Qiao Xi could not inject it into his thigh or abdomen in front of so many witnesses, thus, she opted for his arm. Having determined all the symptoms, it was now time to commence treatment. After preparing the necessary items, Qiao Xi turned to Qiao and declared, "The daughter-in-law has ascertained the condition of His Majesty, and we can now begin the treatment." Qiao stood in stunned silence, perplexed by how Qiao Xi had so swiftly diagnosed his ailment. What was that instrument you just used? Though her actions appeared to be without fault, this was his life at stake, and he felt compelled to clarify before consenting to her treatment. Your Majesty, this is merely a device to assist in measuring blood sugar levels. The daughter-in-law has deduced your condition based on the values displayed and her previous observations, Qiao Xi explained. In response to Chu Ye's skepticism, Qiao Xi, unlike her previous interactions with Chao Mian, chose to address his inquiries earnestly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the gathered imperial physicians began to murmur amongst themselves. How could this be? Is she merely guessing? Exclaimed one. Indeed. The Princess Consort's audacity is astounding, boldly claiming to have determined His Majesty's condition without proper credentials. Another chimed in. Your Majesty, do not heed her words. I have practiced medicine for many years and have never encountered such a method of diagnosis. You have simply not encountered it, which speaks to your limited understanding. If your previous prescriptions had been effective, why would His Majesty require my intervention? Qiao Xi retorted. Is it the case that your own inadequacies fuel your fear of my success in treating His Majesty's illness, potentially displacing you from the Imperial Medical Bureau? In your eyes, is it His Majesty's health or your own prospects that hold greater significance? Initially, Qiao Xi believed that curing Chu Yi would validate her medical skills and ensure her survival in this grand dynasty. Yet she was unprepared for the onslaught from the assembled physicians immediately after identifying his ailment. As their disparaging remarks about her abilities reached her ears, her temper flared. And she confronted them directly. It appeared that the intrigues of the harem extended even to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Ignorance was no excuse for disdain. She was more than willing to educate these physicians on the use of modern instruments, so why the hostility? She had always believed in mutual respect. Yet these physicians feigned knowledge while belittling her. If that was their approach, she would not hesitate to respond in kind. How can a woman speak so rudely? One physician retaliated, incensed by her words and momentarily abandoning critiques of her medical practice to attack her character. What of it? Should a woman be barred from mastering the art of medicine? Why should my hard-earned skills be subject to your scorn? Is it because you are a physician that others are unworthy of learning the craft? Just because my methods differ from yours does not render them erroneous. Who decreed that your word is the ultimate truth? The Emperor? If that were the case, why does he not summon you to treat him, instead of relying on me? As you have evidently failed to fully heal him? The physician was taken aback, unprepared for such a rebuttal. What is wrong with me? Are you so irate because my words struck a nerve, or because they reveal your own insecurities? Is it pleasant to be doubted? While you cast baseless accusations against me, did you ever stop to consider my grievances? The physician was left speechless, yet Qiao Xi persisted in her critique. Your Majesty, this scene is quite unexpected, Chao Mian remarked, unsure of how to proceed and casting a troubled glance at Chu Yi. Despite having heard of Qiao Xi's outrageous behavior, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. While Qiao Xi's antics were indeed chaotic, one would expect her to recognize the gravity of the occasion. How could she openly berate the physicians in front of the Emperor? Chapter 44. I gazed at you, determined to heal. Should I fail to cure the sovereign's ailment, I would acquiesce to any demand you make, even if it costs me my life. I would not utter a single no. However, if I succeed in restoring the Emperor's health, you shall publicly acknowledge your own lack of skill before the civil and military officials, and resign from your position in the Imperial Medical Bureau. This proposition was merely a tactic employed by Qiao Xi to silence the incessant questioning from the court physician. She had no true intention of forcing him to resign. For they were both healers, and there was no need for animosity. She simply wished to conserve time to treat Chu Yi with undivided attention. To my surprise, the physician hesitated upon hearing Qiao Xi's words. Why was Zhang the physician not responding? Qiao Xi was but a young girl, how proficient could her medical skills be? What was he truly concerned about? As the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, how could he lack such resolve? Indeed, if he were to be outdone by Qiao Xi, the so-called incompetent princess, where would that leave the dignity of the other physicians? Li the physician voiced his agreement, asserting that if that were the case, the Emperor would perceive them as idlers in the Imperial Medical Bureau, and the ladies and princes of the inner palace would cease to seek their counsel for ailments. As Zhang the physician wavered, those behind him began to murmur amongst themselves. Enough. You, as the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, and you, the Princess Consort of Gongding, are quarreling today only for my health. What is this about gambling? It has already been a quarter of an hour. Qiao Xi, will you treat me or not? If not, return to your residence at the Gongding Palace. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Qiao Xi intervened to break the physician's debate. Very well. I shall continue the examination of my father. After a prolonged wait, Qiao Xi finally spoke. Allowing Qiao Xi to escape further questioning from Zhang the physician as she cheerfully replied, Your Majesty, you are correct, I acknowledge my error. Zhang the physician, not foolish, seized the opportunity to concede before Qiao Xi. Zhang the physician, please step aside. After dismissing Zhang, Qiao Xi signaled Qiao Xi to approach him. Having determined my symptoms, what is the next course of treatment? To respond to Your Majesty, all that is required is to inject this into your body. And you must follow the dietary regimen I provide to alleviate your condition. The only complication is that this must be injected periodically, however, you need not worry, as it will not harm your body. Once I complete your treatment, I will instruct the physicians on its administration, ensuring that even in my absence, your treatment will not be delayed. Furthermore, I shall visit every 5 days for a follow-up. As time progresses, I will adjust the dosage based on your condition, without causing any disruption to your daily life. After addressing Qiao Yi's inquiry, Qiao Xi waved the syringe in her hand. What is that? Qiao Yi inquired, displaying keen interest in the object Qiao Xi held. Oh, this is called a syringe. It is akin to the acupuncture needles employed by the physicians. To use it, one must first insert the needle into your body, then administer the medication before withdrawing it. Please extend your arm, and once I prepare the tools, I will demonstrate for you. Do not fret, it is painless and will not leave any scars. Having explained briefly, Qiao Xi realized it would be more efficient to treat Qiao Yi while allowing him to observe, so she indicated her intention to proceed with the injection. There were only a few suitable sites for insulin injection, and given Qiao Yi's status as emperor, he would certainly not consent to having it administered in his abdomen or thigh in front of so many witnesses. Having already spent considerable time in the palace, Qiao Xi wished to avoid further explanations and decided to inject the insulin into Qiao Yi's arm. Initially, she contemplated rolling up his sleeve herself, but reconsidered, feeling that such an action might be deemed inappropriate in this era. You have some audacity. To her surprise, Qiao Mian rebuked her as soon as her words left her lips. Confounded, she retorted, I am treating the sovereign. What is your intention, Lord Qiao? You are a woman. How can you gaze upon the emperor's body? Qiao Xi. Hearing Qiao Mian's words, Qiao Xi felt utterly speechless. As a physician, she had long been accustomed to examining patients' bodies and felt no discomfort. Moreover, how could she treat Qiao Yi if he did not expose his arm? Surely, she could not rely solely on intuition, that would be playing with the emperor's life. But, you are, after all, a woman. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's explanation, Qiao Mian realized he had overreacted, yet even so, it still seemed somewhat inappropriate for her to gaze upon the emperor's arm. He found himself at an impasse. Allowing Qiao Xi to proceed with the treatment would breach decorum, yet if he prevented her and the emperor's health deteriorated, he would bear the responsibility. Observing Qiao Mian's dilemma, Qiao Xi interjected, a physician's focus is solely on the patient, regardless of gender. I implore you, Lord, to understand. She wished to avoid further inquiries from Qiao Yi, as this would only waste more time. Perhaps this, Princess Consort, you may inform the physician where you wish to administer the injection, and have a physician assist you? Though conflicted, Qiao Mian did not wish to disrupt the established protocols and offered this suggestion to Qiao Xi. Lord Qiao, you are astute. Then you shall administer the treatment to the emperor while I observe. The conversation had reached this extent, yet to her astonishment, Qiao Mian insisted on adhering to that seemingly meaningless principle, infuriating Qiao Xi, who retorted sharply at him. Chapter 45, Is it really so troubling? In the palace, no one had dared to speak to Qiao Mian, the head eunuch, in such a manner until Qiao Xi voiced her thoughts, which left Qiao Mian quite incensed. Very well. Since I have permitted the Princess Consort of Gongding to enter the palace, it is evident that I trust her. If she can cure my ailment, what harm is there in rolling up my sleeve? Qiao Mian, recognizing the emperor's command, retreated without further protest. Qiao Yi was taken aback by Qiao Xi's audacity. She truly seemed unafraid of anything, even daring to converse with Qiao Mian in such a manner. Not wishing to embarrass Qiao Mian, he quickly intervened. With the emperor's decree, Qiao Mian had no choice but to withdraw. Qiao Yi's actions signified his complete acceptance of Qiao Xi's treatment plan. Without further ado, Qiao Xi washed her hands and began to prepare the insulin pen. Observing that the atmosphere had quieted, she meticulously examined the pen's cartridge, discovering no cracks. And noting that the liquid's color and consistency were normal, as well as being within its expiration date. Once reassured, she attached the cartridge and disinfected the rubber membrane at the pen's tip with 75 alcohol before extracting the needle. After securely twisting on the needle and expelling any air, she adjusted the insulin to the appropriate dosage. Having completed her preparations, Qiao Xi addressed Chu Yi, "Your daughter-in-law shall now administer the injection to the emperor." Was Chu Ye's only response. Qiao Xi first wiped the skin of Chu Ye's upper arm with a 75 alcohol swab before picking up the insulin pen. "Why the need for disinfection again?" Chu Yi inquired, recalling a similar step prior to Qiao Xi drawing blood from her own finger. He found it perplexing that the same procedure was repeated. "Your Majesty, the initial disinfection was for blood sugar testing, while this disinfection is for administering medication. They are different processes, hence the need for 2 disinfections," Qiao Xi explained, surprised by Chu Ye's quick comprehension and questioning. As the alcohol evaporated, Qiao Xi proceeded with the injection, locating Chu Ye's vein and inserting the pen's tip perpendicularly, gradually pushing the insulin into his body. A slow injection minimizes the risk of leakage. After completing the injection, she allowed the needle to remain under the skin for approximately 10 seconds before withdrawing it. A precaution to prevent excessive seepage of the medication. "Please, Your Majesty, gently press the cotton swab against the injection site to minimize bleeding," Qiao Xi instructed as she withdrew her hand. "This method of treatment is quite novel to me," Chu Yi remarked, having refrained from interrupting Qiao Xi while she attended to herself. Now that her task was complete, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Taken aback by his comment, Qiao Xi paused momentarily before smiling silently in response. An immutable truth of the human experience is to speak less and act more, otherwise one may be oblivious to their own demise. Especially now, in this foreign realm, some words are better left unspoken. "What shall we do next?" Chu Yi queried, noting Qiao Xi's silence. He refrained from admonishing her. As long as her methods proved effective, he would support her choices. "After this injection, Your Majesty must pay close attention to your diet. Dairy products are permissible, but in moderation, excessive consumption could burden your body. Foods made from beans, such as red, black, and yellow beans, are highly nutritious and contain the energy and dietary fiber necessary for your health, helping to slow the rise of your blood sugar levels. Fish and lean meats have low carbohydrate content and low glycemic indices. Consuming fish a few times a week is advisable, but moderation is key. Additionally, incorporating 1 or 2 walnuts or a few peanuts daily is beneficial, though these 2 should not be overindulged, as they may impose a burden on your health. It is best to avoid starchy root vegetables like carrots, lotus roots, yams, and potatoes. Other vegetables are acceptable. Besides dietary adjustments, you must also take your blood sugar medications daily." Having spent over 2 hours in the palace, Qiao Xi wished to depart. Seizing the opportunity as Chu Yi inquired, she relayed all the essential points he needed to heed. "Is it truly so troublesome?" Chu Yi remarked, not even allowing her a moment to catch her breath. It's not excessively burdensome. In comparison to Your Majesty's health, there are not many considerations to keep in mind, so there is no need for undue concern," Qiao Xi responded, somewhat exasperated. The palace's physicians and eunuchs were responsible for dietary matters. Why did Chu Yi perceive it as troublesome? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud. "What medication do you hold in your hand? Must I not undergo any more injections?" Chu Yi queried, noticing a vial in Qiao Xi's possession. "In response to Your Majesty, the earlier injection procedure was somewhat intricate. Considering your numerous responsibilities, each injection consumes considerable time. I believe switching to medication would be more convenient for you. You may temporarily forego the injections," Qiao Xi explained, concerned that the palace physicians might mishandle the insulin and jeopardize Chu Ye's life. She wished to avoid entangling herself in complications, ultimately deciding to have Chu Yi switch to oral medication. However, she did not anticipate that as soon as she revealed the metformin, Chu Yi would notice. Thankfully, she had removed the label from the vial, sparing herself from suspicion. "Why did you not present this wonderful remedy sooner? I endured 2 needless injections," Chu Yi exclaimed, relieved to learn he need not endure further injections. Yet, he was slightly displeased that he could have taken medication all along, while Qiao Xi had initially opted for injections, prompting him to question her decision. Your Majesty, please understand, today marks my first consultation with you. Naturally, I lack the comprehensive understanding that the palace physicians possess regarding your health, which is why I chose the injectable route. I only decided to adopt a more relaxed yet effective approach after observing the improvement in your symptoms following the injection, Qiao Xi earnestly explained. Recognizing that Chu Yi was not genuinely upset but simply seeking clarification. Kneeling before him, she spoke sincerely, eager to elucidate her reasoning. Chapter 46, Let her attend the imperial banquet. You speak so lightly. One moment you mention needing an injection, and the next, you claim that merely taking medicine will suffice. Do you believe that my life rests entirely in your hands? That you may treat me as you wish? Ji glanced at Qiao Xi and feigned anger as he spoke. Father, please do not be angry. Your daughter-in-law acknowledges her mistake. Should there be any better treatment options in the future, I shall consult with you first. Whatever you decide, I shall adhere to. Qiao Xi hurriedly admitted her fault upon hearing Chu Ye's words, finally easing the tension in her heart. Given that this is your first offense, I shall temporarily overlook your transgression. Rise, Chu Yi said, noticing it was already past the hour and deciding to forego any further banter with Qiao Xi. Thank you, father. Qiao Xi replied gratefully as she slowly stood up. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, he instructed, observing that she had completed her treatment. Your daughter-in-law will comply. Please remember to take your medicine on time, and I shall return regularly to check on your health, Qiao Xi reassured him. Feeling relieved that after such a lengthy stay, she was finally free to depart. By the way, the Empress's birthday is in 3 days. Remember to enter the palace with Chu Qi to celebrate, Chu Yi suddenly called out to her as she prepared to leave. Huh? Qiao Xi was momentarily taken aback and looked at Chu Yi in surprise. What? Are you unwilling? Chu Ye's displeasure was evident. It seemed the princess consort was unaware of the circumstances, appearing so composed while treating him. Yet, she reacted so strongly to the simple request of attending the banquet with Chu Qi. No, no. I shall certainly follow your command and attend the banquet punctually. Qiao Xi quickly responded, regaining her composure. In truth, she had no desire to be associated with Chu Qi, but as the emperor, Chu Ye's word was law, leaving her little choice but to comply. In her memory, Chu Yi had never previously mentioned the expectation of her attending the banquet with Chu Qi. Even when Chu Qi entered the palace before, he had not inquired about her absence. Why was today so unusual? Was it due to her visit to treat Chu Yi? Whatever the case, she had already acquiesced, and there was no turning back now. Very well. You may leave, Chu Yi finally said, allowing her to depart upon hearing her agreement. His request for her presence at the banquet stemmed partly from her medical skills. However, more so, he wished to provide an opportunity for Chu Qi and Qiao Xi to coexist harmoniously, perhaps leading Chu Qi to gradually appreciate her merits, thus avoiding the cancellation of their engagement. Returning to the Wangfu, Qiao Xi boarded the carriage and instructed the driver. Exhausted and drowsy, she soon dozed off on the carriage, relieved by its smooth ride. After traversing 2 streets, the driver suddenly spotted an approaching carriage that appeared to belong to his lord. Unaware of Qiao Xi's slumber, he called out, Princess Consort, the lord's carriage is ahead. Shall we continue home or seek him out? Upon hearing this, Qiao Xi sat up straight. Startled, what do we need to find him for? Return to the Wangfu. Understood, the driver complied, continuing his journey home. Ah? My lord. It seems the princess consort has left the palace, Bai Yan remarked, as Qiao Xi had thought she could evade Chu Qi's carriage and head straight home. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yan, while they nearly passed each other, spoke to Chu Qi. Is that so? Chu Qi inquired, lifting the carriage curtain to glance outside. And a gust of wind revealed Qiao Xi sitting within her carriage. Stop the carriage! Chu Qi shouted, noticing Qiao Xi's indifference as she walked past him. You have quite the audacity. Seeing me, you do not even dismount to pay your respects. He swiftly approached her carriage to reprimand her. Qiao Xi had not anticipated Chu Qi's reaction. Upon seeing him, she rolled her eyes disdainfully and replied, My lord, do not be angry. I simply did not see you. If I had, would I not have shown you the proper respect? Curious passers-by halted upon overhearing their exchange, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Did you not see? Whom do you think you are fooling? Do you not recognize my carriage? Qi's face darkened, his eyes flashing with fury. Oh dear. I have been treating the emperor since early morning and am utterly exhausted. I must have dozed off. Why are you so meddlesome? What? Must you insist that others bow simply because you are a lord? Go ahead, there are plenty of people here, have them bow to you. Qiao Xi retorted, unperturbed. As she regarded Qi with a smile. Commoners bow before the lord. The citizens complied, kneeling at Qiao Xi's words, simultaneously greeting Qi. Ha ha ha, my lord, look. So many are bowing to you, are you satisfied? Qiao Xi laughed heartily at the sight of the kneeling citizens. Impudent. Qi, feeling humiliated by her mockery, was furious enough to strike her, radiating a menacing chill. Startled, Qiao Xi sensed the impending danger and instinctively prepared to evade. It was evident that Qi had truly been provoked, resorting to violence and employing his skills. You think you can evade my first strike, and escape the second? Qi did not give her a moment's respite, attacking again before she could regain her footing. Strike me if you dare. If you have the ability, kill me. Qiao Xi stood her ground, unflinching, while subtly reaching for a silver needle hidden in her sleeve. Qi could not comprehend her unusual demeanor. She should have been resisting him. Was it possible that she had angered the emperor today and feared repercussions, thus provoking him intentionally in a bid for death? With so many questions swirling in his mind, Qi resolved to ascertain her intentions. Just as his hand was about to land, he abruptly withdrew it. My lord. Are you reluctant to harm me? To her surprise, Qiao Xi opened her eyes slowly, realizing the anticipated pain had not come. She gazed up at Qi, who stood before her, barely containing his rage. While conversing with Qi, her hands remained busy. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she swiftly jabbed the silver needle into his pressure point, offering him a smile as she said, Your emotions seem rather unstable. I suggest you take a moment to calm down. I am weary, so I shall return to the Wangfu now. With that, she playfully patted Qi's face and strolled away confidently. As Bai Yan rushed forward to release Qi's pressure point, he was taken aback by Qiao Xi's newfound capabilities. Not only was she skilled in medicine, but she also knew how to feign weakness. Had he not hesitated earlier, he would not have given her the opportunity to exploit his moment of distraction. He truly should have struck her down without mercy. Chapter 47, Acting Contrarily. How infuriating. After the acupoints were unsealed, Qi muttered 2 words in resentment. Your Highness, shall we still go to the Bai residence? Bai Yan hesitantly inquired, mindful of Qi's anger and the fact that he dared not mention Qiao Xi. Not going, return to the manor. Qi had initially intended to teach Qiao Xi a lesson, which was why he had halted his carriage. However, he was unexpectedly outmaneuvered by her. And now all he could think about was settling the score with Qiao Xi, paying no heed to Bai Xiyu. Yes. Receiving the command, Bai Yan did not delay for a moment. As soon as he saw Qi board the carriage, he immediately turned the horses around and headed towards the royal residence. Qingyu Pavilion. Sumu. Qiao Xi was well aware that her silver needles could not suppress Qi for long, especially with Bai Yan present. Thus, once she boarded the carriage, she urged the coachman to hasten, returning to Qingyu Pavilion at a rapid pace. What is it, miss? Upon hearing her call, Sumu hurried over. Go fetch all my clothes. The thought of attending the Empress's birthday banquet made Qiao Xi's head ache. Yet since Qi had announced it before others, she could not refuse. After much contemplation, she decided to first find an appropriate outfit for the occasion before addressing other matters. Miss, why the sudden request for so many clothes? Sumu instinctively questioned upon hearing Qiao Xi's demand. Remembering that shortly after the news of her lady's dismissal spread, the emperor summoned her to the palace for treatment. Sumu wondered why Qiao Xi was suddenly looking for clothes upon leaving the palace. Was she planning to leave the royal residence? The emperor has commanded me to enter the palace with Qi in 3 days to attend the empress's birthday celebration. Should I not prepare in advance? What? Sumu could hardly believe her ears. Did the emperor truly allow the miss to attend the banquet? Yes, Qiao Xi replied, feeling utterly distressed. She could not comprehend Sumu's excitement. How wonderful. How wonderful. I shall go find clothes for you at once. Once she confirmed her understanding, Sumu became even more animated, rushing off to gather garments for Qiao Xi. Do you really think you are worthy of attending the palace banquet? Just as Sumu departed, Qiao Xi had yet to take a sip of water when she heard Chu Chi's voice from outside. Then came a loud crash as the door of Qingyu Pavilion was flung open. Are you out of your mind? Why are you venting your anger at my door? Seeing Chu Chi, Qiao Xi sprang up from her seat and shouted in indignation. Do you dare to scold me, the king? Chu Chi's fury was no less than hers. Upon hearing her rebuke, his expression darkened. Can't we speak civilly? Must you always be so overbearing? Exhausted, Qiao Xi did not wish to argue with Chu Chi and softened her tone. Do you think you deserve my civility? Chu Chi was still irate, convinced that Qiao Xi had lost her senses to utter such ridiculousness. Just speak plainly, will you? Qiao Xi was truly fed up and shot back at Chu Chi. I ask you, is it true that you said the emperor commanded you to enter the palace for the empress's birthday banquet? Chu Chi, wishing to avoid further entanglements, asked her patiently. Of course it's true. How could I dare to speak without the emperor's consent? That would be a false imperial decree. Do you really think I'm foolish? Chu Chi's question made Qiao Xi feel insulted, and it was no wonder she was angry. You are not to go. Stay in the royal residence. Without considering Qiao Xi's opinion, Chu Chi ordered decisively. I am going. After a few exchanges with Chu Chi, Qiao Xi found herself wide awake and ready to argue. Chu Chi's words were simply absurd. Did he truly believe he had a choice? Chu Yu was the emperor. Were it not for her fear of disobeying the imperial edict, she would not wish to attend at all. However, since Chu Chi had spoken, she resolved to act contrarily. Not only would she attend, but she would also dress exquisitely to infuriate the scoundrel. You dare. Watch me dare. Can you think before you speak? The emperor explicitly stated before all the physicians that you should take me to the banquet. If I do not go, you might incur the emperor's wrath. Qiao Xi could not fathom Chu Chi's reasoning, feeling as if his intellect was akin to that of a mere ornament. He had clearly heard her conversation with Sumu yet insisted she not enter the palace. Oblivious to whether he wanted the emperor to punish her for disobedience or to hold Qiao Zhao accountable for her daughter's behavior. But ultimately, what did this have to do with Qiao Zhao? Chu Chi was the king, and she was from the royal residence. The emperor had commanded him to take her to the palace. If he obstinately refused, it would be Chu Chi who faced the emperor's ire, not Qiao Zhao. Surely, it is impossible for father to specifically request your attendance at the palace banquet. Hearing Qiao Xi's words, Chu Chi could barely contain his frustration and retorted. Believe it or not. If you truly doubt it, go to the palace and ask yourself. Qiao Xi, uninterested in further explaining herself, left to find Sumu. Your Highness. I do not believe she is lying, Bai Yan remarked once Qiao Xi had departed. Could it be that the emperor truly said so? Humph. This woman speaks nothing but falsehoods, I would not believe her. Chu Chi scoffed dismissively. Well, if by chance she speaks the truth, and on the day of the empress's birthday the emperor does not see her, he will undoubtedly inquire of you. How then will you respond? If the emperor is unsatisfied with your answer, claiming you have defied his command, that would spell great trouble. It is unnecessary to compromise your reputation for someone like her. Bai Yan expressed his concerns to Chu Chi, observing that Qiao Xi appeared sincere. I shall enter the palace myself. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chi declared. I shall prepare the carriage at once, Your Highness. Bai Yan felt a measure of relief at Chu Chi's decision to be cautious regarding Qiao Xi's situation. Miss, what brings you here? Upon seeing Qiao Xi, Sumu was filled with confusion. Do not mention it. That irritating Chu Chi caused a commotion at Qingyu Pavilion. Not wishing to see him, I came to find you. Qiao Xi explained her vexation briefly. His Highness? But did he not leave? How could he return so soon? Sumu asked in surprise. I encountered him on my way back to the manor, and we had a quarrel. He must have been displeased and returned to the residence early, only to seek me out at Qingyu Pavilion for retribution. Chapter 48, Proposal for Bai Shiyu my lady. Do not be upset. I shall prepare your favorite pineapple cakes for you tonight. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Sumu also found Chu Qin somewhat bothersome. Previously, he had completely disregarded Qiao Xi, yet now he seemed inexplicably drawn to her, seeking her out every few days. Qiao Xi smiled at Sumu and replied with a soft, In the palace, within the Hall of Diligence, the physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute were quite loquacious, their incessant chatter proving irksome to the emperor. Observing the doctors depart, Qi muttered to himself. After Qiao Xi left, the physicians had encircled him, examining him for quite some time before finally taking their leave, thus it was no wonder that Qi was growing impatient. They are merely concerned for His Majesty's health, Cao Mian remarked with a grin as he watched Qi's demeanor. Humph. When I did not summon Qiao Xi for my treatment, they remained silent, offering no insights. Now that Qiao Xi has departed, they have their own opinions, surrounding me with their incessant chatter. Having spent many years in the palace, Qi was well aware of the unspoken rules within the medical institute and snorted disdainfully. Cao Mian, understanding that Qi was merely venting, suggested, If your Majesty truly finds them intolerable, you could always fabricate a reason to demote them. Qi shot a glare at Cao Mian before retorting, You old fool. You speak so lightly of it. If I were to demote them, who would tend to the health of those in the palace? The emperor is accustomed to jest. Yet the old servant is no healer. If it came to that, we might have to summon the princess consort of Gongding into the palace, Cao Mian chuckled. Before Qi Yi could respond further, a small eunuch hurriedly entered, kneeling before Qi Yi and announcing, Your Majesty, the Prince of Gongding requests an audience. Why has he come? Should he not be at the estate with Qiao Xi at this hour? Qi Yi furrowed his brow instinctively upon hearing the eunuch's words. The servant does not know. The eunuch replied candidly. You foolish boy, is His Majesty speaking to you? Hurry and escort the prince in. Although he appeared to scold the eunuch, Cao Mian was actually shielding him. The eunuch quickly complied, bowing his head to Qi Yi before hastily exiting. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Upon entering the Hall of Diligence, Chu Qi knelt before Qi Yi in greeting. Rise. What brings you to the palace at this hour? After allowing Chu Qi to stand, Qi Yi inquired directly about his purpose. I wish to report to Father Emperor that I heard you wished for me to bring Qiao Xi into the palace for the Empress Mother's birthday banquet. I feared there had been a misunderstanding, hence my visit to seek your confirmation, Chu Qin explained. He had not anticipated Qi Yi to be so direct. But this was advantageous, sparing him the need to engage in unnecessary pleasantries. What misunderstanding could there be? I indeed made such a statement, Qi Yi replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. What do you mean? I heard. It is evident that this information was relayed to you by Qiao Xi. You merely seek an excuse to avoid bringing her, masquerading it as a request for verification. Please forgive my ignorance, Father Emperor. I do not comprehend your intent. Chu Qin was genuinely taken aback by Qi Ye's response, momentarily at a loss for words. He could not fathom what made Qiao Xi so exceptional that the emperor would issue such an unprecedented decree. Of little consequence. As the princess consort of Gongding, should she not accompany you to the banquet? Qi Yi countered without further explaining. To be candid, Chu Qin had never regarded Qiao Xi as a wife. And Qi Ye's remark left him speechless. Qi Ye's expression darkened. What? Surely you do not need me to remind you that you and Qiao Xi have been wed for a year? Is this something I must reiterate? And no. But Father Emperor should know that I have already issued a divorce decree to Qiao Xi a few days ago. Realizing the change in Qi Ye's demeanor, Chu Qin quickly fell silent. The marriage between you and Qiao Xi was sanctioned by me, thus, the annulment must also receive my consent. Your decree holds no weight in my eyes. Qi Yi regarded Chu Qin as a fool for dismissing such a skilled physician as Qiao Xi without a second thought. You speak truly, Father Emperor. However, I have one more request. Chu Qin, having acknowledged Qi Ye's statement, prepared to voice his desire. What is it? I have grown up alongside Qiyu and hold genuine affection for her. Since I cannot divorce Qiao Xi, I beseech Father Emperor to permit me to take Qiyu as my wife, even if only as a concubine. After much contemplation, Chu Qin finally articulated his wish. You. Very well. It is rare for you to have someone you cherish. After the Empress's birthday, I shall select an auspicious day for you to marry her. Qi Yi was taken aback by Chu Qin's audacious request to marry by Qiyu while discussing Qiao Xi, momentarily angered. However, upon reflection, he chose to relent. As a member of the royal family, one faced numerous burdens and sorrows. It was not easy to marry one's true love, so he decided not to complicate matters further. Your son thanks Father Emperor. Chu Qin had braced himself for reprimand, yet unexpectedly, Chu Yi acquiesced, causing him to kneel and express his gratitude repeatedly. My agreement for you to wed Bai Shiyu does not imply that you may disregard Qiao Xi. The affairs of your household must still be managed by her, after all. She is the primary consort and cannot be made to appear undignified. Previously indifferent towards Qiao Xi, Chu Yi found himself unconsciously leaning in her favor after her successful treatment of him, neglecting to instruct Chu Qin to rise and instead delivering this admonition. Your son understands. Chu Qin believed that Chu Yi, as emperor, would not overtly favor Qiao Xi merely due to her healing him once. However, at that moment, he was wholly absorbed in the joy of being able to marry Bai Shiyu, and he accepted Chu Ye's words without much thought. I am fatigued. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Chu Yi feigned weariness, stifling a yawn. Yes. Your son takes his leave. After bowing once more to Chu Yi, Chu Qin exited the Hall of Diligence. Your Majesty has toiled throughout the morning, do take a moment to enjoy some tea. Just as Chu Qin departed, Chao Mian entered with a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea, presenting it to Chu Yi. Receiving the tea from Chao Mian, Chu Yi merely acknowledged with a slight nod. With the matter of the divorce decree freshly emerged, how could your Majesty acquiesce to the Prince of Gongding's request at this juncture? Although he had an inkling of the underlying currents, Chao Mian dared not reveal his thoughts, feigning ignorance as he inquired of Chu Yi. Chu Yi set down his teacup, gazing at Chao Mian with scrutiny. Do you truly not comprehend my intent? Ah, your Majesty is quite the jokester. This old servant is but a simpleton and cannot fathom your thoughts, Chao Mian replied with a smile. Chapter 49, I have news to share with you. Enough of the pretense. I am too weary to engage in this charade. Assist me to my chambers for some rest. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yi beckoned Chao Mian to approach. At your service. Chao Mian, not lacking in wit, understood that Chu Yi was providing him a way out, and promptly moved to support him. At the palace gates, Bai Yan, waiting outside, immediately approached Chu Qi upon his arrival, inquiring, Your Majesty truly allowed the prince to bring Qiao Xi to the banquet? Indeed. However, it matters not to me. If she is to come, so be it. Once we enter the palace, I shan't be seated beside her anyway. The thought of soon marrying Bai Shiyu filled Chu Qi with delight, leaving no space in his mind for concerns about Qiao Xi. While the prince appeared in good spirits, Bai Yan could not help but wonder what could possibly warrant such joy. Observing the absence of the earlier anxiety and rage on Chu Qi's face, he remarked before questioning. What good fortune has befallen you? My father has granted me permission, stating that as long as I do not dismiss Qiao Xi, I may wed Shiyu. After the Queen Mother's birthday celebration, my father will issue the decree. Chu Qi revealed the matter to Bai Yan without reservation. Then allow me to extend my congratulations. Your Highness. Bai Yan, well aware of Chu Qi's affection for Bai Shiyu, hastily conveyed his good wishes. Accompany me to the Bai residence. I must share this joyous news with Shiyu. Chu Qi nodded in acknowledgement and requested Bai Yan to join him in seeking out Bai Shiyu. Yes. Bai Yan replied as he turned his horse around. Let us proceed. Without waiting for Bai Yan, Chu Qi hastened ahead toward the Bai family estate. Riding swiftly, Chu Qi reached the entrance of the minister's residence in no time. I pay my respects to the prince, the guards exclaimed, recognizing the esteemed Duke of Gongding. Chu Qi remained mounted, offering only a brief acknowledgement. Does the prince seek an audience with Minister Bai? The guard, taken aback by the prince's sudden visit, quickly regained his composure and inquired. I have come to see your second young lady, is she at home? Chu Qi stated. Why yes, she is. Please dismount, Your Highness. I shall escort you to her immediately. The guard, upon hearing Chu Qi's request, reached out to take the reins of his horse. Let us go. After dismounting, Chu Qi spoke. Please, the guard gestured for Chu Qi to enter, leading him into the Bai residence. At the Qiao terrace, Bai Shiyu sat by the window, letting out a sigh. Why the melancholy, miss? What troubles you? Qiao, tidying up the table nearby, inquired upon hearing her sigh. I have not seen the prince in several days, I wonder what he has been preoccupied with. Bai Shiyu replied, her expression clouded with worry. Having recently learned of Qiao Xi's dismissal, she had disregarded Qiao Er's advice to refrain from visiting the Wang residence and had gone that very night. Initially intending to witness Qiao Xi's humiliation, she instead found herself on the receiving end of a scolding. As the hour grew late, she chose not to seek out Qi, returning home humiliated. Fearful that Qi would be angered upon discovering her visit to Qiao Xi, she had refrained from seeking him out these past few days, remaining confined within the estate. With uncertainty about Qi's activities weighing on her, her heart grew heavy, leading her to sigh in despair. "Miss, do not overthink. If you are truly concerned about the prince, I can accompany you to the Wang residence," Qiao Er urged. "Let it be. I did not send a notice in advance, it would be impolite to arrive unannounced. Moreover, what if the prince is not even at home? Our visit would be in vain." Bai Shiyu concocted a multitude of excuses, ultimately revealing her lack of confidence. She regretted not heeding Qi's counsel to avoid provoking Qiao Xi and lamented her decision to confront Qiao Xi despite Qiao Er's warnings. "How can you think this way? If you wish to see him, you must seize the moment. Come, I shall take you to the Wang residence." Qiao Er expressed her confusion, believing that if one harbored such thoughts, action should follow without delay. But Bai Shiyu lacked the courage, she leaned against the window, immobile. "Wang Yi?" As Qiao Er prepared to persuade Bai Shiyu once more, her gaze fell upon Qi standing at the entrance. She thought she had misseen and called out tentatively. "Oh dear, Qiao Er, I know you wish for me to be brave and seek out the prince, but there is no need to deceive me. How could he possibly come to Qiaoshui Terrace at such a busy time? No, miss, the prince truly is here." Qiao Er, cautious of Qi's presence, explained in a hushed tone. "Is that so? What is this nonsense?" Bai Shiyu, growing impatient, turned to reprimand Qiao Er, only to find Qi standing at the door. "Why do you doubt Qiao Er's words? Do you believe I would not come to seek you?" Qi questioned. "And no. It's not that. I merely thought you had many matters to attend to and might lack the time," Bai Shiyu stammered after a moment's reflection. "Foolish girl. No matter how busy I am, I would never forget you." It was undeniable how tenderly Qi regarded Bai Shiyu. Listening to their exchange and observing his demeanor, one could hardly fathom that he had recently left Qiao Xi in a state of disarray. "Why did you not inform me of your visit to the minister's residence in advance? I could have prepared accordingly," Bai Shiyu inquired. Qi smiled at her. "What? Are you displeased with my unexpected arrival?" "Not at all, not at all. I was merely taken by surprise." Bai Shiyu hastily shook her head in response. "Very well. I shall not tease you further. I have delightful news to share." Noticing the blush on Bai Shiyu's cheeks, Qi decided to reveal the matter without further delay. "What news?" Bai Shiyu eagerly pressed. "Well, it is as follows, my father has been unwell these past few days. That foolish Qiao Xi claimed she could heal him, and this morning, he summoned her to the palace for treatment. I know not how she managed to gain his favor. But before she left the palace, my father announced that she is to attend the Queen Mother's birthday banquet in 3 days. As he approached the crux of the matter, Qi hesitated, uncertain how to disclose his intention to bring Qiao Xi along to the palace. Chapter 50, a roller coaster of emotions. Moreover, the prince said, "You need not be so formal, feel free to speak candidly." Bai Shiyu, adept in conversation, inquired about moreover while feigning understanding, knowing that if Qiao Xi were present, she would likely applaud her boldness. "His Majesty has commanded that I attend the banquet with you, hence on the Queen's birthday. I shall not be able to accompany you, you will have to go with your companions from the manor." Qi believed Bai Shiyu would comprehend his situation, so he divulged the remainder of his message upon hearing her words. Upon hearing this, Bai Shiyu stood stunned. "Are you upset?" Qi, genuinely concerned for her feelings, quickly asked. Realizing her lapse in composure, Bai Shiyu composed herself and replied, "One cannot defy the emperor's decree. Rest assured, I shall not take offense." "That is good to hear. I have another matter to discuss with you, which I assure will bring you joy." Qi gazed at Bai Shiyu with a look of contentment, convinced he had not misjudged her, her understanding nature surpassed that of 100 Qiao's eyes. "What is it?" Bai Shiyu's mood had already soured upon learning that Qi would not accompany her to the palace. However, she could not display her displeasure before him and thus casually prompted him for more information. You are aware that my marriage to Qiao Xi was decreed by the emperor. Initially, I intended to divorce her and take you as my wife. However, upon entering the palace today, His Majesty informed me that without his decree, the divorce papers I prepared for Qiao Xi hold no weight, therefore, the matter of divorce must be set aside. There is no need for you to feel troubled, I understand. Bai Shiyu, no longer able to maintain her composure, interrupted him. Ordinarily, as a prince, Chu Qi would have reprimanded anyone daring to cut him off. Yet, who could blame him for his affection for Bai Shiyu? Please, do not rush. I have not finished speaking. Seeing her demeanor, Chu Qi realized she was still upset and hastily began to explain. In normal circumstances, anyone who dared to interrupt him would face punishment. Yet, his fondness for Bai Shiyu softened his stance. Please continue, Bai Shiyu replied, her expression devoid of emotion. I have petitioned His Majesty for permission to take you into my household, and he has consented. Observing Bai Shiyu's reaction, Chu Qi decided to reveal the crux of his message without further delay. Oh. Bai Shiyu initially intended to offer a perfunctory response, but after a moment of realization, her face registered shock as she exclaimed, What? I wish to take you into my household, Chu Qi reiterated with a smile. Is this true? Has the emperor truly permitted you to marry me? Bai Shiyu, still incredulous, asked once more. It is indeed true. Once the queen's birthday celebrations conclude, His Majesty will send someone to the Ministry of Rites to announce the decree. Chu Qi displayed no trace of impatience, reaffirming his words. That is wonderful. I can finally marry the prince. After confirming the news several times, Bai Shiyu could no longer contain her joy, leaping with excitement before abruptly halting. Her cheeks flushed as she remembered Chu Qi's presence. You need not be so reserved in my company, simply be yourself. Chu Qi found her bashful demeanor utterly charming. Yes. Please take a seat, Your Highness. Bai Shiyu forced herself to regain her composure, only then realizing that Chu Qi had been standing since entering. She hurriedly invited him to sit. After conversing with Chu Qi, she turned to Qiao, saying, Why did you not remind me? You made the prince stand for so long. Miss is correct, I was indeed careless, Qiao replied, acknowledging her oversight. Very well, please prepare some tea for the prince. Noticing Chu Qi's silence, Bai Shiyu did not pursue the topic further and instructed Qiao to fetch tea. I shall do so at once. After bowing to Bai Shiyu, Qiao hurriedly exited. When I arrived, your mood appeared rather bleak. How are you feeling now? Chu Qi asked once seated. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, I feel much better. Bai Shiyu responded, her cheeks reddening. She had long awaited this day, soon, she would be marrying Chu Qi. Elation filled her heart. Coupled with a sense of triumph, what did it matter that Qiao Xi had entered the prince's household before her? The prince's heart belonged to her. Once she entered the matter, she would find a way to oust Qiao Xi. Rest assured, I will ensure our wedding is splendid. Chu Qi took Bai Shiyu's hand, speaking earnestly. Yes. I trust you to handle the wedding arrangements, Your Highness. Bai Shiyu lowered her head, shyly affirming his words. Then let us proceed as such. There are matters awaiting my attention in the matter, I shall take my leave now. You may remain at Qiao Xi Terrace to rest. With that, Chu Qi stood, preparing to depart. May I accompany you, Your Highness? Bai Shiyu rose, insisting on seeing him off. There is no need, Bai Yan will accompany me. Focus on your health. I shall return in a few days to bring you to the manor. Chu Qi gently declined her offer, urging her to take care of herself. Travel safely, Your Highness. Hearing his words of concern, Bai Shiyu's smile reappeared as she nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. After responding to Bai Shiyu, Chu Qi walked away without looking back. As Chu Qi stepped away, Qiao returned with tea, bewildered. Wait. The prince is leaving already? I just brewed the tea. The prince had matters to attend to and departed. Bai Shiyu replied, unable to suppress her grin. Congratulations, miss, on becoming the future side consort of the prince. In the quiet of Qiao Xi Terrace, with only Bai Shiyu and Qiao present, Qiao boldly expressed her excitement. Do not speak so loudly, be wary of eavesdroppers, Bai Shiyu cautioned urgently. I am not speaking nonsense. Why should you worry? Qiao, emboldened by the prince's visit, reassured Bai Shiyu. Haha. Bai Shiyu, previously composed, could no longer hide her delight. allowing her true emotions to surface as she laughed freely. Chapter 51, Such a small-minded person. The maid was genuinely happy for her mistress. Seeing Bai Shiyu smile so joyfully, Qiao did not dare to dampen her spirits and quickly offered her congratulations. If it weren't for the emperor restraining him from dismissing that wretched Qiao Xi, I would have been the legitimate wife. Although Bai Shiyu felt elated at the prospect of marrying Chu Qi, the thought of not being the principal wife still left her somewhat discontented. The prince cherished her so dearly, even if she was not the legitimate wife. His affection for her would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Hearing Bai Shiyu's words, Qiao tried to console her. Yes, I understand. Though Qiao did not need to say it. Bai Shiyu was already aware of it and merely responded to her. So, what shall we do now, miss? Noticing Bai Shiyu's newfound acceptance of the situation, Qiao inquired once more. Let us go to the Hanyan Pavilion and see if there are any new garments. We must prepare for the Empress's birthday banquet in the palace. We cannot allow that foolish Qiao Xi to outshine us. Remembering that the Empress's celebration was just days away, Bai Shiyu insisted on purchasing new attire. While there were numerous clothing shops in the capital, none compared to the exquisite and innovative designs found at the Hanyan Pavilion. In truth, Bai Shiyu, given her status, could not afford the garments from Hanyan Pavilion. However, due to Chu Qi's affection for her, he had made arrangements with the shopkeeper to charge her expenses to his account, ensuring that funds would be sent regularly. Thus, Bai Shiyu felt emboldened to suggest visiting Hanyan Pavilion to Qiao. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao eagerly followed Bai Shiyu out of the residence. Even just visiting the Hanyan Pavilion, without making a purchase, felt rewarding in itself. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this period, Chu Qi had been preoccupied with preparing gifts for the Empress while simultaneously arranging for his marriage to Bai Shiyu, thus refraining from seeking trouble with Qiao Xi. Meanwhile, Qiao Xi was quite content, knowing only that the Empress's birthday required gifts from the princes and nobles in the palace. However, as she neither knew the Empress nor wished to complicate her life, she opted not to prepare anything, instead lounging in the Qingyu Pavilion, indulging in food and sleep. Occasionally taking strolls in the garden with Su Mu. On this particular day, as she was about to try the swing she had just made in the garden with Su Mu, unexpectedly, Steward Zhao rushed in, panting heavily. Greetings, Wang Fei. After catching his breath, he finally spoke. Steward Zhao, what brings you here? Qiao Xi had a favorable impression of him, so she did not confront him harshly despite his association with Chu Qi. Instead, she politely inquired. Oh, Wang Fei, today is the Empress's birthday. How can you still be here and not in the palace? As soon as Qiao Xi finished speaking, Steward Zhao hurriedly interjected. What? Originally relaxed, Qiao Xi leapt from the swing upon hearing his words. Wang Fei, did you not know? The prince departed half an hour ago. Witnessing Qiao Xi's reaction, Steward Zhao felt both anxious and helpless. How could the Wang Fei forget such an important matter? I didn't know. Chu Qi didn't tell me, I thought it was tomorrow. At that moment, Qiao Xi wished she could fly to the palace in an instant, ready to chastise Chu Qi. No wonder he had been so quiet these past few days, he had been waiting for her. He wanted her to be late and then revel in her embarrassment. Did he? Well, once I enter the palace, I shall give him a show. There was still time, Su Mu. Quickly accompany me back to the Qingyu Pavilion to freshen up. Estimating that the palace banquet would not officially commence until noon, Qiao Xi calculated that she could still make it. As she spoke, she tugged Su Mu towards the Qingyu Pavilion. All right, slow down, miss. I can hardly keep up. Su Mu, having enjoyed her days alongside Qiao Xi, found herself struggling to keep pace and called out as she ran. I'll head back first. Although Qiao Xi was not particularly keen on attending any banquet, having promised the emperor, she did not wish to be the subject of ridicule for being late. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, she released her hand and dashed ahead. After all, it was merely a change of clothes, her hair would not require much effort. Qiao Xi swiftly returned to the Qingyu Pavilion, locating the exquisite ice blue skirt with golden threads and white floral patterns she had purchased from Hanyan Pavilion. She began to put it on. Damn it, why is this dress so difficult to wear? After running, Qiao Xi felt slightly fatigued, but to avoid being late, she did not allow herself a moment's respite. She had thought she could simply don the dress and leave, yet it seemed as though the garment was conspiring against her. The more urgent she became, the harder it was to put on. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "The prettier the dress, the more complicated it is. This skirt looks lovely, but it is truly difficult to wear without assistance." After struggling for some time, Qiao Xi finally managed to don the dress and hurriedly sat before the vanity to arrange her hair. After about 10 minutes, she stood up, having finished the chaotic task. "Miss," Steward Yao said, "the carriage is ready, you must hurry." Just as she completed her preparations, Sumu returned with the news. "All right." Responding promptly, Qiao Xi exited the Qingyu pavilion and soon spotted the carriage. "Hurry, Wang Fei." Upon seeing Qiao Xi, Steward Yao quickly stepped aside, gesturing for her to board the carriage. "Isn't the carriage prohibited from entering the Wangfu?" Qiao Xi nodded at Steward Yao and inquired. "In urgent matters, exceptions can be made. Although the prince has decreed that carriages are not allowed in the Wangfu, your attendance at the palace banquet is of utmost importance. I cannot simply stand by and watch you be late," Steward Yao explained, appearing genuinely considerate of her situation. "Thank you." After hearing Steward Yao's words, Qiao Xi expressed her gratitude. According to Chuchi's regulations, it would take her an additional 20 minutes to walk from the Qingyu pavilion to the Wangfu's entrance, which would certainly make her late for the palace. Thus, her thanks to Steward Yao was sincere. A bit taken aback, Steward Yao marveled at her unexpected gratitude. "Please instruct the driver to be swift, and do not delay Wang Fei's matters." Though surprised, Steward Yao quickly regained his composure and instructed the driver accordingly. "Rest assured, steward." The driver responded and cracked the whip, setting off. As Qiao Xi settled into the carriage, she mentally criticized Chuchi's ancestors. Chapter 52, Qiao Xi falls into the water. The coachman was truly remarkable, hastening Qiao Xi along the way, completing what should have been a journey of an hour and a half in merely 1 hour, arriving at the palace gates. As soon as they reached the entrance, Qiao Xi hurriedly dismounted from the carriage and, with a sense of urgency, made her way towards the Queen's Yong'an Palace. Thanks to the memories of the original owner, she was familiar with the route. Upon reaching Yong'an Palace, Qiao Xi realized that the Queen had yet to emerge. The Queen's birthday was traditionally a grand affair, and today, the palace was adorned with festive decorations. Desiring to avoid unnecessary interactions with unfamiliar young ladies and gentlemen, she kept her head lowered as she entered, seeking a quiet spot to sit. Once seated, she finally relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the gathering was bustling with attendees, and no one seemed to notice her presence. As Qiao Xi raised her gaze, she observed the young ladies and gentlemen clustered in small groups, engaged in lively conversations, their laughter echoing in the air, a scene reminiscent of a modern wedding celebration. Just as she was regaining her composure, the voice of a eunuch announcing the arrival of the Queen broke through the ambience. "Her Majesty the Queen has arrived." At the sound of the eunuch's proclamation, the crowd knelt in reverence, welcoming her presence. "We, the maidens, pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen, may she live for 1,000 years." After adjusting her attire slightly, Qiao Xi joined the others in saluting the Queen. With an air of grace, the Queen, adorned in her splendid attire, spoke gently. "No need for formalities, please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty," they replied in unison as they stood. Seizing the moment, Qiao Xi took the opportunity to observe the Queen. The Queen wore a Chaoyun hairstyle, with a golden hairpin embedded with rubies and intricate ornaments swaying gently, holding a delicate fan made of silk and bamboo. Clad in a vibrant red gown, she truly embodied the essence of a regal matriarch. "Though today marks my birthday, I implore you not to feel overly constrained. Feel free to visit the Imperial Garden and enjoy yourselves. Return here when you are ready to dine." Upon hearing the Queen's words, many attendees visibly relaxed, bidding their farewells to the Queen before dispersing towards the garden. The garden was in full bloom, adorned with verdant hills and clear waters, featuring exquisitely crafted pavilions and serene corridors. The scenery was indeed enchanting, explaining why so many were eager to enter the palace. The original owner had seldom interacted with the daughters of nobility, primarily because she was absorbed in her thoughts of Chuchi and rarely paid attention to others. Additionally, her reputation in the capital was one of foolishness, causing these noble ladies to shy away from her. Thus, Qiao Xi found herself in a peaceful state, leisurely admiring the surroundings while searching for Chuchi among the crowd, intent on settling a score with him. "Is that Qiao Xi over there?" exclaimed Wang Yao, who had been conversing with Qiao Luo. Upon spotting her, Wang Yao exclaimed, "Oh. I didn't expect my sister to be here today, I must go speak with her." Feigning surprise, Qiao Luo remarked, "What a coincidence, isn't it? Given that it is the queen's birthday, how could a legitimate daughter like you not attend?" However, Qiao Xi remained oblivious to their conversation, still scanning the crowd for Chu Qi, that scoundrel. Isn't that Qiao Xi? Why is she all alone, merely gazing at the scenery? As Qiao Luo approached, Wang Yao, with a hint of sarcasm, chimed in. The memory of her previous encounter with Qiao Xi at the Hanyan Pavilion ignited a spark of resentment within her. Initially, she had planned to complain to Wang Xian, hoping he would confront Qiao Xi on her behalf. However, after returning home, her father not only reprimanded her but also imposed a half-month confinement as punishment. She believed Qiao Xi must have been the reason for her father's ire. Qiao Xi paid Wang Yao no heed, casting a glance in her direction before turning away. Wang Yao felt slighted, her anger intensifying, and she shouted at Qiao Xi, "Are you even listening to me? I thought a stray dog had wandered out." Qiao Xi shot her a disdainful look, retorting, "I have no interest in conversing with someone like you, it's a sheer waste of my time." "You." Wang Yao, taken aback by Qiao Xi's boldness, pointed an accusing finger at her, speechless with rage. Move aside, move aside. I have matters to attend to, don't waste my time here," Qiao Xi said as she spotted Chu Qi, pushing Wang Yao aside. Chapter 53, The Queen's Anger Upon Hearing Qiao Xi's Cries for Help. Wang Yao displayed an air of indifference. She believed that, given the multitude of people present, there would surely be someone capable of swimming who could rescue her. And so she continued to walk on. From a distance, Chu Qi and Bai Shiyu witnessed Qiao Xi fall into the water. Chu Qi was initially prepared to dive in and save her, but at that moment, Bai Shiyu spoke up, "I suddenly have a headache. Could you accompany me to find the physician, Your Highness?" Reluctant to see Bai Shiyu suffer, Chu Qi nodded in agreement and led her towards the queen's chambers. As they walked, he reasoned that with so many people in the palace, someone would undoubtedly step forward to save Qiao Xi. They surely would not simply stand by and watch her drown. He felt no need to attract attention to himself, lest others mistakenly believe he shared a close relationship with Qiao Xi, which would be quite absurd. As Qiao Xi thrashed about in the water, she caught sight of the scene on shore. She cursed Chu Qi inwardly for an extended period and silently vowed to take revenge on Bai Shiyu when the opportunity arose. The onlookers at the water's edge watched for a while, but as Qiao Xi's movements grew weaker, they finally sensed something was amiss. However, fearing potential repercussions, none dared to jump in to save her. Among those passing through the imperial garden, a palace maid, upon seeing someone struggling in the water, disregarded the need to call for help and leaped in, pulling Qiao Xi to safety. Upon witnessing Qiao Xi being rescued, Wang Yao and Qiao Luo's eyes filled with malice, wondering which reckless maid had interfered in such a manner, risking herself to save someone she scarcely knew. To put it plainly, Qiao Xi was merely a lowly maid, why should her fate concern anyone else? What compelled such a foolish act of jumping into the water to save her? After Qiao Xi was brought to shore, the onlookers dispersed, and a panicked eunuch rushed to inform the queen. After all, today marked the queen's birthday, and if a life were lost, countless individuals in the palace would face dire consequences. "Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty," the small eunuch said, breathlessly kneeling upon reaching the queen. "What is it?" The queen, initially preoccupied with overseeing the banquet preparations, furrowed her brow instinctively upon observing the eunuch's hasty approach. Replying to Her Majesty, "It is said that Princess Qiao has fallen into the water." The eunuch's words were hesitant, likely due to nervousness or the speed of his run, causing him to stutter. "What?" The queen's face contorted in disbelief. "Princess Qiao has fallen into the water," as she discerned the queen's rising anger. The eunuch repeated his words in a barely audible whisper. What on earth happened? After confirming the situation several times, the queen, seething with rage, began to chastise Qiao Xi in her heart. How could this woman be so thoughtless? It was bad enough to embarrass herself normally. Why had she chosen this moment to disgrace herself? Qiao Xi had utterly ruined her birthday banquet. Yet, despite her fury, she knew she could not simply disregard Qiao Xi. After briefly calming her emotions, she instructed the maid Yu Qiong, "Go fetch physician Li from the imperial garden, he must attend to Qiao Xi." "Yes." Following the queen's command, Yu Qiong hurriedly departed from Yong'an Palace, Take me to the imperial garden. Once Yu Qiong had left, the queen turned back to address the eunuch. Your Majesty, please. The eunuch, displaying keen awareness, stepped aside to allow the queen passage. Fearing that Qiao Xi might perish if delayed, the queen hurried along, nearly breaking into a run. Why do you all stand idly by on the shore, watching the spectacle? Why did none of you leap in to save her? If Princess Qiao truly encounters any misfortune, who among you can bear the responsibility? Is it you? You? Or perhaps this burden should fall upon me? When the emperor inquires, will you simply tell him that it was due to my banquet that Princess Qiao fell into the water? I fail to comprehend your thought processes. Upon arriving at the imperial garden, she made a beeline for the lotus pond. Upon seeing Qiao Xi lying unconscious on the ground, she could no longer contain herself. After casting a sweeping glance around, she reprimanded the onlookers surrounding her. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We had no knowledge of how Princess Qiao fell into the water. Nor did we know she couldn't swim. Realizing the queen was genuinely enraged, the bystanders hastily knelt, beginning to confess and deflect blame. Didn't he know? So many of you gathered here to spectate, and now each of you claims ignorance to absolve yourselves? The queen's anger only intensified in response to their words. Her tone sharp and confrontational. However, considering the circumstances, her fury was understandable. Not only was it her birthday, but if anyone were to drown or perish within the palace during a banquet, she, as the matriarch of the nation, would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Moreover, if anything were to happen to Qiao Xi today, the emperor would not only punish her but would also question her capabilities. As the sovereign mother of the nation, how could she allow so many eunuchs and maids to fail in their duties? Hosting a banquet that resulted in a life lost would invite scrutiny. Who else would the emperor question if not her? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Hearing her words, the kneeling attendants buried their faces deeper to the ground. Your Majesty, the queen had no desire to listen to their apologies, she sought only to uncover how Qiao Xi had found herself in such peril. Just as she prepared to unleash her wrath once more, Yu Qiong returned, accompanied by the physician. Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty. Upon seeing the queen, physician Li readied himself to kneel. Do not kneel, hurry and see to Princess Qiao's condition. The queen interrupted him before he could descend. Yes, yes. Li responded affirmatively twice before rushing to examine Qiao Xi. He first checked her eyes, then took her pulse. After determining that she was not in grave danger, he rose and reported to the queen, Your Majesty, Princess Qiao has merely choked on water and fainted. As long as we expel the water from her system, she shall awaken. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, she is not in danger of losing her life. Upon hearing Li's words, the queen's expression softened somewhat as she coldly regarded the kneeling onlookers. What business does Princess Qiao have falling into the water in the first place? Replying to Your Majesty, before the princess fell, I observed her speaking with the young lady from the Zhongshuling family. However, it seemed their conversation was not particularly pleasant. And shortly thereafter, the princess fell into the water. That is all I know. I am not entirely clear on how she ended up in the water. The palace maid who had saved Qiao Xi hesitated before sharing this information upon hearing the queen's inquiry. Chapter 54, Was I pushed by the princess? Is she speaking the truth? Upon hearing the words of the young palace maid, the empress inquired of those present. Your Majesty, I also witnessed this scene. One of the ladies responded. The princess was conversing with Lord Wang's daughter when, for reasons unknown, she suddenly fell into the water. Indeed, I saw it as well. The others, kneeling on the ground, echoed this sentiment as one among them stood forth to identify Wang Yao. With someone having stepped forward to point a finger at Wang Yao, it was clear that this incident bore no connection to them, as long as they escaped punishment. The fate of others was of no consequence. Where is Wang Yao? Although direct evidence was lacking to confirm that Wang Yao had pushed Qiao Xi into the water, the collective accusations indicated her involvement to some degree. Thus, the empress inquired about Wang Yao's whereabouts. It seems she went to the pavilion with the princess's sister. Someone commented after the empress's question. Go find her, the empress ordered, gesturing for Yu Qiong to search for Wang Yao. Yes. Following the command, Yu Qiong proceeded towards the pavilion. Initially, Wang Yao believed that Qiao Xi would drown and, in so doing, grant her a sense of revenge. However, to her surprise, someone had rescued Qiao Xi. Uncertain of Qiao Xi's condition and fearful of the empress's wrath, Wang Yao concealed herself before the empress arrived at the imperial garden. Yet, being in the palace, her hiding spots were exceedingly limited, and it was not long before Yu Qiong found her and brought her before the empress. Your servant. Princess Wang Yao pays her respects to your majesty. Wang Yao felt a surge of panic, her anxiety rendering her speech nearly incoherent. With a sidelong glance, the empress questioned. Did you push the princess into the lotus pond? And no, it wasn't me, Wang Yao stammered, her fear palpable as she rushed to speak. The empress pressed further, not you? Then why do people claim to have seen you push the princess? I am wronged, it truly was not me, Wang Yao protested, desperately trying to defend herself. What are you claiming to be wronged about? I merely asked what transpired, and you immediately cry injustice. Have I ever stated, it was you who pushed the princess? Upon hearing Wang Yao's words, the empress's expression darkened. She had said nothing of the sort, yet Wang Yao accused her, inviting further misunderstandings. It was as though she were a ruler who only listened to hearsay and hastily rendered judgments, which naturally displeased the empress. And no, it was merely my nerves. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. Wang Yao quickly sought to retract her previous words. I ask you again, was the princess not with you before she fell into the water? The empress decided to probe Wang Yao from another angle, unwilling to entertain her evasions. This. Wang Yao hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Seeing her silence, the empress urged, what is this hesitation? Simply answer whether it was or was not. Replying to your majesty, I only exchanged a few words with the princess. And after we spoke, I left with Qiao Luo. I truly do not know why the princess fell into the water. Wang Yao knelt, trembling as she explained. The empress remained unconvinced, continuing her interrogation, since you were able to converse with the princess, it implies a cordial relationship. Why, then? Did you not immediately attempt to rescue her when you saw her fall? What did it mean for you to retreat? I. Wang Yao had not anticipated the empress's probing, leaving her momentarily speechless. She loathed Qiao Xi, why would she save her? It was unclear how the empress discerned any camaraderie between them, yet Wang Yao dared not voice her thoughts aloud, merely harboring resentment internally. Is the question too difficult to answer? The empress pressed on, intensifying the pressure on Wang Yao. At that time, I was already quite far from the princess and could not return in time. Besides, I thought with so many people on the shore, someone would surely assist the princess. So I did not hurry back. However, I did not expect that those bystanders merely stood watching and did not come to her aid. By the time I prepared to return, a maid had already jumped in to save the princess. Evidently, Wang Yao was not foolish. She recognized that no matter how she responded, the empress would remain dissatisfied. Thus, in her explanation, she implicated the onlookers as well. The empress raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Your Majesty, I speak only the truth, many were present on the shore, yet no one attempted to save the princess. Wang Yao nodded vigorously, reiterating her statement. Upon hearing Wang Yao's words, those kneeling behind the empress internally condemned her for dragging them into this predicament. Why did you not save the princess? The empress turned to question the group on the ground. They too were innocent, they had no knowledge of how Qiao Xi had fallen into the lotus pond. Without clarity on this situation, who would dare recklessly jump in to save another? Now, faced with the empress's inquiries, they found themselves at a loss for words and chose silence instead. You possess great audacity, daring to conspire against the princess. Summon His Majesty. The empress raised her voice upon receiving no response from them. Your Majesty, spare us. They had thought that remaining silent would shield them from trouble. But the empress had levied such a grave accusation that they hastily pleaded for mercy. What exactly transpired that led the princess to fall into the water? Upon hearing someone speak, the empress gestured for Yu Qiong to hold her position. Replying to Your Majesty, we only know that Wang Yao quarreled with the princess, and it seems Wang Yao pushed her. It was as though they had rehearsed their lines, for the moment the empress's words fell, they spoke in unison. Neither the empress nor Wang Yao was someone they could afford to offend. Given the gravity of the situation, should the empress fail to uncover the truth and randomly accuse someone as a scapegoat, they would not dare object. Yet, should they offend Wang Yao in the process? Once the gathering concluded, it was certain she would inform her father, the chancellor. If the chancellor sought revenge for his daughter, others would surely suffer the consequences. However, they could not afford to ponder too deeply. If they could not appease the empress, they would not even exit the palace, let alone anything else. In weighing their options, they resolved to implicate Wang Yao. What else do you have to say? Having obtained the answers she sought, the empress turned sharply to Wang Yao. I am wronged. It was the princess who pushed me first, I did not touch her at all. In her fear, Wang Yao began to fabricate tales. The empress no longer believed her words and retorted, is that so? The princess pushed you, yet why did she end up in the lotus pond? Wang Yao found herself at a loss for words, frozen in place. Chapter 55, I shall not repay grievances with kindness enough. As a sovereign, I cannot merely rely on your words, it is prudent to await the awakening of the esteemed concubine before delving further into this matter. The empress, having grown weary of Wang Yao's incessant chatter, dismissed her with a curt remark and turned her attention to Physician Li. Did you not assert that the concubine was unharmed? Why, then, has she yet to awaken after such a considerable time? Caught off guard by the empress's inquiry, Physician Li stood in stunned silence. During his examination of Qiao Xi, he had detected no issues, and by all accounts, she should have regained consciousness by now. Yet, despite the passage of a significant interval, there were no signs of her waking. He pondered the possible reasons for this unexpected delay, just as the empress posed her question. Cough, cough. Qiao Xi was indeed adept at swimming and had sustained no harm from her fall, she merely wished to observe how events would unfold in her silence, feigning unconsciousness. Upon hearing the empress inquire about her lack of awakening, she decided it was time to abandon her ruse, faking a few coughs before opening her eyes. Unsure of the empress's temperament, she deemed it wise to tread carefully. Your Majesty, what brings you here? As she blinked awake, Qiao Xi hastily rose to pay her respects. Her expression one of feigned confusion. Humph. Had I not come, you might have perished. The empress let out a cold huff before addressing her. What do you mean? Your Majesty? Qiao Xi persisted in her act of bewilderment. How did you find yourself in the lotus pond? The empress, perceiving Qiao Xi's naivety, opted for a straightforward approach to address the incident. In response to Your Majesty, I was admiring the scenery in the imperial garden when I spotted the prince. And I intended to seek him out. At that moment, Miss Wang approached me, mocking me openly. Anxious to find the prince, I asked her to step aside. But she insisted on arguing with me. She repeatedly accused me of being shameless and clinging to the prince. I truly had matters to discuss with him. So I attempted to bypass her, but she blocked my path. When I saw her sway unsteadily, I reached out to assist her. Only for her to unexpectedly push me into the lotus pond. As Your Majesty knows, I cannot swim, I lost consciousness after falling, and when I awoke, you were already here. Qiao Xi feigned a sense of grievance, recounting the events as soon as the empress inquired, even wiping away imaginary tears as she spoke. Is what she says true? The empress did not offer any consolation to Qiao Xi, instead, she turned to Wang Yao for a response. That is not the case. I was merely jesting with the concubine, there was no malice intended, and I did not push her. Wang Yao vehemently shook her head in denial. At that moment, Wang Yao was astounded, she had never anticipated that Qiao Xi would dare to slander her before the empress. The look on the empress's face suggested she was beginning to believe Qiao Xi's account, otherwise, she would not have directed her inquiry at Wang Yao. The empress glared at Wang Yao. A jest? How dare you treat royal matters so lightly? Qiao Xi is the esteemed concubine of the prince. Please, Your Majesty, spare me. I realize my error and shall never act so recklessly again. Wang Yao pleaded, bowing her head to the empress. The empress, feeling exasperated, had little patience left for Wang Yao's attempts to deflect blame. She issued a command, bring Wang Yao forward for punishment. Let her receive 20 strikes. That she may learn the perils of careless words. As soon as the words left her lips, Yu Qiong, standing beside the empress, approached Wang Yao and swiftly struck her across the face. Wang Yao cried out in pain, kneeling on the ground as she begged for mercy. Your Majesty, please. I had no part in this. I did not push the concubine, she fell into the lotus pond by her own misfortune. I was simply too startled to assist her. Feeling humiliated by the public reprimand, Wang Yao disregarded all else and continued to plead for mercy. You all witnessed the concubine's fall and did nothing to assist. You should share in Wang Yao's punishment. However, as this is my birthday, I shall refrain from excessive retribution today. Should such an incident occur again, I will show no leniency. The Empress had anticipated Wang Yao's pleas for mercy. Once she had reprimanded the onlookers, she departed without further ado. My lady, you possess great magnanimity, please spare me. I shall never act so foolishly again, I beseech you to save me. Wang Yao continued to beg, but found no one willing to listen. With the Empress gone, a cunning idea struck her, and she began to plead with Qiao Xi. Seeing Wang Yao in such a state, Qiao Xi couldn't help but laugh in anger. The rapidity with which Wang Yao's arrogance had dissipated was almost comical, mere moments ago. She had been so haughty, and now she was reduced to this. Yet, Qiao Xi was no benevolent soul, she would not repay grievances with kindness. Gazing at Wang Yao, she declared, if you possess the audacity to challenge me, you must also bear the consequences. Should you lack the resolve, I advise you to refrain from foolish actions in the future. This punishment has been decreed by the Empress. If I were to intervene, it would be tantamount to defying her will. Such ungrateful tasks are not for me to undertake. You shall endure these 20 strikes. This is but a minor reprimand. Should you dare to act insolently before me again, I shall not hesitate to take your life. With that, Qiao Xi turned on her heel and departed, intending to change into fresh garments in the Empress's side palace before confronting that scoundrel, Qi. Within the palace, there were numerous consorts, and banquets were held several times a month. Given the nature of such events, mistakes were inevitable, thus, each host would prepare a designated area stocked with an assortment of garments for the convenience of guests wishing to change. Shiryu, how do you feel? As Qiao Xi navigated her way to the Empress's chambers, preparing to change her attire, she suddenly heard Qi's voice. She recalled that earlier, when she had fallen into the water, Shiryu had mentioned to Qi that she was experiencing a headache and wished to rest before returning to the banquet. It appeared that Qi had not taken Shiryu to find a physician but had instead come to the side palace. Qiao Xi scoffed inwardly, thinking how ironic fate could be. This turn of events was fortuitous, she no longer needed to search high and low for Qi. An opportunity had presented itself, and she could not let it slip away. What brings you here, my lord? Fearing that Qi might vanish after she changed, she decided against changing her clothes. Once she confirmed their location, she kicked the door open and boldly inquired, what are you doing here? Qi instinctively asked upon seeing Qiao Xi. Why aren't you changing clothes after falling into the water? Qiao Xi found his question rather foolish and chose not to respond, giving him an exasperated look before retorting. Chapter 56. Are you deaf? Then why don't you change your clothes and come here? Without even inquiring about Qiao Xi's well-being, Qi retorted directly. Is the prince so eager to chase me away because I have disrupted your plans? Qiao Xi inquired with an upward curl of her lips, gazing at Qi. Impudent! How dare you slander me? Qi's anger flared upon hearing Qiao Xi's words. Qiao Xi felt no fear towards Qi and replied, do not place such an enormous label on me, the truth is evident before our eyes. Why would I need to slander you? What truth? Merely your delusions. Shiryu suddenly felt a headache and was reluctant to trouble the palace physician. This prince brought her here to rest. Once she feels better, we shall return to the banquet. It is not as sordid as you imagine. If you are fine, then quickly leave and do not disturb Shiryu's rest. Uncertain whether he feared Qiao Xi's misunderstanding or her potential to spread rumors upon leaving the side chamber, Qi surprisingly began to explain himself to Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi scoffed, have you lost your mind, Qi? I am your legitimate wife, why should I leave while you are asking me to? In truth, she cared little for Qi or the title of wife, she merely wished to irritate Shiryu. She was eagerly awaiting the emperor's recovery to hasten the annulment of her engagement to Qi. This prince has never acknowledged her identity. Do you not find it amusing to say such things? Qi cast a disdainful glance at Qiao Xi, thinking how he was soon to marry Shiryu. How could Qiao Xi still be lost in her dreams? Do you truly think I would relish being your wife? Enough with the nonsense, take your white lotus and leave. I wish to use this room to change. With her damp clothes clinging to her skin, Qiao Xi felt unbearable discomfort and did not wish to engage in further trivialities with Qi. What are your intentions, Qiao Xi? Knowing Shiryu is unwell, why insist on using this room to change? Can't you go elsewhere? As soon as Qiao Xi's words fell, Qi hastily condemned her. I will use this room. Whether you like it or not. Are you leaving or not? If not, I shall call for help. With so many people around today, it would be a spectacle for all to see, and they might guess at your and Baishuyu's reasons for being here. They may not be as easily fooled as I am, your casual explanations will not suffice. If there are any of your enemies here, claiming you are engaging in improper conduct with Baishuyu, that would be troublesome. At that moment, Qiao Xi appeared unfazed, smiling at Qi. Her words laced with subtle threats, entirely deliberate. I and the prince are innocent. Before Qi could respond, Baishuyu hurriedly interrupted Qiao Xi. Be quiet. Baishuyu. What business is it of yours when I speak with the prince? Qiao Xi had no desire to engage with Baishuyu, rolling her eyes as she cut her off. Baishuyu looked at Qi with a pitiful expression, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Sure you. Do not mind her, there is no need to be upset over such a person. How are you feeling? Qi could not bear to see Baishuyu wronged and hurried to comfort her. Thank you, Prince, for your concern, I am much better now. Baishuyu's tone with Qi was exceptionally gentle. Qi spoke to Baishuyu in a conciliatory manner, then let us leave this place. It would save me from becoming angry at the sight of Qiao Xi. In truth, he wished to remain here and spar with Qiao Xi. But he feared that this madwoman might indeed summon a crowd to witness the commotion. He did not mind for himself but was concerned for Baishuyu's reputation, otherwise. In his temper, he might have struck Qiao Xi right then and there. Very well. Upon hearing Qi's words, Baishuyu felt somewhat displeased. How could she yield to Qiao Xi? Yet, if she did not leave, Qi would surely think her ungracious. Reluctantly, she agreed. The banquet will commence soon, after changing. Hasten to the Empress's Yongnan Palace. This prince does not wish to be embarrassed because of you. After saying this, Qi took Baishuyu away. The most embarrassing one is you, sneaking around with others while carrying your own wife. Qiao Xi, unwilling to concede, hurled a retort at Qi's departing figure. What did you say? Qi halted, fury etched across his face as he glared at Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi countered, when did you become deaf? It seems I must teach you a lesson. With that, Qi released Baishuyu's hand and prepared to return. Prince, let us go. Baishuyu did not wish for Qi to become enraged and grasped his arm. Sure you, release me, today I must teach her a proper lesson. Qi was genuinely incensed by Qiao Xi's provocations, insisting Baishuyu let go. Today is the Empress's birthday banquet, let us avoid further complications. Come now, Prince. Baishuyu did not heed Qi's words but continued to persuade him. Humph. For Shuyu's sake, I shall not hold this against you. Once we return to the manor, you shall have much to answer for. Only after Baishuyu's words did Qi relent. Just wait, I shall be ready. Qiao Xi dismissed his words, tossing this remark over her shoulder before the door closed. You are far too accommodating, how will this be acceptable? Once you become a princess, won't this madwoman constantly seek trouble with you? As Qi led Baishuyu toward the Empress's palace, he spoke. With the prince around, I have nothing to fear. Baishuyu replied, gazing at Qi with a smile. Rest assured, I shall protect you, Qi promised, touched by Baishuyu's words. Baishuyu blushed and smiled shyly, falling silent thereafter. In the Xingyang Palace. Your Highness, the time has come, we may commence the banquet. As noon approached, Yu Qiong quietly reminded the Empress. Where is the Emperor? After dealing with Qiao Xi's incident, the Empress had returned to Xingyang Palace, where she had awaited the Emperor for an hour without sight of him. Feeling increasingly anxious, she asked Yu Qiong, why has the Emperor not yet arrived? I am uncertain, perhaps His Majesty is delayed by state affairs. Do not fret, Your Highness, His Majesty will surely come. In truth, Yu Qiong felt even more anxious than the Empress. Today was the Empress's birthday, if the Emperor did not appear, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. If busybodies spread rumors that the Emperor and Empress's relationship was strained, it would be troublesome. Yet, no matter her inner turmoil, she could not reveal it. For doing so would not only irritate the Empress but also earn her reprimand for disrespect in the palace. There is still time, we shall wait. The banquet will begin once His Majesty arrives. Upon hearing Yu Qiong's words, the Empress felt slightly reassured and instructed, very well. After responding to the Empress, Yu Qiong quietly withdrew to summon a young palace maid to hasten the emperor's arrival. Chapter 57, Divergent Thoughts. Sister, where have you been just now? I searched for you for quite a while without finding you. To avoid any misunderstandings, Bai Shiyu and Chu Qi had parted ways midway. Chu Qi had gone to seek his fifth brother, the Prince of Chongyang, while Bai Shiyu made her way to the Yongnan Palace. Upon entering, she casually found a place to sit, only to be spotted by Bai Shiyu the moment she settled down. It is indeed my fault for making my sister worry. I suddenly felt a bit dizzy, so I went to the side hall to rest for a while. When I saw the time was nearing, I returned. Bai Shiyu explained with a smile on her face. In truth, she held no affection for Bai Shiyu. Believing that it was entirely because of her that she could not assume the role of the legitimate eldest daughter of the Bai family. If it weren't for her desire to establish herself within the Bai household, she would never have feigned friendship with Bai Shiyu. Are you feeling any better now? Should we call a physician to examine you? Upon hearing Bai Shiyu mention her discomfort, Bai Shiyu immediately expressed her concern. Thank you for your concern, sister. I am much improved, Bai Shiyu replied with a detached tone. I am relieved to hear that. The banquet is about to commence, so please stay here with me. Bai Shiyu said, still worried about her sister's well-being. All right. After responding to Bai Shiyu fell silent. Did you know? Just a moment ago, the princess consort of Gongding fell into the lotus pond. The empress was furious and scolded everyone present. It is fortunate you were not here, otherwise you would have faced reprimand as well. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness, Bai Shiyu attempted to steer the conversation. The princess consort has been rather careless, hasn't she? At her age, one would think she could manage walking without falling into a pond. Bai Shiyu was well aware that Qiao Xi had been pushed into the pond by Wang Yao. However, she refrained from divulging too much to Bai Shiyu, merely expressing her disdain for Qiao Xi. Shu. Sister, we mustn't speak ill of the princess consort. We are merely daughters of ordinary officials, we cannot mock or slander her, lest we invite calamity upon ourselves. Bai Shiyu quickly gestured for her to be quiet upon hearing Bai Shiyu's words. It was precisely because she feared Bai Shiyu would say something inappropriate at the banquet that she insisted on sitting beside her. Others may misunderstand her sister, but she was acutely aware of Bai Shiyu's true temperament. Bai Shiyu's disposition was far from gentle, she merely excelled at masquerading. She pretended to be soft-spoken in front of Chu Qi, leading him to believe she was a kind-hearted individual. In reality, she looked down upon Bai Shiyu, viewing her as little more than a concubine's offspring, akin to a servant in the household. Were it not for her father, Bai Hong, seeking to establish a foothold in the court and leveraging Bai Shiyu to form a connection with Chu Qi, she would have no need to feign camaraderie with her. Had Bai Shiyu not been of some use to the Bai family, she would have dealt with her long ago. How dare a mere illegitimate daughter call her sister? Bai Shiyu naively believed that by attending a few banquets with Bai Shiyu, she had truly become a legitimate young lady, garnering the admiration of others. She is not even here, why should you be afraid? Bai Shiyu retorted, perceiving Bai Shiyu's timidity. In her tone, there was no hint of respect for her elder sister. Bai Shiyu smirked slightly, it would be unwise to be overheard. Very well, I understand. I shall refrain from speaking further, Bai Shiyu replied dismissively, casting a glare at Bai Shiyu. There is still some time before the banquet begins. You should eat something to stave off hunger, Bai Shiyu diverted the conversation. I shall not eat, you may eat if you wish. Just as Bai Shiyu impatiently refused Bai Shiyu, a eunuch's voice announcing the emperor's arrival interrupted her. With the emperor's entrance, Yongnan Palace fell into a sudden silence. The once lively conversation ceased, as no one dared to speak out of turn in the presence of the sovereign. This humble servant pays respects to your majesty. The empress was the first to react, kneeling on the ground to welcome Chu Yi. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the arrival of Chu Yi ignited her excitement. Your majesty, I pay my respects. The young ladies and gentlemen, upon regaining their composure, simultaneously knelt before him. Bai Shiyu did the same, not daring to act with insolence in front of the emperor. Today is the empress's birthday, you need not stand on ceremony. Please rise, the emperor said, extending his hand to assist the empress. Thank you, your majesty. The empress beamed with delight at the emperor's gesture, expressing her gratitude with a smile. Thank you, your majesty. Even with the emperor's reassurances, The young ladies and gentlemen of noble families still offered their respects before rising. Your Highness, shall we commence the banquet now? Yu Qiong, perceptive and astute, inquired of the Empress in the presence of the Emperor. This question was designed to demonstrate to the Emperor that the Empress was mindful of propriety, prioritizing him even on her own birthday. Your Majesty, what do you think? The Empress asked Qiao Xi with an inquiring tone. The Empress is indeed virtuous, Qiao Xi remarked, offering the Empress a compliment without directly addressing the banquet's commencement. Your Majesty, you flatter me, I dare not accept such praise, the Empress replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Since the birthday star has inquired, I shall take the lead, let us commence the banquet. Qiao Xi felt that a few compliments sufficed, not elaborating further on the Empress's words but decisively announcing the start of the festivities. Yes. Receiving the command, Yu Qiong bowed to Qiao Xi and proceeded with the preparations. It is about time, everyone should have arrived by now, Qiao Xi said, after seating the Empress. It appears they are indeed gathered. Is there something you wish to discuss? Your Majesty? The Empress, uncertain of Qiao Yi's intent, replied to his inquiry. Nothing in particular, I merely asked out of curiosity. Qiao Xi did not elaborate further, as he had not spotted Qiao Xi among the crowd. This osmanthus cake was personally made for you by me, do taste it, Your Majesty. The Empress presented a piece of osmanthus cake to Qiao Xi, having prepared it especially for him. The preparation was not overly complicated, but she had added her own touches, resulting in a delicacy that was not only fragrant and sweet but also as pristine as jade, resembling a work of art. Receiving the offered osmanthus cake, Qiao Xi took a bite and praised, you are truly thoughtful, Empress. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. The Empress smiled with satisfaction at his compliment. Surely this took considerable time to prepare? Qiao Xi inquired after finishing the small piece of cake. As long as Your Majesty enjoys it, that is all that matters. In the midst of constant scheming within the harem, even the Empress must devise ways to capture the Emperor's heart, as long as he was pleased. She believed any amount of time spent was worth it. Should she make osmanthus cake daily, it would indeed be burdensome. She resolved to delegate this task to the palace maids in the future. Qiao Xi did not respond to the Empress's remark but simply stated, let us leave such matters to the palace maids. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. The Empress understood that Qiao Xi was concerned for her well-being and offered her gratitude without further comment. Chapter 58, Could they have misheard? Why speak to me in such a distant manner? Let us dine, declared Qiao Xi as he picked up his chopsticks to sample the peach blossom shrimp before him. Does Your Majesty enjoy this dish? The Empress inquired, uncertain if Qiao Xi would appreciate the meal she had prepared. The taste is delightful, Empress. Your efforts are commendable. Qiao Xi offered a sincere assessment, then fell into silence. His gaze had been searching for Qiao Xi and Chu Qi since his arrival, but despite scanning the room, he found no trace of them, which left him somewhat distracted. Is Your Majesty in search of someone? The Empress observed his preoccupation and tentatively asked. Why have I not seen King Gongding and his consort? Have they not arrived? How audacious of my third brother to absent himself from your birthday banquet. Qiao Yi's expression darkened with displeasure. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. They are here. Just moments ago, the consort accidentally fell into the lotus pond. I have sent the prince to assist her in changing garments, she should return shortly, the Empress explained, believing Qiao Yi's anger stemmed from concern for her. What? Why did the consort fall into the water? Upon hearing of Qiao Xi's mishap, Qiao Yi's voice escalated. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I was occupied with preparations in Yong'an Palace and only learned of the incident from the palace eunuchs. As soon as I received word, I rushed to the imperial garden. And the consort is now safe, the Empress hurriedly knelt to clarify. Initially, she thought that once she elucidated the reason for Qiao Xi's absence, Qiao Yi's mood would lighten. However, to her surprise, he appeared even more incensed, prompting her to kneel in haste. Calm your ire. The young gentlemen and ladies attending the banquet are seated far from the Emperor and are unaware of the unfolding situation. They observed the Empress kneeling and instinctively thought something grave must have transpired, leading them to follow suit. Calm my ire? You inform me of such a significant event only now? Qiao Yi's displeasure was palpable as he confronted the Empress. I would never dare to deceive Your Majesty. I saw that consort Gongding was unharmed and thought it best not to disturb you. I beg Your Majesty for your understanding, the Empress implored, her heart racing. She was bewildered by the depth of Chu Ye's concern for Qiao Xi. Time has passed, where is Qiao Xi? Why have I not yet seen her? Chu Yi sought to move past the Empress's explanations, his focus resolutely on finding Qiao Xi. Returning to your majesty. She has been gone for a quarter of an hour and should be arriving shortly. If your majesty is anxious, I shall send someone to summon her. The Empress promptly responded. Rise, I am concerned that Qiao Xi's predicament might affect your mood, not to express ire towards you. As long as she is unharmed. It spares us from further turmoil should her father learn of this. Chu Ye's expression softened upon hearing that Qiao Xi would soon return. And he assisted the Empress to her feet. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I have managed the situation, the consort is unharmed. And I shall not be affected by her circumstances. You may rest assured, the Empress spoke as she stood. Everyone, please rise, Chu Yi commanded. Allowing the kneeling guests to return to their seats. Thank you, your majesty. I pay my respects to father and mother. Chu Qi entered Yong'an Palace alongside several princes. Presenting gifts for the Empress's birthday. You have arrived just in time, please take your seats, the Empress greeted them with a smile. Chu Yi acknowledged them with a nod. His demeanor composed. Thank you, mother, the princes responded before settling down. Chu Qi glanced around but did not see Qiao Xi. Feeling vexed as he cursed her silently for not managing her attire in a timely manner, causing her to be late. Why have you come alone, Chu Qi? Where is Qiao Xi? Noticing Chu Qi's apparent search, Chu Yi deliberately inquired. Chu Qi was caught off guard by the question and struggled to find a suitable response. What? You cannot even keep track of your own consort? Chu Yi pressed. Dissatisfaction evident in his tone. No, it is not like that. We were meant to arrive together, but along the way. Qiao Xi recalled something she had left in the side hall and turned back to retrieve it, which is why we parted, Chu Qi finally managed to explain. Is that so? Pray, enlighten me, what did the consort forget in the side hall? Chu Yi could see through Chu Qi's fabrication, but before he could retort, Qiao Xi appeared. You. Chu Qi felt a surge of frustration, she had chosen the most inopportune moment to return. What is it? Has the prince forgotten me so soon? I am your consort, after all, Qiao Xi retorted with a sly smile. Not only was Chu Qi taken aback, but many familiar with Qiao Xi were equally astonished. Her transformation was striking, the radiant presence she exuded was nothing short of breathtaking. Qiao Xi's hair was styled elegantly, adorned with a white jade hairpin, and she held a delicate fan in her hand, draped in a light blue garment that elevated her grace, shedding her previous appearance entirely. Do you think I am as foolish as you? In response to Qiao Xi, Chu Qi could only muster a curt reply. Humph. I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me, father and mother, Qiao Xi shot Chu Qi a glare before turning her attention to Chu Yi. I have heard you fell into the water. Are you injured? Do you require a physician's assistance? Chu Yi gestured for her to rise and voiced his concern. Thank you for your concern, father. I am quite well. You forget, I am also a physician, I can tend to myself without burdening the imperial doctors, Qiao Xi smiled brightly at Chu Yi. Indeed, I must have been remiss. Chu Yi remarked, tapping his forehead. The others present were left in disbelief. Had the emperor just admitted to being mistaken? Furthermore, when had this so-called dim-witted consort acquired medical knowledge? How could his majesty possibly know? Chapter 59, Bestowing Gifts upon Xiao Luo. How could I have been unaware of the princess's medical expertise? The empress expressed her astonishment, yet unlike others, she pondered this matter in silence before directly addressing the emperor. Just a few days prior, Qiao Xi accompanied Chu Qi to the palace to see me. Coincidentally during a time when I was unwell, and it was the princess who tended to me. It was then that I became aware of her skills in medicine. Chu Yi offered no further elaboration, providing only a brief explanation. I have failed in my duties, even to the extent of not knowing the emperor's ailment. The empress quickly admitted her oversight upon hearing Chu Ye's words. It is of no consequence, these are trifles, and the empress need not dwell on them. The affairs of the harem are numerous, and you have worked hard, Chu Yi remarked, waving his hand dismissively. The empress smiled slightly and responded, Thank you, your majesty, for your understanding. Qiao Xi, please take your seat, Chu Yi instructed, turning to her without engaging further with the empress. Yes, Qiao Xi nodded and promptly settled down. As soon as she was seated, the hall resonated with the sounds of silk and bamboo, followed by several palace maids stepping forward to perform a dance. A customary entertainment at such banquets in ancient times. After a delightful display of song and dance, the young gentlemen and ladies from noble families approached the empress to pay their respects, presenting her with gifts they had carefully prepared. Today marks the empress's birthday, and the emperor has shown her great concern on multiple occasions, filling her heart with joy as others now came forth to present their tributes, further elevating her spirits. The gifts bestowed by the young ladies and gentlemen were typically ornaments such as jade pendants and hairpins, which the empress had seen numerous times before. After complimenting them, she accepted the offerings, yet beyond her praise, she found herself at a loss for words, having grown accustomed to such displays. "Your Majesty, please take a look," Qiao Luo said as she slowly rose, receiving a box from a maid and proudly presenting it to the empress. "What is this?" the empress inquired. "Not signaling for Yu Qiong to take it just yet. This is a special gift I prepared for your Majesty, and I humbly request that you open it personally," Qiao Luo reiterated with a smile. "Go, bring it here," the empress lazily commanded Yu Qiong, having lost much of her enthusiasm for the ordinary gifts she had received thus far. "Your Majesty, please take a look," Yu Qiong said as she approached the empress with the box. The empress casually opened it, but when her eyes fell upon its contents, she was momentarily taken aback and fell silent for a considerable time. Yu Qiong, fearing the empress was displeased, was about to reprimand Qiao Luo for attempting to fool her. But the empress gestured for her to stop. "I did not expect you to be so thoughtful. I truly adore this gift," she finally expressed, her face brightening. "Your Majesty's approval brings me great joy," Qiao Luo thought to herself, suppressing her elation. She knew her carefully chosen gift would undoubtedly please the empress. Today, no one could overshadow her brilliance. "The gift prepared by Miss Qiao for your Majesty is indeed unique," Yu Qiong remarked, unable to contain her admiration after being halted by the empress. "What has Miss Qiao presented to the empress?" someone inquired, unable to restrain their curiosity. "Yu Qiong, please unveil Miss Qiao's gift for all to see," the empress commanded. When Yu Qiong revealed a resplendent peacock cloak from the box, the assembly was left in awe. The garment was stunning, shimmering softly under the sunlight, adorned with embroidered peacock patterns that befitted the empress's stature, hence her repeated praise for Qiao Luo. The peacock, revered as the king of birds, is distinguished by its fan-like display, considered a harbinger of good fortune and a symbol of power, perfectly suiting the empress as the mother of the nation. "What inspired you to present this to me?" the empress finally asked Qiao Luo after everyone had admired the cloak. "In response to your Majesty, I believe as the nation's matriarch, you have encountered countless treasures. Ordinary gifts would not befit your esteemed status. So I took it upon myself to create something meaningful for you," Qiao Luo explained, basking in the attention her peacock cloak garnered. "I must admit, I did not anticipate this. Not only is your embroidery exceptional, but your thoughtfulness is remarkable. This birthday present pleases me greatly," the empress beamed, her delight evident. Qiao Luo humbly replied, "Your Majesty is too kind, I merely invested some effort to bring you a smile." "Look, your Majesty, Miss Qiao is rather modest," the empress remarked with a smile directed at the emperor. "Miss Qiao's upbringing has clearly been exemplary, reward her," Qi commented, indicating his desire to bestow a reward upon Qiao Luo. "I thank your Majesty and the empress sincerely," Qiao Luo said, kneeling in gratitude as the emperor acknowledged the empress's praise. With a wave of her hand, the empress signaled for Qiao Luo to rise and then instructed Yu Qiong. "I wish to bestow a generous reward upon Miss Qiao." Typically, rewards are prepared in advance, and shortly after the empress's pronouncement, Yu Qiong appeared with several palace maids bearing gifts from the treasury. Approaching Qiao Luo, she stated, "These treasures are specially bestowed upon you by the empress. I, Qiao Luo, express my deep gratitude for the empress's grace," she said before examining the items on the silver tray. The tray held a silk-embroidered moonlit brocade robe, a golden hairpin adorned with flowers, a jade pendant shaped like a blooming vine, and an orchid-beaded hairpin. All clear evidence of the empress's genuine appreciation for Qiao Luo's thoughtful gift. The other young ladies, upon witnessing the empress's generous gift to Qiao Luo, displayed expressions of envy, their faces betraying their discontent. However, they had only themselves to blame, for their offerings had failed to resonate with the empress's heart. Meanwhile, the young gentlemen remained indifferent. Their expressions neutral, as this matter held little significance for them. Qiao Xi, engrossed in her meal, remained oblivious, her demeanor the most composed among them. Sister. Why are you so silent? After receiving her reward, Qiao Luo glanced toward Qiao Xi and, noticing her lack of response, felt a twinge of anger, prompting her to provoke her sister. Oh, dear sister, how fortunate you are to have garnered the Empress's favor with your peacock cloak. I have nothing of worth to offer you, so allow me to toast you with a glass of wine as a congratulatory gesture, Qiao Xi replied, quick to react as she raised her cup in response to Qiao Luo's inquiry. Chapter 60, Overjoyed? What gift has my sister prepared for Her Majesty the Queen's birthday? Qiao Luo did not reach out to accept the wine that Qiao Xi offered. Instead, she inquired once more. I do not possess the delicate sensibilities of a younger sister. In my haste to leave today, I did not prepare a gift for Her Majesty. However, the prince has arranged something, if you are truly curious. You might as well ask him directly. Qiao Luo did not take the wine, and Qiao Xi was not offended. If she didn't drink, she would simply indulge herself. After finishing her drink, Qiao Xi finally responded to Qiao Luo's question. Sister, you. Qiao Luo looked at Qiao Xi in disbelief, as if she were a stranger. She thought Qiao Xi must be mad, knowing it was the queen's birthday yet failing to prepare a gift, and brazenly claiming that Qi had provided one. What is it? Did I say something wrong? Qiao Xi asked with a smile. She had no intention of pondering Qiao Luo's thoughts, after all. She was married now and would not return to the Qiao family after the feast. No one could control her. Today is Her Majesty the Queen's birthday. How could you not prepare a gift for her? Qiao Luo seemed to ignore Qiao Xi's earlier words and pressed her once more. I already said I was in a rush and forgot. It was not my intention to neglect Her Majesty. Qiao Xi was utterly exasperated with Qiao Luo, shooting her a glare before continuing. But even in a hurry, one should not forget the purpose of their outing, right? Qiao Luo persisted with her inquiries. I haven't forgotten. I came to attend Her Majesty's birthday banquet, didn't I? Are you drunk or simply overly excited from receiving Her Majesty's favor? Qiao Xi retorted sharply, uninterested in further conversation with Qiao Luo. Qiao Luo was at a loss for words, her face alternating between red and pale. Hee. Just as Qiao Xi finished speaking, someone could no longer contain their laughter. The audacity of the princess consort is indeed remarkable. Daring to mock someone who has just received the queen's favor in her presence. Qiao Xi, what do you mean by that? The queen, feeling her pride wounded, asked Qiao Xi, suppressing her anger. What does the young lady mean? Qiao Xi answered succinctly. Is that so? The queen disapproved of Qiao Xi's attitude and retorted. Qiao Xi countered, asking the queen, yes. Might I have the audacity to inquire why your majesty asks me such a question? Your sister merely asked why you did not prepare a gift for me. Why would you insult her? The queen was infuriated. It was one thing for Qiao Xi to neglect her gifts, but to question her authority was intolerable. Yet, with the emperor present, she could not openly punish Qiao Xi. Your Majesty, please see clearly, I harbor no such intention. I have explained my reasons to her twice, yet she continues to ask. I fail to understand her meaning in persistently questioning me. Qiao Xi displayed no fear, even appearing somewhat aggrieved as she elaborated to the queen. Sister, you misunderstand me. I only wished to express concern for you. Qiao Luo, feeling bolstered by the queen's support, interjected before the queen could speak. I have the prince's concern. Which is sufficient, you should save your breath. Qiao Xi had little fondness for Qiao Luo and did not wish to engage in idle chatter. So she snapped back at her. Sister, are you angry? Qiao Luo was determined to make Qiao Xi look foolish, deliberately digging a pit for her. Angry about what? Your being favored by Her Majesty is your own affair, why would I be upset? Am I aggrieved because I did not prepare a gift for Her Majesty? Am I jealous of you receiving Her Majesty's favor? I already said that the prince brought a congratulatory gift, it does not matter who presents it to Her Majesty. What part of that do you not understand? You keep asking and asking, do you even regard me as your sister? Or have you forgotten that besides being your sister, I am also the princess consort and deserve your respect? It is inappropriate to seek to undermine me during Her Majesty's birthday banquet. At this moment, Qiao Xi was thoroughly annoyed, bombarding Qiao Luo with a series of questions. Qiao Luo dared to confront her only because the original owner had been bullied before her marriage. Never resisting. Now, suddenly confronted, Qiao Luo felt humiliated and sought to regain her dignity. Unfortunately for her, Qiao Xi was not the original owner. She would not soften her heart simply because Qiao Luo was her sister. If Qiao Luo sought to provoke her with ill intentions, she must be prepared for the consequences. I have not. Qiao Luo had never encountered such a sharp-tongued Qiao Xi and was left speechless. She had not anticipated that Qiao Xi would invoke her status as the princess consort at that moment, leaving her at a loss. If you have nothing further to say, keep an eye on your rewards, enjoy your meal, and happily return home, do not seek unnecessary trouble. Qiao Xi rolled her eyes at Qiao Luo, expressing her impatience. Impudent. Qiao Luo was unsure how to respond, and the queen suddenly admonished. Qiao Xi looked at the queen in confusion. In my presence, how dare you act so willfully? The queen could no longer contain her exasperation, addressing Qiao Xi. Though Qiao Xi and Qiao Luo are sisters and it is a family matter. Both she and the emperor were present, and there were others in the hall. Qiao Xi's incessant reproaches toward Qiao Luo were excessively inappropriate. Your Majesty misinterprets. Qiao Xi is not being willful, she is merely discussing facts with her sister. Qiao Xi exhibited no fear, speaking to the queen with an air of neither servility nor arrogance. Your family's matters should be resolved after the banquet. The Yong'an Palace is not a place where you can speak as you wish. The queen had only heard of Qiao Xi's somewhat reckless nature. Today, she found it utterly outrageous. I acknowledge my mistake. Qiao Xi rolled her eyes inwardly, recognizing the queen's strategy. She had remained silent until Qiao Luo faltered in her retorts, waiting to assert her authority. Are you discontent? In an effort to demonstrate her capability, the queen began to challenge Qiao Xi. Not at all. I believe your Majesty speaks the truth. I indeed should not argue with Qiao Luo in the Great Hall, as it disrupts your Majesty's mood and the progress of the banquet. I genuinely acknowledge my fault. Qiao Xi found it perplexing. Had she not already admitted her mistake? What more did the queen desire? You. Alright, since she has already admitted her fault, the queen should not pursue the matter further. Let us continue our meal. Just as the queen was about to say more, Chuyi spoke up. I comply with your command. With Chuyi's clear statement, the queen dared not prolong the topic. Qiao Xi cast a discreet glance at Chuyi, finding him quite amusing for knowing how to extricate her from the situation, far superior to that scoundrel Chu Qi. Chapter 61, Why don't you sing a grand play? The daughter-in-law, Xia, addressed the emperor respectfully. Seeing that the empress had finally ceased her meddling, Qiao Xi expressed her gratitude to Chuyi. Please, sit down, he instructed, offering nothing further. The daughter-in-law complied obediently. Qiao Xi called Chuyi father emperor with such frequency that it only served to embarrass the empress further. Although she was the emperor's wife, Qiao Xi's words to her lacked any semblance of respect, clearly indicating her discontent. Yet Qiao Xi was unconcerned. The manner in which she addressed others was solely her prerogative. Why don't you sit with Chu Qi? Chuyi inquired once Qiao Xi had settled into her seat. I am not acquainted with him. It is more fitting for me to remain here alone, she retorted boldly, shocking everyone in the room. What do you mean by that? Chuyi was perplexed. He had explicitly instructed Chu Qi to bring Qiao Xi to the banquet, and it was rather unorthodox for a married couple not to sit together. Nothing much. I am simply accustomed to being alone. The presence of this husband makes little difference to me. I dared to call you Father Emperor out of genuine respect, which has no relation to Chu Qi. Qiao Xi's expression was devoid of anger as she spoke calmly. Have you forgotten how I instructed you? Observing Qiao Xi's demeanor, Qi turned to Chu Qi and questioned him directly. Your son is unaware of any wrongdoing. Please enlighten me, Father Emperor, Chu Qi hastily replied, bowing in acknowledgement of his perceived fault. Internally, he cursed Qiao Xi. Her words, seemingly innocuous, were laden with implications, prompting the emperor's unexpected ire directed at him. Have you committed a mistake? Chuyi asked bluntly, bypassing any pretense. This. The onlookers were astonished by Chuyi's words. It was quite unusual for the emperor to defend the seemingly inept princess consort. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, recognizing his imperial authority. Your son has not. Without further contemplation, Chu Qi quickly responded. Chuyi remained unconvinced, pressing on, is that so? Then why is the princess consort upset? I do not know. Qi's heart was not with Qiao Xi, and he could not possibly fathom her reasons for anger. He answered Qi straightforwardly. Are you suggesting I am seeking trouble for no reason? Father Emperor, you clearly instructed me to attend the banquet alongside the Empress on her birthday. How did you execute that? Did you leave without regard for me? Had it not been for the servants' reminders, I would have been waiting foolishly at home. And you think I do not know is sufficient to resolve this? Do you take me for a child easily deceived? Qiao Xi immediately countered Qi's claim of ignorance. While she professed indifference, she had not intended to share a carriage with Qi, however, had he not intentionally neglected to summon her. She would not have been left in a state of anxiety about being late. She had vowed to seek revenge on Qi, and with Qi now questioning him, it would be quite satisfying for him to receive a reprimand first, with further consequences to be addressed after the banquet. Qi snorted derisively, then retorted. You did not remember the Empress's birthday and chose to remain in the estate, why blame me? What does my memory have to do with it? Father Emperor instructed us to enter the palace together. Do you understand what together means? Someone like you, who defies imperial orders, should be executed on the spot. Qiao Xi shot a glare at Qi and spoke with unreserved candor. Qi found her reaction laughable. I am genuinely curious what occupies your mind. As a princess consort attending a banquet, you do not even think to seek out your husband, but instead wait for him to find you. Are you really expecting me to lower myself to call for you while you remain hidden in your courtyard? Your own lack of wit does not give you the right to blame others for their mistakes. I have never encountered someone like you. So shamelessly slandering me in front of Father Emperor. Just because of your noble status, you refuse to seek me out at Qiao Pavilion. Could you not even send a servant to inform me? You simply abandoned me and proceeded to the palace on your own. I have never met such an unreliable man. Are you seeking your own demise by openly disregarding Father Emperor's commands? You agree so readily in front of him. Yet become a different person upon returning to the estate, either scolding or striking me. With such a talent for changing faces, why not take to the stage and perform? Qiao Xi continued her unrelenting tirade against Qi. You, I cannot be bothered to converse with you. Qi felt that communicating with Qiao Xi was akin to playing music for a cow, and he turned away in frustration. If I cannot win an argument, so be it, it is not a disgrace. In front of so many, why resort to tactics of retreat? You are the nobleman, and I the lowly one. Fine by me. Father Emperor, you have witnessed it, I truly cannot get along with Qiao Xi. I beseech you to allow me to divorce her. Qi was both furious and exasperated, prioritizing nothing else as he bowed to Qi and made this plea. What? Are you so eager to make space for your childhood sweetheart? Qiao Xi scoffed. Realizing Qi's desire to be rid of her and pursue a romantic relationship with Bai Shiyu. Such notions were mere fantasies. She had discerned that Qi would never consent to annul their engagement. His prior agreement was merely to placate her in exchange for her assistance with his ailments. If that were the case, no one would have a peaceful existence. Your Highness, I genuinely admire you, please do not cast me aside. If you promise not to divorce me, I shall serve you diligently in the estate, truly. After coming to this realization, Qiao Xi abandoned her previous fierceness and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, crying as she pleaded. Get away. I am speaking with Father Emperor, what concern is it of yours? Qi believed Qiao Xi had lost her mind, otherwise, how could she have suddenly changed her stance? He cursed her, hoping Qi would alter his opinion after witnessing their interactions. Enough. Qi smacked the table, reprimanding Qi. He perceived Qiao Xi's submission to Qi as genuine remorse for fearing abandonment, prompting her tears. Unbeknownst to him, Qi had unwittingly uncovered a treasure. Yet he could not express this directly to Qi. Instead, he resorted to scolding him to silence. Father Emperor, please calm your anger, your son. As Qi's displeasure escalated, Qi hastily knelt, seeking forgiveness. He had been blinded by anger at Qiao Xi, which led him to speak thoughtlessly. After all, he had already agreed with Qi to take Bai Shiyu as a secondary consort and vowed never to mention divorce again, thus, it was understandable that Qi was incensed. Do you think I issue imperial decrees for amusement? Qi could no longer contain his frustration and addressed Qi sharply. Your son dares not. At this juncture, if he continued to bring up divorce, it would be tantamount to openly defying Qi's authority. prompting him to quickly acknowledge his fault. Chapter 62, the long-awaited day. Remember what I have told you, do not bring this matter up again. You may leave now. With a glare directed at Qiao Xi spoke resolutely. I shall obey Father Emperor's command, Qiao Xi replied, bowing respectfully before retaking his seat. Thank you, Father Emperor. For supporting my daughter-in-law, he added. As soon as Qiao Xi settled down, Qiao Xi hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Qiao, feigning an attachment to her husband. Qiao merely responded with a non-committal hm. Observing the extent of Qiao's defense of Qiao Xi, Bai Shiyu recognized that Qiao Xi would not be dismissed by Qiao Xi. Her expression soured as she fidgeted with her handkerchief, seeking to mask her inner fury. Is Lady Bai unwell? Qiao Xi, initially eager to witness Qiao Xi's humiliation, seized the opportunity to inquire about Bai Shiyu, who appeared preoccupied. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Princess, Bai Shiyu stammered, caught off guard by the sudden attention. It is good to hear. With your demeanor. I feared you were troubled by not being able to become the rightful consort of the prince. Qiao Xi remarked with a smirk. I am not. Bai Shiyu's heart tightened at Qiao Xi's words, but in the presence of so many, she dared not express her anger and quickly denied it. Oh. Qiao Xi concluded the conversation with a dismissive tone. I still have matters to attend to. You may continue to celebrate the Queen's birthday without me. I shall return to the Hall of Diligent Governance, Qiao announced, eager to leave now that affairs had concluded. We bid you farewell, Your Majesty. The Queen and the gathered noble ladies echoed in unison. As Qiao departed, the Queen lost her enthusiasm and decided to wrap up the festivities. After a moment's consideration, Yu Qiong spoke, it is late, thank you all for your efforts today. Let us conclude the banquet. I take my leave, Qiao stated, relieved by the Queen's dismissal. Go ahead, she waved her hand in agreement, harboring a desire for Qiao to leave as soon as possible, as much of the day's commotion stemmed from him. With the Queen's consent, Qiao performed his farewell and exited. I take my leave, my daughter-in-law, Qiao Xi followed suit, eager to depart. The Queen acknowledged her with a nod, her disdain for Qiao Xi evident. Unfazed, Qiao Xi hurried after Qiao, feeling compelled to clarify certain matters with him. You may all leave as well, the Queen instructed those remaining now that Qiao and Qiao Xi had departed. While this was ostensibly the Queen's birthday celebration, it felt more like a spectacle for the attendees to witness the unfolding drama between Qiao and Qiao Xi. With their exit, many guests felt liberated but lacked the audacity to declare their departure until the Queen herself announced the end of the gathering, prompting a collective sigh of relief. After addressing the assembly, the Queen retreated to the inner chambers, and the noble ladies, having bid farewell to their friends, trickled out of the palace. At the palace gates. Thank you for waiting for me so long, we can return to the manor now, Qiao Xi stated as she approached her carriage. Your Highness is too kind. It is merely my duty, the coachman replied, surprised by her politeness. Let us be off, she instructed, not engaging further. Yes, Your Highness, the coachman acquiesced, ready to depart. However, just as the carriage moved a few paces, Qiao's voice rang out sharply, halt. Why is the prince seeking the princess at this hour? The coachman whispered to Qiao Xi, ensuring only she could hear. Ignore him, we are leaving, Qiao Xi dismissed, unconcerned by Qiao's interruption. Is that wise? The coachman hesitated. Do as I say, drive on. She commanded firmly. Yes, recognizing her resolve, the coachman complied. Expecting Qiao Xi to yield, Qiao's temper flared as she disregarded him. He raised his hand and struck the carriage, startling the horse, which began to bolt uncontrollably. Clear the way, quickly. The coachman shouted, taken aback by Qiao's actions. Amidst the chaos, Qiao Xi inadvertently bumped her head against the doorframe. Rising quickly, she retrieved a tranquilizer from her belongings and swiftly administered it to the horse, which collapsed moments later. Are you out of your mind? Qiao Xi exclaimed as she exited the carriage, rubbing her head and glaring at Qiao, who stood there with a defiant expression. What did you say? Qiao retorted, his anger palpable. I said, are you unwell? You start trouble the moment we exit the palace, are you simply too idle? Qiao Xi reiterated, unleashing her frustrations. You dare speak to me this way? Who gave you permission? Qiao glared at her. You instigated this chaos, frightening my horse, and now you turn the blame on me? In all my days, I have never encountered someone so adept at twisting the truth. You and Bai Shiyu are truly kindred spirits. I have no time to waste with you, step aside. Qiao Xi's temper flared as she pushed past him, determined to move on. I shall soon marry Shiyu into the manor, you would do well to behave. Chuchi declared. Seemingly in retaliation. Ah, so that is why you sought me out at this moment. After all this time, you finally await this day, allow me to congratulate you, Prince. However, I must ask for your understanding, I cannot simply behave. If you truly cannot tolerate my presence, then end my life. That way, your childhood friend can step into the role of the rightful consort without delay. I suspect you would be quite pleased with that outcome, Qiao Xi responded. Halting to glance back at him with a smile, her excitement surpassing his own. She anticipated that once Bai Shiyu entered the manor, she would have every opportunity to settle the score for the day's grievances. Chapter 63, No words to share with you, to kill you would sully my hands. Chuchi scoffed disdainfully. What pretense are you putting on before me? Are you too afraid to act? After all, the Emperor has just reprimanded you. Do not think I am unaware, should anything happen to me, your White Lotus will not survive long either. Qiao Xi disregarded Chuchi entirely and spoke the truth plainly. I have no desire to waste my breath on you. She retorted. If you do not wish to converse with me, why do you obstruct my carriage? What exactly are your intentions towards Shiyu? Chuchi ignored Qiao Xi's inquiry and posed another question instead. Did I declare my intentions against her? You are merely fretting unnecessarily and wasting my time. I must return to the Wangfu, please clear the way. Annoyed, Qiao Xi shot a glance at Chuchi and prepared to circumvent him. Unexpectedly, Chuchi reached out to block her path. Clarify your words before you leave. I have nothing to say to you, step aside. Qiao Xi snapped, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. You. Chuchi, infuriated, raised his hand as if to strike her. Come. Strike me if you dare, but if you do not kill me with a single blow, I will ensure you live to regret it. Qiao Xi displayed no fear, even stepping closer to him provocatively. Humph. I shall see what you could possibly do that would leave me in regret. Bai Yan. Let us depart. Observing Qiao Xi's defiance, Chuchi decided not to waste any more time with her. After leaving a parting remark, he took his leave with Bai Yan. He believed Qiao Xi's arrogance stemmed from the Emperor's protection, and standing at the palace gates, he did not wish to endure further humiliation. Encountering you has truly been a stroke of bad luck. Qiao Xi cursed Chuchi once more, gazing at her damaged carriage. Had it not been for him, her carriage would not be in such disrepair, and now she had to devise a way to return to the Wangfu. What shall we do, my lady? The coachman was equally troubled, as the palace was far from the Wangfu, making a return on foot implausible. I shall inquire whether we might borrow a carriage from the palace. Fortunately, there were guards stationed at the palace gates, otherwise, Qiao Xi would have been at a loss for what to do. Thank you for your efforts, my lady. The coachman recognized that the guards would not heed him if he asked, so he did not contest this point. Qiao Xi nodded and approached the guards. Our carriage has broken down, and we cannot return to the Wangfu. Might I trouble you, good sir, to lend us a carriage for our journey home? As she reached the guards, she politely made her request. Ah, is that not the Princess Consort of Gongding who departed early? Why are you still standing here after such a long time? To her surprise, the mocking voice of Wang Yao reached her ears immediately after she spoke. Do you have something to say? Qiao Xi turned to Wang Yao, her annoyance evident. Why so brusque, my lady? I merely wished to express my concern for you. Upon seeing the fallen horse, Wang Yao quickly grasped the reason behind Qiao Xi's lingering presence and smiled at her. I require no concern from you. Speak only if you have something to say, otherwise, be gone. Qiao Xi regarded Wang Yao, realizing that she was undeterred even after 2 previous humiliations. How curious that the princess consort's carriage would break down. How about this, you wait here for a moment until my coachman arrives to take me home. And then he can return to fetch you. You need not trouble anyone else. Wang Yao feigned benevolence, but could not suppress her laughter after finishing her sentence. Qiao Xi shot Wang Yao a glare. I find it astonishing that you possess no memory. After suffering 2 defeats before me, you still dare to seek confrontation. If you wish to challenge me, you may as well declare that you are tired of living. Oh dear, do not misunderstand me, my lady. I genuinely wish to assist you. Consider my words, otherwise, you may find yourself standing here until nightfall. Wang Yao, seemingly oblivious to Qiao Xi's ire, covered her mouth with her sleeve and continued to laugh. If you wish to avoid death, you would do well to depart quickly and cease wasting my time. Dealing with someone like Wang Yao was both mentally taxing and humiliating. Qiao Xi had no desire to engage further, so she rebuked her outright. Why are you still angry? My lady? I am only trying to help you, why do you not appreciate it? Wang Yao showed no intention of leaving, continuing to converse with Qiao Xi cheerfully. Miss Wang, your well-meaning assistance is unwelcome, and if she does not appreciate it, why must you resort to insults? A few onlookers, emboldened by the situation, chimed in with their opinions. Indeed. Clearly, she has been spoiled and is accustomed to being domineering, hence her words. They speculated that it was no wonder the Wang Yi wished to divorce her, who could stand to be around such a person? Were it not for her underhanded tactics, the Wang Yi would never have married her. Despite holding the title of Princess Consort of Gongding, very few respected her. As the noble ladies departed from the palace, they gathered near the gates, taking delight in the unfolding drama. A few daring souls began to voice their judgments. The Princess Consort may do as she pleases. Her words are her own, and they concern none of you. It seems you are all eager for trouble to dare speak of me. Despite being surrounded by a crowd, Qiao Xi felt no fear and spoke out boldly. Surely Miss Wang should not assist her. It is the heavens punishing her for her arrogance that her carriage broke down on the way. Some fearless souls continued to discuss Qiao Xi in hushed tones. Qiao Xi strode directly toward the speaker, demanding, "Speak up. Repeat what you just said." I said nothing. The woman, taken aback by Qiao Xi's confrontation, stood frozen, stammering after a moment. I thought you were bold, yet you are merely a coward who speaks behind others' backs. Qiao Xi scoffed, deriding the woman. Fearful of further confrontation, the woman fell silent, her face flushed. Are there any spare carriages in the palace? After addressing the woman, Qiao Xi turned once more to the guards. Yes, indeed. Please wait, my lady, I shall prepare a carriage for you at once. The guard, realizing the situation, promptly responded to Qiao Xi's query. You needn't hurry, the Princess Consort may share a carriage with me, as it is on my way. Wang Yao was undeterred, boldly obstructing the guard who was about to fetch a carriage. Step aside. Having just had an altercation with Chu Qi, Qiao Xi's mood was already foul. She wished to return home swiftly but found herself entangled with Wang Yao for far too long. At this point, she was thoroughly exasperated and swatted Wang Yao's hand away. Ah! Wang Yao yelped in pain, quickly retracting her hand. Chapter 64, How can you still be in the mood for jokes? In a final admonition, Qiao Xi declared to Wang Yao, if you wish to live, step aside and do not hinder this princess any further. Qiao Xi issued an ultimatum. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see I am trying to help you? Wang Yao assumed Qiao Xi was merely attempting to intimidate her, showing no signs of yielding. With a sharp slap, Qiao Xi silenced any further discussion. Wang Yao gazed at Qiao Xi in shock. What do you mean, you? I have already advised you, yet you chose to ignore it. Do not blame others for your own folly. Qiao Xi remarked coldly after glancing at Wang Yao. Even a princess cannot strike others at will. Someone like her is unworthy of being a princess. Realizing that Qiao Xi was not jesting, Wang Yao refrained from speaking further, merely covering her face and standing aside. However, the onlookers could not contain themselves and began to critique Qiao Xi. This princess may do as she pleases. It is not for you to comment. If you disapprove of my actions against Wang Yao, then step forward and take her punishment instead. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. They were merely spectators, none foolish enough to take on someone else's consequences. Princess, the carriage you requested is ready. The guard arrived just in time. Otherwise, Qiao Xi would have continued her reprimand. Thank you, she replied, gesturing for the driver to approach. Let us depart. As the driver approached, Qiao Xi instructed. Yes. My lady. After complying, the driver mounted the carriage, prepared to drive. Do you think you can leave after striking me? Wang Yao stepped forward once more, blocking Qiao Xi's path. Have you not had enough? Step aside, or I shall strike you dead. As Qiao Xi spoke, she raised her hand, preparing to deliver another blow to Wang Yao. Wang Yao, frightened by the prospect of a real strike, took a step back. If you lack the courage, refrain from causing trouble and save yourself the embarrassment. Having said this, Qiao Xi motioned for the driver to proceed. At the entrance of the Duke's residence, why has the Lord not returned yet? Steward Zhao, anticipating the palace banquet's conclusion, had been waiting at the gate with his servants for Chu Qi. However, after more than half an hour had passed without sight of Chu Qi's carriage, he murmured in frustration. Perhaps the Lord was detained by some matter? One of Steward Yao's confidants, noticing his anxiety, offered reassurance. Perhaps. Beyond that, Steward Zhao could not conceive another explanation. Isn't that the Lord's carriage? Just as Steward Zhao finished speaking, a keen-eyed servant called out. Hurry. Go greet the Lord. While speaking, Steward Zhao made his way toward Chu Qi's approaching direction. Lord. Upon reaching Chu Qi's carriage, Steward Zhao called out to him. What is it? Chu Qi descended from his carriage and inquired in return. Just now, Lord Bai sent someone to the Duke's residence, indicating he wishes to visit you tomorrow to discuss some matters. Steward Zhao spoke with utmost respect. Very well, I shall await him at the residence tomorrow. Chu Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I shall make the arrangements. After speaking, Steward Zhao instinctively glanced towards the back of Chu Qi's carriage. Is there something else? Noticing Steward Yao's reluctance to leave, Chu Qi raised an eyebrow and asked. Why did the Lord not return with the princess? Steward Zhao hesitated but ultimately voiced his concern. Her carriage broke down, she will likely take some time to return. Chu Qi replied, appearing unfazed. Why did the Lord not share a carriage with the princess and bring her back? Having concluded the business discussion, Steward Yao's curiosity was piqued. She is not worthy of sharing my carriage. Why do you inquire? Do you have matters concerning her? Chu Qi retorted. And no. Steward Yao, unaware that Qiao Xi's carriage had been damaged by Chu Qi himself, quickly denied the implication. Do not concern yourself with her, let us return to the residence. Chu Qi dismissed any further mention of Qiao Xi, instructing Steward Yao. After you, my lord. Steward Yao gestured for Chu Qi to proceed. Tomorrow, with Lord Bai visiting, ensure someone keeps an eye on Qiao Xi and prevent her from causing any disruptions. Only upon entering the Duke's residence did Chu Qi begin to converse with Steward Yao. Understood. As the hour of the rooster approached, within the Qingyu pavilion, Su Mu, fetch me a cup of water. Having returned from the palace to the Duke's residence, Qiao Xi, weary and famished, called out to Su Mu as she entered the courtyard. I shall do so at once. Hastening to comply, Su Mu responded promptly. Upon entering the hall, Qiao Xi unceremoniously plopped down onto a stone bench in the courtyard. Miss, why have you returned so late? It is already dark, I was worried sick. Su Mu emerged with water, inquiring as she walked. Because of that scoundrel, Chu Qi. He deliberately startled my horse, causing my carriage to break down at the palace gate. I had to borrow a carriage from the guards to make my way back. After quenching her thirst, Qiao Xi finally answered Su Mu's question. Why would the Lord do such a thing? Thank goodness you are unharmed, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Su Mu questioned Qiao Xi, bewildered by Chu Qi's motives. He is soon to marry Bai Shiyu, perhaps he finds me a nuisance and is eager to clear the way for that wretched woman. What? Is the Lord's behavior not a bit excessive? As Qiao Xi finished speaking, Su Mu exclaimed in disbelief. Who told Chu Qi he could fancy Bai Shiyu? Qiao Xi remained indifferent, showing little reaction to the matter. How can this be tolerated? If Bai Shiyu enters the residence, how will you manage your life? Su Mu was exasperated. He may marry his concubine, but I shall lead my life as I see fit, it shall not affect me, so you need not worry. Qiao Xi reassured Su Mu. What if Bai Shiyu takes control of the Duke's affairs? If she secretly undermines you, what will happen when you seek the Lord for redress? He will surely side with Bai Shiyu. Su Mu believed the situation to be far more complicated than Qiao Xi suggested. Seeing her calm demeanor only heightened Su Mu's anxiety for Qiao Xi's future. If she dares to act thus, I shall not hesitate to take her life. Trust me, I will not allow Bai Shiyu to bully me. Qiao Xi gestured for Su Mu to sit opposite her, smiling as she spoke. Seeing Qiao Xi's confidence, Su Mu felt a sense of relief and chose not to press further, fearing that continuous discussion might distress Qiao Xi. Time swiftly passed. And soon it was the day of Qi's marriage to Bai Shiyu. The Duke's residence was adorned with festivity, the sounds of drums and gongs resounding throughout. Hearing such commotion, Sumu seethed with anger, feeling that the lord's actions showed no regard for her mistress's dignity. It had been many days since the banquet for the Empress's birthday, and Qi had yet to visit Qingyu Pavilion. Sumu felt a sense of injustice for Qiao Xi but dared not express it in her presence, fearing it would cause her further sorrow. Chapter 65, Miss. You are truly beautiful. Early in the morning, Qiao Xi noticed Sumu pouting and teasingly remarked, "You seem rather displeased. Is it jealousy that stirs within you? Miss? Is this the time for jest? The prince weds Bai Shiyu today, perhaps by tomorrow, she will be managing the household. How can you still find the humor in this?" Sumu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Qiao Xi, who appeared overly carefree. Did she not realize that Qi was merely marrying a wife and that her life was not at stake? With an air of indifference, Qiao Xi replied. What of it? It's just a marriage. Are you not concerned that Bai Shiyu might secretly plot against you? How do you intend to establish yourself in the Wangfu? Sumu expressed her genuine concern. I have already assured you that she dares not. Qiao Xi reassured her. Very well then, Sumu conceded, though her worries lingered. Today is the prince's wedding. As the princess, I must extend my congratulations. Come, help me with my attire, for we must go pay our respects to the prince. As Qiao Xi beckoned Sumu over, her unspoken worries were evident on her face. Is it appropriate? Did not the prince previously forbid you from attending his wedding? Sumu questioned, her surprise apparent. The prince fears I might cause trouble, however, I intend to congratulate him, not to create a scene. You needn't worry. All will be well. Qiao Xi reassured her as she explained. All right then. Although Sumu was concerned that Qiao Xi might not be a match for Qi and Bai Shiyu, she relented upon seeing Qiao Xi's confidence. Sumu styled Qiao Xi's hair into a high bun adorned with a delicate golden hairpin, then dressed her in a vivid red garment embroidered with auspicious patterns, completing the look with a pair of embroidered shoes. You look truly stunning. Sumu could not help but praise her. Why, thank you. You possess quite the sweet tongue. Qiao Xi responded with a smile. My words are but the truth, you surpass Bai Shiyu by leagues, Sumu affirmed earnestly. Enough flattery. My beauty is largely due to your skilled hands, Qiao Xi replied, making Sumu blush with embarrassment. Now that we are ready, let us proceed to the main hall. With that, Qiao Xi took Sumu's hand and exited the Qingyu Pavilion. As they reached the garden, the sound of jubilant drums and gongs filled the air. The Wangfu was abuzz with festivity, adorned with bright red lanterns and couplets of joyous characters. The entire capital was abuzz with discussions of the prince's marriage, with many mistakenly believing he was marrying a primary consort. Rumors circulated that Qi had bestowed twice the betrothal gifts upon Bai Shiyu than he had upon Qiao Xi, and the grandeur of the occasion far surpassed that of his previous wedding. Mississippi. Do we truly intend to seek out the prince? Sumu hesitated as they advanced, daunted by the spectacle, fearing Qi's wrath upon seeing Qiao Xi. Indeed. Now that we are here, why should we turn back? Qiao Xi replied without a second thought. Perhaps we should return. What if the prince becomes enraged upon seeing you? Sumu fretted. He will not, at least. He will not lose his temper in front of so many guests. Trust me. Qiao Xi confidently reassured her. Though she knew well that Qi would indeed be angered, Qiao Xi was undeterred. She had matters to attend to at the banquet. Is that truly so? Sumu inquired, still uncertain. Absolutely. How could you doubt me? Qiao Xi insisted, firmly grasping Sumu's hand as she led her forward. Several servants were taken aback as they witnessed Qiao Xi and Sumu traverse the corridor. Some even believing Qiao Xi sought mockery, for she seemed utterly unworthy of the prince's attention. Yet, Qiao Xi appeared oblivious to their gazes, resolutely making her way toward the altar where Qi was to wed. The bride has arrived. Quickly, prepare, the prince is to wed. Came the voice of Steward Yao as Qiao Xi stepped into the hall. Wang Fei? Only after speaking did Steward Yao look up, momentarily stunned before hurriedly calling out to Qiao Xi. Upon seeing her, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. His eagerness to assist Qi seemed inappropriate, especially as he had just encountered the princess. Ah, Qiao Xi responded with a composed nod, refraining from further comment. What brings you here? Qiao Xi demanded as he entered with Bai Shiyu, noticing Qiao Xi immediately. Your Grace, is it truly fitting for me, as the princess, to remain absent at your wedding? Qiao Xi replied, her demeanor unruffled and her smile radiant. Princess? Do not flatter yourself. Return to your Qingyu pavilion at once. Qiao Xi glared at her, scolding her harshly. Forgive me, but I cannot comply. Since the establishment of the Great Qing Kingdom, it has been decreed that whether noble or common, a husband must gain the primary wife's approval to take a concubine. Furthermore, Miss Bai must pay her respects to me with tea, or this marriage holds no validity. For both reason and sentiment, I am the one who must attend. Should the prince insist I return to Qingyu Pavilion, he would be defying imperial edict. Qiao Xi maintained her poise, articulating several reasons for her presence. Such audacity from the princess. How dare she challenge the prince at his own wedding? Murmured the guests. What do you understand? She aims to assert authority over the newly entered concubine, others whispered. Before Qiao Xi could respond, whispers filled the hall as guests speculated about the unfolding drama. Finish your tea and depart. Qiao Xi, though reluctant, conceded to Qiao Xi's reasoning, albeit with evident reluctance. He hoped she would remain composed. Should she stir trouble, he would not let her off lightly. Thank you, Your Grace. Qiao Xi, knowing he could not dismiss her, smiled in response. In the preceding days within Qingyu Pavilion, she had diligently studied the laws of the Great Qing Kingdom, preparing to confront Qiao Xi on his wedding day with all the fervor she could muster, hopeful that her antics might vex him to no end. Chapter 66. Believe it or not, as the auspicious hour approached, the officiant called for the prince and the bride to proceed with their vows. The officiant, perceptive to the brewing storm within Qiao Xi, hastily announced the commencement of the ceremony. Shiyu, come forth. To avoid delaying the auspicious moment, Qiao Xi suppressed his anger and took Bai Shiyu by the hand, leading her to the altar. Just as the officiant began, first, bow to heaven and earth. She was abruptly interrupted by Qiao Xi. What is the meaning of this? Qiao Xi asked, his impatience evident as he glared at Qiao Xi. This woman had the audacity to disrupt his wedding. My lord, do not be hasty. By tradition, one can only bow for a legitimate wife. This ceremony is merely for a concubine, Qiao Xi stated calmly, seemingly oblivious to Qiao Xi's fury. Officiant, please choose your words more carefully. Raising an eyebrow, Qiao Xi retorted. Is that so? Today, I shall still proceed with Shiyu. What can you do about it? Ah. Then I must have a serious conversation with you, my lord. I have no objections to your marrying Bai Shiyu, but if you continue to disregard the emperor's regulations, do not blame me for being unyielding. I shall go to the palace and request the emperor to oversee your acquisition of a concubine. His decree is not something you can defy at will. Do not act rashly, only to find yourself regretting it later. Qiao Xi replied, unflinching as she met Qiao Xi's gaze. I have allowed you to sit here out of respect, do not overstep your bounds. Qiao Xi finally lost his composure, shouting at Qiao Xi. How can you be so unreasonable? Cannot you see I am trying to help you? I truly do not understand how I could have misjudged you for being so obstinate. If your actions reach the ears of those with ulterior motives, it will be seen as defiance against the emperor. Do you wish to spend the rest of your days in a prison cell? Tell me. Do you think the emperor will turn a blind eye simply because you are his son? Or are you so stubborn as to sacrifice your dignity and refuse to yield to Bai Shiyu, dragging the entire Gongding prince's residence down with you? Qiao Xi gazed at Qiao Xi with deep concern, as if to convey that his happiness was her utmost priority. Huh. I did not expect my princess to be so well versed in the law. Qiao Xi scoffed, doubting her intentions. Believe it or not, it seems you are determined to continue with this farce. Your desire for self-destruction is beyond my concern. However, I do not wish to accompany you to your demise. So I shall go to the palace to plead for mercy on my behalf. Qiao Xi feigned exasperation and stood up, prepared to leave. Qiao Xi, undeterred, dismissed her with a casual wave of his hand, do as you wish. With a scoff, Qiao Xi exited the Huayu Hall. Princess, please wait. Bai Shiyu called out, sensing the seriousness in Qiao Xi's demeanor. Turning around, Qiao Xi asked, what is it? Thank you for attending the wedding ceremony between the prince and me. And for setting aside your grievances for the sake of the prince's residence, Bai Shiyu expressed, her demeanor markedly transformed as she addressed Qiao Xi. Speak plainly. Do not waste my time. If the palace gates close, I shall miss my audience with the emperor, Qiao Xi interjected, seeing through Bai Shiyu's facade. Please. Do not let your quarrel with the prince escalate, nor go to the palace. I assure you, I will marry according to the proper rites. I implore you to take your seat and witness the ceremony. Bai Shiyu smiled at Qiao Xi. Yet, internally, she cursed Qiao Xi, acknowledging that if the emperor were to punish Chu Qi, she would be implicated. You, a mere concubine, what authority do you have? Unless the prince speaks. Your words are meaningless. I shall proceed to the palace to explain matters to the emperor. Qiao Xi remained resolute, brushing past Bai Shiyu. My lord. Please heed your sister's advice, Bai Shiyu pleaded, pulling Chu Qi closer, hoping to sway him to intervene. However, Chu Qi, unwilling to yield, remained silent until Bai Shiyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Reluctantly, he called out to Qiao Xi. What are you both trying to achieve? Are you truly intent on dragging me into your punishment? Qiao Xi retorted, her impatience evident. Come sit down, I will marry according to the proper rites. Do not go to the palace. Chu Qi's expression was strained. Indeed, it seems your beloved's words carry weight, Qiao Xi remarked with a tone of disappointment. You. Chu Qi felt no guilt for his actions, ready to retort, but Bai Shiyu intervened, stopping him just in time. They had finally convinced Qiao Xi to stay. Provoking her again would be disastrous. Now that everything has been clarified, it is time for the prince and Bai Sifei to proceed with the vows, Steward Yao interjected, eager to defuse the tension. With neither Qiao Xi nor Chu Qi speaking further, he nodded in agreement to the steward's proposition. Quickly, my lord. Proceed with the vows before the auspicious hour passes. I am eager to partake in the tea offered by my sister. Qiao Xi urged once seated in a position of authority. Just sit there quietly and refrain from speaking. Chu Qi shot her a displeased glance. As the officiant called out. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the ancestors, the time was running short, and she hastily guided them through the ceremony. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations. Bai Sifei. The guests offered their blessings to the newlyweds as the ceremony concluded. In that moment, Chu Qi and Bai Shiyu gazed into each other's eyes. Seemingly oblivious to the world around them, lost in one another. It is time to present tea to the princess, the officiant whispered to Bai Shiyu. To avoid any further complications, Bai Shiyu silently accepted the tea and approached Qiao Xi. Sister, please enjoy this tea. Thank you, sister. Once you have sipped this tea, you will officially become the concubine of the Gongding prince's residence. We must learn to coexist harmoniously. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I will gladly teach you, Qiao Xi began, reaching out to accept the tea, but just as her hand was about to touch the cup, she withdrew it. Sister. If you do not drink my tea, do you mean to exclude me from the prince's residence? Bai Shiyu could no longer maintain her facade, finally revealing her true feelings. What are you trying to accomplish? Chu Qi asked, turning to glare at Qiao Xi, irked by Bai Shiyu's words. Chapter 67, Do you truly wish to scald me? Why the urgency? Just now, I inadvertently brushed against the cup's wall and found the water to be rather cool. Fearing that drinking cold water might upset my stomach. I was wondering if you might kindly fetch me a cup of hot water instead, Chu Qi calmly explained. Enough already. It's not as if you're required to finish the entire cup, it's merely a sip of cool water. What could possibly go wrong? Do not waste time. Hurry up. If these words were spoken in modern times, they would undoubtedly be the epitome of a scoundrel's rhetoric. This is a matter of propriety. Since when has a prince spoken so casually? Moreover, I never asked you to serve me tea, so why all the fuss? Expecting that after my explanation, Chu Qi would cease his inquiries, I was taken aback when he uttered such absurdity, prompting me to retort directly. Your words are quite charming. After spending so much time in the royal residence, why have I not witnessed you uphold decorum? Now you wish to act so high and mighty. Chu Qi cast a scornful glance at me and shot back. Sister, do you still intend to serve tea or not? Growing weary of idle chatter with Chu Qi, I turned directly to Bai Shiyu. What sort of talk is this, dear sister? Since it is a rule established by His Majesty, naturally, the tea must be served. Though Bai Shiyu scolded me internally, her demeanor remained unperturbed as she continued to smile. Please fetch another cup of tea, I shall serve my sister anew. After speaking with me, Bai Shiyu called out to Qiao, discreetly gesturing in her palm while conversing. This servant will attend to it immediately. Qiao, understanding the unspoken message, hurriedly exited. I observed Bai Shiyu with cold eyes, saying nothing. I had long planned to take full advantage of Bai Shiyu's marriage to Qiao Xi to teach her a lesson. I knew she would comply with the tea serving. Partly due to fear of punishment from the emperor for Qiao Xi's misconduct, and partly because she harbored no good intentions. Likely scheming to tamper with the tea she would serve me. Today, I would make her aware of the consequences of her actions. Your Highness, the tea has arrived. Qiao returned shortly with a fresh cup of tea. Sister, please enjoy the tea. Bai Shiyu handed the cup to me directly. It seems you have forgotten something. I did not extend my hand, instead smiling at Bai Shiyu. Ah? Bai Shiyu was puzzled by my meaning. When serving tea to the mistress, one ought to kneel. You cannot simply stand as you are. You are seeking your own demise. Qiao Xi, who had been standing by, could no longer contain himself and admonished me. I regarded him with a cool gaze. What is your issue? I am merely adhering to the rules. Why are you reacting so dramatically? Shiyu has already shown you enough respect by serving tea. I did not expect you to be so ungrateful. In my view, let the tea remain unserved. Shiyu, come. After retorting at me, Qiao Xi took Bai Shiyu by the hand, attempting to leave. Bai Shiyu, unwilling to see Qiao Xi angered, hurriedly stopped him. Your Highness. Sister is correct. As a concubine, I indeed should kneel while serving tea. You are far too accommodating, allowing her to bully you. Listen to me. Let us not serve the tea, come with me. Qiao Xi insisted that Bai Shiyu not serve the tea, resolutely pulling her away. Bai Shiyu persisted, Your Highness. Do not be angry, the wedding rites have reached this point, and it is merely the tea left to serve. It is nothing to fret over. Do not cause further trouble. Qiao Xi, resigned, shot a glare at me, conceding to Bai Shiyu's wish to continue serving tea. Sister, do not quarrel with the prince. Please accept the tea. Bai Shiyu smiled, naturally kneeling as she again presented the teacup to me. As she gazed at the teacup, she contemplated the scene of me being scalded. She had been well aware of the tea-serving ritual, so while at the Bai residence, she prepared a cup made of a rather peculiar material, which was the very one she now held. Simply touching the outer wall of the cup provided no sense of the inner tea's temperature. To ascertain the water's heat, one must taste it. She had already hinted to Qiao that the cup contained freshly boiled water, anticipating that I would seek to use my status as the princess to intimidate her. Thus, when I reached out to take the cup, she intended to deliberately release it, allowing the scalding water to spill upon me. The prince genuinely cares for his sister. For her sake, he might even forego the tea ritual. Although I could not discern Bai Shiyu's ulterior motives, I, having watched numerous palace drama series, was aware that she harbored no good intentions, deliberately avoiding handing me the tea while keeping me kneeling. Sister, you jest, the prince's greatest affection lies with you. For otherwise, he would not have married you into the residence. Bai Shiyu assumed I would reach out for the tea upon seeing it, but to her surprise, I engaged her in idle conversation, and I found it increasingly difficult to maintain my kneeling position. What is this? The grandeur of my entry into the residence pales in comparison to today's spectacle, perhaps not even half as magnificent as yours, dear sister. Feigning ignorance of Bai Shiyu's unsteady posture, I continued conversing. This is arranged by the prince, there's nothing you can do about it. Within her seemingly resigned words lay a hint of triumph, for this residence was governed by Qiao Xi, and I was of no consequence in his eyes. Thus, it is said, the prince favors his sister more than me. Will you drink the tea or not? If not, be on your way. Noticing my reluctance to accept the teacup, Qiao Xi interrupted. You truly cannot sit still for a moment, can you? What is wrong with me having a few idle words with my sister? Why are you so impatient? I did not even glance at Qiao Xi. You sit while Shiyu kneels, naturally, you feel unfazed. Try kneeling for a change. Not wishing to engage in further triviality with me, Qiao Xi stated the facts directly. Oh. What a forgetful fool I am. Had it not been for the princess' reminder, I would have completely overlooked it. I smacked my forehead, pretending to have genuinely forgotten. Sister. Bai Shiyu seized the moment, once again extending the teacup toward me. Sister, you have suffered. As I spoke, I reached out to take the tea. But just as my fingers brushed against the cup, Bai Shiyu suddenly released her grip. Ah. Having anticipated this, I called out first, feigning nonchalance as I pushed the cup back toward her. Bai Shiyu was taken aback by my unexpected maneuver. In her moment of distraction, the water splashed onto her hand, causing her to jerk back in pain, and the cup shattered upon the ground. Ah. Such scalding water. Did you genuinely wish to burn me alive? Gazing at the steaming water on the floor, I was the first to voice my inquiry. Chapter 68, A Failed Scheme. Sister, I did not. Bai Shiyu tumbled to the ground, her veil slipping off her head. At that moment, the pain was unbearable, and she could hardly think of anything else. Are you all right? Shiyu? Seeing Bai Shiyu fall, Qiao hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. I am fine. Your Highness, please check if my sister has been scalded. Bai Shiyu initially hid her hand behind her back, then feigned an air of generosity. Qiao was so close that he could easily see her actions. She intended to capture his attention. Upon hearing Bai Shiyu's words, those present regarded her as kind-hearted, still caring for her sister despite being bullied by Qiao Xi. In contrast, Qiao Xi appeared somewhat irksome. Qiao seemed not to have heard Bai Shiyu's words. After noticing her movements, he inquired, "What are you hiding behind your back? Show it to me." "No need, Your Highness, I am truly fine," Bai Shiyu protested. "Show it." The more she resisted, the more suspicious Qiao became. And in the end, his request turned into a command. I really am fine, Your Highness, you need not worry." Bai Shiyu slowly revealed her hand while speaking. "Your hand is like this, and you still claim you are fine?" Qiao's heart ached upon seeing her reddened hand. "I will apply some medicine, Your Highness, do not fret. Please, go check on my sister." Bai Shiyu insisted she was fine and repeatedly urged Qiao to see Qiao Xi. Only then did Qiao turn his head. However, his concern was not for Qiao Xi. Instead, he questioned her, "Why must Shiyu serve you tea?" "I refuse to believe that one cannot marry Shiyu unless this tea is served." Qiao Xi did not respond immediately. Instead, she casually brushed off her clothes and hurried towards Bai Shiyu, adopting an even more syrupy tone than Bai Shiyu. "Sister, I am so sorry. That cup of tea was truly too hot. I accidentally dropped it, and it was my fault for not holding it properly that caused you to be scalded. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Can you forgive me? I have excellent scar ointment, let me get it for you right now. You must forgive me, otherwise I shall be utterly ashamed. Get away. Stop pretending. If it weren't for you, Shiyu would never have been hurt." Qiao interjected, speaking on behalf of Bai Shiyu, demanding Qiao Xi to leave. "Your Highness, one cannot speak like that. I merely wished for Sister Shiyu to adhere to the proper etiquette and serve me tea. How could I know whether the tea was hot? I have already said it was unintentional, and I have apologized to Sister Shiyu. Why must you nitpick? Moreover, I was conversing with Sister Shiyu, what gives you the right to interject?" Qiao Xi, exasperated with Qiao, spoke without reservation. "Impudence. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Qiao's anger flared at Qiao Xi's words, leading him to reprimand her directly. "Enough. No one is paying you any mind, why act like a prince here? What of your status as a prince? I am still the legitimate wife. As the princess. When I converse with others, who grants you the authority to interject?" Qiao Xi dismissed Qiao's claims outright. "You." Qiao was at a loss for words. Unable to respond to Qiao Xi. "Your Highness, sister, please do not quarrel. I know you are arguing out of concern for me, but I truly am fine." Bai Shiyu interjected hurriedly upon witnessing the escalating tension between the two. "She has treated you this way, and yet you still speak on her behalf. You are far too kind." Upon hearing Bai Shiyu's words, Qiao ignored Qiao Xi and turned to Bai Shiyu, his expression filled with concern. "Upon entering the royal residence, it is natural to defer to my sister in such matters," Bai Shiyu replied with a smile. "Enough. I merely complimented you a bit. And you truly believe you have ascended? I am the legitimate wife, you are merely the side consort. Do I need your permission? If you believe my words to be incorrect, you may confront me directly." Qiao Xi, unable to maintain her facade, retorted after Bai Shiyu finished speaking. "Sister, I did not mean it that way," Bai Shiyu said, feeling aggrieved. Then what do you mean? Asking you to serve me tea is to adhere to the rules set by the emperor, to prevent our royal residence from being the subject of gossip. It is not an invitation for you to serve tea while secretly scalding me. Qiao Xi questioned bluntly. I did not. Did not? I ask you. Do you usually grab a cup directly from the boiling water and drink it? Still dare to say you did not? You are quite capable. Qiao Xi was no longer willing to engage in a war of words with Bai Shiyu, opting instead to state the facts plainly. Your Highness. I truly did not do that. I had no intention of scalding my sister. Bai Shiyu, knowing she was in the wrong, could not argue back and turned to Qi for help. You are fine, why continue to make a fuss over this? Besides, Shiyu is the one who was scalded. What is there for you to be unhappy about? Qi responded to Qiao Xi. My being unscathed is merely luck, what does it have to do with you? If she had not harbored ill intentions first, attempting to scald me, how could she have been injured? This is what is referred to as a failed scheme causing one to suffer losses. Qiao Xi was left both amused and enraged by Qi's words. If you are fine, then hurry back to your Qingshi pavilion, I still need to attend to Shiyu's injury. Fearing misunderstandings would arise regarding Bai Shiyu, Qi chose to disregard Qiao Xi and firmly instructed her to return. Humph. If I must leave, then so be it. Do you truly believe I wish to linger here and watch your little performance? Qiao Xi scoffed, tossing her words back at him before striding away toward Qingshi pavilion. With the princess gone, Butler Yao conjectured that Qi would undoubtedly take Bai Shiyu to treat her injuries, and thus announced. Today marks the wedding ceremony of the prince and the side consort, and the rituals have now concluded. I invite everyone to the flower hall to indulge in fine wine and delicacies. Once again, we congratulate His Highness. The atmosphere was slightly awkward, and the guests, not wishing to remain in Huayu Hall any longer, began to make their way to the flower hall. Miss, are you all right? Sumu followed Qiao Xi into the garden and finally spoke, cautious of being overheard by Qi. It is nothing serious, do not worry. Luckily, the water that splashed onto me was not much, otherwise, I do not know how badly I would have been scalded. Qiao Xi replied with a smile. I never expected Bai Shiyu to dare set a trap for you in front of so many people. Thankfully, you were not scalded, otherwise, it would have taken a long time to heal. Despite Qiao Xi's reassurances, Sumu remained apprehensive. Chapter 69, Bai Shiyu's poisoning. I had long anticipated that Bai Shiyu would engage in underhanded schemes, attempting to play mind games before me. I intended to show her the consequences of her actions, how one can unwittingly harm oneself. It is regrettable, however, that we should have lingered longer at Huayu Hall to witness how Qi would tend to her injuries, sighed Qiao Xi. Hush. Miss, please refrain from speaking. It would be unfortunate if others overheard and informed the prince. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Sumu hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Very well, I understand. Let us return to Qingyu Pavilion quickly. Qiao Xi ceased her remarks. All right. Sumu responded with a smile, appreciating Qiao Xi's cooperation. At Huayu Hall. Your Highness, is my hand beyond healing? It hurts so much. Bai Shiyu, in excruciating pain, lay on the bed, weeping and crying out. The more she lamented, the more anxious Qi became. Your Highness, it appears that Bai Fei's injury is rather severe. After a careful examination of Bai Shiyu's wound, Zhang Tai spoke to Qi. Then find a way to treat her. I did not summon you here to hear your useless chatter. Qi, in a state of distress, could only vent his frustration on Zhang Tai, as he lacked medical knowledge. Yes, yes. After acknowledging Qi's command, Zhang Tai sprinkled the prepared medicinal powder onto Bai Shiyu's wound. However, after a prolonged wait, he discovered that the powder had shown no effect whatsoever. Typically, when medicinal powder is applied to a burn, it forms small clumps. At the very least, the surrounding skin should appear less alarming. Yet, neither of these results transpired in Bai Shiyu's case. Your Highness, Bai Fei's injury does not resemble a common burn. The powder I applied has had no effect. And I am at a loss regarding the nature of her affliction. Zhang Tai, genuinely puzzled, could only convey the truth to Qi. Could it be that your medicinal powder is defective? Qi, lacking understanding, could only speculate that perhaps the powder had been dampened. I assure you, the medicine is sound. Initially, Zhang Tai had felt somewhat intimidated by Qiao Xi, but upon hearing the prince's accusation regarding the powder, his demeanor shifted instantly. Cannot you discern the cause of the powder's ineffectiveness? Qiao Xi changed the subject. I suspect that Bai Fei's wound has been tampered with, otherwise the medicine would have taken effect by now. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tai finally voiced this suspicion. Is that truly the case? Qiao Xi retorted. It is merely a conjecture, the specifics require further observation. However, given the severity of Bai Fei's condition, we cannot afford to delay. Zhang Tai hesitated. I understand. I kindly request that you wait here for a moment, Zhang Tai. I shall endeavor to find a remedy swiftly. After a moment of reflection, Qiao Xi instructed Zhang Tai. Your Highness, I am in such agony. Am I to perish? Observing Qiao Qi's demeanor, Bai Shiyu surmised that he had likely deduced the cause. And so she deliberately cried out. She was subtly exerting pressure on Qiao Qi, hoping he would resolve the matter and return post-haste. Seeing the pitiable Bai Shiyu, Qiao Qi's heart softened. Shiyu, have no fear, I shall ensure your safety. Endure just a little longer, I shall return shortly. Aware that prolonging conversation would only waste time, he left with those parting words. At Qingyu Pavilion. Qiao Xi. After a brief excursion during the banquet, Qiao Xi had not yet dined. And now she was engaged in eating when suddenly, Qiao Qi's voice echoed from outside. Miss, this. Sumu was at a loss. Pay him no mind. Let us focus on our meal. Qiao Xi spoke without lifting her head, prioritizing her hunger above all else. Have you grown tired of living? You do not even come out to greet me. As Qiao Xi remained unresponsive, Qiao Xi could only enter Qingyu Pavilion unceremoniously. Upon seeing her eating, his anger surged. Are you not hosting a wedding banquet? What brings you to Qingyu Pavilion unexpectedly? Dining should be a delightful experience, however, Qiao Qi's arrival shattered this tranquility. Seeing him, Qiao Xi's mood soured, prompting her to respond with irritation. How dare you speak of that? Qiao Qi glared at Qiao Xi. What is wrong? Am I mistaken in what I said? Qiao Xi looked at him, perplexed. Your heart is indeed cruel. Shiyu has been burned by you, yet you display no remorse. Qiao Xi regarded Qiao Qi indifferently, she brought this upon herself. Had she not harbored malicious intentions, this would not have transpired. Even heaven could no longer tolerate her actions. And you still defend her? Enough with your prattle. I ask you directly, did you poison the water Bai Shiyu served me? Qiao Qi, unwilling to waste time in a dispute, confronted her straightforwardly. Which of your eyes witnessed me poisoning her? Besides, that water was clearly offered to me as tea. Why would I poison myself? Use your brain, if you can. Qiao Xi shot him a defiant glare. Is that so? Was it not you who, in the instant the water was spilled, introduced the poison to ensnare Shiyu? Qiao Qi was resolute in his disbelief. Humph. Your Highness, you are indeed astute. I did indeed poison her. Qiao Xi, having never intended to harm Bai Shiyu, merely wished for her to be scalded. Yet, she refrained from delving into explanations, choosing instead to follow Qiao Qi's narrative. To her, whether she confessed or not bore no significance, regardless, she would face Qiao Qi's scrutiny. What if Bai Shiyu's poison was not of her doing? She could still find a remedy. You seek your own demise. Qiao Qi stepped forward, gripping Qiao Xi's wrist with such force that it appeared he might end her life. Go ahead, strike me. Qiao Xi adopted a nonchalant demeanor as she addressed Qiao Qi. Do not presume I lack the resolve. As he spoke, Qiao Qi tightened his grip further. Qiao Xi winced in pain, realizing she was no match for the furious Qiao Qi. Yet, her suffering compelled her to shout, if you do not release me, Bai Shiyu will surely perish. The flames of fury within Qiao Qi blazed brighter. Where is the antidote? Produce it immediately. I can assure you that as long as Shiyu is unharmed, you shall remain safe. However, if she meets with any misfortune, you need not live. Then kill me. After all, with Bai Shiyu to bear the brunt, I shall not be alone. Qiao Xi abandoned all hope of reasoning with Qiao Qi and continued to echo his sentiments. You are truly obstinate. Bai Shiyu's life rests in Qiao Xi's hands, and Qiao Qi dared not resort to violence. Your Highness, do you find it difficult to part with me or with Bai Shiyu? Qiao Xi smiled sweetly at Qiao Qi, posing the question. Chapter 70, Negotiating terms. Do not delude yourself, hasten to procure an antidote for Qiao's poison, or I shall assuredly take your life. Without wishing to waste time with Qiao Xi, Chu Qi issued a direct command. I apologize, but I possess only the skill to administer poison, not to alleviate it. You have sought the wrong individual, my lord. Qiao Xi replied without a moment's hesitation. It is already remarkable that I did not poison Bai Qiu to death, yet, you, Chu Qi, audaciously expect me to provide her with an antidote? Truly, you jest. Repeat that. Chu Qi exclaimed, astonished as he gazed upon Qiao Xi. I stated that I can only concoct poison, not counteract it. Did you comprehend that, my lord? Qiao Xi reiterated with feigned innocence. Slap. Enraged, Chu Qi struck Qiao Xi across the face. Might as well kill me. With your attitude, how dare you demand I save Bai Qiu from her predicament? Are you not afraid I might administer another poison? Qiao Xi said, covering her face and speaking defiantly. What must I do for you to agree to save Qiu? Recognizing that coercion would yield no results, Chu Qi was compelled to soften his approach for the sake of Bai Qiu's well-being. Have Bai Qiu apologize to me and serve as my maid for 3 days. Should you agree, I shall immediately provide her with an antidote. Qiao Xi laid forth her terms. What did you say? Chu Qi could scarcely believe his ears. Qiao Xi scoffed, are you so young that you've gone deaf? Spare me your prattle and simply declare whether it is acceptable. You are audacious. Bai Qiu is a side consort. How dare you demand my side consort serve as your maid? It is preposterous. Chu Qi coughed in indignation, but he managed to articulate his thoughts. Isn't the request tantamount to condemning Bai Qiu? How is she to maintain her dignity thereafter? Bai Yan interjected, growing anxious. Huh. How she lives is of no concern to me. You should clarify whether your lord wishes for Bai Qiu to survive or to perish for the sake of his pride. Qiao Xi had no intention of providing an antidote, she was merely creating difficulties for Chu Qi. This. Bai Yan was at a loss for words. His lordship undoubtedly desires the side consort to live, yet for her to do so, she must forfeit her pride and serve this woman before her. Bai Qiu, being so prideful, would never acquiesce to such a request. You vile woman. Qiu is on the brink of death, and you dare to leverage this against me. Chu Qi, seeing Qiao Xi's calm demeanor, became even more infuriated and resorted to moral coercion. Declare your choice, now. Qiao Xi pressed, indifferent to Bai Qiu's fate. I believe it would be better to kill you. Chu Qi declared, raising his hand to strike Qiao Xi. She did not flinch, she knew that, even for Bai Qiu's sake, Chu Qi would not dare to take her life. Just as his hand was about to reach her, Steward Yao rushed in, my lord, it is grave news. Physician Zhang reports that Bai Qiu is nearing the end, if she is not treated immediately, she shall perish. Chu Qi fixed a steely gaze on Qiao Xi, who smiled broadly, did you hear that? If you do not make a choice soon, Bai Qiu will succumb to the poison. When that moment arrives, I will be powerless to assist. Very well. I shall comply with your demands. Realizing the urgency and severity of the situation, Chu Qi was reluctantly compelled to acquiesce. He had waited long for Bai Qiu to become his wife, he would not allow her to perish. Would it not have been better had you agreed sooner? Qiao Xi looked at Chu Qi with disdain. Do not become complacent. Once Qiu recovers, you shall see how I deal with you. Chu Qi seethed. Attempt whatever schemes you wish. However, I cannot guarantee that Bai Qiu will not fall victim to another poison. Qiao Xi announced, tossing her sleeve aside in defiance. My lord. Bai Qiu's burn has begun to fester. Steward Yao, sensing Chu Qi's impending explosion of rage, hastily interjected. I have already agreed to your terms, now. Quickly bring forth the antidote. Chu Qi bellowed at Qiao Xi. Qiao Xi looked up at him, kindly request Steward Yao to inscribe the words you just uttered. For I fear you may renege. Chu Qi was on the verge of exasperation, urging Qiao Xi, can you not hasten? Then you shall do it. Qiao Xi tossed her pen aside and stood, regarding Chu Qi with an unwavering gaze. Steward Yao promptly retrieved the pen from the ground, my lord, please take a look. He presented it to her. I have reviewed it, Steward Yao, please put it away, Qiao Xi responded. Chapter 71, A profound mind. There is no particular reason. It is simply that I cannot bear it. I fear that after you pay your respects, you might poison me, and I cannot afford such a price. Your Highness, I. Bai Shiyu dared not continue Qiao Xi's words, turning her head to cast a pitiful glance at Chu Qi. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly. Administer the antidote to Shiyu. Chu Qi said impatiently to Qiao Xi. Try urging me once more. Do you believe this princess would not immediately poison her and turn your joyous occasion into a funeral? Throughout the journey, Chu Qi had urged Qiao Xi 3 or 4 times, and she was thoroughly annoyed by now. With his latest insistence, her patience had worn thin. If you dare to act in such a manner, I will not let you off lightly. Chu Qi's anger flared. Would you care to test that? Do you truly think I would hesitate? Qiao Xi replied with a smile, arching an eyebrow at Chu Qi. You. Qiao Xi appeared entirely unafraid, silently challenging Chu Qi to speak further. Time waits for no one, I implore you to swiftly provide the antidote for Shiyu. Chu Qi softened once more. Now. That is more like it. When one seeks assistance, one ought to adopt a proper demeanor. Here, this is the antidote, administer it to her, and within 2 hours. She shall be well. Do not forget our agreement. After tossing the antidote to Chu Qi, Qiao Xi playfully patted his face and swaggered out. This is the antidote. Hasten to give it to Shiyu. Chu Qi had no time to quibble with Qiao Xi, and after receiving the medicine she offered, he promptly handed it to Dr. Zhang. Understood. Dr. Zhang brought the medicine to his nose, ensuring its safety before administering it to Bai Shiyu. What did the princess mean by that? I do not comprehend. Having just received the antidote, Bai Shiyu began questioning Chu Qi. Nothing of consequence. You need not concern yourself, simply focus on your recovery. Given Bai Shiyu's still precarious condition, Chu Qi feared that her agitation might worsen her state, hence he refrained from divulging the truth. Yes. Bai Shiyu recognized Chu Qi's aversion to being pressed for answers. Afraid of inciting his ire, she merely replied with an affirmation. Very well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I will return to see you this evening. Noticing that Bai Shiyu appeared somewhat improved, Chu Qi announced his departure. But today is the day of our wedding. Bai Shiyu, reluctant to let Chu Qi leave, finally voiced her concern after much internal conflict. I am aware. Rest assured, once I have concluded my tasks, I will come to find you, Chu Qi assured Bai Shiyu. All right. Bai Shiyu smiled sweetly. Without further adu, Chu Qi nodded and exited Yongfu Pavilion. Qingyu Pavilion. Sumu, what are you doing? As Qiao Xi entered the courtyard, she noticed Sumu emerging from the side room with an armful of clothing, prompting her inquiry. In response to your question, Miss, I noticed you seldom wear these garments, and I assumed you disliked them, so I was preparing to dispose of them. Do you still want them? Sumu's confidence waned as she spoke, uncertain of Qiao Xi's reaction to her taking liberties with her belongings. Qiao Xi scrutinized the clothing in Sumu's hands for a moment before responding, No, you may discard them. Those garments had been given to her by her stepmother while she resided in the Qiao family. The original owner had always believed her stepmother's generosity was genuine, thinking that the jewels and clothing were tokens of affection. Now it was evident that the gaudy attire had merely been intended to highlight Qiao Luo's beauty. Thankfully, she had married into the Gongding prince's residence, and she was no longer the original owner, thus, these clothes had long been overdue for disposal. Mississippi. Are you truly speaking the truth? Sumu, somewhat incredulous, asked Qiao Xi again, recalling how furious Qiao Xi had been when advised not to wear such garments. Convinced that Sumu was attempting to sow discord between her and the second madam. Indeed. In terms of both color and style, these garments are not suited for me at all. Dispose of them, and in a few days when time permits, we shall visit the market to select some new pieces. Qiao Xi, aware of Sumu's agitation, smiled as she explained her reasoning for discarding the clothing. Ah. I shall handle this immediately. As if fearing Qiao Xi might change her mind, Sumu agreed and hurried off to deal with the garments. This girl. Watching Sumu's hasty retreat, Qiao Xi involuntarily chuckled before entering Qingyu Pavilion. Once seated, Qiao Xi suddenly felt parched and reached for the teacup beside her to pour herself a drink. However, just as she was about to sip, she noticed a faint wound on her right wrist, startling her. When had this happened? She distinctly recalled that since the commencement of the ceremony with Chu Qi, she had not been in conflict with anyone, even during the commotion in Qingyu Pavilion. She had only exchanged heated words with Qiao Xi and had not engaged in physical confrontation. Now, Qiao Xi lost her appetite for the tea. Setting the cup down as she began to inspect her body for other injuries, discovering that aside from her wrist, she was unscathed. While checking, she noticed blood stains on her sleeve. Upon closer inspection, she realized the blood had already coagulated. After a quick calculation, she surmised that the injury must have occurred at least an hour prior. What had she been doing an hour ago? After some contemplation, Qiao Xi finally recalled that it was when Bai Shiyu had been serving her tea. She had been so preoccupied with avoiding scalding herself that she hadn't considered that Bai Shiyu might harbor such deep intentions, capable of injuring her wrist in the process. Ah! She had truly underestimated Bai Shiyu. Bai Shiyu, is it? You shall wait, for I, this princess, assure you that your days within the royal residence will not unfold as you envision. Qiao Xi muttered to herself. Ah? Miss, how did you injure your hand? As soon as Qiao Xi's words fell, Sumu entered and, upon seeing the wound on Qiao Xi's wrist, hurriedly inquired. Earlier, Bai Shiyu served me tea, and I inadvertently got cut. Qiao Xi took a moment to compose herself before answering Sumu's question. What a vicious woman. She has often taken advantage of the prince's absence to bully you. I never imagined that on the day of your wedding, she would seize the opportunity to harm you while serving tea. This will not do. Your injuries must not be in vain. I shall inform the prince of Bai Shiyu's true nature and have him expel that wicked woman from the residence. As Sumu spoke, she turned to seek Qiao Xi. You may as well go, but he will not believe you, he will only perceive it as an attempt to slander Bai Shiyu. Do not worry, I am fine. Qiao Xi reassured her. What? What should we do now? Sumu turned, looking at Qiao Xi with concern. Chapter 72, By Yan's proposal. Qiao Xi smiled lightly and turned to Sumu, saying, Have you forgotten? I possess the ability to heal my own wounds. Indeed. However, Miss, your injuries should not be endured in vain. This matter must be brought to the prince's attention. Sumu felt that not exposing Bai Shiyu in front of Qiao Xi would be too lenient for her, so she proposed this to Qiao Xi. A smile crept onto Qiao Xi's lips. Her injuries are far more severe than mine, your lady will not suffer silently. As long as the lady does not suffer unjustly. That is good. But, how will you heal yourself? After hearing Qiao Xi's words, Sumu relaxed momentarily, but soon her concern about Qiao Xi's self-treatment resurfaced, prompting her to ask. Fetch me a basin of hot water, Qiao Xi instructed as soon as Sumu finished speaking. Qiao Xi feared the wound might become infected, so she intended to administer a tetanus shot before proceeding with treatment. However, she lacked the necessary syringe and would need to retrieve it from her space. It was inconvenient to do so in front of Sumu, so she concocted an excuse to send her away. Understood. Sumu, anxious that this injury might disrupt Qiao Xi's daily life, hastily agreed and exited the room. Once Sumu left, Qiao Xi closed her eyes and concentrated, summoning her medical space into her mind. She recalled the location of the tetanus antitoxin and swiftly retrieved the necessary medication. Having previously used the syringe on Qiao Xi, she also took a new set from her space. After gathering the required items, Qiao Xi withdrew her consciousness. She placed the medications on the table before her and conducted a skin test to ensure she would not have an allergic reaction before proceeding with the treatment. Approximately 10 minutes later, the results were in. Qiao Xi discovered she was not allergic and prepared to administer the tetanus shot. She first disinfected her wound with iodine, then injected the antitoxin, and finally bandaged the injury with sterile gauze, completing her treatment. Ah? Miss, you've managed to heal yourself so quickly? Just as Qiao Xi finished her final touches, Sumu returned with the water, noticing Qiao Xi seated there, and inquired. Indeed. I found all the necessary medications in the cloth bag I previously asked you to prepare, so while waiting for you, I took the liberty of dressing my wound. Qiao Xi calmly explained to Sumu. Oh, how fortunate it is that the lady possesses medical skills, we need not fear those who conspire against you. After hearing Qiao Xi's response, Sumu found nothing amiss and instead praised her. Indeed, my medical knowledge is one aspect, but their hidden malice is another. I shall not easily let them off. Qiao Xi nodded and added. You are correct, miss, those who dare to conspire against you must face the consequences. Sumu wholeheartedly agreed with Qiao Xi's sentiment. Huayu Hall. Is Shiyu's condition improving? After attending to his affairs, Qi inquired of Bai Yan. Replying to the prince, I have just returned from Yongfu Pavilion, where I observed the side consort dining. It seems she is not in grave danger, Bai Yan replied truthfully. Then I can rest easy. I had not anticipated that Qiao Xi could be so malicious, deliberately scalding Qiyu and poisoning her, causing her to suffer undeservedly. Once Qiyu has fully recovered, I shall surely find an opportunity to properly deal with that wretched Qiao Xi. She must be prepared to face my wrath for daring to plot against me in my presence. Upon hearing Bai Yan's assurance of Bai Shiyu's improved condition, Qi finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, recalling his agreement with Qiao Xi, he was filled with such anger that he wished to eliminate her immediately. My prince. I have something to say, though I wonder if it is appropriate. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Yan ultimately voiced his thoughts to Qi. There is no need for formality between us, speak freely, Qi gestured for Bai Yan to continue. I have observed that Qiao Xi is adept at both healing and poisoning. If the prince were to cultivate a good relationship with her, might she not be of service to us? Bai Yan spoke while carefully observing Qi's expression. Have you lost your senses? As long as I am here, I will never cultivate a good relationship with her. If it were not for the emperor's decree, I would have long since expelled such a foolish woman from the royal residence. Bai Yan's words were met with immediate rejection from Qi. Does the prince still recall the poison that Qiao Xi administered to you last time? Bai Yan, inspired by the sight of Qiao Xi treating both Qi and Bai Shiyu, found his idea increasingly feasible and pressed on with his inquiry. How could I forget such a significant humiliation? When the opportunity arises, I will ensure that Qiao Xi regrets her actions. Why do you ask? This matter was a source of disgrace for Qi, yet Bai Yan had served him for many years, and his words were not entirely devoid of merit, thus. Qi suppressed his anger and inquired about Bai Yan's reasoning. My prince, consider this, if such a poison were utilized on the battlefield, a mere pinch could incapacitate a multitude of enemies without harming our own troops. This would be of immense benefit to our great nation. Bai Yan elaborated, pondering the implications as he spoke. In truth, the moment Bai Yan mentioned his poisoning, Qi had already contemplated this possibility. However, as a prince of noble birth, how could he lower himself to seek assistance from Qiao Xi? What would the people of the royal residence think of him? What would the citizens say? I understand that this matter is difficult for the prince, but for the sake of our soldiers, I urge you to consider it further. Bai Yan did not press Qi for an immediate decision but rather suggested he contemplate the situation. I have grasped your meaning, I shall ponder this matter carefully. Unsure of what to say at that moment, Qi followed the thread of Bai Yan's words. Your servant. My prince, trouble is at hand. Before Bai Yan could finish, a servant rushed into Huayu Hall, interrupting his words. What has happened? Noticing the servant's flustered demeanor, Qi sensed the urgency and refrained from reprimanding him for his lack of decorum, instead hastily inquired. Responding to the prince. After the side consort took the medicine given by the princess, she began to vomit and experience diarrhea within the hour. The household was well aware of Qi's deep concern for Bai Shiyu, and the servants dared not be lax in their duties regarding her. What? Upon hearing the servant's report, Qi sprang from his seat in shock. Chapter 73, Concern breeds confusion. Dr. Zhang expressed his grave concerns regarding the medicine prescribed to the princess. Fearful that Lord Qi would unleash his wrath upon him, the servant hastily began to explain. This prince shall proceed to Yongfu Pavilion immediately. Lord Qi, anxious that Bai Shiyu's condition might worsen, cast aside the book in his hand and strode purposefully towards the door. Your Highness. Bai Yan, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, called out to Qi while pursuing him. Upon hearing Bai Yan's voice, Qi glanced back and retorted, in my opinion, it would be best to disregard what you just mentioned. Should anything happen to Shiyu, I will take Qiao Xi's life without hesitation. You, gather a few men and bring Qiao Xi to Yongfu Pavilion, I have questions for her. Without further acknowledgement of Bai Yan, Qi instructed the servant who had come to deliver the message. Understood. The servant replied and hurriedly made his way towards Qingyu Pavilion. Knowing that their lord was in a foul mood, it was prudent to fulfill his demands swiftly. After all, if he were to explode in anger, the consequences would fall upon them. In his worry for Bai Shiyu, Qi moved with great urgency, arriving at Yongfu Pavilion in no time. Your Highness, it hurts so much. Is my wound worsening? What have I done to provoke the princess into wishing me harm? Upon seeing Qiao, Bai Shiyu burst into tears. Her words laced with accusations against Qiao Xi. Do not fear, my dear Shiyu. With both myself and Dr. Zhang here, we shall ensure your recovery. Qiao grasped Bai Shiyu's hand, speaking with a sense of urgency. Is that true? Will you truly heal me, your highness? Bai Shiyu clutched Qiao's hand tightly. Her eyes shimmering with tears, a mixture of reluctance to part and fear of death evident in her expression. Trust in me. Observing Bai Shiyu's pain, Qiao felt only heartache and fury. He should never have allowed Qiao Xi any opportunity to approach Bai Shiyu. To an outsider, the scene between Qiao and Bai Shiyu could easily be mistaken for that of a devoted couple. Your Highness, I have matters to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time? Dr. Zhang awkwardly called out to Qiao, feeling it necessary to clarify certain matters beforehand. Shiyu, bear with me for a moment, I shall return shortly. Qiao tenderly reassured Bai Shiyu before following Dr. Zhang into the main hall of Yongfu Pavilion. What is the situation with the concubine? After settling into his seat, Qiao inquired of Dr. Zhang. Your Highness, the injuries sustained by the concubine do not resemble ordinary wounds. I cannot ascertain the poison she has been afflicted with. It may prove exceedingly difficult to devise an antidote, Dr. Zhang hesitantly replied, his voice trembling with fear. Crash! In his fury, Qiao hurled a cup across the room. As the imperial physician, you dare to tell me you have never encountered such poison? It seems you seek to court death. Qiao could not fathom that Qiao Xi could concoct such a sophisticated poison. He suspected that Dr. Zhang, fearing the severity of Bai Shiyu's condition and the accountability that came with it, had fabricated this excuse to evade treatment. Your Highness, I assure you, I do not wish for such a fate. I have served the Emperor for many years and have indeed never witnessed a poison as fierce as this, Dr. Zhang explained, bowing his head to the ground, wishing only for the earth to swallow him whole to escape Qiao's wrath. Then, by your reasoning, should I set a precedent for the kingdom and hold a funeral for the concubine on the day of our wedding? Despite Dr. Zhang's clear words, Qiao remained convinced that Bai Shiyu's injury could be treated. Dr. Zhang was taken aback by Qiao's response, rendered speechless, unable to counter the prince's assertion. If you do not wish to meet your demise, provide me with a remedy that can save the concubine. Qiao pressed Dr. Zhang further. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. The antidote for the concubine's poison may very well rest in the hands of the one who administered it. Dr. Zhang, fearing for his life, proposed a seemingly viable yet ultimately ineffective solution. Are you jesting with me? If I knew who poisoned Shiyu, would I still be interrogating you here? Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's words, Qiao narrowed his eyes, emanating a chilling aura. The concubine went from being poisoned to exhibiting symptoms in merely an hour. The perpetrator likely had not ventured far. With Lord Qiao's capabilities, it would not take long to uncover the identity of the poisoner. Witnessing Qiao's impending eruption, Dr. Zhang was filled with dread and hurriedly stated, Your Highness, it would be easy for you to investigate the culprit, but what of Shiyu? Can her body withstand such torment? Is there still time for her? Qiao found himself in a state of utter despair, begrudgingly acknowledging the validity of Dr. Zhang's statement. It seemed the adage concern breeds confusion held more truth than he had previously considered. There is still time. The concubine suffers now due to the poison just beginning to take effect. Should it reach an irreversible stage, her features will darken to a shade of black and purple. Dr. Zhang refrained from uttering the words on the verge of death, fearing Qiao's wrath might extinguish his life, opting instead for a gentler explanation. I understand. You shall continue to treat Shiyu. If her condition improves, inform me immediately. Qiao was resolute in his determination to save Bai Shiyu's life, insisting that Dr. Zhang persist in his efforts. And Qiao Xi? Why has she not yet been brought before me? After dismissing Dr. Zhang, Qiao began his search for Qiao Xi, convinced that she bore the greatest culpability in Bai Shiyu's affliction, as she had treated her illness previously. Your Highness, we have already dispatched someone to urge her, a trembling guard replied, fearful of incurring Qiao's wrath, yet aware that silence would lead to their own doom. Understood. Qiao cast a glance at the guard and refrained from further comment. At Qingyu Pavilion, the servant proclaimed, the princess has deliberately poisoned Bai Sidefai. The prince commands her to be taken to Yongfu Pavilion for questioning. The people in the residence were accustomed to currying favor, and the servant, who had earlier been terrified by Chuki, now strutted with newfound authority. Upon arriving at Qingyu Pavilion, the servant barged in without knocking, confronting Qiao Xi directly, finger-pointing as he admonished her. "What did you say?" Qiao Xi, who had been reading in her chair, replied with a question of her own upon hearing the servant's accusation. "Do not feign innocence. Bai Sidefai was perfectly fine until she consumed the medicine you provided. Now she is suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea. The physician has warned that without immediate intervention, she may perish. The prince has declared your malicious intent, and I am to escort you to Yongfu Pavilion for a proper interrogation." The servant, devoid of respect for Qiao Xi, dismissed her words as mere pretense and retorted sharply. Chapter 74, This prince is not blind. Who gave you the audacity to speak to my royal consort in such a manner? Qiao Xi was utterly unconcerned about Bai Shiyu's injuries. She found the insolence of the servant before her intolerable and resolved to teach him a lesson. "I was sent by the prince to escort you to Yongfu Pavilion." The once arrogant servant hesitated after Qiao Xi's reprimand, his bravado diminishing. "He merely wishes to ascertain the nature of Bai Shiyu's poison. And you? You, a mere servant, dare to bark at my royal consort?" Qiao Xi's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes upon the servant. "You conspired to poison the side consort. Whether you live or die today remains uncertain. So cease your pretentious airs." It seemed the servant had a moment of clarity, suddenly devoid of fear towards Qiao Xi, and he retorted. Qiao Xi scoffed, "Is that so? Whether I can be a consort is subject to your opinion? While my words may not carry weight, your guilt in poisoning the side consort is undeniable. And your days of comfort are numbered. Moreover, I come at the behest of the prince. Should you dare to defy me, feel free to seek him out directly." The servant, still underestimating Qiao Xi, continued to spar with her words. "Rest assured, I will indeed meet with the prince," she said with a smile. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" The servant, misinterpreting her smile as submission, prepared to depart. "Not so fast." As he turned to leave, Qiao Xi called out to him. "Do you have further business?" The servant was taken aback, not anticipating that Qiao Xi would hurl a silver needle from her sleeve upon his turning back. He had no time to react as the needle pierced his neck. What are you doing?" Panic gripped him as he realized he was immobilized. "Of course, I wish for you to witness the capabilities of my royal consort." Qiao Xi's smile was wicked. "You. I am sent by the prince. If the appointed time passes without my return, he will undoubtedly send someone to find me." Fear was palpable in his voice. "Before my return. Stand here and ponder the meaning of 100 claws scratching at the heart." Qiao Xi, uninterested in further conversation, scattered some powder over the servant and departed. "I was wrong, please save me, my..." Even the mere utterance of those words was enough to pierce one's heart with sorrow, and he began to plead. Unfortunately, Qiao Xi did not glance back and left Qingyu Pavilion without a second thought. Upon arriving at Yongfu Pavilion, Chuchi glared at Qiao Xi and exclaimed. "You dare to come? Why would I not? I must ascertain who has wronged my royal consort." Qiao Xi met his gaze without trepidation. "Wronged? It is common knowledge in this residence that you harbor no affection for Qiyu. Should anything happen to her, would you not be the most pleased?" Chuchi found Qiao Xi's words utterly absurd. Raising an eyebrow, Qiao Xi retorted, "Are you implying that my disdain for her grants me the right to poison her? And what of you? Do you not also dislike me? Why have you not seen fit to rid yourself of me?" "You." Chuchi was at a loss for words, his anger rendering him speechless, pointing at her in frustration. "What of it? If you prefer a joyous occasion to turn into a funeral, then step aside. She has not been poisoned long, I still have a chance to save her. Delay any further, and I can do nothing if she succumbs." Even if Qiao Xi inherently disliked Bai Shiyu, adhering to the medical principle of saving lives, she resolved to act. Though she might have to endure endless strife with Bai Shiyu in the future, she could not simply watch her perish. "Are you feigning righteousness? You are the one who poisoned her, are you not? Now that your scheme is exposed, you wish to make amends?" Chu Qi, deeply skeptical of Qiao Xi's intentions, blocked her path. "Have you lost your mind? If we are to bicker, can we not do so with some sense? Bai Shiyu is on the brink of death. And you waste time on this nonsense?" The man's stubbornness infuriated Qiao Xi, and in a fit of rage, she slapped his hand away. "Dr. Zhang is here. You need not proceed." Qi adamantly refused her. Surely you will allow me to assess Bai Shiyu's condition? I assure you the medicine I administered is without fault. If it is not the remedy's failure, then it is clear someone has framed me. Desperation filled Qiao Xi, she longed to slap some sense into Qi. You speak so eloquently, yet you are the very one who poisoned her. Should you enter now, you will surely seek to eliminate any witnesses. Before Qi could respond, Dr. Zhang emerged from within, indignant and accusatory towards Qiao Xi. Are you a fool? If I truly wished to kill Bai Shiyu, a single dose would suffice. Why would I complicate matters and provide you with the opportunity to gather evidence against me? Qiao Xi shot Zhang a disdainful glare. If I am not mistaken, Bai Shiyu has but an hour left to live. Should you persist in this matter, prepare to collect her remains. Qiao Xi realized that further discourse with Dr. Zhang was futile. To treat Bai Shiyu, she must first gain Qi's consent. Thus she turned to him and uttered her plea. Dr. Zhang interjected, My lord, do not heed her nonsense. If we can procure the antidote within 3 hours, the side consort will surely awaken. One need only look at the consort to know she cannot heal. Her aim is to enter under the guise of treatment, to covertly harm the side consort. Damn it. I assure you I have used only the finest medicine for Bai Shiyu. The cause of her poisoning remains unclear. Yet you accuse me of murder. Do you think I will not be the first to silence you? Qiao Xi was on the verge of losing her composure over Zhang's foolishness. Qi, unwilling to let Bai Shiyu die but wary of allowing Qiao Xi to enter alone, threatened, Given your earnestness, I will grant you one last opportunity. Should you fail to save Shiyu, or tamper with the medicine, I will ensure the entire Qiao family pays the price. In truth, Qiao Xi held no concern for the Qiao family, their fate was irrelevant to her. However, time was of the essence, and she did not wish to squander it in a quarrel with Qi. She cast him a glance, said nothing, and proceeded into the inner chamber. The poison she had contracted was quite severe. Observing Bai Shiyu's wounds, which were beginning to fester, and the darkening around her eyes, ears, and mouth, she remarked. This hardly requires your insight, this prince is not blind. Qi offered her no semblance of gratitude, even as she endeavored to save Bai Shiyu's life. Since you can see, then you may treat her, I shall take my leave. With a flick of her sleeve, Qiao Xi settled onto a nearby stool. Chapter 75, He cannot heal her. How outrageous. Hurry and treat Shiyu. If any time is wasted, I shall surely take your life, am I not correct? Is that the only phrase you can utter? Qiao Xi interrupted Qi directly, casting him an exasperated glance. After all, Bai Shiyu could endure for another couple of hours. She was not pressed for time and saw no reason to rush. Allowing Bai Shiyu to suffer a little longer seemed rather acceptable to her. Do not think that just because you possess some medical skills, you can act with impunity within the royal residence. Qi felt as though he might be driven to madness by Qiao Xi's words, an aura of frost emanating from him. What have I done that is so reckless? Why can you not simply ask me to save Bai Shiyu without resorting to threats? Qiao Xi appeared unfazed by Qi's ire and continued speaking. Qi, unwilling to engage in cordial discourse with her, turned to Dr. Zhang and declared, since it is already known that Shiyu has been poisoned, Dr. Zhang, you should commence treatment. He cannot heal her. Qiao Xi stated plainly. Qi retorted, so, are you suggesting that I must plead with you to antidote Shiyu? No need, no need. The prince may also choose not to provide her with an antidote, Qiao Xi replied with a smile. You. Qi's anger flared once more. Dr. Zhang interjected. In my humble opinion, your highness would do well not to squander time here with her. It may be prudent to investigate any suspicious individuals within the residence. If we can obtain the antidote from the perpetrator, Bai Fei can be saved. Humph. You truly know how to placate others. I wish to inquire. Have you ever encountered a murderer who poisons their victim while carrying the antidote? Qiao Xi scoffed, retorting against Dr. Zhang. She genuinely held disdain for his tendency to appease. Dr. Zhang, taken aback, found himself momentarily speechless, not anticipating such a blatant dismissal from Qiao Xi. What must I do for you to provide Shiyu with the antidote? It was only after Dr. Zhang's reminder that Qi began to panic, fearing for Bai Shiyu's life, and thus he broached the topic of terms with Qiao Xi. You truly care for Bai Shiyu, do you not? Qiao Xi did not engage with Qi's query, instead throwing a sarcastic remark his way. Speak quickly. What are your terms? Qiao Xi urged, lacking the luxury of time for pleasantries. To be frank, I have not been well-fed or well-rested within the royal residence. My health is beginning to falter, and I cannot guarantee that I can completely neutralize Qiao's poison, Qiao Xi responded after a moment's contemplation. In essence, is it not merely a matter of improving the meals provided? Qiao Xi cast a disdainful glance at Qiao Xi, finding her thought process rather peculiar. An opportunity of such magnitude was squandered on her trivial demands. What does the prince mean by that? Qiao Xi, indifferent to the matter herself, was chiefly concerned about Su Mu, who toiled endlessly in the Qingyu pavilion. In time, Su Mu's health would undoubtedly deteriorate. First, attend to Qiao. I shall resolve these matters shortly, Qiao Xi ultimately chose to relent. Very well, Qiao Xi acquiesced readily and turned to prepare for the inner chamber. Wait. Just as Qiao Xi was about to step inside, Qiao Xi called out to her. What is it? Qiao Xi replied impatiently. I shall accompany you. Qiao Xi frowned slightly. Do you not trust me? I merely wish to observe your method of treatment, Qiao Xi lied without a hint of color leaving his face. You are quite the orator. Not wishing to dwell on the matter with Qiao Xi tossed the remark aside and entered the room. What poison afflicts Qiao? As soon as Qiao Xi positioned herself at Qiao's bedside, Qiao Xi inquired. Qiao Xi responded candidly, as of now, it remains unknown. Qiao Xi's discontent was palpable. If you do not know, how can you treat her? Once I examine her, I shall ascertain the nature of the poison. Can you not think for a moment? Qiao Xi found herself genuinely at a loss for words. Chapter 76, Determining the cause of illness. I had thought you were capable of everything. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Qiao Xi scoffed at her. Silence. Are you going to let me detoxify Qiao or not? If you don't want her to survive, just say so instead of being sarcastic. Qiao Xi halted her hand, poised to use a silver needle, and shot a glare at Qiao Xi. Very well, you treat her, I shall refrain from speaking. Fearing that Qiao Xi might indeed refuse to administer the antidote to Qiao Xi hastily relented. Without further ado, Qiao Xi retrieved several silver needles from her cloth bag and pricked them into the tips of Qiao's fingers. As she observed the dark blood oozing from Qiao's fingertips, she lifted her eyelids to assess her condition. After a prolonged examination, she concluded that Qiao had been poisoned by the snake vine, resulting in her vomiting and diarrhea. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise she could have succumbed to respiratory failure. There is no specific antidote for this poison, and the common emergency measures include gastric lavage, emesis, and purgation. While these methods yield swift results, the current conditions were limited, and with so many onlookers present, Qiao Xi could not directly retrieve the necessary instruments from her spatial possession. Hence, she resolved to proceed with conservative treatment. Fortunately, as a prince, Qiao Xi possessed a considerable collection of medicinal herbs. For a mild case like Qiao's, she could concoct a decoction of huangcin, huanglian, huangbo, and ganqiao, or alternatively, extract honeysuckle juice and mix it with brown sugar for administration. Have you identified the poison affecting Qiao? Qiao Xi, already anxious about Qiao's condition, grew even more restless upon seeing Qiao Xi's grave expression and inquired. Yes. It is the snake vine. Fortunately, the poisoning is not severe, and she can still be saved. Qiao Xi replied, her tone devoid of reproach. How shall we treat her? Is there anything I can do? Upon hearing Qiao Xi's assurance of a cure, Qiao Xi felt a weight lift from his heart. Boil the 4 herbs, huangcin, huanglian, huangbo, and ganqiao, for half an hour, then administer it to Qiao. Qiao Xi succinctly stated the prescription without further banter. You are utterly reckless. Merely having glanced at the side consort, you dare to prescribe a remedy? If anything were to happen to her as a result of your prescription, can you bear the responsibility? Before Qiao Xi could respond, Zhang Tai interjected. I can bear it. I have witnessed this prescription effectively counter the snake vine poison before, and I committed it to memory. It is fortunate that it is now applicable. Qiao Xi released Qiao's hand and turned to Zhang Tai, asserting her confidence. Typically, a physician would not guarantee a remedy with such certainty. However, Zhang Tai had been particularly irksome, consistently targeting Qiao Xi. She made this assertion merely to silence him. Moreover, this prescription is indeed effective, otherwise, I would not be engaging in this discussion with you. Do not be deceived by her, Your Highness. In all my years of practice, this is the first I have heard of an antidote for snake vine poison. Are you perhaps afraid of incurring your highness's wrath and thus casually prescribing this remedy? After conversing with Qiao Xi, Zhang Tai resumed his scrutiny of Qiao Xi. You have not heard many things, it is only today that you discovered my medical proficiency. Is it not? If you had a method to treat Bai Shiyu, why did you not act before my arrival? I scrutinized her condition for an extended period and only just devised an antidote when you began casting doubt. So, do you propose that we do nothing and simply await Bai Shiyu's demise? Qiao Xi raised her brow at Zhang Tai, bombarding him with inquiries. Zhang Tai was rendered speechless. Had he possessed a remedy, he would have shared it to gain favor with Qiao Xi. Alas, he did not. And his envy of Qiao Xi compelled him to create trouble. With a mockingly enlightened expression, Qiao Xi addressed Zhang Tai, "Good heavens! Are you perhaps in collusion with the poisoner? Otherwise, why would you so vehemently obstruct my efforts to detoxify her? What benefits have they bestowed upon you?" "I have not." "Do not spread such baseless accusations," Zhang Tai exclaimed in distress. "Are you not going to prepare the items the princess consort requested? The physicians are well compensated." And since Zhang Tai bore no grudge against Bai Shiyu, Qiao Xi dismissed Qiao Xi's remarks and instructed Zhang Tai to gather the necessary materials, providing him an exit. "Yes. I shall attend to it immediately." Seeing that Qiao Xi did not pursue his accountability, Zhang Tai hurried off to procure the herbs. "Can you enlighten me as to how Bai Shiyu came to be poisoned?" Once Zhang Tai was out of sight, Qiao Xi turned to Qiao Xi. "There are two possibilities, either Bai Shiyu mistakenly consumed the snake vine, believing it to be herbal tea, or the servants inadvertently mixed it with the five-fingered peach during its harvest. Alternatively, she may have offended someone, who, in retaliation, poisoned her during her wedding at the palace. Beyond these scenarios, I cannot conceive of other explanations." Initially earnest, Qiao Xi's tone became increasingly whimsical. "Is that so?" Qiao Xi regarded Qiao Xi with a cryptic gaze. "What are you looking at me for? You cannot possibly suspect me? If I truly wished for Bai Shiyu's demise, a single dose of poison would ensure she would not last half an hour. Why would I resort to such a slow-acting venom?" Qiao Xi, exasperated, leapt to her feet. "You certainly possess a high level of confidence in your medical skills," Qiao Xi remarked. "I can manage my medical affairs without your concern, Your Highness," Qiao Xi retorted dismissively. "This is the decoction prepared according to the princess consort's prescription." Just as Qiao Xi finished her sentence, Steward Yao entered with the 3 yellow soup. "Administer it while it is still warm," Qiao Xi instructed Steward Yao. "Understood." After acknowledging her command, Steward Yao handed the medicinal bowl to Qiao Xi's attendant, Qiao Er. "How long will it take effect?" As the hour approached, Qiao Xi grew increasingly anxious. "Approximately the duration of a fragrant stick, her symptoms should begin to alleviate," Qiao Xi replied. "I understand." After responding to Qiao Xi, Qiao Xi fell silent and took a seat. Rejecting the notion of male superiority, Qiao Xi found a nearby stool and sat down as well. Chapter 77, An unexpected turn. After taking the medicine, Bai Shiyu unexpectedly vomited again approximately 10 minutes later. How could this be? Upon witnessing Bai Shiyu's distress, Qiao Xi hurriedly rose and rushed to her side. This should not be happening. She had meticulously crafted the prescription based on Bai Shiyu's symptoms. Why had her condition not improved but rather seemed to worsen? "Are you truly capable of healing?" Qiao Xi questioned with concern, observing Bai Shiyu's worsening state. "Must you cast blame upon me at the first sign of trouble?" Qiao Xi retorted. Feeling flustered as she sought answers, hardly able to address Qiao Xi's accusations. "Your Highness, I suspect that the princess is utterly inept in the art of medicine. Had it not been for your reckless prescription for the concubine Bai, her condition would not have deteriorated. This dose may have severely harmed her. And I implore the prince to prevent the princess from continuing her treatment," Physician Zhang interjected, fanning the flames of discord. "Then why don't you treat her?" Qiao Xi shot a vexed glare at Physician Zhang. "Your Highness appears to be unable to heal the concubine Bai and is preparing to leave me to clean up this mess. I currently have no understanding of her condition, let alone how to proceed with treatment. Are you not putting me at risk?" Physician Zhang hastily rejected the notion. "Since you refuse to treat her, kindly silence yourself," Qiao Xi declared, focusing on taking Bai Shiyu's pulse. Are you capable of handling this? If not, speak now, while the palace gates remain open. I shall summon a physician from the palace, Qiao Xi fretted, akin to an ant on a hot pan. What ails you? As Qiao Xi examined Bai Shiyu, she discovered that the poison had been purged, and Bai Shiyu had opened her eyes. Your Highness. Bai Shiyu disregarded Qiao Xi and called out to Qiao Xi. Shiyu, how do you feel? What troubles you? Qiao Xi quickly leaned closer, his concern evident as he echoed Qiao Xi's inquiry. He had discerned that physician Zhang was merely a troublemaker, lacking the ability to treat ailments. It was only Qiao Xi who possessed the capability to truly heal Bai Shiyu. I just have some abdominal pain, everything else is fine. Bai Shiyu managed to force a smile through her pallor before responding to Qiao Xi. I do not wish for you to suffer. Let Qiao Xi examine you, Qiao Xi suggested, seeking Bai Shiyu's consent. Does she possess any medical knowledge? Bai Shiyu hesitated, recalling their previous conflicts, particularly the altercation during the banquet. Let her give it a try. If it proves ineffective, I will seek a physician from the palace, Qiao Xi encouraged. I will heed the prince's advice, Bai Shiyu conceded, attempting to appear agreeable. Thank you, Your Highness. And concubine Bai, for granting me this opportunity. Qiao Xi initially scoffed, then mockingly remarked, you mentioned you have abdominal pain? Stepping forward, she began to inquire into Bai Shiyu's condition. Yes. In the presence of Qiao Xi, Bai Shiyu felt compelled to cooperate with Qiao Xi, mindful of maintaining her amiable image in order to win Qiao Xi's favor. Is this area painful? Qiao Xi asked as she pressed on Bai Shiyu's abdomen. Not painful. And this area? After shifting her focus, Qiao Xi inquired again. A little. Suspecting appendicitis, Qiao Xi placed her hand on the lower right side of Bai Shiyu's abdomen and asked, what about here? It hurts. Bai Shiyu wondered if Qiao Xi was retaliating against her, but lacking evidence, she could only admit that the pressure indeed elicited pain. Oh, I understand now. I have already administered the antidote for the poisonous plant, and the toxin has been neutralized. However, due to issues within your intestines, the antidote has inadvertently provoked them. Which is why you are experiencing nausea. Bai Shiyu likely suffered from appendicitis, but further examination was necessary for a definitive diagnosis. To soothe Bai Shiyu's anxiety, she reframed her explanation, ensuring that Qiao Xi could overhear without needing to turn her head to reiterate her words. And how shall this be treated? Bai Shiyu, wincing in pain, asked Qiao Xi with great difficulty. Chapter 78, Easier said than done. Do not rush, I am not yet fully acquainted with your condition. I must conduct an examination first before prescribing an appropriate treatment. For the moment, Qiao Xi set aside her prejudices against Bai Shiyu and approached her as a patient, patiently guiding her. How long will this take? If this drags on, will I die? Bai Shiyu had not anticipated that treating an illness would be so complicated. She had assumed a simple dose of medicine would suffice. That is unlikely. I see some improvement in your condition compared to earlier. For today, rest is essential. I will return tomorrow after considering your case further. Rest assured, I will commence your treatment as swiftly as possible. Qiao Xi refrained from elaborating on the complexities of the treatment, merely addressing Bai Shiyu's concerns. Appendicitis is a condition that not only requires meticulous examination but is also challenging to treat. Qiao Xi needed to prepare all necessary resources before she could begin treating Bai Shiyu. All right. Remarkably, Bai Shiyu did not protest or demand immediate treatment but accepted Qiao Xi's plan with a calm demeanor. There's nothing more to be done, I shall take my leave. Without exchanging further words with Qiao Xi, Qiao Xi departed after uttering this statement. In the absence of modern instruments, she had to rely on methods acceptable to the people of her era to treat Bai Shiyu, so she returned directly to the Qingyu pavilion. Miss, are you well? Did the prince trouble you? Upon witnessing Qiao Xi being taken away, Sumu anxiously paced within the Qingyu pavilion. She had not expected to see Qiao Xi upon turning around, and once her senses returned, she hurried over to ask with concern. I am fine. The one in trouble is Bai Shiyu, her condition is rather troublesome. It was only after sitting down that Qiao Xi began conversing with Sumu. What? What shall we do? Are you going to treat her? Sumu was taken aback. Qiao Xi sighed before responding, to be honest, I am not particularly eager to treat Bai Shiyu, but as a physician, I cannot simply stand by and watch her suffer. Very well, I shall proceed with the treatment. But Bai Shiyu has bullied you so much before, are you truly going to help her? It seems there is no benefit to you in this matter. If you succeed, all will be well, but if you fail, the prince might demand your life in return. Sumu remained worried. I have considered what you said. However, the situation is not as dire as it seems. I am confident in my medical skills and shall ensure that Chuchi finds no fault with my work. Noticing Sumu's concern, Qiao Xi hurriedly offered reassurance. That won't do, I still cannot rest easy. Perhaps you should speak with the prince and explain that your skills are insufficient, and since Bai Shiyu's illness is complex, you fear you might not heal her, let the prince summon the imperial physician instead? Sumu suggested. It is too late. I already made a promise to Chuchi when I left Yongfu Pavilion. If I were to say such things now, how would the people in this household view me? If someone else cures Bai Shiyu, Chuchi would certainly deem me useless and would no longer allow me to serve as the princess. When that day comes, do you think there will be any place for us in the Wangfu? Life would undoubtedly become more difficult than before. Would you prefer to return to the days of hunger and relentless labor? Qiao Xi had no choice but to exaggerate the situation to dissuade Sumu from trying to prevent her from treating Bai Shiyu. Sumu was at a loss for words. She did not wish to return to a life of hardship. But if the current comfort of their lives came at the cost of Qiao Xi's life, she would choose to endure the struggles of the past. Trust me. I will certainly cure Bai Shiyu. You have been busy for several hours, you should rest now. Qiao Xi sought an excuse to send Sumu away. Sumu, still wishing to persuade Qiao Xi further, replied, I am not weary. Miss, please heed my advice and do not treat Bai Shiyu. I must proceed. This matter is non-negotiable. You may not be tired, but I am, and I shall rest now. Qiao Xi had her own plans and did not wish to continue explaining to Sumu. After stating this, she lay down on the bed. Then I shall not disturb your rest. Realizing she could not sway Qiao Xi, Sumu reluctantly left the Qingyu pavilion. Sigh. After Sumu departed, Qiao Xi sighed as she lay on the bed, contemplating the task of treating Bai Shiyu. Appendicitis can easily be confused with various other ailments, such as right lower lobe pneumonia, pleurisy, acute Meckel's diverticulitis, localized ileitis, and acute perforation of ulcers. To accurately diagnose Bai Shiyu's illness, a series of examinations and comprehensive evaluations are necessary to prevent misdiagnosis and mistreatment. The simplest method is a routine blood test. If Bai Shiyu indeed has appendicitis, her white blood cell count would be elevated, allowing for a preliminary diagnosis through the blood test. If any anomalies are detected, further examinations can then be conducted. However, while this may sound straightforward, the execution proves to be rather challenging. When collecting blood from Bai Shiyu, Qiao Xi must carefully consider the dosage of anticoagulants. If the anticoagulant is not adequately mixed, the cells will not unfold properly, directly affecting the test results. The people of ancient times were unaware of these complexities. So she must undertake this task alone, with no assistance available, which left Qiao Xi feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 79. It was not that she was incapable of performing the task, but rather that the procedure involved an excessive number of steps. Observing Bai Shiyu's demeanor, it was highly likely that surgery would be necessary. Qiao Xi was uncertain about Bai Shiyu's physical condition and whether there might be complications. Never mind. There was no point in dwelling on it. The decision had already been made, and now she had no choice but to proceed with determination. At dawn, she would attend to Bai Shiyu's ailment, the sooner the better. The more she contemplated, the more her head throbbed, prompting her to resolve to cease her worrying. After a quiet soliloquy, she finally surrendered to slumber. The following day, at Qingyu Pavilion. Miss, why are you still asleep? The prince has sent someone to find you. Sumu exclaimed, entering Qingyu Pavilion with a basin of water. Spotting Qiao Xi still nestled in bed, she hastily set down the basin and rushed to her side. What time is it? Qiao Xi mumbled, still drowsy, wishing for more rest. It is already the hour of C. Sumu replied, her urgency palpable. What? Upon hearing Sumu's response, Qiao Xi sprang from her bed. In ancient times, the hour of C was approximately equivalent to 10 o'clock in modern times. She still needed to examine Bai Shiyu, and waking up so late was indeed problematic. Miss, please hurry with your grooming. The prince's messenger is urging us. Bai Yan is waiting outside. Sumu urged as Qiao Xi hurriedly slipped on her shoes. All right. With a hasty swipe at her face, Qiao Xi grasped her small cloth bag and prepared to dash out. Miss, you haven't eaten anything yet. Sumu called out in alarm. At this hour? What is there to eat? I need to see Bai Xiyu quickly. Without turning back, Qiao Xi tossed the words over her shoulder as she exited the chamber. Princess. Upon seeing Qiao Xi emerge, Bai Yan, who had been waiting in the hall, called out to her. No need for words, let us go. Qiao Xi interjected, aware of what Bai Yan intended to say, and continued on. Understood. Bai Yan replied and promptly followed her towards Yongfu Pavilion. Yongfu Pavilion. You have finally arrived. Upon seeing Qiao Xi, Chu Qi remarked with a hint of indifference. Ignoring him, Qiao Xi simply acknowledged with a nonchalant and prepared to enter the room. Wait. You said you would come to treat Qiyu, yet you carry nothing with you? Chu Qi observed her empty hands with curiosity. I have everything I need. Now, please step aside. Qiao Xi shook her bag in response. Chu Qi fell silent, quietly moving aside to allow her passage. Unwilling to delay the treatment further. How are you feeling? Is there still pain in your lower abdomen? Qiao Xi inquired directly upon entering Bai Shiyu's presence. A little. Bai Shiyu cooperatively replied. Good, I understand. Extend your hand, I need to conduct a blood test first. Let me clarify, I will draw blood, and it may sting slightly. But you must endure it. Qiao Xi elucidated, not wanting Bai Shiyu to cry out during the examination, particularly to avoid provoking Chu Qi. What does drawing blood entail? Bai Shiyu asked, her curiosity piqued. It involves using a tool to extract blood from your body. Now, enough questions, extend your hand. Qiao Xi explained briefly, urging Bai Shiyu to comply as she did not wish to waste time in explanations, given that other tasks awaited. Seeing Qiao Xi's insistence, Bai Shiyu obediently extended her arm. Qiao Xi disinfected Bai Shiyu's vein with alcohol, applied a tourniquet to her arm, and then used a disposable vacuum blood collection device to puncture the vein, allowing the blood to flow into the collection tube. Once enough blood had been gathered, Qiao Xi released the tourniquet, withdrew the needle from Bai Shiyu's vein, and handed her a cotton ball. Press here, after a moment, if you see no blood. You can release it. Is this all? How will my illness be treated? Bai Shiyu asked, pressing the cotton ball against her vein. Patience, please. I must first analyze your blood composition before proceeding with treatment. It will take about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, so do not fret. As she spoke, Qiao Xi moved behind a screen and entered a space within her mind, where she began to analyze Bai Shiyu's blood using a blood test analyzer. The results of this examination would take at least 15 minutes to materialize, so Qiao Xi chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she sought the necessary instruments for an appendectomy. To accurately ascertain Bai Shiyu's condition, many more tests would typically be required, such as ultrasonography or a CT scan for the appendix. However, if Qiao Xi were to extract all these instruments from her space at once, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, as such devices were non-existent in ancient times. Fortunately, her extensive experience, combined with her observations of Bai Shiyu from the previous day and the results of the blood test, led her to reasonably conclude that Bai Shiyu was suffering from acute appendicitis. Thus, she took advantage of this interval to prepare her tools. Yet, there was one matter she had neglected to address the previous evening. She should have informed Bai Shiyu to refrain from food and water. Now, it was too late to mention it, and the surgery would have to be scheduled for the following morning. Chapter 80, Preoperative Preparation. Have my results not come out yet? In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Bai Shiyu had grown anxious and asked Qiao Xi. I'll check, it should be ready soon. Qiao Xi's thoughts were disrupted by Bai Shiyu's question. After acknowledging her concern, she went to look for Bai Shiyu's examination results. Your condition is somewhat complicated. I will inform Chu Qi, and we will commence treatment shortly. I must tell you that once the treatment is complete, you will need to be mentally prepared to rest in bed for a few days without getting up. Initially, Qiao Xi had planned to perform the surgery on Bai Shiyu the following day, but upon reviewing her test results, she realized that the surgery needed to be expedited. Bai Shiyu's condition could not be delayed any longer. Is it that serious? Bai Shiyu responded with surprise, her voice laced with an undercurrent of fear. I made this decision for your well-being. It is better to address the issue sooner rather than later. You need not feel pressured, everything will be fine. Qiao Xi began to comfort Bai Shiyu. Well, I understand. Despite her hesitation, Bai Shiyu recognized the gravity of her situation and resolved to follow Qiao Xi's advice. Rest for a moment, I will return shortly. Qiao Xi needed to explain the situation to Chu Qi and discreetly retrieve some items from her space. So she sought an excuse to leave. Okay. Bai Shiyu nodded. Without further conversation, Qiao Xi exited Yongfu Pavilion. Has Shiyu's illness been resolved? The moment Chu Qi laid eyes on Qiao Xi, he inquired about Bai Shiyu's condition. How could it be so quick? I left something at Qingyu Pavilion. Wait here while I retrieve it, and I will immediately attend to Bai Shiyu. Qiao Xi did not elaborate further, merely stating her need to return to Qingyu Pavilion. How can you forget something while treating someone? If you need something, I can send someone to fetch it, and you can stay here with Shiyu. Although Chu Qi did not outright refuse, his tone implied that he wished to prevent Qiao Xi from leaving. The items I need are medications. And your people may not recognize them. If they fetch the wrong items, it could further delay the process. I can manage on my own. Qiao Xi declined Chu Qi's offer. Let Bai Yan accompany you. If you have too many items, he can help carry some. Chu Qi suggested. That's unnecessary. They are all lightweight. I can handle it myself. You just need to wait here, and I will return shortly to treat Bai Shiyu. You needn't worry. Qiao Xi was adamant, determined to keep her possession of the medical space a secret. Very well, I shall not waste more words. Hurry back. Chu Qi believed Qiao Xi would not disappear without returning and, feeling that further discussion would only waste time, he acquiesced to her request. With a simple acknowledgement, Qiao Xi turned and departed. Without delving into the myriad surgical tools required for an appendectomy, the sanitation protocols alone were numerous. Qiao Xi realized she lacked several essential items and hurriedly made her way toward Qingyu Pavilion. As she passed through the garden of the royal residence, she noticed the tranquility of the surroundings and, upon confirming her solitude, decided against returning to Qingyu Pavilion. Instead, she sought a discreet location to retrieve her surgical instruments. She entered a cave beside an artificial mountain, and with a mere thought, she accessed her space. Within moments, she located her surgical toolkit, which contained most of her necessary instruments. After securing the toolkit, Qiao Xi also retrieved ruminant, which alleviates patients' anxiety, and an anesthetic, as anesthesia would be essential for the surgery. Appendectomies can be performed under either general or local anesthesia. However, for minimally invasive laparoscopic appendectomies, general anesthesia is typically employed, utilizing a combination of respiratory and intravenous anesthetics. And the procedure can be completed in about an hour. Considering she would be performing surgery on Bai Shiyu, Qiao Xi believed local anesthesia would induce fear. Although Bai Shiyu would not see the entire procedure, Qiao Xi worried that her distress might lead to misunderstandings, so she resolved to administer general anesthesia instead. To mitigate secretions from the throat and prevent obstruction of Bai Shiyu's airway, Qiao Xi also prepared to inject 6542 into Bai Shiyu's muscles. Additionally, there was one crucial detail Qiao Xi had not disclosed to Bai Shiyu: she would need to remove any body hair from the surgical site to prevent postoperative infection. Knowing Bai Shiyu would likely be uncomfortable with this, Qiao Xi chose to keep it to herself, planning to address it only after the surgery was complete and Bai Shiyu had calmed down. With most of the necessary items prepared, alongside the medications she had previously gathered, Qiao Xi felt ready to proceed with Bai Shiyu's surgery. After 20 minutes had elapsed, she returned to consciousness and, carrying the bulging fabric pouch, made her way back to Yongfu Pavilion. Have you prepared everything needed for the treatment? Don't delay and then claim you need something else, wasting time for Shiyu. Chu Qi remarked as he spotted Qiao Xi approaching. You need not concern yourself with the completeness of my supplies. As long as I do not inadvertently cause Bai Shiyu's demise, I shall manage. If she cannot rise from her bed, I will gladly serve her for the rest of her life. Qiao Xi shot Chu Qi a glare, purposely uttering provocative words. Do you think my grand estate requires your service? If you fail to treat her, be prepared for your father to come collect your remains. Chu Qi expressed both worry and anger, threatening Qiao Xi. Is that all you can do? If you truly wish to ensure Bai Shiyu's survival, step aside and do not waste my time. Qiao Xi retorted without reservation. Humph. Bai Shiyu's fate rested in Qiao Xi's hands. So Chu Qi refrained from using his previous demeanor and dared not argue. He swallowed his fury and stepped aside with a huff. Qiao Xi paid him no mind and proceeded into Yongfu Pavilion. You're back? Bai Shiyu seemed to forget any prior tension between them, inquiring with genuine concern upon seeing Qiao Xi's return. In truth, her only desire was to survive. Yes. Do you need to relieve yourself? If so, we can begin treatment as soon as you return. Qiao Xi confirmed and then asked Bai Shiyu if she needed to use the restroom. We are both women, there is no need for embarrassment. If you need to go, do so. Qiao Xi noted Bai Shiyu's reaction and recognized her urgency, opting not to press further. I will return promptly. Bai Shiyu's face flushed crimson, and after speaking, she hurriedly exited. Chapter 81, Endure the pain yourself. Fine. Qiao Xi responded to Bai Shiyu. Observing that Bai Shiyu and Qiao had left the room, and finding herself alone, she began to arrange her surgical instruments, preparing for the operation as soon as Bai Shiyu returned. Do you have any other matters to attend to? About 10 minutes later, Bai Shiyu returned with Qiao. Upon seeing her, Qiao Xi inquired, Are you ready? No, you may treat me now. Aside from answering Qiao Xi's question, Bai Shiyu remained silent. Please lie down on the bed, Qiao Xi instructed. Will the surgery hurt? Bai Shiyu expressed her concern. Before we commence, I will administer anesthesia. So you will not feel any pain. You will essentially awaken to find the procedure completed. To ease Bai Shiyu's worries, Qiao Xi provided a brief explanation. Bai Shiyu, lacking understanding of these matters, simply nodded obediently. While Bai Shiyu was out, Qiao Xi had prepared the surgical scalpel, so after their conversation, she merely retrieved the anesthesia and antibiotics from her bag, ready to proceed with the operation. Qiao Xi first shaved Bai Shiyu's abdominal hair and disinfected her belly with alcohol before injecting the anesthesia. Typically, doctors opt for a McBurney incision in the lower right abdomen, and Qiao Xi was no exception. Estimating that the anesthesia had taken effect, she made an incision in Bai Shiyu's abdomen. Once the incision was made, she began the search for the appendix. In most patients, the appendix is easily found beneath the incision, yet after searching for some time, Qiao Xi could not locate Bai Shiyu's appendix. After a moment's contemplation, she altered her approach, tracing along the colon to the tip of the cecum, where she unexpectedly discovered the appendix. Upon locating the appendix, Qiao Xi elevated it, performed clamping in sections, and proceeded to sever and ligate it. To prevent postoperative bleeding, she secured the mesentery firmly. Once the ligation was completed, she began to address the base of the appendix, cutting it off 5 mm from the cecum, and performed a pouching technique. Qiao Xi then cleansed the contaminated abdominal cavity before finally suturing the incision with needle and fish line. Seeing that Bai Shiyu showed no complications and that a drainage tube was unnecessary, Qiao Xi felt a sense of relief. She sprinkled some penicillin over the wound to prevent infection before covering it with gauze. Although the procedure appeared straightforward, it was indeed quite taxing on both energy and the body. After completing all tasks, Qiao Xi wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat down to rest after organizing her surgical tools. Your Highness, when will Lady Bai awaken? In the room. Aside from Bai Shiyu and Qiao Xi, only Qiao remained, uncertain about the situation. Sensing that Qiao Xi had settled down, she tentatively asked after serving her a glass of water. Thank you. There's no precise time, it depends on Bai Shiyu's condition. If she is robust, she may awaken in about half an hour. If she is frail, it could take an hour. Qiao Xi, unfamiliar with Bai Shiyu's constitution, offered this time frame merely as a reference, not knowing the specifics. Understood, thank you for treating my lady, Qiao expressed, appearing to possess a better grasp of the situation than Bai Shiyu. It's no trouble. A healer's compassion is paramount. Despite the conflicts between myself and your lady, a life is at stake, and I could not simply stand by. Qiao Xi waved her hand dismissively, rationalizing her actions. Water before Qiao could respond, Bai Shiyu stirred, groggily calling out for water. Do not worry, my lady, I will fetch it immediately. Upon hearing Bai Shiyu's plea, Qiao hurriedly bowed to Qiao Xi before rushing to fetch water for her. Ah. Qiao Xi had not anticipated that Bai Shiyu, appearing so delicate, would have such a strong constitution, awakening so swiftly. However, she dismissed the thought, as her sole purpose was to treat Bai Shiyu. Other matters were irrelevant to her. Is Shiyu awake? During the procedure, Qi had refrained from entering, remaining outside for an unknown duration. Upon hearing Bai Shiyu's voice, he hurried inside. Did you not hear her speak? Qiao Xi felt irritated at Qi's presence and did not bother to mask her tone. Considering you've worked hard for half a day and just completed Shiyu's treatment, I shall overlook this minor matter. Perhaps Qi spoke sincerely. For after Qiao Xi's retort, he did not display any anger. Qiao Xi chose not to engage further with Qi. His words implied that her efforts to save Bai Shiyu were intended to foster closeness between them. Prince upon seeing Qi converse with Qiao Xi, Bai Shiyu hastily called out to him, attempting to draw his attention, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was Qiao Xi who had saved her. It was likely that the effects of the anesthesia had not yet worn off, as she felt no pain. Otherwise, she would not have had the strength to act so animatedly. How do you feel? Qi approached her side with urgency upon hearing her call. Thanks to the princess, I feel much better. Bai Shiyu managed a faint smile amidst her pallor. Hearing Bai Shiyu's words, Qiao Xi couldn't help but scoff. It was unclear what this woman was thinking. Even at such a moment, she still sought to entangle herself with Qiao Xi. The news of her treating Bai Shiyu had already spread throughout the palace, yet now, she deliberately mentioned it before Qi, clearly aiming to implicate Qiao Xi. As the one responsible for her treatment, Qiao Xi became the primary suspect should anything go awry with Bai Shiyu. Qi would undoubtedly seek her out first, potentially demanding her life. If anything were to happen to her as the legitimate wife, Bai Shiyu would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ascend. One must admit that Bai Shiyu was quite adept at playing her cards. However, Bai Shiyu's elation seemed premature. Qiao Xi had initially thought that once the effects of the anesthesia faded, Bai Shiyu would be in excruciating pain after her appendectomy, and she had prepared to offer her pain relief. Now, she decided against it. Bai Shiyu could endure the pain herself. Rest now, you've just been treated. Noticing Bai Shiyu attempting to rise, Qi firmly pressed her shoulder down, urging her to lie back down. Bai Shiyu's pale complexion indicated that she was far from well. After all, she had just undergone surgery. How could she possibly recover so swiftly? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Bai Shiyu feigned obedience, speaking as she settled back onto the bed. Chapter 82, Silence is Golden Weight. Just as Bai Shiyu was about to lie back down, Qiao Xi suddenly called out to her. Huh? What's the matter? Bai Shiyu looked puzzled. What are you doing? She is ill and needs her rest, don't you understand? Why are you making her get up? Qi, believing Qiao Xi was inquiring about Bai Shiyu, reprimanded her with dissatisfaction. Silence if you do not comprehend. Would I endanger the patient I have painstakingly saved? Her condition requires more than mere rest. Appropriate movement will aid her recovery. Qiao Xi was more displeased than Qi, wishing to slap him and send him far away. Stop your nonsense. I have seen countless physicians diagnose ailments, yet never have I encountered one who claimed that walking aids recovery. Qi dismissed Qiao Xi's assertions. Your disbelief is of no consequence. Bai Shiyu is my patient, and she shall follow my directives. Step aside. Qiao Xi insisted. Step aside? This is my royal residence. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Qi responded incredulously, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. And what of your royal residence? I possess both medical knowledge and the ability to administer poison. If you wish to avoid regressing to a state of immobility, comply with my instructions at once. Make way. Without desiring to engage in further explanation with Qi, Qiao Xi resorted to threats. You. Qi, infuriated yet unwilling to experience that sense of helplessness again, merely pointed a finger at Qiao Xi. It seems you are quite aware of the value of your own life. If you wish to avoid becoming a useless prince once more, then step aside. I need to assist Bai Shiyu in walking. Qiao Xi retorted coldly, throwing a mocking glance at Qi. Let us heed the princess's advice, my lord, you should cease this quarrel with her. I am fine, Bai Shiyu interjected, attempting to ease the tension, noticing Qi's discomfort. Did you hear that? Even Bai Shiyu says she needs to get up and walk, you should step aside. After uttering this, Qiao Xi ignored Chu Qi and approached Bai Shiyu's bedside. May I ask, Your Highness, why must my illness be treated in this manner? Bai Shiyu inquired curiously, having never encountered such treatment before. The reasons behind discomfort vary for each individual. Your ailment is related to the gastrointestinal tract. After surgery, getting up and moving will not only promote the restoration of your digestive functions, allowing you to dine comfortably, but will also effectively prevent adhesions in your intestines, which will ultimately benefit you. Rest assured. Given Bai Shiyu's status as a patient, Qiao Xi explained patiently, unlike her tone with Chu Qi. Oh, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. To Qiao Xi's surprise, Bai Shiyu expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks, you should reserve it. Qiao Xi sought to minimize her association with Bai Shiyu, swiftly halting the gesture of gratitude. This. Bai Shiyu stood awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed. She has truly taken on the role of a princess. Chu Qi remarked, finding Qiao Xi's behavior rather ungrateful. It was not I who instructed her to bow. Did you not see me stop her? Qiao Xi found Chu Qi's ignorance exasperating, as he consistently flaunted his princely status without understanding anything. Come here. I have matters to discuss. Preferring to avoid Chu Qi, Qiao Xi decided to leave Yongfu Pavilion but paused upon remembering Bai Shiyu. After all, she was the one who had treated her, and it would be unwise to abandon her efforts. Randomly selecting a palace maid, she prepared to relay the post-operative care instructions to Bai Shiyu. Chapter 83, commencing the investigation into the poisoning incident. Seeing Qiao Xi appear somewhat irate, the maid who had been accused, fearful of potential punishment, hurriedly approached her and bowed. It was now widely acknowledged that the princess had undergone significant changes and wielded considerable influence within the estate, making it unwise for her to ignore the situation. Bai Shiyu's dietary needs required adjustment. Her meals should primarily consist of liquids and semi-liquids, such as rice porridge and noodles. As for her wounds, the dressings should be changed every 2 days. I shall send someone with the medicine shortly. Please inform me immediately should Bai Shiyu's condition change. Is there anything else? Your Highness? If not, I shall take my leave. After relaying this to the maid, Qiao Xi turned to Chu Qi and inquired, preparing to depart. Stop right there. You are responsible for treating Shiyu, hence you must oversee her recovery. I tell you, until she is fully healed, you are to visit her daily. Should any issues arise, I will hold you accountable. Chu Qi vehemently opposed Qiao Xi's earlier remarks. Huh? Have you lost your mind? It is already a feat for me to tolerate treating Bai Shiyu. You expect me to attend to her until she is completely well? Such an outrageous demand is simply ludicrous. I am a physician, not a nurse. I cannot undertake such responsibilities. Farewell. Qiao Xi regarded Chu Qi with incredulity, barely suppressing the urge to suggest he undergo a brain scan. Choosing not to engage in further futile conversation, she articulated her point and left without hesitation. Your Highness, this. Bai Yan expressed surprise, noting how Qiao Xi's retorts had become increasingly sharp, often provoking the ire of the prince. Have Qiao Xi come to change Shiyu's dressings tomorrow at dawn? Chu Qi did not respond to Bai Yan's comment but issued this directive instead. Yes. Bai Yan hesitated, sensing that Qiao Xi would likely refuse, yet he dared not contradict Chu Qi in front of so many witnesses, thus he acquiesced reluctantly. After conversing with Bai Yan, Chu Qi turned back to Bai Shiyu, saying, Shiyu, you have just awakened, you must rest more. I shall not disturb you further. Simply send for me if you need anything. I am grateful for your Highness's concern. Are you leaving to find the princess? Bai Shiyu's voice dwindled. What business do I have with her? Although you have evaded danger, I shall not allow the one who poisoned you to escape unpunished. I am departing to track down the culprit, do not overthink it. Chu Qi remained patient, explaining his intentions to Bai Shiyu without irritation. Your Highness, please take care of yourself while investigating the assailant. Hearing Chu Qi's explanation, Bai Shiyu's anxious heart finally settled, although Qiao Xi had saved her. She did not wish for any intersection between Chu Qi and Qiao Xi. I understand, you should rest well. I shall return to see you at dinner. Chu Qi smiled at Bai Shiyu. Bai Shiyu nodded obediently. Damn it, this is infuriating. That fool Chu Qi expects me to nurse Bai Shiyu back to health until she fully recovers? What an absurd dream. Qiao Xi vented her frustrations while exiting the Yongfu Pavilion. Were it not for her desire to properly deal with Bai Shiyu, she would not have gone to such lengths to treat her. It was utterly unexpected for Qiao Xi to make such a ridiculous demand. Ouch. In her fury, Qiao Xi had not been paying attention to her surroundings and unexpectedly collided with someone who was equally distracted. What is wrong with you? You walk without looking. And dare to bump into the princess. Her anger intensified. Without noticing who it was, Qiao Xi began to scold. Miss, are you not treating Bai Shiyu? Why are you here? The person opposite her, upon hearing Qiao Xi's voice, was not offended but rather surprised. It was Sumu. I just finished examining her and was heading back to the Qingyu pavilion. Why are you not staying there? Curious about Sumu's presence, Qiao Xi explained her situation and then inquired. Miss, did you not hear any news upon leaving Yongfu Pavilion? The prince has ordered a thorough investigation into Bai Shiyu's poisoning and commanded all servants to report to Huayu Hall for questioning. Sumu was taken aback. She had assumed her mistress was already aware of the situation. However, she said nothing further, merely clarifying for Qiao Xi. Humph. He certainly knows how to cherish a delicate flower, why did he not act sooner? Let us go. Qiao Xi commented dismissively before indicating her intention to leave. Go. Where? Sumu was puzzled by Qiao Xi's statement. To Huayu Hall, of course. Since Qiao Xi is conducting the investigation, I might as well accompany you to see what unfolds. Qiao Xi saw no issue with her reasoning and naturally explained herself to Sumu. Very well. Sumu nodded, leading Qiao Xi towards Huayu Hall. As Qiao Xi and Sumu entered Huayu Hall, they observed a throng of trembling servants kneeling in the courtyard, while Qiao Xi sat imposing in a chair, already beginning the interrogations. Servant Sumu pays her respects to your highness. Seeing the scene unfold, Sumu panicked and hurriedly knelt at Qiao Xi's feet. What brings you here? Qiao Xi paid no mind to the young maid but addressed those behind her instead. What do you think? You are interrogating my maid, should I not come to see? Qiao Xi retorted. What? Are you implying that I might unjustly accuse Sumu? I find it hard to believe you are not involved in this matter. Qiao Xi raised an eyebrow at Qiao Xi. Why not just say that I am the one who poisoned Bai Shiyu? Is it to showcase your prowess before me? Qiao Xi directly articulated Qiao Xi's thoughts. That is merely your conjecture, I have made no such claim. Qiao Xi countered. Is that so? I wonder who it was that questioned me about administering poison to Bai Shiyu prior to her treatment. Why not ask me again now? Is it because you find my presence useful and wish to avoid clarity? Qiao Xi unleashed a barrage of inquiries. If you truly have no business here, return to your Qingyu pavilion and do not waste my time. It seemed Qiao Xi was taken aback by her insights, as he ceased to argue further with Qiao Xi and instead urged her to leave. If you want me to go, I must take Sumu with me. What if the other servants pin the blame on her in my absence? Qiao Xi smiled at Qiao Xi. That is impossible. Qiao Xi firmly rejected her request. In that case, I shall remain here until you finish your questioning. No longer wishing to debate with Qiao Xi, Qiao Xi simply sat down on a nearby chair. Pulling Sumu up with her, she would not allow her maid to kneel indefinitely. Chapter 84, Qiao Xi takes action. Housekeeper Yao. Take a few people and search the servants' quarters for anything suspicious, ordered Qiao Xi, without further conversation with Qiao Xi. Understood. Housekeeper Yao responded promptly, gesturing for several individuals to accompany him. While Housekeeper Yao is still gathering evidence, if any of you step forward and admit to poisoning Lady Bai, I might consider leniency. However, if he returns with proof, it will be too late for your pleas. At that point, do not blame me for being harsh. Qiao Xi continued, revealing his strategy to unsettle them. Who among them would dare to poison Lady Bai, knowing how much it would infuriate the prince? It was madness to oppose him, especially when their lives hung in the balance. I believe it would be wiser for the culprit to confess now, rather than face the consequences when caught red-handed. One servant murmured, voicing the unease that had begun to permeate the room. As Qiao Xi's words lingered, a few servants began to whisper among themselves, while others remained silent, too frightened to speak. Your approach to interrogation seems flawed, Qiao Xi interjected, unimpressed with Qiao Xi's method. How I conduct my inquiries is none of your concern. Qiao Xi retorted, visibly displeased at being questioned in front of so many witnesses. If it weren't for time constraints, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. I wish to take Sumu back to Qingyu Pavilion as soon as possible, Qiao Xi shot back defiantly. You needn't be so combative. Tell me. Can you ascertain that the person who poisoned Bai Shiyu has yet to leave the palace? Qiao Xi pressed, eager to get to the crux of the matter. Do not underestimate my capabilities. The moment I learned of Shiyu's poisoning, I instructed Bai Yan to seal off the entire palace. No one can escape, not even a fly. Chu Qi answered confidently. That simplifies matters, Qiao Xi remarked, turning to Bai Yan. Fetch a small wooden box. Yes. Though unsure of her intentions. Bai Yan recognized that she was assisting Chu Qi and complied without hesitation. You truly act as though you are the princess, commanding my people with such ease. Chu Qi mocked, unable to contain his irritation at her authority. You are quite blind. Even Bai Yan understands I'm aiding you, yet you remain oblivious and continue to complain. Qiao Xi shot him a pointed look. Should I then express my gratitude? Chu Qi replied sarcastically. Let's skip the formalities, I cannot bear such praise. Qiao Xi dismissed him. Her impatience stemming from her desire to leave with Sumu. What do you need the box for? Chu Qi inquired, curious despite his earlier disdain. Beg me. And I shall share, she teased, bemused by his lack of understanding. How could he question her intentions before an audience, jeopardizing her investigation? Speak if you wish. Chu Qi huffed, clearly annoyed. Your Highness, here is the box you requested, Bai Yan announced, arriving with the box in hand and offering it to Qiao Xi. Excellent. Follow me, I shall explain how to utilize the box. Unlike her tone with Chu Qi, Qiao Xi spoke to Bai Yan with calm assurance. Very well. Bai Yan retrieved the box and trailed behind her toward the side hall. Close the door, Qiao Xi instructed as they entered. Wait. Just as Bai Yan was about to shut the door, Chu Qi appeared in the doorway. Did you not claim disinterest? Why are you here? Qiao Xi challenged him. The entire palace belongs to me, I can go wherever I please without seeking your permission, Chu Qi countered, taking a seat. With a dismissive huff. Qiao Xi chose to ignore him. Your Highness, you may now disclose the purpose of the box to your subordinates, Bai Yan suggested once the door was secured. There is ink here, pour it into the box. Then, allow the servants to enter one by one, instructing each to dip their hands into the box without speaking. Before exiting. Once they have all participated, I will reveal the identity of the culprit. At that point, Your Highness can conduct a thorough interrogation, lest we waste more time. After explaining the plan, Qiao Xi couldn't resist a jab at Chu Qi's ineptitude. Very well. Although Bai Yan was puzzled by her confidence, he complied. I shall take my leave now, bring the box out once you've finished. With that, Qiao Xi disregarded Chu Qi and exited. By order of the prince. You are to proceed to the side hall for individual questioning, she announced upon returning to her previous position. What is the prince planning? Why must we face interrogation one by one? What if someone falsely accuses me? A servant voiced his apprehension. Indeed. I have a family to care for. I cannot be wrongfully accused. Another chimed in, expressing their concerns about the situation. Alas, we cannot defy the prince, we must comply with his orders, someone finally reasoned. Acknowledging the inevitable. Once silence returned, a brave servant stepped forward, declaring his willingness to be the first to enter. I trust in justice, I have nothing to hide. So I shall go. Encouraged another, emboldened by the first volunteer. Very well, you two may go first. After they exit, the rest will enter in order, Qiao Xi organized. Ensuring the process remained orderly. Understood. Recognizing Qiao Xi's authority, the servants complied without protest, following her instructions. Chapter 85, What a joke! 20 minutes later. Bai Yan emerged with a box in his arms and addressed Qiao Xi, Greetings, princess. All the servants have been tested, please identify the culprit. He began with a question, was there anyone whose demeanor appeared unnatural when placing their hand in the box? Qiao Xi refrained from directly naming the suspect and instead posed two questions to him. Indeed, there was one. That person hesitated for quite some time before placing their hand inside. I sensed something amiss, yet I recalled your earlier instruction not to speak, so I ignored it. After he placed his hand in, I allowed him to exit. May I ask, princess, what is the purpose of your inquiry? Do you suspect that individual? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yan responded to Qiao Xi's question. Yes. He is indeed suspicious, otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated. You may apprehend him now. He is the one who poisoned Bai Shiyu. Qiao Xi asserted with confidence. On what grounds do you accuse me of poisoning the consort? The individual in question, surprisingly, confronted her before Bai Yan could take action. My claim is substantiated by evidence. Look at your hand, is it not conspicuously different from others? Qiao Xi retorted. The accused hesitated upon hearing her words. Noticing his reluctance to act, Qiao Xi pressed him further. What is it? Are you afraid? Where has your earlier bravado gone? Princess, do not speak so assuredly, it is merely extending a hand. What is there to fear? The servant shot back defiantly while extending his hand, fully aware that any sign of retreat would arouse suspicion. I maintain that you poisoned her, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Bai Yan, hurry and apprehend him. Qiao Xi commanded, casting a glance at the individual before instructing Bai Yan. Seeing Qiao Xi's serious demeanor, Bai Yan gestured to the nearby servants to seize him. You are wronging me. I cannot believe a fool like you could solve such a significant case. The accused panicked as he noticed someone approaching him. Wronging you? Let others see how suspiciously clean your hands are. Qiao Xi bypassed unnecessary banter and got straight to the point. Ah? Now that you mention it. How is it that his hands are cleaner than ours? Indeed, I have ink stains on my hands, whereas his are pristine. How can that be? Others began to examine their own hands, initiating hushed discussions upon realizing the discrepancy. What of it if my hands are clean? Does that prove I poisoned the consort? The accused continued to protest, unwilling to concede. Enough. I instructed Bai Yan to have you touch the box to discern who might be guilty. If you were innocent, you would have boldly placed your hand inside. Yet, if you poisoned Bai Shiyu, you would hesitate, contemplating what might be inside. You dared not refuse to place your hand in front of Bai Yan, fearing immediate suspicion. Thus, you acted as though nothing occurred, clenching your hand tightly within the box, lingering momentarily before withdrawing. Bai Yan only observed your action, he could not ascertain what transpires within the box. It is only once we all withdrew our hands for comparison that your dissimilarity became evident. Your hands are so clean. It is not an injustice to accuse you of poisoning Bai Shiyu. Qiao Xi laid out her argument clearly, reaffirming that the individual was indeed the one who poisoned Bai Shiyu. Faced with her logical reasoning, the accused fell silent, realizing he had been outsmarted. Had he known this would unfold, he might have simply placed his hand in the box, avoiding swift exposure. You truly lack fear, daring to poison Shiyu. Speak. Who commanded you to do so? Chu Qi, having overheard Qiao Xi's words, emerged from the side hall and forcefully brought the man to his knees. Your Highness. Spare me. Please. The accused trembled, bowing in desperation. Spare you? You should have known that when you poisoned Shiyu, I would not let you go easily. Now, to plead for mercy is laughable. Chu Qi was resolute in his determination. The poisoner has been identified, you may interrogate him. I intend to take Sumu back. Qiao Xi expressed her lack of interest in the unfolding drama. Princess, you cannot leave. You ordered me to poison the consort, and now that the truth is out, how can you abandon me? The man hatched a scheme, attempting to shift the blame onto Qiao Xi as she prepared to depart. What did you say? Qiao Xi halted, turning to glare at him. I said you instructed me to poison the consort, you cannot let me take the fall. The man hesitated but pressed on under her fierce gaze. It seems I cannot escape now. Qiao Xi suddenly laughed. You still dare to laugh? Speak. Why did you direct others to poison Shiyu? Chu Qi surprisingly believed the man's claim and began to question Qiao Xi. To call you a fool would be an understatement. If I had indeed commanded him to poison Bai Shiyu, why would I go to such lengths to rescue her? That would be a complete waste of my time. Qiao Xi retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Perhaps you sought to showcase your abilities before me? Who knows what thoughts occupy your mind? Chu Qi was lost in his own assumptions. I am utterly exasperated. Since you claim it was I who instructed you to poison Bai Shiyu. Enlighten me, when did I provide you with the poison? What was its name? Why would I choose you over others to carry out such a task? What makes you so exceptional among so many servants in the manner that I would select you? And what did I say when I gave you the poison? Why did you not report me to Qiao earlier? After chastising Qiao Xi turned her attention back to the accused, bombarding him with questions to gauge his responses. He could fabricate answers for many things, but the name of the poison was known only to her and Qiao. Should he falter on even a single detail, he would be left without a defense, and Qiao would no longer insist on detaining her. Chapter 86, The Military Order. Your Highness, please spare me. I have failed to accomplish the task you entrusted to me. It is my incompetence. Yet, you cannot shift all the blame onto me merely to absolve yourself of suspicion. Even if I were to answer your questions truthfully, you would undoubtedly have more inquiries waiting for me. I beseech you, consider my wife and children, and grant me my life. To conspire against a consort is a grave crime, one I truly cannot bear. The servant did not respond to Qiao Xi's inquiry. Instead, he prostrated himself, pleading for mercy, insinuating that Qiao Xi had commanded him to poison. What nonsense are you spouting? Qiao Xi was taken aback, not anticipating such a turn of events. Once she regained her composure, she retorted, anger flaring in her voice. You are the legitimate daughter of the Qiao family and the esteemed consort of the Duke. The prince would not truly hold you accountable. Acknowledge your actions, for such a serious accusation is beyond my capacity to bear. The servant disregarded Qiao Xi's words and continued to speak. You. Qiao Xi could hardly believe that someone could lie so brazenly. And how do you intend to explain this to me? Qiao did not specify how he would deal with the servant, instead directing a question at Qiao Xi. Just tell me how you wish to handle it. Why bother with such circumlocution? Qiao Xi had no intention of taking the blame for this black mark against her. Instead, she was contemplating how to expose the man's flaws, so she casually brushed off Qiao's inquiry, knowing he would not dare to execute her. Your Highness. It truly has nothing to do with me, everything was forced upon me by the consort. As Qiao began questioning Qiao Xi, the servant hurriedly crawled to his feet, shamelessly shifting all blame onto her. Silence. It was evident to Qiao Xi that the man was only attempting to deflect responsibility due to some personal gain. Frustrated, she kicked him away, ordering him to quiet down. Are you attempting to kill me to silence me? Seeing Qiao Xi admonish the servant, Qiao quickly stepped in front of him. Not out of a desire to protect the man, but to deal with him personally. Regardless of who had commanded him, he had poisoned by Qiao. And Qiao was not one to let him escape easily. I'll have your head. Qiao Xi was in no mood to engage with Qiao and retorted sharply. You truly do not weep until you see the coffin. Guards, bind Qiao Xi, I shall interrogate her personally. Qiao was enraged. Get away. Do not touch me. Qiao Xi took a step back, admonishing the approaching servants. With your intelligence, I truly wonder how you became a prince. Do you not seek to find the culprit behind Bai Qiao's poisoning? Grant me half an hour, and I will personally deliver the perpetrator to you. Qiao Xi was unwilling to indulge in needless conversation with Qiao but could not allow herself to be wrongfully accused. She therefore addressed Qiao directly. My subordinate believes the consort is not capable of such vile deeds. Your Highness, why not heed her request and allow her half an hour to uncover the culprit? Though he harbored no fondness for Qiao Xi, Bai Yan sensed that she was not the one behind the poisoning and boldly interceded on her behalf. How easy it is for you to say. If she flees within that half hour, will you provide me with the culprit? Qiao felt that Bai Yan had been acting irrationally in recent days and scolded him after he finished speaking. My subordinate. Bai Yan, noticing Qiao's change in demeanor, dared not speak further. You underestimate me far too much. Previously, I was inexplicably beaten for the matter of Bai Qiao's poisoning. And now I find myself embroiled in this affair. If I do not unearth the true culprit today, I shall die to prove my innocence. Qiao Xi, unwilling to implicate others due to her own troubles, boldly declared her determination in front of everyone. Miss, you. Sumu was taken aback by Qiao Xi's words. I cannot allow myself to be ensnared in the same trap twice. Fear not, Sumu, I assure you I will be fine. Qiao Xi smiled reassuringly at Sumu. But Sumu hesitated, unable to voice the remainder of his concerns upon witnessing Qiao Xi's unwavering resolve. Are you certain that it was this consort who instructed you to poison Bai Qiao? After conversing with Sumu, Qiao Xi fixed her piercing gaze upon the man kneeling before her. The man, feeling the weight of Qiao Xi's stare, was rendered speechless. Why are you silent? Weren't you just making your arguments with such conviction? Without allowing him a moment's respite, Qiao Xi continued her interrogation. Yes. It was you who provided me with the poison. You told me that it would only cause Bai Sifei to faint and that nothing more would happen. I followed your instructions. The man, seemingly having made a decision, gritted his teeth and revealed the truth. Huh. I truly underestimated you. You went to great lengths to entrap me. Speak. Who is it that orchestrated this? Upon hearing the servant's admission, Qiao Xi smiled, then swiftly drew Bai Yan's sword, pressing it against the man's neck. The man, taken aback by Qiao Xi's sudden aggression, hesitated momentarily before preparing to lunge at her sword. Seeking to end your own life? Qiao Xi appeared as though she had anticipated his move, deftly removing a silver hairpin from her head and throwing it at his acupoint. The man soon realized he could no longer move. Bai Yan, bind him to the tree. Qiao Xi executed her plan with precision, and once the man ceased his struggles, she turned to Bai Yan. Initially, she intended to call Su Mu, but reconsidered, knowing Su Mu's timid nature and lack of experience in binding someone. A mistake could prove disastrous. Understood. Not even Chu Qi had anticipated Qiao Xi's bold actions. It seemed she was prepared to interrogate the servant right then and there, though Chu Qi merely observed her in silence. Speak. Who sent you? Why did you conspire against this consort? Once Bai Yan had completed his task, Qiao Xi wasted no time and directly asked the man the crucial question. The man recognized that the more one speaks, the more one risks. So he turned his face away disdainfully, believing Qiao Xi lacked the audacity to kill him. Seeing his defiance, Qiao Xi was unfazed. With a gentle smile, she produced a pouch of powdered medicine from her robe and sprinkled it over him. What are you doing? Poisoning me? The man, realizing Qiao Xi was serious, trembled as he questioned her. Do not rush, you shall know soon enough. Qiao Xi replied with a calm smile. Chapter 87, Deep Thoughts. What tricks are you playing here? If you possess the courage, just kill me directly. Having failed to elicit the desired response, the man became enraged. Death was no cause for fear to him. What nonsense. Why would I kill you? Besides, everyone knows that dying is far easier than living. All I seek is for you to divulge the identity of the mastermind behind this. I have no intention of taking your life, so do not be alarmed. A smile lingered on Qiao Xi's face, yet to the man, it was a most terrifying sight, for he could not fathom her true intentions. You. Do not attempt to intimidate me. I have witnessed far more than this, your threats are nothing. Despite his fear, he could not afford to lose face. And thus he persisted in his facade. No, I am not trying to scare you, I merely wish for you to experience the sensation of being surrounded by snakes. Snakes. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, the man fainted instantly. Humph. I expected more courage. It seems a mere scare sends him into unconsciousness, what a waste of my medicine. Su Mu, fetch a basin of water to wake him. Qiao Xi clapped her hands and instructed Su Mu. Your Highness, when did she acquire such skills? Bai Yan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He had thought Qiao Xi was merely speaking idly, yet she was indeed serious. Indeed, I underestimated your capabilities. Such a devious tactic you have devised. Chu Qi was at a loss for how to respond to Bai Yan's inquiry, as he too was unaware. So he feigned ignorance and addressed Qiao Xi instead. You need not overestimate me, I simply refuse to be wronged any longer. I cannot allow every mishap in the manor to be attributed to me, can I? Not wishing to remain standing, Qiao Xi took her seat after Su Mu turned to fetch the water, then spoke to Chu Qi. Are you implying that I lack discernment? Chu Qi felt Qiao Xi was subtly accusing him and retorted. Qiao Xi sipped her water and replied, Your Highness, you truly possess a sense of humor. How could I dare to speak ill of you? I am merely stating the facts. Say whatever you wish, I am indifferent. Chu Qi huffed, shaking his sleeves angrily before taking a seat himself. Miss, the water is here. Su Mu rushed to Qiao Xi's side with the basin. Pour it on him. Qiao Xi commanded succinctly. Understood. As Qiao Xi's personal maid, Su Mu could not bear to witness her mistress being wronged. Upon receiving Qiao Xi's order, she poured the entire basin of water over the man. Ah. The man gasped in shock. Is that all it takes for you to break? Hearing his cry, Qiao Xi chuckled. Do not get too pleased with yourself. If you have the ability, then kill me. You merely wish for me to take the blame. But I refuse to bear it. The man still clung to his bravado. You are quite tedious, always with the threats of killing. I have already stated that your life is of no use to me. I merely wish to know who orchestrated this. If you do not speak, you will miss your chance at the antidote. Alas, that opportunity is slipping away. The snakes are already converging toward you. Just listen. Qiao Xi lamented with a tinge of regret. Stop trying to frighten me. Before the man could finish, he heard rustling sounds nearby. Turning his head, he was met with a sight that nearly sent him into a panic. Multicolored snakes were slithering down the tree toward him. At that moment, Chu Qi and Bai Yan stood just behind Qiao Xi, witnessing the servant's reaction and following his gaze. The sight of the snakes startled them. It was not fear that gripped them, but sheer astonishment. Such serpents were rarely seen within the palace, and the sudden influx was indeed shocking. In contrast, Qiao Xi maintained her composure, her gaze fixed intently on the servant as she asked, I shall inquire once more, who sent you? Yet, as before, she received no answer. Recognizing that impatience bore no fruit, she chose to remain silent, observing the servant instead. Clearly, he was unaware of the potency of the powder, however, that would soon change. As he was about to learn the meaning of being trapped between life and death. As Qiao Xi sipped her tea, the sound of rustling snakes drew nearer. The serpents advancing closer to the man, who was overwhelmed with discomfort. It is well known that snakes do not possess warmth. The coldness of such creatures is truly unbearable for most, especially for an untrained servant. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. One snake, the closest to him, slowly slithered its way up to his head, flicking its tongue near his face. The proximity of the serpent finally drove the man to a desperate scream. Your Highness, spare me. I shall never again wrongfully accuse anyone. Your Highness, please save me. The poison was not instigated by the lady. I was the one who falsely accused her. I beg you, save me. Qiao Xi remained unfazed, as though she had not heard his pleas. Calmly sitting aside while contemplating the powder in her hand, wondering whether to increase the dosage. Su Mu, ever timid, dared not watch the unfolding scene. Having closed her eyes early on, although the snakes were far from her, fear gripped her nonetheless. Gradually, more snakes coiled around the servant, some encircling his arms. Others around his waist and legs, tightening their grip until he struggled to breathe. He deeply regretted his choices. Had he known Qiao Xi could be this ruthless, he would never have taken on this task. Not only had he failed to poison Bai Shiyu, but he was now caught in the act. He could distinctly feel the venom seeping into his body, his consciousness beginning to wane. At that moment, Qiao Xi spoke again, will you not confess? She had pieced together the situation. Someone had plotted against her, even involving Bai Shiyu, understanding that she had been treating Bai Shiyu these past few days. If the treatment failed, Chu Qi would undoubtedly seek retribution. The mastermind was exploiting Chu Qi's affection for Bai Shiyu to ensnare her, and given Chu Qi's notorious cruelty. If Bai Shiyu were to perish at her hands, it was clear that he would make her suffer unbearably. Though Qiao Xi had witnessed her fair share of palace intrigues, she had not anticipated that someone would go to such lengths to take her life. The man clearly held a secret that could incriminate another, otherwise he would not endure the agony of the snakes without revealing the truth. However, she had little concern for his plight. Anyone daring to harm her should be prepared for the consequences. Chapter 88, The truth revealed. Despite enduring such torment, the man hesitated. Observing his indecision, Qiao Xi, without further hesitation, retrieved a pill from her bosom and fed it to him. Following this, she produced the previously mentioned powder and, without uttering a word, poured the remaining contents over him. Within a mere 10 minutes, the snakes that had been crawling on him visibly multiplied, doubling in quantity. What was even more terrifying was that these venomous serpents had begun to gnaw at his flesh, and with the venom coursing through him, it was evident he would not survive the hour. The horrifying scene compelled Su Mu to shut his eyes in fear. In contrast, Chu Qi and Bai Yan remained silent. Observing with astonishment, Chu Qi was utterly bewildered by Qiao Xi's capabilities. He could not fathom when she had acquired such skills. Her knowledge of medicine and poison was remarkable. But more crucially, her methods and thoughts had grown ruthlessly cunning. To Chu Qi, Qiao Xi had become an enigma, filled with complexities beyond his comprehension, which further led him to suspect that she had been feigning ignorance all along. Qiao Xi, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Her sole desire was to uncover who had poisoned this man, cunningly using Bai Shiyu's ailment to ensnare her. Realizing that her hopes of leaving the Wangfu were futile, she understood that if she were to survive there, she could no longer be the victim as she had been before. If she did not investigate this matter thoroughly, any future incidents within the estate would lead Chu Qi to suspect her first, rendering her life in the Wangfu intolerable. Please spare me, I will talk. The man finally broke, unable to endure any longer. It appears you wish to live, Qiao Xi remarked, her tone firm. She had already resolved that had he remained silent, she would have swiftly ended his life. Prolonging the interrogation was merely a waste of time. Please, Your Highness, remove these toxins from my body, it is truly unbearable. The man, in excruciating pain, dared to utter this plea, gambling on the notion that Qiao Xi would not kill him without obtaining the truth first. I thought you were unafraid of anything. Qiao Xi taunted, sprinkling more powder upon him. In no time, the serpents recoiled in haste, a testament to the efficacy of her concoction. Chu Qi, watching from the side, found himself inadvertently admiring Qiao Xi. Her mastery of medicinal arts was indeed impressive. Who instructed you to poison Bai Shiyu? Do you understand the purpose behind that act? Without indulging in further trivialities, Qiao Xi plunged directly into the matter at hand. In response to Your Highness, I do not know that individual well. I merely encountered her once while out on errands, and we exchanged a few words. The man began to clarify, attempting to avoid any misunderstanding. You would risk so much for a mere acquaintance? Qiao Xi remained skeptical, pressing for more information. This. He faltered again, hesitating to continue. Do you wish to be bitten by the snakes again? Qiao Xi's irritation grew as she despised those who hesitated to speak. And no, that is not it. To be honest, I handle most of the errands in the estate. Since the first time I met her, I have often encountered her during my outings, and we would occasionally chat. Gradually, we became familiar. With the prince's marriage being such a significant event, many in the streets were aware, and she asked me about it a few times. I thought it harmless and shared the information. Until. The man hesitated once more. Until what? If you choose not to speak, I shall ensure you remain silent forever. Qiao Xi, exasperated, issued a stern ultimatum. I will tell you. Whenever I had free time, I would visit the gambling den. Recently, my luck has been poor, and I accrued significant debts, with the den's patrons relentlessly pursuing me for payment. Once, she encountered me and paid off my debts in full. I was immensely grateful. Initially, I planned to repay her once I received my wages, but she insisted that I need only assist her with a task, and the money would be forgotten. I thought it a fair trade and agreed. Ultimately, she provided me with some powder, instructing me to secretly add it to Bai Sifei's food on the day of the prince's wedding. She assured me it was harmless, merely causing her to faint for 2 days, promising to return with the antidote afterward, at which point Bai Sifei would awaken. I believed it would not harm her. And for the sake of the money, I consented. Had I known the true nature of the poison, I would never have allowed her to repay my debts. In this moment, the servant revealed the entire sequence of events, fully aware that Chu Qi would not show him mercy, yet desperate to live. He bowed his head in supplication. Now, will the prince think I deliberately poisoned Bai Shiyu? His words not only exonerate me but also clarify that I did not act to draw your attention. I have made it abundantly clear that I am no longer interested in you. Henceforth, do not indulge in such self-flagellation. The truth had surfaced, and neither Sumu nor Qiao Xi bore any responsibility for this affair. How the man was dealt with was a matter for the prince alone. After hearing the servant's confession, Qiao Xi shot a fierce glare at Chu Qi before delivering her concluding remarks. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the woman's scheming was indeed meticulous. To manipulate a mere servant within the Wangfu to achieve her goals was a testament to her cunning. Had her scheme proceeded smoothly, Qiao Xi might have found herself in dire straits at the hands of Chu Qi. Conversely, should the plan falter, it would remain a mere servant's misdeed, leaving Qiao Xi untouched by suspicion. Truly, she had orchestrated an elaborate game. Chapter 89, Is the prince dissatisfied? Do you know the name of that woman? Realizing he had misunderstood Qiao Xi, Chu Qi felt embarrassed to speak to her and instead inquired of a servant. I'm not quite sure. I've heard she seems to work at the Yao Ho residence. The servant pondered for a long while before responding. Yao Ho? At the mention of this, Qi's voice rose sharply. Yes, it seems to be the case. I've hardly seen her more than a few times, this is all hearsay from the streets. Unsure why Qi reacted so strongly, the servant dared not ask further. His voice dwindling to a whisper. Do you have anything to say? Ignoring the servant, Qi turned his attention back to Qiao Xi. What do you want me to say? Qiao Xi replied, her tone sharp. There are many people working at the Qiao family, I do not know them all. Besides, didn't he say that woman is likely working at the Yaohou residence? Did you not catch the word likely? She truly despised being unjustly suspected. Especially since this was the second time Qi had doubted her today. Who would take such treatment lightly, let alone Qiao Xi? Thus, her tone was far from friendly. Do not utter likely. As far as I know, there is only one Yaohou residence in this capital. Why did he not mention any other official position? But specifically the Yaohou residence? This matter is inextricably linked to you, you must decide how to proceed. Qi dismissed any further discussion and directly tossed the problem back to Qiao Xi. Are you sure you want me to handle this myself? Qiao Xi asked, as if fearing Qi might change his mind. Indeed. If you fail to manage this matter properly, I will execute every member of the Qiao family before your eyes. Qi stated coldly, his expression unwavering. Then go ahead. I admit it was I who bribed that woman to have her use the prince's servant to kill Bai Shiyu. Now that the truth is out, can we not close this case? Qiao Xi replied, unabashedly laying out the facts. You. Qi was at a loss for words. What is it? Your Highness, why are you acting so strangely? I have confessed to hiring a killer, why do you not apprehend the Qiao family? Are you finding it too troublesome? If so, let us go to the Qiao family together to catch the culprit, and you can swiftly avenge Bai Shiyu. Qiao Xi smiled as she spoke. Do not divert the topic. I demand to know how you intend to handle this. You must provide me with an explanation. Qi reiterated, unwilling to waste time bickering with Qiao Xi. Since your Highness is so eager for a resolution, hear this. As she spoke, Qiao Xi retrieved a silver needle from her sleeve and, without hesitation, plunged it into the servant's neck. The man collapsed before he could react. Having been in the prince's residence for nearly half a month, Qiao Xi had garnered some understanding of Qi's temperament. She knew if he did not receive the answer he sought, he would pester her relentlessly. Therefore, she resolved to deal with the poisoner directly, believing that this would finally quell Qi's incessant inquiries. To be honest, a man who would resort to poisoning a woman due to his vices deserved his fate. Adults must learn to take responsibility for their choices and actions. What are you doing? Qi exclaimed angrily upon witnessing the man fall. Didn't he, your Highness, ask for an explanation? Here it is. Since he poisoned Bai Shiyu, let him pay with his life. What is it? Are you dissatisfied? Qiao Xi retorted, not even glancing at Qi. Did you not hear him say it was a servant from the Yaohou residence who poisoned him? You have killed him without discernment, do you wish to absolve the Yaohou residence of blame through his death? Qi questioned, convinced of his own reasoning. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly think I am like you, thrown into chaos at the mention of Bai Shiyu? How dare you say I lack discernment? The last time I was accused by Bai Shiyu, you did not bother to ask questions before punishing me severely. Now you turn this around on me, what do you mean? If you truly wish to settle this, I will gladly engage you. Setting aside the reason Bai Shiyu was poisoned, I was the one who provided her with the antidote. Correct? Therefore, I am indeed her savior. Without my intervention, Bai Shiyu would have long since met her demise. You care so much for Bai Shiyu. Yet you have not once mentioned thanking me for saving her. Furthermore, regarding this servant, just because he claims that woman works at the Yaohou residence, does that mean I must have bribed her? Let me tell you, if I truly wished for Bai Shiyu's demise, I would not need to go through such convoluted means. I could kill her directly in the prince's residence. Do you think everyone is like you, spending ages contemplating a reason to kill? Qiao Xi countered vigorously, matching Qi's fervor. You say all this merely to mask your own guilt? How dare you bring up saving Shiyu, if it weren't for the Yaohou residence's involvement? She would have never been harmed, nor would you have had the opportunity to save her. I have not held this against you, you should have been grateful. Yet now, you dare to demand thanks? You truly are delusional. Qi was equally unyielding. To hell with you. Do as you wish, I have already killed him. Even if you report me, there is no evidence. With that, he turned to Sumu. After all this time, Qiao Xi had already deduced the cause of the incident. Feeling it futile to reason with Qi, she decided to ignore him, gesturing grandly to Sumu as they made their way back to Qingyu Pavilion. Your Highness, this. Bai Yan stood frozen, watching Qiao Xi's retreating figure. He was utterly astonished. Never having expected Qiao Xi to be so bold as to confront the prince and unabashedly commit murder in front of so many witnesses. Qi. His expression dark and filled with fury, emitted a palpable aura of menace. He longed to rush forward and eliminate Qiao Xi, but the emperor's words echoed in his mind, restraining him. Frustrated, he shook his sleeves and retreated to check on Bai Shiyu. Miss, are you not worried about the prince seeking revenge? Sumu, admiring Qiao Xi yet feeling anxious, asked tentatively. If I were afraid of him, I would not have acted so boldly. Qiao Xi replied dismissively. Then, where are we headed now? Uncertain how to continue the conversation without provoking Qiao Xi, Sumu changed the subject. Let us return to Qingyu Pavilion. I have some matters for you to attend to. Understood. After acknowledging Qiao Xi's request, Sumu fell silent, following her toward Qingyu Pavilion. Chapter 90, The plan fails in the Qingyu Pavilion. Miss, what do you wish for me to do? As soon as she entered, Sumu inquired of Qiao Xi. Close the door, Qiao Xi instructed, withholding her intentions for the moment. Yes, Sumu promptly complied. Sumu, your demeanor. Once Sumu had shut the door, Qiao Xi called her back and whispered a few words before they parted ways. But, Miss, is this truly acceptable? Sumu asked. Her expression somewhat distressed after hearing Qiao Xi's words. What is there to question? They have acted, and we must reciprocate, Qiao Xi replied. Devoid of any reproach towards Sumu, merely countering her concern. Indeed, Miss speaks wisely. I shall attend to it at once, Sumu conceded after reflection, bowing respectfully before taking her leave. At Yaohe Mansion, in the Qingyun Pavilion, Shi Yun pays her respects to the Mississippi Shu Yun, Qiao Luo's personal maid. Entered and bowed. Have you accomplished the task I entrusted you with? Qiao Luo, reclining upon the favored couch, inquired without raising her gaze from her book. No, miss, Shi Yun stammered. What? Upon hearing this, Qiao Luo's voice rose sharply as she set her book aside. I did not foresee that Prince Gong would send Qiao Xi to treat Bai Shiyu, and it was even more fortuitous that she succeeded, Shi Yun confessed, her voice trembling. I did not intend to disrupt the Miss's plans, please forgive me. As Shi Yun spoke, her stuttering intensified in the face of Qiao Luo's anger. She felt utterly incompetent for failing to fulfill Qiao Luo's orders and, although she wished to plead for leniency, she found herself too intimidated to speak further. Are you truly so foolish? You could not manage such a trivial matter? I lost face because of Qiao Xi at the Empress's banquet. And now I finally had a chance to retaliate, and you let it slip away. Qiao Luo was thoroughly incensed. Please, miss, quell your anger, I recognize my mistake. I shall be more cautious next time. I beg for your forgiveness this once. Shi Yun, in a state of trepidation, dared not offer further excuses, only hoping that Qiao Luo's fury would abate after her reprimand. What exactly transpired? Despite her plans being thwarted, Qiao Luo was determined to uncover the truth. Suppressing her rage as she questioned Shi Yun. Miss, I assure you, I sought out only the most reliable individuals. I cannot fathom how Qiao Xi managed to evade disaster. However, I heard that Qi captured the one who poisoned Bai Shiyu due to her suggestion. When a servant claimed Qiao Xi had ordered him. I had a quarrel with Qi, and she infuriated him. Moreover, just as he was about to punish her, she killed that servant right before him. As she recounted the events, Shi Yun grew increasingly fearful. In the past, she had often bullied Qiao Xi while at the Yaohe Mansion. But now that Qiao Xi had wed into the royal family, she had the audacity to commit murder. Shi Yun was deeply concerned about the possibility of Qiao Xi returning and exacting vengeance upon her. Are you jesting? I cannot believe such nonsense, Qiao Luo scoffed, feeling that Qiao Xi lacked the audacity to take a life. Mississippi. I am not jesting. I heard she used a silver needle to kill him. It pierced his neck, and he had no time to utter a word before he perished. The servants in the royal mansion claimed the needle was poisoned. For upon his death, black blood oozed from his mouth, and his eyes bulged in terror, his body stiffening as if frozen in fear. As if to prove her sincerity, Xu Yun described the man's demise in vivid detail, as though she had witnessed it firsthand. Enough. Cease your words. Qiao Luo interrupted. Her heart hardened by malice yet never having taken a life. The eerie nature of Xu Yun's tale struck genuine fear within her. Yes, Xu Yun replied, startled by the sudden reprimand, realizing the gravity of her words. Forget it. The matter is already revealed, it is too late for regrets. Just be more diligent next time. Now fetch me a cup of tea. Qiao Luo chose to move on, recognizing that Xu Yun was not entirely to blame for the unexpected turn of events. At once. Relieved that Qiao Luo had not pursued the matter further, Xu Yun hastily exited to fulfill her task. Miss, please enjoy the tea. Perhaps fearing further missteps would lead to punishment, Xu Yun returned shortly with the tea she had prepared for Qiao Luo. The hour grows late, I shall retire. Please summon Yun to assist me with my bath. Qiao Luo accepted the tea and indicated her intention to rest. Understood. Xu Yun responded without hesitation, promptly leaving the room. At the Qingyu Pavilion, it is late, shall I attend to the Mrs. Rest? Upon returning, Sumu found Qiao Xi still seated and inquired. No need. Prepare a carriage, we shall go out. Qiao Xi initially declined Sumu's suggestion before revealing her intentions. It is already the hour of the dog. Where does the miss intend to go? Sumu expressed her surprise. I find myself yearning for my father, while the gates of the mansion remain unbarred. Let us return to the Marquis's residence, Qiao Xi replied with a gentle smile. Miss, this hour is rather inappropriate, is it not? Will the prince permit your departure? If you truly wish to see the Marquis, perhaps we should wait until dawn? Sumu cautioned, concerned for Qiao Xi's safety. Regardless of Chu Qi's consent, I must go. Just follow my instructions and prepare the carriage, Qiao Xi asserted, prioritizing her own desires over Chu Qi's opinions. Moreover, she could return to the Qiao family at any time. The pressing matter was that Qiao Luo might not be able to wait, for much could transpire overnight. Very well, miss, I shall prepare the carriage at once. Sumu conceded, unable to oppose Qiao Xi. Chapter 91, startled in the front courtyard. Good evening, Steward Yao. The princess has expressed a longing for home and desires a carriage to leave the estate. I kindly ask for your assistance in this matter. Given the protocol that all affairs of the household must be reported to Steward Yao, especially concerning Qiao Xi's late-night departure. Sumu hurriedly sought out the steward after leaving the Qingyu Pavilion. Isn't it rather unsafe at this hour, Miss Sumu? Perhaps you could persuade the princess to postpone her return until morning? Steward Yao replied, visibly taken aback and somewhat troubled, unsure of how to communicate this to Chu Qi. To be frank, I had already attempted to dissuade Her Highness before I left, but she remains resolute in her decision to return now. Hence, I have come to seek your counsel, Sumu admitted, feeling equally conflicted. Indeed, the princess's late-night ventures pose significant risks. I dare not make any unilateral decisions on such a grave matter. I shall inform the prince, Steward Yao concluded, recognizing the futility of reasoning with Sumu. The princess is awaiting my response, so I must ask you to act swiftly, Sumu urged, understanding that the later it grew, the more perilous the situation became. Without further comment, Steward Yao nodded and proceeded towards Huayu Hall. However, to his surprise, not long after he departed, Qiao Xi emerged from the Qingyu Pavilion and made her way to the front courtyard. Mississippi. Sumu exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing her. Qiao Xi replied, seemingly oblivious to Sumu's shock. Once Sumu regained her composure, she quickly explained, Steward Yao has gone to inform the prince. I am awaiting his return. I am aware. There is no need to wait for him, we shall depart directly, Qiao Xi asserted, unwilling to adhere to the constraints of waiting for the steward. This might not be appropriate, Sumu voiced her concern. What is inappropriate about it? I miss my father, is returning to the estate truly out of the question? Qiao Xi countered, not pausing for Sumu's response before continuing, time waits for no one. You need only heed my words. Any matters can be addressed once we return to the prince's residence. With that, Qiao Xi took hold of Sumu's hand and strode toward the carriage. Greetings, Your Highness, the driver bowed to Qiao Xi. Yes. Take us back to the Marquis's residence. She instructed succinctly, without any unnecessary preamble. Forgive my boldness, your highness, but is the prince aware of this? The driver inquired. The prince is informed. Let us be off. Qiao Xi replied without flinching. Very well. The driver did not press further but turned to pull back the carriage curtain. Let us go. After ensuring Sumu was seated, Qiao Xi addressed the driver again. Miss, is it not inappropriate to deceive like this? Sumu, aware of the truth, lowered her voice to avoid drawing the driver's attention. Oh, I genuinely have urgent matters that necessitate this late return to the Marquis's residence, so do not fret, Qiao Xi replied, dismissing further explanation. Understood. Seeing her mistress's irritation, Sumu chose to remain silent. Not long after Qiao Xi's carriage left the prince's estate, a shadow flitted by, quietly following them. In Yongfu Pavilion. My lord, Qiao Xi has departed in a carriage, seemingly returning to the Marquis's residence, Bai Yan reported to Chu Qi, who was currently relaying information from Lu Huan. Bai Yan's primary aim in placing Lu Huan by Qiao Xi's side was to monitor her actions. Does Steward Jiao not oversee her departure? Chu Qi's expression darkened upon hearing Bai Yan's words. Steward Jiao cannot match Lu Huan's speed, Bai Yan offered, attempting to lighten the mood. Upon Lu Huan's return, have him report to me immediately, Chu Qi instructed, withholding further comment. Understood. Knock, knock, knock. Old servant requests an audience with the prince. Steward Jiao announced as he knocked on the door. After learning of Qiao Xi's intention to leave, he had sought out Chu Qi at Huayu Hall. But upon finding him absent, he had come to Yongfu Pavilion instead. Chu Qi gestured for Bai Yan to open the door. Steward Jiao, please enter. Upon seeing Steward Jiao, Bai Yan remarked, do you have something to report? Replying to the prince, the princess's maid sought me for a carriage, stating that the princess misses the Marquis and wishes to return to the residence. I dared not make a decision unilaterally, hence my intrusion. Steward Jiao recounted the events as they unfolded. She has already left the estate, Chu Qi informed him, sharing the intelligence he had received from Lu Huan. What? This? The prince is keenly observant, I did not lend the princess a carriage. Steward Jiao was taken aback, then hurried to clarify. I am aware. You had scarcely left the front courtyard when Qiao Xi deceived the driver into accompanying her, Chu Qi stated, his tone devoid of reproach towards the steward. What shall we do now? Steward Jiao, torn between concern for Qiao Xi and fear of Chu Qi's potential ire, questioned. Let it be. She has already departed. I do not wish to waste time pursuing her. We shall address the matter upon her return to the residence, Chu Qi decided. Curious about Qiao Xi's reasons for venturing out so late, thereby refraining from ordering Lu Huan to apprehend her. Yes. Aware that Chu Qi had his own intentions, Steward Jiao chose not to elaborate further. At the Marquis's residence, in the Qingyun Pavilion, this is sufficient, I find myself rather fatigued. Qiao Luo remarked after spending nearly an hour bathing. Initially, Shi Yun was drying Qiao Luo's hair, but fatigue overwhelmed her, prompting her to halt the process. If your hair is not dried, you may awaken with a headache tomorrow, Shi Yun cautioned. She could not help but voice her concern, knowing that if Qiao Luo did indeed suffer a headache, the second mistress would surely believe they had not cared for her properly and might even punish them. However, Qiao Luo was too fatigued to care, irritably dismissing Shi Yun. I said it's fine, you may leave. Yes. Sensing Qiao Luo's impending anger, Shi Yun dared not say more and, placing the towel down, exited the room. Ah. Just as Shi Yun closed the door to the Qingyun Pavilion, she heard Qiao Luo's voice calling out, prompting her to hastily reopen the door. Miss, what is it? Ah. Upon seeing what lay before them, Shi Yun gasped in fear. Before them slithered two serpents, one glided across the bed where Yi Qing lay, while the other flicked its tongue, eyeing them. As soon as Shi Yun exited, Qiao Luo had intended to sleep, but upon uncovering her bedding and spotting the two snakes, her desire for slumber vanished entirely. The entire Marquis's residence was aware of her profound fear of snakes, and it was no surprise that she was now filled with panic, rendered nearly senseless by terror. Chapter 92, The Return of the Princess Consort. Quickly, get the snake away. Zhou Luo, filled with dread, urged Shi Yun to remove the snake. Shi Yun, initially contemplating using a stick to prod the snake away, found her legs immobilized as if weighed down by lead. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Zhou Luo, growing impatient at Shi Yun's inaction, urged her again. I'm scared. Xi Yun stammered, too afraid to advance. You are utterly useless. You cannot even handle a simple task. Zhou Luo scolded her, a mix of anger and fear in her voice. Xi Yun, unable to retort, stood there blushing in silence. What is happening? A servant on night duty, hearing the screams of Zhou Luo and Xu Yun, rushed to Qingyun Pavilion. There's a snake, a snake. Upon seeing a man enter, Zhou Luo felt a slight sense of relief. Finally, help had arrived. Miss, please step back. Leave this to me, the brave servant said. As he assessed the situation, he skillfully used a stick to gently lift the snake from Zhou Luo's bed, preparing to toss it outside. What has happened here? The previously tranquil Yaohou mansion erupted into chaos due to the commotion. The lights in Qingyun Pavilion flickered brightly, and soon, Zhou Luo's mother, Fu Xian, hastened to the scene. Ah! Upon entering, Fu Xian turned her head and was startled to see the servant holding the snake on the stick, causing her to step back in alarm and scream. Coincidentally, Zhou Zhao, following closely behind Fu Xian, entered Qingyun Pavilion just in time to catch Fu Xian, who nearly stumbled. What is going on? Zhou Zhao, taken aback, rarely witnessing his sister Fu Rui in such a state, quickly inquired. Master, look. I don't know whose malicious heart placed a venomous snake in Luo Luo's room. If the servant Han Ti arrived in time, Luo Luo could have been bitten. Fu Rui's voice trembled with fear as she too was terrified of snakes. Preposterous. Who dares to endanger the life of my daughter? Zhou Zhao, following Fu Rui's pointing finger, became furious upon seeing the snake on the stick. Who could be so heartless as to devise such a nefarious plot against my daughter? At that moment, Fu Rui was already in tears. All right, do not cry. Fortunately, Luo Luo is unharmed. Madam, please rest assured, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Zhou Zhao, deeply pained by Fu Rui's tears, offered his comfort. Mother. After a long while, Zhou Luo finally reacted, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Fu Rui, feeling wronged. Perhaps due to the day's unfortunate events. All the grievances Zhou Luo had built up erupted upon seeing Fu Rui, making her feel utterly aggrieved. My good daughter, it's all right now, it's all right. Mother has already sent someone to take the snake away. You need not be afraid any longer. I shall stay here with you tonight, so do not worry. Fu Rui, equally pained at Zhou Luo's distress, hurried to comfort her. Zhou Zhao stood silently, seemingly lost in thought. Mother, who could want to frame me? As if to draw Zhou Zhao's attention, Zhou Luo raised her voice deliberately, addressing Fu Rui. Fu Rui initially intended to stop Zhou Luo, but it was too late. Zhou Luo had already spoken. I said I would investigate this matter. Zhou Zhao replied, slightly displeased. Father, My lord, the princess consort has arrived. Butler Lu announced, interrupting Zhou Luo's words. What is she here for? Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Rui inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhao glanced at Fu Rui. Zhou Luo, quick-witted, nudged Fu Rui with her elbow, prompting her to amend her statement. My lord, please do not misunderstand. I merely expressed concern for the princess consort's safety due to the late hour. Perhaps there was some urgent matter that brought her back at this time, Fu Rui added. After considering Fu Rui's explanation, Zhou Zhao refrained from further comments and speculated about the purpose of Qiao Xi's return. Where is she now? Have her wait for me in the study, Zhou Zhao commanded, his thoughts solely occupied with the snake incident in Zhou Luo's room, showing no concern for Qiao Xi. The princess consort is already on her way to Qingyun Pavilion, Butler Lu replied, somewhat awkwardly. Very well, I shall wait for her here, Zhou Zhao decided. Opting to meet Qiao Xi directly at Qingyun Pavilion, believing that her return would pose no significant issue. What is happening? I did not expect Qingyun Pavilion to be so lively at this hour. Upon arriving, Qiao Xi did not greet Zhou Zhao first but instead mocked Zhou Luo. This does not concern you. I ask you, why have you returned so late? Zhou Zhao, genuinely disliking this daughter, spoke with evident impatience. I simply missed you, father. What? Is my father unwelcoming to his daughter? Though I am married, this is still my home, Qiao Xi replied with a smile, unperturbed by his tone. Then why not wait until tomorrow to return? It is late, the prince must be worried as well. Zhou Zhao's expression shifted slightly, his tone softening. The prince has sent someone to protect me, so you need not worry, father, Qiao Xi assured him with a smile. What is the matter with you, sister? You look as though you have been crying. Have you been wronged? After addressing Zhou Xiao, Qiao Xi turned her gaze to Zhou Luo. Just as Zhou Luo began to explain, Fu Ruwei interjected, sister-in-law has a way with words. While it is true I have married, I cannot forget my family. Qiao Xi emphasized the word family, highlighting its significance. Indeed, Princess Consort speaks wisely. Fu Ruwei forced a smile, suppressing her anger as she agreed with Qiao Xi. Though she longed to rebuke Qiao Xi, she refrained, knowing that doing so in front of Zhou Xiao could lead to misunderstandings. Furthermore, Qiao Xi's status as the Princess Consort commanded respect, and Fu Ruwei dared not be too harsh. After all, we are family, there is no need for such formalities. Qiao Xi said with a gentle smile, fully aware of the underlying tension. She had returned with significant matters at hand, and the real drama was yet to unfold. Chapter 93, The Mediator. Fu Ruwei. Indeed, Xier is correct, we need not concern ourselves overly with these superficial formalities. Fu Ruwei forced a smile and echoed Qiao Xi's words. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, do tell me why you have returned so late. Qiao Xiao exhibited not a trace of patience towards Qiao Xi, his tone decidedly frigid. I merely wished to visit my father, is that not permissible? After all, is this not my home? Qiao Xi refrained from provoking Qiao Xiao into an argument right away. Simply expressing her longing for home. Longing for home? Who do you think you are fooling? If memory serves me correctly, it has been over a year since you married. And this is your first visit back, is it not? Qiao Xiao was wholly unconvinced by Qiao Xi's claims. Oh dear, master, it is not easy for Xier to return. Please do not scold her. Fu Ruwei interjected on Qiao Xi's behalf. Qiao Xi gazed intently at Fu Ruwei, it was always thus. Regardless of the reason behind Qiao Xiao's reprimands, and whether they were justified or not, Fu Ruwei would invariably step in to defend her. The original owner had believed Fu Ruwei to be genuinely caring, thus confiding in her as her closest companion. Yet, this indulgence had fostered an increasingly unruly disposition in Qiao Xi, rendering her less favored in Qiao Xiao's eyes. The original owner never comprehended the underlying dynamics. But Qiao Xi realized that Fu Ruwei was subtly orchestrating her downfall. The more disobedient she became, the better Qiao Luo performed in Qiao Xiao's sight, gradually eroding Qiao Xiao's trust in her daughter and straining their relationship. Since my father does not believe my longing for home is sincere, I shall say no more. I will return to my previous residence to rest. Qiao Xi offered no further explanation. After uttering this, she turned to leave. You ungrateful daughter. Have you returned solely to vex me? Qiao Xiao seethed as he watched Qiao Xi's retreating figure. The hour was indeed late. And it seemed prudent to allow Xier to rest, any matters could be discussed on the morrow. Since Luo Luo is now well, you should also retire early, master. I shall remain here with her. Fu Ruwei resumed her role as mediator. Oh. What sins must I have committed in my past life to have given birth to such a rebellious daughter as Qiao Xi? Alas. I have an audience in the morning and shall not waste further time quarreling with her, sighed Qiao Xiao, preparing to take his leave. Rest assured, master. All will be well with me here, Fu Ruwei reassured him. With a nod of acknowledgement to Fu Ruwei, Qiao Xiao departed. Mother. Why would anyone resort to such means to harm me? Once Qiao Xiao had left, Qiao Luo burst into tears. Do not fret, though your mother is yet unaware. I shall certainly investigate this matter thoroughly, Fu Ruwei responded, equally alarmed at the thought of what might have transpired had those snakes indeed bitten Qiao Luo. Mother. Do you think Qiao Xi could have secretly placed the venomous snakes in my room? Qiao Luo speculated, noting the suspicious timing of Qiao Xi's appearance at the Marquis's residence. Your suggestion, while not without merit, is somewhat unfounded. However, Qiao Xi has always been timid. Why would she suddenly target you while she was comfortably situated in the Duke's residence? Fu Ruwei found herself taken aback by Qiao Luo's theory. Doubting Qiao Xi's audacity to engage in such treachery within the confines of the Marquis's estate. Yet, if that were not the case, her late-night return appeared rather unnecessary. Could it be that she returned merely to ascertain whether you had been poisoned? The hour grows late, Luo Luo, you should rest. I have matters to attend to. Fu Ruwei declared, abruptly rising and expressing her urgency to leave. Mother. I am frightened. Upon hearing Fu Ruwei's intention to depart, Qiao Luo's face drained of color, tears brimming in her eyes as she implored. With so many maids present, what is there to fear? Do try to sleep. Fu Rui, pressed for time and genuinely preoccupied, had neither the inclination nor the luxury to comfort Qiao Luo, urging her instead to settle down for the night. Understood, mother. Noticing Fu Rui's displeasure, Qiao Luo dared not protest further, wiping her tears and reluctantly acquiescing to her mother's words. Chapter 94. The achievement of purpose. Fu Rui ceased her conversation with Qiao Luo as soon as she stepped out of the Qingyun pavilion. Making her way towards Qiao Xi's Huajian pavilion, she sought to inquire of Qiao Xi the reason for her late-night return. In truth, the name of Qiao Xi's residence had not always been this, it was a title she had chosen after her arrival in this new world. The name Huajian Pavilion was inspired by a line from Li Bai's poem, a pot of wine among the flowers, drinking alone without a friend. Qiao Xi cherished this poetic imagery, though the surroundings of Huajian Pavilion hardly matched such a lyrical name. During the time the original occupant resided there, Xiao Zhao had shown little regard for her well-being, leaving the place desolate and devoid of furnishings. Despite Qiao Xi's newfound wealth after her arrival in this realm, she spent most of her days at the Gongding Wangfu and rarely returned to her own residence, thus refraining from investing in its restoration. As it stood, the place was barely habitable. Miss, I truly do not comprehend why you insisted on returning at this hour, and why deceive that coachman. Are you not concerned that the prince may forbid you from entering the Wangfu again? Su Mu, standing behind Qiao Xi, posed several questions. I have my reasons for returning. As for Chu Qi, while he may wish for me to remain away, he lacks the courage to act on it. The emperor would never consent to such a thing. Do not worry, rest now, and we can discuss other matters tomorrow, Qiao Xi replied, lifting a cup of tea to her lips before addressing Su Mu. Very well. Su Mu, finding Qiao Xi's reasoning sound, ceased her inquiries. Xi'er, have you gone to sleep? As Qiao Xi prepared to recline on her bed, Fu Rui's voice wafted in from outside, inquiring about her slumber. Why is she here? Su Mu whispered, surprised. Perhaps the second madam wishes to reminisce. It is nothing to fret over, please open the door, Qiao Xi smiled. Su Mu nodded and opened the door. Upon seeing Fu Rui, she greeted her respectfully, greetings. Second madam. Do not stand on ceremony, Fu Rui responded cheerfully, extending her hand to assist Su Mu. Thank you, second madam. Su Mu instinctively stepped back, expressing her gratitude. Please, take a seat. Your visit at such a late hour must surely pertain to something of great importance, Qiao Xi remarked, her demeanor bright with a smile. Nothing of particular significance, I merely wished to inquire whether you are comfortable here, considering it has been some time since you last returned to the Hofu. Fu Rui explained as she sat down. To say I am uncomfortable would be unfounded. Regardless of how long I have been away, this is still my home. Is it not? I have been married to the Gongding Wangfu for merely over a year, I have lived in this pavilion for over a decade. I am quite accustomed to it, Qiao Xi stated, passing a cup of tea to Fu Rui. Indeed, you are correct, Xi'er. My words were merely a reflection of my excitement upon seeing you. This will always be your home, Fu Rui admitted, slightly embarrassed by Qiao Xi's eloquence. Yet, why did you come to see me so late? Qiao Xi queried directly, wishing to avoid any further circumlocution. Well, I simply wanted to ask your thoughts on the sudden appearance of snakes in your sister's room, Fu Rui posed, unable to directly question Qiao Xi about the snake's origins. Given my sister's state, it seems those snakes were there before I returned to the Wangfu. I merely happened upon them. You know I am not particularly clever. I have no thoughts on the matter. If you insist on my opinion, I suspect there may be something in my sister's room that attracted those snakes. Perhaps it is not the scent, but rather the warmth of her chamber that drew them in, seeking refuge from the cold. That is all I can surmise. I implore you, do not press me further. Besides, you have always managed the affairs of this household, you could easily inquire among the servants rather than coming to me. Qiao Xi replied, feigning a tear as she questioned Fu Rui's suspicions. Xi'er, you must not think this way. I harbor no such thoughts. My inquiries stem from trust in you. After all, it is your own sister who is involved. I merely wish for your counsel, Fu Rui reassured. Flustered by Qiao Xi's unexpected retort. I shall certainly investigate this matter, but before doing so, I must first understand your perspective. Perhaps your insights may prove invaluable and save me much trouble, Fu Rui added, growing anxious as Qiao Xi's suspicions mounted. Fearing that Qiao Xi might discern her intentions, Fu Rui hastily brought up past kindnesses, attempting to quell Qiao Xi's doubts. Is this how you perceive me, as someone ungrateful? I remember all your kindness, second madam. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige, Qiao Xi responded with an air of gratitude, feigning sentimentality. Very well. Your words bring me great comfort. I shall follow your reasoning in my inquiries and am confident we shall uncover the truth behind your sister's predicament. Fu Rui exclaimed, buoyed by Qiao Xi's reassurance. It is late, since the matter has been addressed, I shall not intrude upon your rest further. I will ensure your meals are prepared for you in the morning. Rest easy. Having received the answers she sought, Fu Rui felt no need to prolong her visit. Seeking an excuse to depart. Sheer, thank you for your concern. After resolving the matter with my sister, do take care of yourself, Qiao Xi said, rising to offer her respects. Yes, yes. You need not see me out, Sheer, I can manage on my own, Fu Rui replied, elated as she exited the Huajian pavilion. Eager to avoid further pleasantries, Qiao Xi said nothing, merely smiling as she watched Fu Rui depart, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 95, The Healer Who Cannot Heal Themselves. My lady. What are you doing? When has the second madam ever treated us kindly? How can you still claim you wish to assist her? Sumu found it utterly incomprehensible to understand Qiao Xi's actions. Only after Fu Rui had walked away did she voice her thoughts. Am I not aware of how she treats me? I merely spoke those words in her presence. Ultimately, whether or not to assist her and to what extent is entirely at my discretion. You need not concern yourself with this matter, I assure you. I will not allow myself to suffer any losses. The hour is quite late, you should go rest and need not stay here with me. Qiao Xi provided Sumu with a brief explanation and then urged her to retire, as there were still matters left unresolved. Are you truly all right here alone, my lady? A slender contestant ascended the stage and approached the first celestial force test device. He then channeled the celestial force within his dantian and struck the cylindrical testing device with a palm. Zhou had already awaited him on the stone bench outside the cultivation cave. Upon seeing Liu emerge, he rose and inquired, Senior Brother Li. I have heard that someone has ascended the 6-star tower. Should we not give it a try? Director, what is this? I am still utterly bewildered. I could not help but ask. Did you summon me here merely to watch a science fiction film? A slight smirk of disdain appeared on his lips, confirming that those from the Doomsday Wanderers were indeed a ragtag bunch. Let us proceed as you suggest. Perhaps in the end, she may lose everything. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that she has obtained Wu Ji, which isn't too tragic, is it? Indeed, it does not seem overly urgent. Postponing matters for a century or two might not pose any significant issues. The middle-aged man with a benevolent demeanor seated in the right hall chuckled, though his voice was more grating than that of the garlic-faced man, causing Bao Bei's brows to furrow incessantly. Even though Jiang Liushir's base vehicle had undergone several different evolutions, he dared not traverse the city center. She had glimpsed the mutated gene beasts within the base of the Cunlong Brigade and, finding them adorable, expressed a desire to raise a few. They could only don the uniforms of the Japanese army after dealing with this batch of soldiers, disguising themselves as Japanese and driving off in the trucks laden with supplies, thus securing their chance to escape. With a resounding crash, she hurled the mirror to the ground, clenching her fists and silently encouraging herself. These winds emerged from the hollow pierced by the broken army, swirling like a mire that firmly ensnared the broken army's body, rendering him utterly immobile. The metallic clashing echoed twice, followed by a gurgling sound emanating from the belly of the Qilin steel beast, the noise signaling the activation of its iron heart. Due to the brief duration, the disciples had not confirmed the authenticity of the news, merely sharing it casually on the forum. They understood that remaining on the narrow mountain path, regardless of hiding beneath the rocks or evading the Chinese mortars and gunfire, would inevitably culminate in death on the mountainside, death without resistance. Why aren't you singing? As a star, wouldn't your voice alleviate the tension? A fleeting thought crossed Gan Jing's mind. Yet he did not ponder it deeply, merely singing casually. Lu Yun smiled without speaking, and the old man, observing Yang Yifeng's expression, inferred something. The entire family shared the same disposition, and Yang Yifeng had likely already said everything. The final producer shrugged, the most understated of them all. now quite composed as he leaned against the sofa, listening to the music still playing in the room. However, this railway, through simple calculations, revealed the immense business opportunities it harbored. A mere reduction in freight costs would fundamentally transform the transportation state of the Northern Song dynasty, yielding at least a 20% profit, equating to a 5-year return on investment. Esteemed Daoist, I humbly request you to inform Master Hengyang that my attempt to procure that item from the palace was fruitless, disappointing his high expectations. Please allow me some additional time, I shall make another journey. I extend my gratitude to you in advance. Songbai bowed at the entrance, clasping his hands in respect. Su Jia sat at the third position to the left of the emperor, naturally overhearing the exchange. She turned her head, feigning indifference as she glanced at the two, observing the emperor's furrowed brow and discernibly displeased expression. Chapter 96, Sisterly Conflict? If Qiao Luo were to inexplicably contract the plague, individuals would inevitably be taken for incineration, let alone the items she had touched. Therefore, Fu Rui would certainly prevent Xiao Zhao or anyone else from reporting this matter to the emperor. However, Dr. Wang felt that such an action was inappropriate. Yet in the medicine candidate matter, he did not dare to speak recklessly, as the afflicted was no ordinary person, but the daughter of the esteemed Dr. Qiao Zhao. Alas! I suggest you do not trouble Dr. Wang further, this is no trivial matter. We must adhere to the emperor's regulations in our actions, lest this incident adversely affect the entire Qiao family. Observing Dr. Wang's hesitation, Inku seized the opportunity to continue, pondering over the matter regarding my daughter. I even began to reminisce about the scent I had caught from Sister Qing's garments earlier, yet I could not conjure that aroma in my mind at all. Countless streams of dark demonic energy shattered the void, surging towards the expanse of the three realms, as the sinister and malevolent voice of the Fate Sovereign resonated through the cosmos. The banquet hall fell into a hushed silence, with only the mist, like water, enveloping us to the chest. Upon hearing this, Jin Changhe smiled faintly, nodded in acknowledgement as a gesture of respect, and spoke slowly. A fleeting flash of lightning illuminated the blue flesh beneath the crack and the yellow talisman gradually igniting by the door. Once the magic array was activated, one could observe the vapor from the cooling tower being drawn into the magic crystal core of the cloud beast, only to be expelled again through the core. Henceforth, you should diligently learn from your senior brother. Upon our return, the master will surely be pleased, and perhaps he might even arrange for my junior sister's marriage to me. What? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise, regarding the two individuals. Although he had suspected they might encounter difficulties, he did not anticipate the seriousness of their predicament. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, why not mention a solution earlier? By the time the tension had escalated, only then did you speak. Was it truly amusing to provoke such discomfort? Chen Yang's words stirred Qin Shuiming's interest, yet the subsequent remarks from Chen Yang were beyond Qin Shuiming's considerations, primarily focusing on Pingshan County. If well utilized, the situation with Jiang Hua could yield unexpected results. Consequently, the total number of participants in this training session exceeded 270, and with the integration of teaching resources, they were divided into 3 large classes. Lu Lin understood. Regarding Lu Jin's request, Lu Lin hesitated not at all and promptly agreed. In the afternoon, Ning Ren conveyed to Zhuge Bai content that was not metaphysical but grounded in true science. The essential faculties of the brain include memory, comprehension, logical reasoning, spatial imagination, three-dimensional analysis and insight, numerical ability, and more. When the two videos were juxtaposed, many immediately believed Yang Yi was wronged, while Lin Qingya charged that the gambling demon was indeed real. During mealtime, Zhuang Baoyi merely discussed the graduation ceremony's proceedings without mentioning anything else. At that time, Sun Bo had collaborated with Shen Chuanmin, the then director of the County Forestry Bureau, now the director of Pingshan County's Agriculture, Forestry, and Animal Husbandry Bureau, to strategize on seizing the northern mountain of Linjiang. Indeed, when Tai Deng's punch landed, Yang Yi, devoid of his vital energy, could only brace himself and deliver a punch in return. The monk in white spoke extensively, primarily seeking to leverage the influence of Buddhism from those isolated islands overseas back onto the mainland. As for whether the other party would glean anything from his offerings, Shi Yuanya Hui harbored no concerns. Soon, upon returning to the previous location, Liao Dongfeng followed the resonant heartbeat, gradually locating the passageway that led them inside. One would expect Baba Ta to be exceedingly delighted to find an outstanding disciple like Luo Feng for Huyan Bo. These were all cast using the essence of the Yin ghost, with each consumption requiring replenishment later. Ordinarily, he would never waste so liberally. At that moment, the doorbell rang. And before the sound of the chime faded, there followed a series of urgent knocks. Initially, upon entering, the ominous atmosphere of the corridor was enough to cause concern. Having faced numerous dangers that nearly cost them their lives. Yet now, their only exit was blocked. And even the old man they had encountered earlier had seen the previously discovered tunnel filled in and demolished. Chapter 97, only then did I realize she had changed. Is it somewhat inappropriate for second mother to say this? Furthermore, does it not seem a tad unjust towards me? Although I returned late last night, did I not still come to Qingyun Pavilion to visit my sister? Early this morning, upon hearing that my sister was in trouble, I forewent breakfast and promptly sent someone to summon a doctor. As soon as the doctor entered the estate, I hastened to bring him along. Genuinely seeking medical help for Qiao Luo, yet second mother accuses me of being indifferent towards my own sister. Is this not a bit? Moreover, prior to my marriage, I never witnessed my sister fall ill. Why is it suddenly my fault now that I am married? Does second mother believe I should not have wed? Or does she think I possess a cunning demeanor? My sister's health is indeed of paramount importance. Yet after a brief pause, the crowd's pupils constricted, for the billowing blood mist gradually coalesced into an ethereal figure. Having said this, Huang supported Zhou Wuxuan onto a stone bench before striding towards the rockery. With the chilling and mechanical tone of the system, a colossal holographic screen reappeared within the young man's consciousness. Within the screen, a grotesque creature with bulging eyes and a pockmarked visage, exceedingly hideous and grotesquely rotund, was hastening towards them, trailed by two unsightly, large-tailed, dark green monsters. The previously impassively Shirshan finally displayed a hint of a smile after receiving a kiss from his wife. Master Ji Kun could no longer afford to slay the gravely injured Li Yangyi, pouring all his strength into vanquishing the armies of the powerful. When Ling Ling inquired about the dreams of the three, Li Yanqiu shyly pondered before responding that she wished to become a floral arrangement master. Feng Bujin casually declared his aspiration to become a swordsman, but when it came to Shi Jun, he appeared lost in thought. The encirclement of this academy was indeed foolproof. Students could only enter and exit through the main gate. However, one stipulation remained: blood demons could not unleash flames. To ascertain whether someone was a blood demon, one merely needed to observe if they could produce fire. A series of gentle winds whispered through the air. Devoid of any genuine force, yet a faint sword intent began to materialize. Previously, when the company was still a studio, did he not also provide benefits to the studio members, taking them on trips? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, her adorable display of clinging to Rintai's back and playfully demanding egg drop soup prompted a flurry of comments in the barrage, urging, "Let go of that man. Come to me." Warmth shook her head and offered her cup to Lin Wei, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it and bringing it to her lips for a sniff. Lin Wei took a sip. It was merely water, faintly flavored. Having thoroughly severed ties with Ling Changtian, the possibility of obtaining the Earth Dragon mushroom from the other party had vanished. Lin Xiu was aware of this and chose not to pursue the matter further. He remained oblivious to the presence behind him, grinning menacingly. He gripped the pot's handle. And with a gentle flick of his arm, the previously yellowing fried egg obediently flipped over, resting quietly at the bottom of the pan while occasionally releasing wisps of sizzling steam. The activated puppet promptly locked its target onto Lin Xiu. With its wooden legs slightly bent and arms raised, it charged directly towards him. At last, they awaited an opportunity to prove themselves, the inner door selection competition. At that time, both were 8-star martial apprentices, allowing them to easily advance to the top 4. As the two with the highest expectations of victory, they encountered each other around early. And it was this match that forged a deep-seated enmity between them. Damn it, I am clearly following the technological path of a gunslinger. Why can't I go outside to seek better weapons? The dwarf shouted loudly. In truth, he was somewhat familiar with nunchaku from his time in the military. This weapon was notoriously difficult to wield, yet when mastered, its striking power was indeed formidable. Just as he took 2 steps, Li Ji heard the roar of Ikeyaki behind him. He swung the north wind sword above his head and swiftly turned, thrusting it backward. Chapter 98, Why doesn't the princess take action? Is my sister-in-law jesting? How grave is Qiao Luo's illness? If Dr. Wan does not speak, and my elder brother is reluctant to report, do you genuinely believe you can rest easy? Instead of discussing these matters with me, why not devote your time to pondering how to treat Qiao Luo's affliction? Furthermore, regarding Qiao Luo's recent attendance at the palace banquet, she merely received a favor from the empress yet dared to openly provoke her elder sister before his majesty and the other consorts, offering no dignity to Qiao Xi. Are you not afraid that his majesty may one day merge these two incidents to address Qiao Luo? How can you have the audacity to criticize me? If you truly wish to prevent misfortune from befalling Qiao Luo, after her recovery, teach your daughter to adhere to propriety. This would be far more effective than your endless prattling. Oh, speaking of this matter, doesn't he, my elder brother? Seeing that he remained unconvinced, Zhou Minglan waved her hand, and immediately a maid approached with a piece of paper. Although Dizhou does not command troops now, he still possesses all military authority. Not to mention he is the crown prince. It is precisely because Nangong Pinger's love for He Qingfan runs so deep that she can unleash such profound sorrow. Akin to a final flicker of light before death, her once vibrant heart now withered, devoid of color, no longer pursuing happiness or harboring hope for life, indifferent to existence itself. Her destination is the courtyard she purchased. For Chenrong, she has already distinguished herself, shocking the world once, why not continue? In any case, returning to her family now will not salvage anything. Very well, Fengqi replied nonchalantly. Even in the presence of this legendary figure renowned in the business world, his tone remained calm, devoid of any significant emotional fluctuation. Zhou Minglan intended for someone to fetch Feng Jinglan along with her belongings. Yet she forgot that she did not even know Feng Jinglan's name. After Guchen concluded his words, he shifted his thoughts, sending the feather in his hand soaring into the air. He leapt onto the feather, pointing his right index finger towards the east. And the spiritual sword instantly soared in pursuit of the elder's direction. The abrupt noise disturbed Miao, who had been napping nearby, causing him to express his displeasure with a soft meow. Thanks to the bodyguards dispatched by Xingzi Yuan to protect Shi Qinghuan, their current journey has been considerably smoother. Guchen glared at the water spirit encroaching upon him, feeling utterly uncomfortable in the presence of such a large creature. As he experienced the warm breath emanating from its nostrils, goosebumps erupted all over his body, and his scalp prickled intensely. He felt an urge to lash out. Yet he understood there was no escape, so he steeled himself to confront the shaman. At that moment, in a rarely trodden muddy area, a graceful figure leaped from the frigid lake, sending a cascade of glistening droplets into the air. We, the Citrus Kingdom, are willing to exchange premium pomelos for these delicacies, declared the Pomelo King, unwilling to be outdone. Miss Kong Ling, where do you intend to take me? This inquiry marked the fifth time Ling Xiaotian had posed the question during their journey. Had Lu Zhan not adhered to his principles and refrained from accepting others' gifts, the two brothers would have offered him the house outright. Upon hearing this, I momentarily froze, observing Lei Xing pointing his chin towards Lin Bukuan, seemingly questioning why he remained silent and unresponsive to the mosquitoes. Could he be of AB blood type or perhaps a more mysterious new breed? As the foolish dog extended its tongue, the black cat leapt down, landing squarely atop the dog's head and delivering a swift paw strike. Indeed. We are all aware of this, yet what connection exists between his unscathed ambush on Wang Yang and his current state of injuries? Xiaoshui could not help but voice her perplexity. A gust of wind rustled through the bamboo grove, producing a sound reminiscent of a sorrowful lament, akin to the wailing of thousands of soldiers. Fang Yanting and Xia Hoqing, witnessing the scene, felt it inappropriate to press further. So they led the disheartened members and the injured Kuang Lai and Yu Zhen to hastily depart from the Dragon Conference platform. All right. No return until intoxicated, Li Haoran remarked, glancing at Li Yu's hand tightly gripping Xianzi, ultimately accepting the situation in silence. Ling Yu hung up the phone and abruptly turned around to find Qingzi Tong beside her, cradling a child, having arrived unnoticed. Min Yu and Hu Xia were originally in class 2, but due to the rat monster incident, they were forcibly relocated to our dormitory. Consequently, Dean Li had no choice but to transfer them both to our class 1. Chapter 99, Visiting Qiao Luo. The princess's considerations were indeed astute. After listening to Qiao Xi's explanations, Zhao Mian realized the depth of her thoughts and complimented her. It was nothing, Qiao Xi waved her hand, choosing not to elaborate further. So, when will the princess return to the royal residence? As they approached the entrance of the apothecary's manor, Zhao Mian anticipated that the prince would inevitably inquire about Qiao Xi, prompting him to ask in advance. Perhaps tomorrow, Qiao Xi replied succinctly, providing no additional details. Do you still have unfinished business at the apothecary's manor? Zhao Mian pursued the question, hoping that Qiao Xi would accompany him back. I must express my gratitude here with my son to all the esteemed uncles, Zhang stated, bowing deeply to those present. Master. You are our savior. From this day forth, should you desire our demise, we shall not flinch, and may divine retribution befall us. The four individuals fervently swore, tears streaming down their faces. The earth spirit gazed upwards, witnessing a large cauldron materialize, vibrating violently, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy. It was unfathomable that a Mirian Zimo could ignite discord among their harmonious group. Master. Lord Wu Ying has fainted while concocting the restoration elixir for you. The divine pill struggled to climb into Luo Xiao's hands, presenting her with a pill, causing her to finally glance at the still meditating Wu Ying. Coughing twice, Luan Feng's eyes suddenly brightened as he fixed his gaze upon the enchantress, who sensed his newfound seriousness. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Shangguan Jishi's expression softened slightly, though it remained grim. As a physician, especially one specializing in hematology, she was acutely aware that the lymphatic system resided in the abdomen. He advanced towards the cave dweller's brother, preparing for an attack. After a brief reprimand, a white-clad cultivator gracefully soared to the open ground ahead, his dark hair casually tied with a ribbon, cascading freely down his back. However, the majority deemed Qingyu to be among the weaker ranks, as many believed her exemption from the test was orchestrated. Questioning how she could draw lots alongside those of noble birth, Yan Yu suddenly lunged at Lu Qianxu, forcibly manifesting her form and gripping her neck, lifting her above his head. Faced with successive shield formations, the ordinary beastmen in the army exhibited signs of agitation. Hu Yu, with keen eyesight, noticed that a significant portion of the blood curse sword had transformed to an orange hue resembling that of the flaming tiger's blood, clearly indicating corruption. How could we possibly persist? Sang Yu vehemently countered Bei Dao, then stepped forward, eager to enter the arena. Indeed, while the Zhang family has long coveted the position of the corpse demon clan, they are equally devoted to the nation. Thus, Su Langtao disclosed everything to Zhang Weihua without reservation. Impossible. Heiga Mira sprang to her feet, her eyes brimming with disbelief, and she was not alone. Everyone except for Juxing at Budong Peak stood up in shock. Although her realm surpassed Hu Yu's by one level, her magical energy barely reached a third of his, at most a little over 1/4, which was rather peculiar. What are we still doing here, torturing one another? Mu Shenrong found himself at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. Initially, he applied for a job as a college student. Fishing was arduous and physically demanding. Yet he successfully became a delivery fisherman thanks to his system-enhanced physique. They were all elders of the imperial clan, well acquainted with the machinations of courtly power struggles, harboring profound skepticism towards everyone. Immersed in the seemingly bottomless whirlpool of Luoyang, they scrutinized everything with a hint of doubt, resolutely refusing to place their trust in others. Chapter 100, Entangled in One's Own Web. What on earth are you doing at Qingyun Pavilion in the dead of night? Qiao Luo, infuriated by Qiao Xi's actions, abruptly sat up in bed, her eyes blazing with anger and dissatisfaction toward her sister as she chastised her. What nonsense are you spouting? I have business to attend to at Qingyun Pavilion, Qiao Xi retorted with a smile, disregarding Qiao Luo's outburst. Could your matters not wait until tomorrow? Must you come here at this hour to frighten me? While you choose to forego sleep, others still require rest. Qiao Luo was exceedingly vexed by Qiao Xi's late-night visit and spoke to her with no hint of politeness. Your audacity is truly remarkable. How can one sleep soundly after committing so many misdeeds? Indeed, one who is excessively cunning and sways like a reed in the wind will not meet a favorable end. The gatekeeper had assumed that Xiao Tai would abandon his efforts, for what good could a fool produce in terms of couplets? Fake jade. This piece is indistinguishable from the genuine articles I appraised a few days prior, and its craftsmanship is far more sophisticated than those imitation jades I had previously evaluated. It can be said that this is a flawless counterfeit, and at present, there is no evidence to suggest otherwise. Su Yang's words struck Aunt Chi's heart like a thunderbolt. Indeed, for so many years, she had been uncertain of her desires. After the events of that time, she lost sight of what she truly wanted. Or perhaps she simply lacked the courage to confront her own wishes when she finally became aware of them. The reason behind such actions was not due to ignorance of the dire consequences of unleashing such a formidable being. The same holds true now. Whether it was merely causing old Master Bao to lose his temper due to the mission or Mo Lao's current demeanor, once he acknowledges something, there is no room for hesitation. Yi Fan and Ling Ziqing found themselves firmly ensnared within the Zijing battle formation, rendered completely immobile. The self-detonation of a peak 8-level star beast is not to be doubted, now. One could only attempt to escape its core range to retain even a faint hope of survival. Old Tang believed a fraction of what the lecherous old man said. For the old man's ramblings seemed nonsensical. Not a single sensible word was uttered. Old Tang, who had overseen the excavation of dozens of tombs, had never encountered anything miraculous, leading him to regard the old man's claims as mere alarmist rhetoric. However, in close combat, Hua Lianchao held the advantage, and she soon found herself unable to cope. The sword grazed her scalp several times until the fire demon elf regained its normal mobility and came to her aid. Shangguan Feishuai turned to see a burly old man with hair as white as snow barreling toward her, accompanied by a young woman named Qiao Xi, who had been caring for Shangguan Feishuai in recent days. Wagong is but one among many strongholds, other hills also host numerous forces. Yet Li Mi chose to focus on Wagong for a simple reason: its advantageous location allowed for concealment and proximity to the granaries of the Sui state. Such a prime territory had caught his eye. Qiao Anxin was taken aback by Feng Ruyun's ability to fabricate such a lie, but she could not directly reveal the truth, as the old lady's health was already precarious. Her palms were drenched in sweat. Li De spoke sincerely. He had not seen Qin Qiong in quite some time and felt that this highest official responsible for maintaining order in Yuzhou City had been afforded too few opportunities to showcase his abilities. As he ran about, each time Lin Feng passed the medical hall, he would stop in to greet old Gong. Initially, she felt shy, anxious, and apprehensive at the prospect of meeting her future husband, who happened to be the most esteemed emperor in the realm. The anticipation was palpable. The cold-faced king. What peculiarities could a farmer's courtyard possess? Lu Xing nonchalantly remarked to Lu Xiao. The crowd fell silent, awarding full marks with a guilty conscience. What were they to do, if not deceive their own moral compass to bestow a perfect score? Jiang Yinger halted, observing the change in Qin Yifeng's expression upon seeing Qiao Anxin. A glimmer of insight flickered in her eyes as she exchanged a few words with the nearby staff before departing from the third floor. Chapter 101, Fu Rui's schemes miss. How did you come out so quickly? Upon seeing Qiao Xi, Sumu hurriedly ran over and inquired. It was merely a brief exchange with Qiao Luo. It did not take long at all, Qiao Xi replied with a smile. Oh. I'm glad to hear that your matters are settled. Let us return, Sumu remarked, not pressing further, and suggested they head back to Huajian Pavilion. Very well, Qiao Xi said, grasping Sumu's hand, and together they gradually vanished into the night. Shu Yun. Shu Yun. You insolent girl, why aren't you coming in? As soon as Qiao Xi left, Qiao Luo shouted for Shu Yun to enter. However, if it weren't for Long Yu's meddlesome remarks, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Long's clenched fist reflected his frustration. As Karuya's words echoed, everyone froze in panic, and a dozen knights rushed towards him. The Catfolk were a prominent tribe within the fairy kingdom, fiercely loyal to the fairies. And to acquire the Ember of the World Tree, Lin Lei undoubtedly needed to engage with them. The Prince of Horses felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the necessity of making a commendable impression, lest he inadvertently allow Xiang Xiaolong to seize an opportunity to rise. The magical barrier erupted in the sky, its brilliance connecting to the copper-blue matter. The refugees gazed up at the colossal airship, their eyes shimmering with hope illuminated by the radiant light. After a moment, I lifted the pot lid to reveal sausages and cured meats mingling with rice. The grease from the cured meat enveloped the grains, causing them to glisten enticingly. Pay her no mind, she simply relishes in rambling, Gan Liang said with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, forcing a sheepish smile. This scene starkly contrasted with what Lin Lei had observed in Yongwang town, leading him to question whether his judgment regarding the potion not fully fermenting might have been flawed. Anan played the piano while Gu Fan worked nearby. This moment felt like one of the most beautiful times since the dawn of creation. Once I mastered alchemy, I could continuously produce potions to exchange for resource points. Zhao Kuo was surprised that his counterpart insisted on voicing their thoughts, as repeated requests would inevitably lead to an awkward situation if he remained unresponsive. Thus, the food spoon snake retracted its tail and sprang back to land before Li saw. The elder sister waved her sleeve, causing a flurry, as the village chief looked on in terror and eventually knelt down in submission. After changing into his nightwear, he reclined against the pillow, gesturing for Ing Sidong to come closer. Ing Sidong hesitated, akin to a student caught off guard during a surprise inspection by the dormitory supervisor. Only to find a scruffy middle-aged man concealed under the covers, a foul sock protruding, desperately trying to avoid detection. The diary was authentic, thus its contents were also true. After a brief shock, the people of the divine nation were engulfed by immense rage. The depth of their previous trust and admiration for the Archbishop of Light now transformed into profound resentment. I concoct different brews daily for various patrons. Observing the myriad expressions on their faces, each bearing unique scars, while I remain powerless to aid them, I gradually understand the Buddha's teaching that all sentient beings suffer. And I come to grasp the Buddha's own helplessness. They had never been so close to a helicopter, for many older individuals. This was indeed their first encounter with such a marvel. Yet at this moment, both individuals moved with great slowness, nearly pausing to cultivate their breath after every few steps. Otherwise, it would not have taken an entire day to ascend merely 600 steps. Given this, why would someone as astute as Qian lie about such matters? Xiao Lingyun pondered, bemused. He gazed at Qiao Xi, lifeless on the ground, a torrent of anger surging within him. Yet, against several formidable beings of the heavenly Tao realm, he found himself utterly powerless. Long Ting immediately grasped his spear, and Dragon Sea jested, "Master, do not fret, I have a grand gift to present." With that, he retrieved a large banner from his bag and found a long pole to raise it. Chapter 102, Who Authorized Your Return? This. When Xi'er left, she did not inform her daughter-in-law, who was also quite oblivious. Fu Rui glanced at old Madame Qiao, feeling somewhat awkward. No longer pretending to be the dutiful wife and mother. Humph. After so many years in the Qiao family, one would expect her to have learned some decorum. Old Madame Qiao was genuinely displeased with Qiao Xi. She had left, and it was time for her mother to let go of her anger. It would be unwise to jeopardize her health over this, and the old master would surely be distressed. Fu Rui approached, massaging old Madame Qiao's shoulders, and remarked, "I truly do not understand how my family could raise such a rule-defying individual." Upon uttering this, old Madame Qiao felt a surge of energy. In her perception, the essence of the soul appeared black, yet once formed, the soul manifested as a translucent white. Bao Wei snatched a multifunctional flashlight from his companion, aiming it at Qi Zhen, and hesitantly inquired, "No worries, I will set up a formation. When the zombies come, just make your way into the formation," Zhang Fan assured him. The ironclad catapult seen in the video paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring sight before them now. It was as imposing as an 800-ton crane. The crew behind them, including the agents, assistants, and bodyguards of various celebrities, disembarked from their SUVs and proceeded on foot. The commentary for the domestic premiere was provided by Yen Yen, Leg Hair, and Xian Huan. Alongside two special guests, Coach Jibu from the Heavenly Team and the original CG top laner, the world-renowned top laner, Chou Men Tai. However, the precious black jade ointment remained a closely guarded secret, traditionally offered as a tribute to the Imperial Medical Institution. Both Mei Qian and the other 4 members of the team seemed to sense something, a vague yet undeniable presence. Yihui couldn't fathom it. Even the divine could not reverse time, so he found it implausible that Zhang Fan could possess such foresight to predict prior events. It was merely his conjecture, as even the divine could not achieve such predictions. He stepped down from the grand carriage. With the demon Saint Ji Meng and numerous demon soldiers bowing in respect behind him, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Qi Shui raised an eyebrow, and a torrent of blood fire surged forth from him, while Yu Yi was equally unyielding, releasing waves of black mist to confront him. Vancouver is a sanctuary for Chinese immigrants, and finding white liquor here is not surprising. What is peculiar is witnessing someone use it to beat the heat. Our vehicle had sustained significant damage from recent jarring impacts, the engine now struggling to maintain its voice, and our speed began to falter. "You filthy and lowly human dare to insult His Highness!" a middle-aged man shouted. Yet, the comparison of strength between Mina and Abner was hardly worth discussing. One was merely a magic apprentice, while the other was the head of a prestigious magical family. What could possibly be compared? I have never been to Las Vegas or places like Macau and Hong Kong, yet even as an unprofessional observer, I can discern the professionalism that permeates this establishment. From the decor to the layout of the casino, it exudes top-tier standards. Confronted with the thread shooting forth from Elena's side, Carl remained unfazed, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize their trajectory. Brother Yi, this is Mr. Yamamoto, whom I believe you should recognize, Li Weiqing introduced with a smile. Due to the intense light behind him, Zhong Yuanming sure could not discern his expression. Was he serious? Jesting? Mocking? Or completely earnest? Listening to X's robust declarations, the magician nodded. Such responses were indeed among their considerations. This was not a matter for Lei Yu to ponder, nor did he wish to. He simply aimed to cherish every moment as it came. Your Highness, have you not already confirmed Ai Ling? Why treat Dai Xiao in such a manner? They merely resemble one another. Mo Qinghan felt a surge of excitement in her heart, a powerful sense of fear rising as if Dai Xiao had suddenly distanced herself greatly. Chapter 103, Are you having a stroke? I implore you to clarify your thoughts. I have merely married you, not signed away my life. What issue is there in returning to my maternal home? Is it so that the prince is concerned about me? By your reasoning, must I consult you before undertaking any action in the future? With a smile that belied the tension, Qiao Xi addressed him, seemingly oblivious to Chu Chi's irritation. Do not babble nonsense here. I ask you, have you caused trouble at the medicine pavilion these past few days? Chu Chi, wishing to avoid trivial chatter with Qiao Xi, posed his question directly. Are you unaware whether I have caused trouble, my lord? I have been back from the medicine pavilion for at least an hour. Do you see anyone seeking me out? No? Then it follows that my affairs have not escalated to the point necessitating a leave of absence to keep matters clandestine. To ensure too, the arrival of the criminal police would not only provoke an exceedingly perilous standoff but would serve no other purpose. He must first devise a method to obstruct the search team. Yongjing furrowed his brow. In his previous life, the Defei had refused to accept a title or relocate her residence, and until her passing, she had never been formally bestowed the title of Empress. Nor had she left the Yonghe Palace. Inside the vehicle, Suzuki Sonoko exhaled in relief, clasped her hands in a gesture of supplication, and then waved goodbye to Mao Lilan. Su Wanyan found herself pressed against the railing of the terrace, her skin meeting the cold, unyielding stainless steel, while before her stood a man radiating heat and vigor. Though his movements were subtle, Zhao Xian's keen senses effortlessly detected his actions. Each time she struggled to reveal her true feelings, encountering this fire, she was unwilling to extinguish it easily. Xia still remembered the exquisite crab roe soup bun beauty. She held a certain romanticized view of both delicacies and charm. Observing the incongruity between the flamboyant gentleman and the critique from the unimpressed Jia Xia, Inspector Ning Mei inquired lightly. Furthermore, the azure dragon that had been resting obediently on Su Yang's shoulder evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And the ancestral dragon fragment he had acquired in his youth seemed to resonate with the azure dragon in some mysterious manner. Grandfather Shui, did you not say you would cultivate for a day and then train in the beast arena for another? Di Shai asked curiously. Meng Xinghui found himself utterly defeated by the lewd demeanor of Fei Luo, pondering what sort of ethereal essence could have birthed such a rare specimen. With a smile, Meng Xinghui clinked his glass against hers, the crystalline sound mingling with Shuang Jin's silver bell-like laughter. Leaders continued to beseech Tu Hai, who, observing the battlefield, realized that victory was unlikely. Rather than sacrifice another 10,000 cavalrymen, it would be prudent to retreat. Regrettably, this plan could not be realized, and he would have to seek alternative strategies. Mother, what troubles you? Di Shai inquired, the words escaping his lips with a hint of awkwardness. Qingling Su had anticipated that he would not easily relent, yet, this was fortuitous, for it allowed her to engage with Ouyang Ku and seek an opportunity to extricate herself. With an additional party, there was naturally an element of caution in her heart, thus she promptly interrupted him before he could speak further, agreeing without hesitation. Much of it was merely entrusted to the parents for management, a sentiment that echoed Jing Xiujing's experiences. Why ask so many questions? Would it not be delightful to surprise you later? Tian Pai Shui retorted, seemingly exceedingly pleased, erupting into hearty laughter. Just then, a soft sound unexpectedly echoed in the quiet chamber. One of the moonstone pieces embedded in the walls fell, plunging the room into darkness. Dishai chuckled bitterly, realizing that his earlier practice had inadvertently dislodged the moonstone. Before him stood 10 disciples, with Jiang Yu being the 11th and the only outsider. Chao Hong, since you have arrived, is it not rather impolite to leave without conversing a little longer? Zhou Tsang remarked with a cold smile. Meanwhile, Luo Wuxuan noticed Ji Chen's gaze. What had caught his attention? Following his line of sight, she peered through the glass wall and spotted a familiar figure sprawled across a table. Chapter 104, I'm not interested, miss, you. Sumu watched Qiao Xi in astonishment. Oh, don't overthink it. I simply felt there was no necessity to treat Bai Shiyu, so I acted deliberately, Qiao Xi explained with a smile, her lips curling slightly. See? I scared Chi away, didn't I? It's splendid, I can finally enjoy a few days of tranquility. Oh, I see. I thought you were trying to compete for Bai Shiyu's favor. Sumu said, her expression one of sudden realization. Humph. As if she is worthy to compete with me. Just a man, Xiangor pouted, displeased. Seventh sister, you hit me again. Yet, after a mere complaint, he immersed himself back into the scene. The cultivators still appearing on the ranking list breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing their standings. At the very least, they had indeed entered the top 100. Qing Yuanhing wore a cheerful smile while Xia Junlin regarded him with suspicion. What a coincidence, the house is being renovated these days. He had the keys to this place and often came over to crash, while Hua Jingzuan had grown accustomed to his presence, treating him as invisible as he strolled into the bathroom for a shower. Alright, I'll listen to my sister and keep quiet. Lan Yishuan obediently closed his mouth. Yet his large, wet eyes remained fixed on Gu Qingwan, fearful that the person before him might vanish in the next moment. At that moment, they felt a wave of displeasure. Yun Yang. How dare she treat us this way? She is just a parentless individual. How can she have the audacity to act so haughty? Why are you speaking so off-topic? Su Qishi furrowed her brow. Concerned that Hua Jingzuan might feel upset upon hearing this, so she instructed the doctor to step outside and fetch the necessary medicine. A bitter smile crept onto Yi Ning's lips as memories of those days spent in the side courtyard, listening to the chants, flooded back. They felt like days trapped like caged beasts. She tightened her grip on the railing, her knuckles turning white. It was indeed Xiamin. Even though Luo Xingyuan was merely her brother, they had no marital ties. He also despised anyone who presumed to act as Luo Yining's husband. Because the one I initially wanted to eliminate was you, Qiao Jiai. Lu Ting glared at Qiao Jiai with resentment, her voice raised. Lin Yuan, however, strode over decisively, seizing the champagne bottle and bringing it down forcefully onto the supervisor's head with a resounding crash. Lu Lin reacted swiftly, wrapping her arms around her from behind, while Wang Xiao exerted tremendous effort to pry her hands away. Even when he was still a fan, he knew that AC Milan supporters were renowned for their unwavering loyalty and fervent enthusiasm. It was only after she finally organized a stack of cosmetic formulas that she realized she hadn't visited the space in over 10 days. Ever since Zhou Yang had sensed something amiss at the tavern a few days prior, discovering a man exuding a murderous aura, he had been observing in the shadows. For the sake of discretion, he operated alone without informing anyone else. But I can't articulate it. Elvia blushed as she recalled Du Chong emerging from the shower, radiating a masculine charm, her heart racing uncontrollably. The courage she had mustered deflated before Du Chong, leaving her unable to voice her thoughts. Nuan, I'm heading back too. Yizha is ill, and I must care for him. I'll visit you another day. Lin Wan said to Xia Yuran before descending the stairs with Yuan Hao. There are no shortcuts in life, if one is unwilling to endure hardship. Then all discussions are merely empty talk. However, if Ansing spoke the truth, then Rao Kursan must have perished years ago, yet now she was indeed alive. Which implied that someone had assisted her back then. The old man interrupted Jing Yi, who was still trying to ingratiate himself with Yi Jingxian. And regardless of Jing Yi's willingness, he pulled him in for a cheek kiss. All 500 elite soldiers were slain, leaving fewer than 100 who were successfully captured. In the main hall of the Duan residence, Feng Chia had his arm around Ling Yu while Jin Liuyan and Shui Wuyo sat side by side. Bao and Long Qing stood nearby, whispering and occasionally stifling their laughter. Chapter 105, The Unyielding Steel. It was evident to Qiao Luo that she could no longer conceal the truth upon witnessing Fu Rui's demeanor. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, hesitating for an extended period without uttering more than a few sentences. Why? Did you provoke her? Fu Rui inquired, growing increasingly anxious. Mother, this matter is not my fault, it is all because of Qiao Xi. If it weren't for her publicly humiliating me during the Empress's birthday celebration in front of so many witnesses, I would not have acted so impulsively. Fearful of Fu Rui's wrath, Qiao Luo hurriedly knelt on the ground. What exactly did you do? Fu Rui exclaimed, disregarding everything else. I merely wished for Qiao Xi to swiftly vacate the Duke of Gongding's residence. The finals of the Shanghai competition were evidently set to occur well before the finals of the university direct qualification tournament. After intense battles, they had now reached the final round. A tremendous blow led to Karma being swiftly vanquished by Cinder's magical orb, leaving behind a dark orb that Cinder pushed once more. Encountering formidable opponents during practice trials was hardly a favorable situation. Wu Yan felt a twinge of concern, apprehensive that her performance might disappoint those in attendance. The brothel keeper's unexpected prowess and ability to craft such remarkable equipment only served to elevate their esteem for her further. Lin Quan, with unwavering focus, observed the road ahead, showing no signs of carelessness. Congratulations to player Ruofing for mastering the first city, Jiangbei City. The system rewards the player with initial development funds of 1 million gold coins. Indeed? What happened? Wasn't it said that the seal at the exit of the Hell Passage in the ancient tomb of the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva at Jiuhua Mountain required a begging bowl from the Arhat? Zhu Yingtai proclaimed proudly, elated by her achievement. Observing the humble demeanor of Ruofing, young Master Li felt a surge of admiration. It is somewhat unexpected, Mui remarked, to discover that the daughter of the Lu family is also a person of the martial world. His final words were evidently directed toward Lu Yuancheng. However, I have heard that Ding Guanyu is quite a recluse. Aside from confiding in a select few, he has not complained to others. Moreover, he has diligently managed the affairs of the residents, accomplishing everything exceptionally well. Consequently, within 2 years, he was promoted to a higher rank, becoming a Tongji. Several hundred meters away, Lu Ling's figure appeared on a branch of a towering tree, joyfully examining his system attributes, feeling as though he had struck gold this time. Brother bodyguard, you aren't afraid of heights, are you? Should we switch places? Xiang Xintong, seated beside Fu Yan, noticed his anxious demeanor and inquired with concern. Sweat dripped down like raindrops as the two old demons, forced into a corner, contemplated fighting back rather than submitting to their demise. Under the dim moonlight and sparse stars, with a gentle breeze, the earth lay in tranquility. On the endless path through the cornfields, Chang Gui drove the cart while Ding Rushuan reclined within. The explosive wails of vengeful spirits swirled through the air like drifting fluff, lingering above the courtyard, cascading down in a colorful flurry. They were even uncertain whether to pursue this so-called treasure. After years of searching within the confines of the palace, doubts began to arise. Where could it possibly be hidden? He instructed his steward to investigate Li Si's background, only to discover that he was nothing more than a lowly individual, lacking both wealth and influence. Emboldened by his skills, he had humiliated a high-ranking official, deluding himself into thinking he could ascend to greatness. Lin Tian scoffed, as a cacophony akin to popping beans echoed within him. A surging tide of destructive energy erupting from within, stirring the dust and distorting the surrounding air, creating an illusion of mist within the hall. He Tingting led the way while reporting her accomplishments to Feng Li over the past month. Chapter 106, Speaking on behalf of Aunt Zhang. Thank you, my lord. Upon witnessing Qiao Zhao's actions, Aunt Zhang felt a surge of joy within her, realizing that she held a place in his heart. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat, Qiao Zhao said with a smile. Very well. My lord has been busy all morning, you must be feeling quite hungry now. I have just prepared some pastries for you to try, and the meal from the small kitchen will be ready shortly. As Aunt Zhang settled down, her words radiated genuine concern for Qiao Zhao. Now that you mention it, I find myself quite peckish, Qiao Zhao responded, as if awakened by her words. Continuing in the vein of Aunt Zhang's conversation. Please, my lord, do sample this red date cake and see if it pleases your palate. Though slightly intoxicated, Zhang was nonetheless formidable in both speed and strength against Aunt Peng. Moreover, Severus Snape stood as a testament to this, having been ensnared himself, ensuring that the students could not possibly intrude. Jiang Mingyue? Xie Jingwan was momentarily taken aback by this name, casting a look of disbelief towards Xingjia. Wang Junyu had always regarded Ji Fei as a brother, heeding his every word, yet he too found himself perplexed by this situation. Had it not been for Gun Xingbing's sudden mention of the matter, Yao would have forgotten, primarily due to the shocking events that had just unfolded in the main courtyard, which had consumed her thoughts regarding why Ma San sought to harm Gun Xingshuang and Gun Xingchen. I believe this nobleman is aware that His Majesty has returned to the capital. Wang Lang entered through a side door. Zhou Yi was the type of individual who possessed both talent and diligence. His earnestness had already placed considerable pressure on those around him, and even after school, he sought further instruction from the professor. As the servants led the way, Yan reminisced about their first meeting. Feeling empty-handed and uncertain of what to present to her aunt, Gun Xingshuang had initially expected Jin Bao to bring news of Gun Cheng's injuries, leading to a tempest of emotions. Pondering whether to send Jin Bao to stay with the embroiderers for a few days. Amidst a series of events, particularly with taxes decreasing rather than increasing, the patience of the palace was gradually wearing thin. The intricate and turbulent affairs of the court had been largely unearthed by his discerning gaze, leaving only secrets that even Mu Xing had hesitated to reveal. Raindrops the size of beans cascaded from the heavens, striking the heated earth, while the distant inner river rippled in response to the downpour. Qin, who glanced around, discovering a sharpened wooden pole beneath the wheel, 2 meters in length, thick at the handle and tapering towards the top. The opposing faction had dispatched individuals to impede the soldiers of Candle Dragon District from unifying Magic Tan City. An unmistakable declaration of war, Sergeant Meng Liang resolved to respond with the utmost severity. Before San Mitaku could react to this statement, the Minotaur vengeful spirit before him grew anxious. On Earth, they were all top-tier stars, yet on Blue Star, they lacked even the courage to step onto the stage. However, Emperor Jingtai remained undaunted, his resolute demeanor dismissing any naysayers, steadfastly determined to implement his new policies and reforms. As her burdens grew heavier, she understood that she could no longer procrastinate. Continuing down this path might lead to unforeseen consequences. She risked being overwhelmed even before her entrepreneurial endeavors bore fruit. Thus, she resolved to embrace spontaneity and delve into a new vocation. This reform and new policy incited a wave of fervent discussion among the populace of the Great Jing dynasty. Lying on the sofa, she hastily retrieved her phone from the crevice, pressing it to her ear as she answered the call loudly. Consequently, after a brief day of speculation within the castle, Mr. Ming forbade further rumors. Damn it! Who fired the gun? Come out, you coward! With an injured arm, Black Gold rolled and darted behind the freshwater pipe in the cabin, gesturing for Mary to fire and lure the enemy. Ji Qingming swiftly sheathed the star sword. Her enchanting eyes clouded with shadows of astonishment, her heart racing in disbelief at the sight before her. Chapter 107, She Seeks by Shiyu My Lord, I. Aunt Zhang glanced awkwardly at Qiao Zhao. There is no need to concern yourself with that, let us first partake in our meal, Qiao Zhao remarked. Perceiving that Fu Rui was merely sulking, and thus did not dwell on the matter, speaking casually to Aunt Zhang. Indeed. With Qiao Zhao's words, Aunt Zhang felt compelled to refrain from further comment, swallowing her grievances and acquiescing to his suggestion. The residence of the Duke of Gongding, Yongfu Pavilion. Qiao, do you know what the prince has been doing lately? It has been a considerable time since he last visited me. Bai Shiyu's health was on the mend. Yet she had not seen Shu Qi in days. Her hands tightly clasped together, even in slumber, she found herself thinking that nothing else mattered. His presence was sufficient to withstand all trials. With him, she had a home. At the beginning of the month, she used a stick to push aside the water plants beside the stone crevice, peering inside, and indeed, the creatures clinging to the rocks were none other than crabs. Leading the throng of adventurous maidens was Revelia, the vice-captain of the Loki faction, her expression grave and serious. In truth, they had previously invaded worlds through similar methods. The man attempted to leap back to evade, yet terror was etched upon his face. I had employed this tactic before, the final strike bore a tracking effect, rendering his efforts futile. Merely relying on weapon sales to accumulate gold coins proved challenging. After all, mainstream weapons are seldom sold unless one possesses an excess. Consequently, the market was rife with low-level weaponry, affordable for neophytes entering the game. The trio's combined assault was effortlessly dodged by Lu Jiajia, leaving them astonished. Once, She had detested Wen Shang to the point of wishing to submerge his face in a toilet, yet he was, astonishingly, a general? It became evident that against a martial deity, any obstruction was futile. Li Tsuanxiao, driven by profit, pushed upward with all his strength, causing the stone door to slowly rise. "Master, please speak, whatever is within my capability, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water," said Lei Qingqian, unwavering in her declaration. Xue Huan halted. Gazing upon the familiar azure throne, where a chilling aura lingered, and the metal armor encased in ice appeared somewhat animated, Song Yin promptly dialed a number in his homeland. The first call directed to his father. Meanwhile, the colossal abominations on the battlefield displayed their might, their arms ensnared in heavy black spiked chains, culminating in fearsome barbed hooks. Upon witnessing Su Chen select an ordinary cue stick, Jiao Chao's expression shifted, revealing his discomfort. Sun Jiaohua disregarded him, tacitly accepting the situation. Initially, he had perceived this man as a figure of valor, yet now he seemed rather feeble. At times, when relationships grow intricate, they transform into a tapestry of interwoven connections, which is not necessarily a negative development. Thus, the bond between Qin Meng and King Wei became all the more complex. Just a month, or rather, half a month ago, he had been utterly alone, wandering in despair, suffering under the chastisement of the holy light. When would he remember his mother? As the saying goes, a child traveling 1,000 miles causes a mother to worry, while a mother journeying 10,000 miles gives her child no concern. As she was flesh of his flesh, he held her in deep regard. When one possesses the ability to soar, entering the Eastern realm becomes a trivial endeavor. For instance, at present, before the time of the no-fly zone, there would be no one to scrutinize. Chu Yan's mother had fretted for a long time, repeatedly checking her son's temperature, anxious that he might be unwell. Fortunately, Panga finally responded, alleviating Su Wuyo's worries somewhat. Otherwise, he had been prepared to invoke the crown of destiny. Continue searching. The fire warrior must be here. Look in the water as well, perhaps he was swept away. That sort of fiery individual tends to falter in the presence of water. Meiji waved his hand and spoke. Chapter 108, Attempting to Default? I am aware. In response to Chu Qi, Bai Shiyu smiled gently. Once your health improves in a few days, I shall take you out for a breath of fresh air. Having married Bai Shiyu for some time, Chu Qi felt a twinge of guilt for not having shown her sufficient care. Very well. Bai Shiyu readily agreed to Chu Qi's proposal without a second thought. Where is Bai Shiyu? Why isn't she here to welcome the princess? Hasn't her illness subsided? Just as Bai Shiyu finished speaking, the sound of Qiao Xi continuously questioning the maidservants could be heard from outside the door. The little maid at the entrance was at a loss for how to respond to Qiao Xi's inquiries, feeling that her visit was somewhat unwarranted. Young Master Mo gazed solemnly at the struggling parasites within Su Jin's body. Some of the insects had partially burrowed into her flesh, while others remained on the surface, persistently attempting to penetrate deeper. Young Master Mo meticulously extracted them one by one with a silver needle. I cannot perish. Shaohui-Chen exerted all his strength to break free from Lin Mohan's oppressive grip. When faced with the specter of death, one often uncovers their innate survival instincts. Shaohui-Chen was no exception. Gritting his teeth, he clutched the steering wheel with all his might, desperately trying to steer the vehicle back to the left. These officials, having never experienced battle, unanimously decided to confront the enemy outside the city, a decision born from their collective authority. Many among the officials held rank superior to that of Xue Hai, leaving him with little choice but to engage the adversary beyond the city walls. The straightforward demeanor displayed by Fan Shui elicited a slight smile from the princess, who set her teacup down and tapped her fingers rhythmically against the table. Su Yaren wandered aimlessly along the tree-lined path, her pace leisurely. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely upon the ground, with rays filtering through the foliage, casting patterns on the earth. As a man approached, Su Yaren halted, her breath quickening. On the dry back, Yunzhe wore a frigid expression, though Tong Guai paid it no mind. Accustomed as she was to her uncle's cold demeanor, perpetually donning a face as icy as death. The rebels shall face stern retribution. Mere gallows erected on the streets are insufficient, many more are being prepared. The populace seeks only an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, and the vast majority remain indifferent to the troubles that may arise post-venting. As the times have shifted, following the conclusion of war, only transactions remain. To procure information, The United States reached an accord with the 731 war criminals. The Thunder Lion beast, already nearing its limits, gathered all its energy into its claws, ready to counter the Dragon Fist. Binger, I reiterate, you must step outside now, any matters can be addressed later. Lin Mohan's tone was notably frigid, affection aside. He was a man of principles. When Zhang Qingyan drew near, the wildcats surrounding the boulder instantly became agitated, arching their backs and fur bristling, emitting a fierce warning. The Crown Prince felt a tinge of displeasure at Yin Zhen's refusal but ultimately nodded, allowing him to depart. Although he spoke in hushed tones, Li Jiaojiao could still discern the weariness in Yongjing's voice. Easily swayed, Zhang had no choice but to acquiesce, for they were captivated by the dazzling array of goods, albeit at exorbitant prices, with few spiritual treasures worth acquiring. It seems that to purchase items at the spirit market, one must first possess wealth, otherwise one risks falling into traps while seeking bargains. The elder, referred to as Old Lin by the youth, immediately responded with respect and drove away. His actions left no room for retreat for Li Kai, only those who bring someone home may claim them as their own. A few six-leaf celestial crystals and early-stage celestial fats whispered among themselves, barely able to fathom the celestial crystals within Luo's body. They could not help but suspect that they were merely imagining things. How could a six-leaf celestial crystal possibly contend against a late-stage celestial fat practitioner? Little did they know. Upon venturing out early that morning, they encountered several Xiongnu men who, entranced by the beauty of the Zhou family, brazenly harassed them in public, even resorting to violence in their attempt to abduct someone. Chapter 109, You truly have a way with words. If you dare to poison Shiryu, I shall not hesitate to end your life. I am prepared to bear the consequences before father. Upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Chu Qi's anger intensified. This was indeed a fault on the prince's part. When did I ever say I intended to poison Bai Shiryu? Qiao Xi blinked her innocent eyes and gazed at Chu Qi. Is that so? Then why not enlighten this prince as to your true intentions? Chu Qi furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Qiao Xi, disbelieving every word she uttered. If I had truly resorted to poisoning, why would I not simply ensure its completion? Would it not be better for the entire royal residence to accompany Bai Shiryu and me in death? Do you truly think I would leave you an opportunity to take my life? At that moment, Mo Shisan and Zhou Qing spoke in unison, exchanging incredulous glances filled with astonishment. Qiao Tiange curled up even tighter, slowly raising his right hand, the voluminous red robe sliding down to reveal a delicate, pale arm, the defined lines of which were evident even in the shadows, a clear sign of excessive strain. Yun could only utilize the divine stones as a source of energy, placing them within the energy reserve of the alchemical furnace. Despite the fact that the attack from Anai Yao, a quasi-respected figure, contained the power of her bloodline, it was still shattered, accompanied by a dull thud as she was sent flying, one of her scorpion legs fracturing and swiftly reassembling. Yifei adjusted her glasses, remarking, "You are late, did you know?" At this moment, Mi Yichangji also arrived at the battlefield. Qin Yin understood that in order to prepare for the impending battle, he must first eliminate the traitor hidden within the upper echelons of the Jiryang Divine Hall. If Chao Jianhua were facing her, he would never have treated her in such a manner, delving into the depths of the situation. The frigid lake waters, though piercingly cold, dissipated much of the force in an instant. After sputtering a few mouthfuls of water, Zhou Qing finally managed to claw his way onto dry land. His drenched garments, buffeted by the wind, threatened to freeze solid. Wang Shufang had traveled a considerable distance and was already parched. Hearing the tailor's words, she was infuriated beyond measure. Without uttering another word, she produced the receipt for her clothing purchase from her pocket and tossed it at the tailor. After enduring the chaos and erosion of this tumultuous period, the surroundings had become increasingly desolate, resembling a lifeless wasteland devoid of any vitality. The group dared not approach the gates of the underworld, instead searching the vicinity carefully, but aside from discovering some mingled blood within the soil, they yielded no further findings. You all rush for the elevator with such excitement. Who has ever considered me, still within the clear soldier line? Did you think you could simply press the crystal upon your return? However, the Zen-like jungler would not voice such thoughts. Gua Yi, the deputy commander of the military office in the Tang dynasty, shared command of the provincial troops alongside the chief commander, serving as the right hand to the chief. In the upper office, Gua Yi held the rank of 5th grade, while in the middle office he was 6th grade, and in the lower office, He was also of 6th grade. Kaiho observed the blood-red sky and the fierce clashes among the various races, a scene he had witnessed and even participated in before, yet this sight bore a disconcerting familiarity, tinged with strangeness. At this moment, Brother Yu had extended his hand to caress Jinlin's cheek. Her beautiful face was marred by expressions of resentment, which became painfully clear to Xue Xingran's gaze under the moonlight. Both had saved her life. Yet Xue Xingran harbored little fondness for Brother Yu. "Brother, how do you plan to arrange this treasure hunt?" asked Ling Yun, typically reticent, in a subdued tone. Shui Gao was already displeased by his expression, and upon hearing those words, his irritation escalated. "Conduct research?" Qing Che chuckled, seemingly jesting with Shui Gao. However, Shui Gao paid little mind to this, as ultimately, what mattered were the events to come. The moon rose and set, and countless spirits had visited the shop. In the end, Feng Yi reflected upon the past, ultimately realizing that, like the spirits before him, he too harbored unresolved emotional knots. Chapter 110, truly considering her upon hearing Qiao Xi's words, Bai Shiyu's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "Qiao Xi, enough." Seeing the pleading look in Bai Shiyu's eyes, Chu Qi reprimanded Qiao Xi once more. "Enough. I have no desire to engage in your trivialities. Will you apologize or not? If you intend to, do it quickly." Qiao Xi, more infuriated than Chu Qi, shot back at Bai Shiyu without reservation, cursing Chu Qi in her heart. Since he was being ungrateful, she felt no obligation to hold back. Indeed, after Qiao Xi's retort, Chu Qi's expression darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with fury. "What did you say?" He felt a bitter pang in his heart, yet outwardly maintained a facade of composure. His predicament was lamentable. He could not fathom why he had been assigned the second position. Not only was the preparation time insufficient, but facing harsh criticism was also a greater likelihood for those preceding him. Although Qin Yuanlong bore all the blame that day, even a fool could discern the Qin family's involvement in the matter. In the midst of battle, the deities of heaven had begun to realize that Lin Xiao and his ilk, the god-slaying demon lords, were vastly different from their preconceived notions. They were extraordinarily powerful, possessing abilities beyond those of ordinary humans. At noon, Su Ku, Hua Tianai, and Zhao Hui found themselves in a tea house within a grand building. As Su Ku savored a smoothie, she observed the refined middle-aged man before her. At this critical juncture, Hua Tianai remained calm and composed, evoking admiration for his poise and fortitude. However, Rilu and Yuze wished to transform into a water shadow before the battle, leading the mist-hidden village to victory. And time was of the essence. What an impressive heavenly sword! Gu Xiao marveled at the magnificent sword in Xiao Ting's grasp, astonished by its splendor. After traveling for an entire day and night, Gu Xiao finally returned to Yan'an with his several hundred loyal soldiers. Once he dejectedly resumed his seat, a man soon joined him, evidently waiting for someone. Before the barrage of icy spikes descended, a colossal white beast roared, seemingly with contempt. Its thick, coarse fur bristled, transforming into formidable ice spikes that shot forth like a rain of arrows. Shifting her gaze to the jade bracelet on her wrist, she smirked. "That old fool dares to say I must cultivate to become a spirit practitioner before the space will open." In the next instant, the divine gate shattered, scattering into beams of light that vanished into the void. All the divine patterns dulled, and the marks of the reincarnation passage disappeared, as if they had fulfilled their purpose and disintegrated. "There will be no danger, hasn't someone already gone?" she said, gesturing behind her in a symbolic manner. But that was not all. Zhu Ke had now calmed down, her previous rage subsiding, yet her aura of killing intent only intensified. The present zombies were in a more pitiful state than the resentful corpses, at least on the surface. In an instant, over 10 flesh-eating insects clung to the zombies like parasites. Ulwan feared that he had not yet mastered the sword technique. The unique quality of the transformation snake sword made it hazardous to wield, and a misstep could result in harm. Anxiously, he implored Zhang Ruyun to cease. Activating the heavenly eye, Ling Xin penetrated the layers of restrictions and the cave itself, observing the eerie interior. It exuded a chilling, ghostly aura, devoid of any inhabitants, save for a solitary skeleton seated within, each bone glistening like jade. Yet she had forgotten that since the moment she had learned of the impending battle and exploited Feng Xingling to send a message to Reed, she had dragged Xingling into this conflict. Now, attempting to distance herself was futile. Moreover, when had she begun to care about the opinions of others? Mo Lianqing, witnessing Zhang Ruyun's delight, felt a weight lift from her heart. Her intention to return the dragon tooth through Zhang Ruyun was also to convey her feelings to Duan Jingtian. Thus, she endeavored to ease Zhang Ruyun's unease, and at that moment, she found solace in being able to assist Zhang Ruyun, promptly divulging the location of Langia Valley. Chapter 111, The Circle restricts Qiao Xi. Since the prince has spoken, I shall no longer dwell on this matter. Sister, let us consider it a jest. The ground is cold, please rise. Qiao Xi had no intention of clinging to this issue, for she had other plans. Thus, she followed Chu Chi's lead and, after a moment, assisted Bai Shiyu to her feet. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as she helped Bai Shiyu, her finger subtly moved, scattering a fine powder upon her. Thank you, Princess. Bai Shiyu, in her naivety, believed Qiao Xi was merely capitulating out of fear of Chu Chi. After expressing her gratitude, she stood, casting a lingering glance filled with affection toward Chu Chi. Remember your own words, but after speaking, I could not resist glancing back at her. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring a twinge of pain within my heart. Little did I know, as I stepped out of my new abode, I collided directly with Huai Ming, who had arrived prematurely. Before I could flee, my hands were forcefully restrained behind me and pressed upon the stone table. Perhaps it was the proximity between them that allowed Ning Ji to catch a faint whiff of blood. Suddenly, memories of graduation day flooded back. When Jingyi had opened his arms to her with a smile, declaring, "Welcome to the world of adults." Ah, it appears my suspicions were true. Su Yi's voice echoed from a distance, enveloped in an enigmatic energy, unscathed. Upon learning this news, Zhang Zhao's boyfriend's family took an even more drastic step, directly severing ties with her. Unlike the traditional chestnut cake from the north, the chestnut cake from the Deis Hanzu resembled a southern rice cake. A delightful fusion of osmanthus cake, with a pristine white rice powder exterior and a filling of finely ground chestnut paste. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Qin family, the patriarch's chair was no longer occupied by Qin Lan but had been assumed by the newly appointed head, Qin Yun. This signified that their conjectures were indeed correct. As the blood egg vanished, the surrounding phantasms were also dispelled. She, along with Gu Nisheng, Gu Qingqing, Gu Wangxian, and Gu Qingchen, represented the youthful generation of the Gu family, united in their quest to the tomb of the Hunyuan emperor. Brother Mu, indeed, is a man of profound wisdom. Today's encounter has left me in great admiration. Truly, it can be said that there are no false scholars beneath a grand reputation. Yi Zhizhou sighed with satisfaction, producing 2 tails of wine to invite Muli for a toast. Due to the disruption of the spatial flow, the storage ring had been shattered, leaving only this 9th-grade formation plate from the intermediary space. He planned to gather some formation plates when time permitted. Chu Xiao coldly declared, "I have said it before, heaven's mischief can be defied, but self-inflicted calamity cannot be escaped. Fang Tianlai, you may prepare for reincarnation, but remember, my surname is Chu. And my given name is Xiao." As he spoke, the breaking sky dragon slaying sword drank deep of blood, and Fang Tianlai had already lost half of his lifeblood. It was not until Yuning lay languidly on the ground, wings sprawled beside him, that 2 of the 3 avian heads were brutally struck down, leaving only the central one weakly trembling, its eyes long extinguished. The individual had no time to utter words of gratitude. Upon his command, he unhesitatingly brandished his long sword in the air. The pollen formation rapidly dispersed, wafting to either side. A Yan glanced up at Mingli, her voice brimming with admiration and delight as she continued her diligent work. Shirlu's expression changed dramatically. He had merely suppressed the power of the yellow spring fruit. To refine it was, at present, a near impossibility, even if one were to wait a century. He reached out, wielding immeasurable divine might, yet ultimately, it was too late. A flash of blood colored the air as the master of the divine vanished with the sea-calming ruler and water god's seal, leaving behind a voice laden with resentment. After expelling for quite some time, nearly purging everything from within, I felt much improved, my mind clearing. Is there any distinction? Aside from the difference in color, I sensed no variation whatsoever. This realization struck him as exceedingly correct. He felt that such opportunities were abundant for him. The battle was about to commence. The golden-haired lowly shook her head expressionlessly, her gaze fierce as the howling wind swept Dong Zhang back to his original position. Lian from Suiyu courtyard found it somewhat curious that Tian Zhongqiu had ventured to building 5, yet these matters were trivial. Whatever the issue, she could effortlessly resolve it. Transforming peril into safety. Chapter 112, Resentment. I am not in the mood right now, you should rest early, Qiao Xi said somewhat irritably. Oblivious to his tone as he addressed Bai Shiyu directly. Is it something that Shiyu did wrong to upset the prince? Bai Shiyu replied timidly. It has nothing to do with you, I simply find Qiao Xi's actions to be excessively outrageous. I must confront her. Qiao Xi declared, rising to put on his shoes. She had already been confined by the prince, and he should not concern himself with her any longer. Bai Shiyu clung to Qiao Xi's garments, unwilling to let go. I am aware of your kind heart, but someone like Qiao Xi, a venomous woman, must be punished. I will take action today. The journey amidst the sea of stars was remarkably serene. Occasionally, they encountered a few bandits, however, with the strength of Lin Lei and his team. The mere appearance of several high-ranking deities was sufficient to frighten those ruffians into retreat. They understood that the periphery of the elite trial formation was inhabited by those natives. Yet they should be incapable of breaching the elite trial formation. After all, the formation was initially established to drive those natives away. Throughout the vast expanse of time, such incidents had occurred more than once, often during the pursuit of the essence of the Dao fruit, where carelessness led to being possessed by chaotic demonic spirits, transforming into grotesque puppets. Slowly raising his head, Wei Qingyun observed the still azure sky, yet his gaze seemed to penetrate through countless layers of clouds, peering into an unknown void. Even Lu Wuhan and the others could not help but sigh inwardly, astonished at how adept Qin Shi was at weaving lies without even blinking. It seems that the sacred artifacts of these savages were stolen, and they have wrongly accused us. If it weren't for you, Dean, being nearby, we would have likely faced dire consequences today, Ailian remarked with a bitter smile. The soldiers guarding the entrance immediately bowed in respect upon seeing Wei Qingyun emerge. A few days prior, during a confrontation with their superior, they were present and naturally recognized the person before them. However, it seemed he was preparing to depart from this place. Yet, the situation on the peninsula differed. The only potential shortcoming might be the adequacy of the labor force. I need to examine the injuries within you. Do not obstruct my spiritual energy, Wei Qingyun contemplated, deeming it prudent to assess this individual's wounds. It is all because of that scoundrel, Wu Dongdong. If not for him, we would have set sail long ago. A player growled. At her feet, a white dragon egg rolled about, the lively hatchling within causing a commotion. In comparison, humanity indeed possessed extraordinary advantages, particularly in terms of spiritual wisdom, surpassing many other races. They merely uttered phrases such as filthy heretics, the offspring of donkeys and horses, prophets will lead you to the inferno. Groups of students stood in pairs at the entrance, all at the 6th level of cultivation, respectfully guiding the visitors. Representatives from over 30 academies across the eastern continent had come, as if the Demon Martial Alliance was about to announce a significant event. Gradually, Mu Yuhan, with immense effort, took a step forward, thus. Under the astonished gaze of Shangguan Pingjia, Mu Yuhan began to walk slowly within the training grounds. Even spirits can perish, a ghost soul does not equate to true death. True death occurs when both the soul and the true spirit dissipate entirely. Within a ghost soul remains a vitality distinct from fleshly beings. Beautiful. Shangguan Yuer exclaimed without hesitation. Yet she quickly became alert. It was unclear whether Du Jiaojiao was startled or if Yan Dong had inadvertently touched a sensitive spot, but she immediately screamed, her face flushing a deep crimson. Shangguan Yuer watched as, not long after, a butterfly appeared around the figure dancing with the sword, a truly exquisite butterfly. No, no, no. I am not deceiving you. The malevolent aura of 100,000 people is sufficient to breach the void. At that moment, you will be able to enter. Whether you can return to that time and place depends on your own fortune, the man spoke coldly. Chapter 113, Theatrical performance in full. Were it not for Bai Shiyu gossiping before the prince, the young lady would never have found herself imprisoned. It is perplexing to witness her feigning benevolence here, even going so far as to send someone to deliver food to the young lady, as if she were in any need of it. Upon seeing that girl depart, Sumu expressed her reluctance, feeling irked at the mere thought of Bai Shiyu. Such matters are best kept between us, there is no need to stoop to her level. If she wishes to send me gifts, let her do so. It is no concern